Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got System After Dying. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya stood on the edge of Aldera Junior High's rooftop, staring down at the world below. The city stretched beneath him, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Shadows stretched long over Mizudafu, the air thick with smog, sweat, and the distant hum of life moving on without him. His hands trembled at his sides. Maybe if you take a swan dive off the roof, you'll get a quirk in your next life. Bakugo's words echoed in his head, sharp and mocking, but the sting had dulled. Maybe he'd just grown numb to it over the years. Maybe he was just used to being worthless. To being invisible. He wasn't a hero. He'd never be one. His fingers curled into fists. But what if this was the end? What if he could finally escape? It was a thought he'd never dared to entertain, until now. The idea of the pain, the loneliness, the crushing weight of failure disappearing was almost appealing. The wind tugged at his uniform, ruffling his hair as he lifted his head, gazing at the endless sky above. For a fleeting moment, he imagined a different world. A world where he wasn't quirkless. A world where his mother didn't have to worry about him. Where she didn't have to watch him fail, over and over. Izuku loved his mother. More than anything. And yet, he couldn't keep being a burden. He couldn't keep seeing that sad, tired smile when she told him things would get better, when they both knew they wouldn't. Maybe this was the way it was supposed to be. Maybe this was how he'd finally stop disappointing her. He stepped forward. The wind roared past him. The ground rushed up to meet him. His heart pounded in his chest, but there was no fear, only a strange, detached numbness. And then, a wave of cold, crushing regret slammed into him. What am I doing? Panic clawed at his thoughts. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to leave you alone. I didn't think. The pavement surged toward him. Bone-shattering impact. Agony exploded through his body. The world blurred. Blood filled his throat. His lungs seized, desperate for air that wouldn't come. His vision swam, darkening at the edges. I'm sorry. The thought barely formed before the blackness swallowed him whole. And then, alarm. A soft chime echoed in the void. You have completed all necessary requirements for the secret quest. Last choice. What? His thoughts were slow, sluggish, like they shouldn't be working at all. His body had shattered. He should have been dead. The notification flickered. You have earned the right to become a player. Will you accept? Earned. Izuku's mind reeled. Accept? What the hell is this? He tried to move, but nothing. He wasn't even sure if he had a body anymore. The pain had faded into something distant, like a bad memory clawing at the edges of his awareness. The screen pulsed. You do not have much time remaining. And this time, the voice wasn't just in his head. Omid, you really went for it, huh? Swan dive and everything. Gotta say, most people hesitate at least a little. Bold move. Stupid but bold. Izuku's pulse spiked. He didn't have time for this. He was dying. Or was he already dead? He didn't know anymore. The words flickered again, more insistent now. You gonna accept, or do I let you actually splatter this time? His throat tightened. This can't be real. But if there was even a chance. Accept. Alarm. Welcome, player. Oh, would you look at that? Someone actually chose to live. Big shocker. Izuku barely had time to process the words before the world shattered. He gasped, lurching upright. His heart slammed against his ribs. His lungs burned. His hands clawed at the fabric of his blanket. His blanket? Izuku blinked. He was in his room. The walls were lined with All Might posters. His desk was cluttered with notebooks, filled with scribbled hero analyses. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm hues across familiar, impossible surroundings. His hands trembled as he pressed them against his chest. His breath hitched. His ribs weren't crushed. His bones weren't shattered. He was alive. His phone lay on the nightstand. He grabbed it with shaking fingers, unlocking the screen. The date stared back at him. It was the day before he jumped. His stomach twisted. His breath came sharp and shallow. What the hell? Oh, an All Might fanboy, huh? Izuku froze. The voice was casual. Teasing. I had you pegged for a Gunner type. Figured Mount Lady. But nope. You're just a little All Might simp, huh? Honestly, I should have known. His breath hitched. What? Oh, don't worry, kid. You're not crazy. And this time? You're not getting out of it so easily. You signed up for a ride. No refunds. Izuku's stomach lurched. He had died. He had really died. And yet, here he was. He swallowed hard. His voice wavered. I'm alive. And it's all thanks to yours truly. Don't bother thanking me. Just remember, you wanted this. A glowing window materialized in the air, mocking him. Quest received. Eat breakfast with mom. Time limit, 30 minutes. Rewards, 1 stat point. Bonus rewards? Izuku stared, then rubbed his eyes, then stared again. A quest? For breakfast? The system practically cackled. What? You think you can just dive into the deep end? Nope, nope, nope. Baby steps, my dear tragic protagonist. Izuku exhaled sharply. Fine. Whatever. Just go away for a second. Oh, I don't go away. The voice was smug. You'll learn that soon enough. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Great. Fantastic. I'm stuck with a sarcastic system. Before the voice could retort, his mother's voice called from outside his door. Izuku, sweetie? Are you awake? His breath hitched. Why, Mom? I'm coming. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, heart still hammering against his ribs. He had died. He had gotten a second chance. He wasn't going to waste it. But the system wasn't done with him yet. Oh, by the way. Izuku flinched. What now? Your mom's about to ask who you're talking to. His blood ran cold. Have an excuse ready. Or don't. Watching you panic could be fun. A shadow loomed outside his door. Honey, who are you talking to? Izuku's brain short-circuited. He opened his mouth. Then closed it. Then opened it again. I was, just talking to myself? Silence. Then a soft chuckle. You've been doing that a lot lately. Izuku winced. The system hummed. Wow. That was painful to watch. Izuku groaned, rubbing his face. Shut up. The system only laughed. And with that he stepped forward. He wasn't going to waste this chance. Izuku walked faster than usual, his school bag slung over one shoulder as he made his way down the quiet streets of Mizurufu. The city was waking up around him, cars rumbled in the distance, shop owners rolled up their shutters, and early commuters bustled past, lost in their own routines. It felt surreal. He had died. And yet, here he was, walking the same path he always did, the same familiar cracks in the pavement beneath his feet. The weight of his bag, the chill of the morning air, everything felt real. But so did the glowing screen hovering in his peripheral vision. Quest complete. Eat breakfast with mom. Reward, 1 stat point. Izuku tried not to react. He kept his gaze forward, stuffing his free hand in his pocket. This was fine. Totally normal. Oh, look at you. Big man, successfully eating breakfast like a champ. Such an inspiration. His eye twitched. I am ignoring you. Suyer you are. Izuku exhaled sharply, pushing forward. The morning sun cast long shadows, stretching across the road ahead of him. His grip on his bag tightened. Why? The words slipped out before he could stop it. The system didn't answer. Izuku swallowed, his pulse steady but uneasy. Why me? He muttered under his breath, glancing around as if someone might overhear. Still, nothing. His jaw clenched. Why save me? Why not let me die on that pavement? Silence. Wow. That's dramatic. Izuku stiffened, his breath catching. We've got a real case of existential crisis here, folks. Quirkless kid gets a second chance and instead of, I dunno, taking advantage of it, he starts whining. Classic. Izuku's nails dug into his palm. That's not. Oh, I know what you meant. The system cut in smoothly, its tone dripping with amusement. You want to know why you got picked? Why you of all people were given a redo? Let me guess, you think it's some kind of mistake, right? That if you just roll over and die again, the universe will fix itself. His stomach twisted. It had hit too close to home. Why? His voice was quieter now, almost hesitant. The system hummed. Because I chose you. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. That wasn't an answer. You chose me. His voice was barely above a whisper. Bingo. Give the boy a prize. His steps slowed. The usual morning chatter of the city felt muted, distant. His mind was spinning. Why me? The system practically grinned. Ah, the million-dollar question. And guess what? No refunds, no exchanges. You're stuck with me, kid. Izuku swallowed, gripping his bag tighter. The system chose him? Of all people? I don't understand. You don't need to. At least, not yet. That was frustratingly vague. Before Izuku could demand more, a bright ding rang in his ears. A new window popped up. Quest received. Get to school without crying about it. Time limit, 20 minutes. Rewards, 1 stat point. Bonus rewards? Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. He stared. His eye twitched. What? The system cackled. Oh, this one's gonna be fun. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. This was his life now, wasn't it? He sighed and waved the screen away. Whatever. Show me my status menu. A new window blinked into existence in front of him. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Fun. Level. HP, 100-100. MB 50-50. Strength. Agility, 6. Endurance, 7. Intelligence, 9. Charisma, 3. Available stat points, 1. Izuku's breath hitched. It was real. His stats, his body, quantified. And they weren't anything special. Huh. His gaze flickered over the numbers, noting how unimpressive they were. The only one that stood out was intelligence at 9, but even that wasn't incredible. His luck stat was missing. Instead, there was just... That probably wasn't good. Oh, looking a little weak there, buddy. Izuku scowled. I just started. The system snickered. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night. He ignored it, focusing on his available stat points. 1 point wasn't much, but it was something. His eyes flickered over his options. Strength. Agility. Endurance. Perception. Intelligence. Charisma. There was probably a logical choice here. Maybe intelligence, since he relied on his mind more than his body. Or endurance, since he was used to getting knocked down. His gaze locked onto strength. Izuku's grip on his bag tightened. His whole life he had been weak. The one who fell. The one who couldn't fight back. The one who ran. No more. Put the point into strength. Alarm. 1 stat point allocated to strength. Strength, 5. A faint pulse ran through his limbs, a warm, almost electric buzz spreading through his muscles. It wasn't dramatic, but it was there. A subtle shift. He curled his fingers into a fist, flexing his grip. Weird. Oh, look at you. So strong now. Bet you could totally bench press, like, a whole 5 kilos more. Izuku exhaled sharply. Shut up. The system only laughed. His feet picked up pace. The school loomed in the distance. Whatever this was, whatever the system wanted from him, he was going to find out. The rest of the lesson droned on, but Izuku barely absorbed any of it. His mind was still reeling from how different this day was already playing out. He had stood up to Bakugo. Not in a big, dramatic way. He hadn't yelled, hadn't challenged him, hadn't done anything that would change the trajectory of their relationship in any meaningful way, yet. But he had said yeah. And that was enough. The soft ding echoed in his ears, nearly making him jump out of his seat. Quest complete. Get to school without crying about it. Rewards, plus 1 stat point. Bonus rewards? Izuku swallowed hard, keeping his face neutral. His hands were flat on his desk, his pen held loosely between his fingers, but his mind was anywhere but on his notes. Congratulations. You successfully walked to school like a big boy without breaking down. We're all so proud of you. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose. I hate you. Ah, that's the spirit. You're learning. He ignored it and opened his status menu, letting the glowing screen materialize in front of him. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Fun. Level, HP, 100-100. MB 50-50. Strength 6. Agility 6. Endurance 7. Intelligence 9. Charisma 3. Available stat points 1. His available stat points had increased. He had another point to distribute. He exhaled, resisting the urge to immediately allocate it to strength again. He wanted to, but maybe he should wait, figure out more about how this system worked before throwing all his points into one thing. He pushed the thought aside for now and focused on the part that had his stomach twisting. Bonus rewards? What the hell does mean? He whispered under his breath. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Izuku nearly groaned out loud. That's why I asked. Well, too bad. Bonus rewards are a mystery. They could be great. They could be awful. They could be completely pointless. Who knows? Why do? But I'm not telling. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. This was actual torture. The system laughed. For now, he decided not to think about it. If the bonus reward was important, it would show up eventually. Instead, he glanced back at his available stat point. He hesitated for only a second before deciding. Put it into perception. Alarm. 1 stat point allocated to perception. Perception, for 5. The change was instant. A strange sensation buzzed at the back of his mind, like his awareness had just expanded. The classroom around him felt sharper, more defined. He could hear the subtle shifts of his classmates, pencils scratching, chairs creaking, quiet whispers under their breath. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was definitely different. Oh, interesting choice. You want to be aware of how much people hate you? Bold. Izuku clenched his jaw. Shut up. I'm just messing with you. Good call though. Perception isn't just about eyesight, you know. It's about awareness. Reflexes. Knowing when someone's about to sucker punch you in the face. Pretty useful for someone with your track record. Izuku exhaled slowly, feeling his heartbeat settle. This was fine. He was fine. He had a system, he had stat points, and now he had a second chance. His grip on his pen tightened slightly as he stared at his notebook. This was the day he was supposed to die. But he wasn't going to let things play out the same way. Not this time. Updated stats after quest completion. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Fun. Level, HP, 100-100. MB 50-50. Strength 6. Agility 6. Endurance 7. Perception 5. Intelligence 9. Charisma 3. Available stat points 0. Bonus rewards? The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Izuku exhaled, slipping his notebook into his bag. He had made it through the school day without issue. No crying, no spiraling, just quiet observation. His perception upgrade had made things different. He noticed things more, heard whispers he normally wouldn't, saw the way people glanced at him when they thought he wasn't looking. It didn't bother him as much as it should have. Not after everything. He reached for his bag, ready to leave before, bang. A heavy hand slammed down onto his desk. Izuku stiffened. A low chuckle followed. Hey Deku. Bakugo. Izuku kept his expression neutral as he looked up, meeting Bakugo's gaze. He stood there, towering over him, a smug grin stretched across his face. Behind him, a few of his usual lackeys snickered, already anticipating what was about to happen. Izuku already knew. Because he had lived this before. Bakugo didn't wait for a response. He snatched Izuku's notebook off the desk and flipped through it lazily, lips curling in distaste. Oh, let's see. What kinda useless sheet did you write in here this time? Izuku clenched his jaw. This wasn't new. He had done this before. But he wasn't the same Deku as last time. You really think you'll get into UA with this crap? Bakugo snorted, flipping the pages between his fingers. You really think some quirkless loser like you has a shot? Izuku didn't flinch. Instead, he simply stared, his eyes calm. Bakugo's smirk faltered, just for a second. And then, Svix, flump. Sparks crackled from Bakugo's fingertips as he slammed the notebook shut, the heat from his palms scorching the edges. Izuku felt something tighten in his chest, but he still didn't react. Then Bakugo smirked. A bad smirk. And before Izuku could react, whoosh, the notebook went sailing out the open window. Izuku's stomach dropped. His body almost lurched forward on instinct, but he stopped himself, frozen in place as Bakugo let out a sharp, barking laugh. Oops, he drawled, stretching his arms behind his head. Guess you better go fetch, huh? Izuku gritted his teeth. Oh, this BSTRD. Bakugo's smirk widened. Honestly, Deku? You should do everyone a favor and take a swan dive off the roof while you're at it. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He had heard those words before. Had listened to them. Had acted on them. Had died because of them. His fingers curled against his desk, a familiar, old reaction. But this time, he forced himself to breathe. Not this time. Bakugo didn't seem to notice the shift. He just scoffed and turned away, waving a dismissive hand. Tisich, whatever. Not like it matters. You're not even worth the effort. And with that he walked off. His lackeys followed, still laughing. Izuku sat still for a long moment, pulse steady. The room around him felt distant, his heartbeat loud in his ears. Then as if on cue, alarm. A window popped up in front of him. New quest received. Fetch your notebook. Objective, retrieve your notebook before it gets completely ruined. Time limit, 10 minutes. Rewards? Izuku exhaled through his nose. Oh boy. This is fun. He dragged a hand down his face. Not now. Oh, but yes now, dear tragic protagonist. Your homework's about to become public property, and last I checked, you kinda need that thing. So, what's the plan? Cry about it? Walk away? Maybe throw a little tantrum? Izuku gritted his teeth. Shut up. Oh, look at you, getting all feisty. I love it. He stood abruptly, slinging his bag over his shoulder. The system hummed in amusement. And off he goes. Time to play. How many people have stepped on my notebook before we retrieve it? What are your bets, kid? 3? What? A dog, maybe? Izuku ignored it, storming toward the exit. The hallways were mostly empty by now, most students having already left. The school grounds were still bathed in golden afternoon light, the sun beginning to dip toward the horizon. And there, by the school gate, trampled, partially open and dangerously close to a puddle, was his notebook. Izuku clenched his jaw. Of course. Of course. It's seen better days. Izuku exhaled slowly. Just pick it up. Don't react. A gust of wind rushed past, flipping the pages, scattering loose sheets. Straight into the puddle. Izuku inhaled sharply through his nose. The system wheezed. Oh, this is great. Look at it. That's gonna be an extra 5 pounds of water damage right there. Izuku stomped toward it, tuning out the dying laughter in his head. He crouched down, carefully picking up the soaked, dirt-streaked book, shaking off the excess water. It was salvageable. Barely. He let out a slow breath, pressing his fingers against the ruined pages. Something flickered in the corner of his vision. A new notification. Quest complete. Fetch your notebook. Rewards? Izuku narrowed his eyes. If this is just more of your bullshit, I swear. Oh, but this one's actually good. Maybe. Could be. Who knows? A second notification popped up. New feature unlocked. Inventory. Izuku's breath hitched. Inventory? He barely had time to process it before another window blinked into existence. Item detected. Ruined notebook. Would you like to store this item in your inventory? Izuku's eyes widened slightly. That was convenient. He hesitated only a second before muttering, yes. And just like that, his notebook vanished into thin air. Not ripped away by wind. Not burned to a crisp. Just gone. Izuku blinked. Well, that's useful. The system snickered. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? Izuku sighed, adjusting his bag as he walked toward the train station. His notebook was safe, tucked away in whatever mysterious void this inventory occupied, and the system was still insufferable. But at least he hadn't lost his notes for good. The streets were less crowded now, the golden light of the setting sun casting long shadows over the sidewalks. Mizutofu always had a quiet lull around this time, too early for nightlife, too late for school rushes. He glanced at the nearby shortcut under the bridge, the same one he always took. It was familiar. Routine. His steps echoed slightly as he walked beneath the underpass, the dimming sunlight casting harsh shadows against the walls. He kept his head up, his mind alert, his upgraded perception picking up distant sounds, traffic, footsteps, wind rattling against a chain-link fence, and then, something shifted. A wet, slithering noise. The hairs on Izuku's neck stood up. He barely had time to process it before. Slept. Something cold and slimy wrapped around his leg. Izuku's entire body locked up as an oozing mass of green sludge lunged from the shadows, tendrils of viscous liquid snapping toward him. His perception screamed at him, but he couldn't react in time. The sludge wrapped around his arms, his torso, pulling him in. Oh, jackpot. Looks like I found myself a nice little hideout. Izuku's stomach dropped. The sludge villain. It was happening again. The creature's twisted grin stretched wider, eyes glinting with malice as it tightened its grip around Izuku's body. Sorry kid, but I need a place to hide. You'll be unconscious soon, so just, sit tight, alright? Izuku choked, feeling the sludge forcing itself into his mouth, creeping into his nose. His lungs burned, his vision tunneling. And then, yep. You're really dying. Again. Already. That's tough. Izuku's brain short-circuited. Seriously kid? You just got it. Cool game system and you're already about to get murked? At level 1? Talk about poor luck. Oh wait, your luck stat is literally just, so yeah, makes sense. Izuku wheezed, barely able to move, his limbs trapped in the suffocating mass. Man, I wish I could help, but I don't have the right stuff for that yet. So, good luck with the whole dying thing. Again. Izuku's mind screamed. He couldn't die. Not again. His vision blurred. Darkness crawled in at the edges. His body burned. And then, a voice. I am here. A shockwave of wind blasted through the tunnel. The sludge villain jerked violently, the force of the impact causing its tendrils to loosen. Izuku gasped, skin in air, his lungs heaving. His body slumped forward, still partially restrained, but suddenly, the weight around him felt lighter. His vision refocused. And standing at the entrance of the underpass, bathed in the dim golden glow of the setting sun, was All Might. Izuku's breath hitched. All Might's towering figure cast a long shadow, his white teeth gleaming in contrast to the darkness behind him. His cape billowed, his iconic grin in place as he spoke. Fear not, young man, because I am here. For a split second, Izuku forgot how to breathe. Holy shit, it's All Might. Even the system sounded impressed. Izuku barely had time to process it before. Boom. All Might moved. Faster than Izuku's eyes could track. 1 second he was standing at the tunnel's entrance. Then his fist connected with the sludge villain. The force of the punch sent a massive shockwave through the air, shaking the entire tunnel. The villain exploded apart, splattering against the walls, dispersed in an instant. Izuku collapsed forward, coughing violently, his body trembling from the sheer rush of oxygen flooding back into his lungs. The sludge villain's remains dripped from the walls, still twitching weakly, but completely neutralized. All Might straightened, shaking his fist slightly, then turned toward Izuku. Are you alright, young man? Izuku blinked. So, his entire brain stalled. And then, he let out a wheeze. The system was laughing. Dude, I'm actually crying. You were this close to getting murdered again. Like, your death count was about to hit 2. And then All Might ex machina. Izuku was still trying to breathe. All Might tilted his head slightly, looking a bit confused. Young man. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. And then, because his brain had officially shut down, he did the only thing he could. He let out a high-pitched, wheezy, strangled scream. All Might blinked. Perhaps some water first. Izuku said in a deep breath. His lungs still burned, his hands were still shaking, and his mind was still catching up to the fact that he should have died. But he hadn't, because All Might was standing right in front of him. All Might, the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, his idol since he was a kid. Izuku's brain promptly short-circuited. Where? His breath hitched as he forced himself upright, still panting, still vaguely covered in sludge. His heart was hammering in his chest. Why, you're All Might. The All Might. In the flesh. Standing 2 feet away from him. Ha. Indeed I am. All Might laughed, flexing one of his arms for emphasis, his grin practically glowing. And it seems I arrived just in time. Izuku could barely process what was happening. His head was spinning, his hands still shaking from the adrenaline overdose coursing through his system. But somehow, through all of it, his autopilot instincts kicked in. And in the next second, he dropped his bag, scrambled through it like a desperate madman, and whipped out a notebook. All Might, please, sign my notebook. The request came so fast, so automatic, that even All Might looked mildly surprised. A single beat of silence passed. Oh my god, you're dying, and your first instinct is to be a fanboy. I can't. This is actually hilarious. Izuku ignored the system, moving the notebook out with both hands. His hero analysis notebook, which, just minutes ago, had been thrown out of a window and half drowned in a puddle. His fingers twitched slightly as he held it up, half covered in sludge, panting like he had just survived a boss fight he wasn't supposed to win, but still determined as hell. All Might blinked, then let out a booming laugh. Ha, now that's what I like to see, a true fan. Izuku nearly vibrated as All Might casually took the notebook, flipping it open to a blank page before pulling out a pen from seemingly nowhere. With one fluid motion. Schwip. There you go, young man. All Might flashed his signature back to him, proudly written in bold, stylish strokes across the page. Izuku squeaked. Actually squeaked. His knees buckled, and he had to physically force himself not to collapse into a pile of overwhelmed emotions on the spot. PFE, you look like you just saw God. Wait, no, this is even better. You look like you just met your long-lost dad for the first time. Oh wait, hold on. Izuku choked violently, nearly dropping the notebook as his brain finally rebooted. Thank you. He blurted out all at once, clutching the signed page like it was the most valuable thing in existence. All Might gave him a thumbs up, still grinning. No problem, my boy. Always happy to encourage future heroes. Izuku clutched his signed notebook like a lifeline, his heart hammering in his chest. His idol had just signed his notebook. His actual notebook. The one that had been thrown out a window, stepped on, drowned in a puddle, and now had the single greatest signature in existence written inside it. His hand shook. His lungs still burned from almost dying. His mind was spiraling out of control. But none of that mattered. Because All Might was here. All Might had saved him. All Might had given him his signature. All Might? Well then, young man, I must be off. Izuku's brain slammed to a halt. He knew what happened next. All Might would leave. He would miss his chance. His fingers twitched. His legs tensed. And before he even thought about it, All Might crouched. And Izuku moved. His body reacted before his brain could catch up. And he grabbed onto All Might's leg. Wait! The world blurred. The wind roared past his ears. Mizudafu rushed by in a dizzying blur of color as All Might soared into the sky. Izuku's stomach flipped violently, his grip tightening around All Might's leg as the ground disappeared beneath them. And then, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, you idiot, you absolute gremlin, what the hell are you doing? The system was screaming. Izuku was screaming. And All Might looked down. A single beat of silence passed. Young man. Izuku's life flashed before his eyes. What are you doing? The wind roared past Izuku's ears as they soared over Mizudafu, buildings blurring beneath them in dizzying streaks of color. His fingers were locked in a death grip around All Might's leg, his heart pounding against his ribs like a war drum. This was it. This was happening. He had actually done it. He had grabbed onto All Might mid-leap. And now he was flying. I cannot believe you right now. The system was screaming in his head, barely audible over the rushing wind. I literally cannot believe you. What kind of deranged, gremlin-brained instinct makes you think, oh hey, this guy can jump like a kilometer into the sky, I should definitely attach myself to his leg like a parasite? Izuku did not have time for this. Because All Might had noticed. Young man. Izuku yanked his head up, eyes wide, meeting All Might's utterly dumbfounded expression as the hero peered down at him midair. A beat of silence. What are you doing? I don't know. Izuku screamed back. Let go. I'll die if I let go. There was another pause. The system was dying laughing. Holy shit. You really just screamed that at the number one hero. You absolute menace. All Might looks like he's reconsidering his entire life right now. Izuku barely registered it because All Might visibly panicked. Alright, hold on, young man. And then, the trajectory changed. Instead of landing smoothly, All Might twisted midair, adjusting for the extra weight of the quirkless teenager currently clinging to his leg for dear life. Izuku barely had time to brace before they slammed onto a nearby rooftop, the force shaking the entire structure. All Might landed in a crouch, his muscles straining slightly as he absorbed the impact. Izuku did not land so gracefully. He tumbled off his leg, rolling like a thrown potato sack before skidding to a stop. Silence. A soft breeze passed. Izuku groaned, face flat against the concrete. His arms felt like jelly. His entire life was decisions, and every single one of them had led to this moment. I'm alive. Yeah, miraculously. Absolutely wild how that worked out. Izuku ignored the system's commentary as he slowly pushed himself up, his head still spinning. And then, a shadow loomed over him. Izuku tilted his head up, and immediately flinched. Because All Might was standing over him, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Izuku had never seen him look like that before. A little amused. A little annoyed. A little exasperated. That was reckless, young man. Izuku winced. He braced himself for a lecture. But instead, All Might sighed, rubbing the back of his head. You're lucky I was able to adjust midair. His voice was lighter now, almost fond, like he couldn't decide whether to scold him or laugh. You truly are a bold one, aren't you? Izuku, still half on the ground, wheezed. Bold is a really polite way to say lunatic, but sure, let's go with that. Izuku groaned, flopping back onto the rooftop. All Might just chuckled. Well, young man, I suppose I should ask. He crouched down, his smile returning, but this time, it was softer. What is it you wanted to ask me so badly that you'd risk your life for it? Izuku froze. His breath caught in his throat. This was it. This was the moment. The words he had been holding on to for his entire life. His fingers clenched. And before he could stop himself, he spoke. Can a quirkless person become a hero? All Might's smile froze. And just like that, the air shifted. Izuku stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest as the words left his lips. Can a quirkless person become a hero? All Might's grin stiffened. For the first time since they landed, his ever-present smile faltered. Just slightly, just for a fraction of a second. But Izuku saw it. The air felt heavier. All Might muttered, glancing away for a moment before turning back to face him. That's quite the question, young man. Izuku swallowed, his hands clenching into fists. He had one shot at this. One shot to ask his idol the question that had haunted him his entire life. He took a shaky breath. I've always wanted to be a hero, ever since I was a kid, Izuku admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I know I don't have a quirk. I know what people say about me. I can train. I can work hard. I can. Young man. All Might's voice, still strong, still full of that signature heroism, was gentler this time. Izuku flinched, his chest tightening. The truth was coming. I'm sorry, All Might said, expression soft but unwavering. It's not bad to dream. But without a quirk, being a hero is incredibly dangerous. Izuku felt something deep inside him crack. All Might continued, stepping closer. A pro hero's job isn't just about rescuing people, it's about fighting villains, taking damage, and enduring the worst possible conditions. Even with a quirk, it's a brutal career. Izuku's fingers dug into his palms. He knew this. He knew everything All Might was saying was logical, rational, true. But hearing it from him, the symbol of peace, it felt like a sledgehammer to the chest. If you're set on saving people, there are other ways, All Might continued, his voice as kind as ever. You could become a police officer, a firefighter. There are plenty of noble paths that don't require a quirk. Izuku's throat burned. He felt small. Useless. I see, he whispered. The wind blew softly across the rooftop, rustling his hair. All Might gave him an apologetic smile. I truly am sorry, but this is the reality of our world. Izuku couldn't breathe. He had spent his whole life waiting for someone, anyone, to tell him he could be a hero. But instead, his idol had just told him no. That was it. That was the answer. All Might straightened, preparing to leave. I should get going, he said. I need to hand that villain over to the police. Izuku barely moved. His arms hung limply at his sides. His chest ached. Thank you for your time, he muttered, forcing the words past the tightness in his throat. All Might gave him one last, almost pitying look, then turned toward the edge of the roof. And just as he crouched down, sneeze, a horrible wheezing noise filled the air. Izuku's eyes widened. Smoke erupted from All Might's body, not from an attack, not from an explosion, but from him. And then, with a soft pop, he shrank. The towering, unshakable symbol of peace vanished. And in his place, a sickly, skeletal man stood hunched over, coughing violently. Izuku's brain shut down. All Might, the real All Might, had just disappeared. And now, standing before him, was a stranger. Smoke filled the air. Izuku's brain short-circuited. Where All Might had once stood, tall, powerful, unshakable, now stood someone completely different. A thin, skeletal man, hunched over, shaking slightly, coughing into his fist. His golden hair drooped, his skin sickly pale, his entire presence, wrong. It was impossible. It was All Might. But it wasn't. Izuku's mouth opened. Nothing came out. And then, oh dude, what the actual sheet. The system was losing its mind. That's not All Might. That's someone's weird uncle. That's a malnourished raisin in an All Might costume. That's... Izuku jerked violently, his thoughts snapping back into place as the system continued to absolutely lose it in his ear. Bro, what am I looking at? Why is he defying every known law of biology? Do heroes have become a prune quirk I don't know about? All Might coughed harshly, ignoring Izuku's complete and utter existential crisis. I wasn't expecting that, he muttered, rubbing his neck. Izuku finally found his voice. What? The system wheezed. There it is. There's the breakdown. All Might sighed, rubbing the back of his head. I suppose I owe you an explanation? Izuku threw his hands up. Yes you do. The system cackled. Oh my god, this is the best day of my existence. Izuku inhaled sharply, gripping his still-signed notebook like it could somehow anchor him to reality. All Might, or whoever this man was now, glanced away. This isn't exactly public knowledge, young man. Izuku stared. His brain was so far gone. And then, the system spoke again. Yo, real quick, am I invisible? Like, do I not count? Quirkless? I'm right here. I literally gave you a stat menu. I let you level up. Does that not scream quirk to you? Izuku's eye twitched. Oh no. The system was about to go on a full-blown rant. Like, my guy, you just jumped 2 stories, got a hidden quest, unlocked an inventory, and you're still like, I'm quirkless boo-hoo, excuse me? Do quirkless people get EXP? Do quirkless people get quests? Then what the hell am I? A really judgmental ghost. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. He was losing his mind. All Might, completely unaware of Izuku's internal screaming match, simply nodded to himself before lifting his shirt. Izuku had approximately half a second to process what was happening before. Oh no. There was a hole in All Might's side. Not a scar. Not a wound. A full-blown, horrific, unnatural hole where his stomach should have been. Izuku's brain crashed again. The system made a high-pitched sound like a dying hard drive. Oh, that's... Izuku's voice thin, croaked out. All Might sighed. This is the price I paid, young man. The truth of the symbol of peace. Izuku's entire world was collapsing. And the system? The system was having the time of its life. I am no longer the most shocking thing to happen to you today. I don't know whether to be offended or impressed. Izuku could only stare. Izuku couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. His brain had completely crashed. He stared, wide-eyed, unblinking, at the gaping, unnatural hole in All Might's side. The flesh was twisted and sunken, a scar that wasn't a scar but a gaping wound that shouldn't have been possible. The symbol of peace, the unbreakable hero, was broken. And all Izuku could do was stare and whisper, "How?" All Might sighed, letting his shirt fall back into place. This injury was given to me 5 years ago, he admitted, voice softer than before. A fight against a powerful villain. One the public doesn't know about. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed. 5 years. 5 years. That was right around the time All Might had started limiting his appearances. He still smiled, still fought, still stood at the top, but he had changed. Izuku had noticed it. He had written it down. But he had never imagined this. All Might gave a weak chuckle, resting his hands on his hips. I can only maintain my hero form for about 3 hours a day now. After that, I'll revert back to this. Izuku's mind was whirling. Everything was shifting. Everything was wrong. All Might, his idol, the world's strongest hero, the pillar of society, was running out of time. And Izuku, a boy who had jumped off a building 24 hours ago and was now hearing voices in his head, Didn't have a single clue what to do with that information. Hey buddy. Izuku flinched. The system was back. You good? Need a paper bag? Maybe a hard reset. Izuku just kept staring. Or we can go back to my original point, huh? Quirkless? Really? After everything today? I'm right here, dude. Izuku's brain was still melting. How? He whispered again, hoarse and breathless. All Might sighed again, this time sounding tired. It's a long story, young man. But the short version? Even heroes aren't invincible. Izuku swallowed thickly, his hands shaking at his sides. Everything he thought he knew about All Might, about heroes, about everything, was unraveling right in front of him. And he wasn't sure he was ready for the answers. All Might straightened, adjusting his shirt as he exhaled slowly. I have to go now, young man, he said, stepping toward the edge of the rooftop. His voice was calm, but there was a finality in it, an unspoken weight behind his words. Izuku's breath hitched. I truly hope you live a good and long life, All Might continued, casting him one last glance. Even if you can't be a hero, remember, police officers, firefighters, doctors, they save lives too. Those jobs are just as important. Izuku didn't respond. His throat was tight. All Might turned away. And then, he leapt from the rooftop. Tashinori Yagi's POV. Tashinori sighed, rolling his stiff shoulders as he landed in a quiet alleyway. His body ached. His time limit was long gone. He reached into his coat pocket, intending to check on the bottle containing the sludge villain, and froze. His stomach dropped. His fingers brushed against empty air. The bottle was gone. His breath hitched. No! A sharp, suffocating feeling twisted in his chest. His eyes snapped up to the sky. Distantly, far too distantly, he heard something. Screams. Chaos. His entire body tensed. The villain was loose. And worst of all, he was out of time. Tashinori gritted his teeth. He had to move. Had to act. Had to pray, that no one was in danger because of his mistake. And as he took off down the alleyway, a horrible, sinking feeling settled in his gut. Because fate had never been that kind. Back to Izuku. All Might adjusted his coat, exhaling as he stepped toward the edge of the rooftop. His movements were calculated, practiced, but Izuku could see it now. He was out of time. I have to go now, young man, he said, his voice still strong, still full of that same heroic charisma, even in his weakened form. Izuku stood frozen. I truly hope you live a good and long life, All Might continued, his gentle smile twisting the knife deeper in Izuku's chest. Even if you can't be a hero, remember, police officers, firefighters, doctors, they save lives too. Those jobs are just as important. Izuku couldn't even respond. His throat felt tight. His entire world was crumbling around him. All Might gave him one last, almost pitying glance. Izuku didn't move. Didn't stop him. And then he was gone. Izuku took the stairs slowly, his body moving mechanically as he stepped back into the streets of Mizurufu. His mind was blank. His thoughts were a jumbled mess. He kept hearing it. No. You can't be a hero. The words looped over and over, like a broken record, drowning out everything else. His chest ached. And yet, he kept walking. He wasn't even sure where he was going. And the system noticed. DMN. That was Yeah, no, that was brutal. Izuku barely reacted. Buddy, you okay? You're walking like a haunted mannequin right now. Real stiff. Real unsettling. Izuku kept his head down, his feet carrying him forward. The system sighed. Look, I know today has been a lot, but let's just go ahead and address the real issue here. Izuku didn't respond. You're still calling yourself Quirkless. Izuku froze mid-step. His fingers curled into fists. Because I am Quirkless, he muttered, voice tight. Oh? Is that so? The system let out an exaggerated gasp. Well, I guess I'll just go then, since I don't count. I mean, sure, I give you stats, quests, and inventory, but I'm totally not a power. Definitely just your imagination. Izuku gritted his teeth. It's not the same, he muttered. Sure. Totally. I mean, quirks are so much more advanced than, a full-blown leveling system installed in your brain. Izuku rubbed his face aggressively. I am not doing this right now. Oh, you are, because I'm not going away. Izuku sighed, quickening his pace, trying to ignore the way his feet were carrying him in a direction he hadn't even decided on. And then, the system huffed. Oh, by the way, you're not going home. Izuku blinked. Stopped. Looked up. His breath hitched. Ahead of him, smoke was rising. A crowd had gathered, their voices tense and uncertain. A villain attack. Izuku's heart clenched. And then he saw it. A shifting, oozing mass of green sludge. Villain. His villain. The sludge villain. Izuku's blood ran cold. His fault. It was his fault. He had distracted All Might. He had wasted his time. He had let the villain get away. And now people were in danger. The system let out a low whistle. That's rough, buddy. Izuku barely heard it. His hands were shaking. He should run. He should leave it to the heroes. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't. And then, his chest tightened. Through the crowd, through the shifting bodies of bystanders and onlookers, his eyes locked onto something. Something thrashing violently. Something trapped. Someone. A blonde head of hair, struggling against the villain's grip. A pair of wide, furious, terrified red eyes. Bakugo. Izuku's breath hitched. The sludge villain tightened its grip, the oozing mass suffocating, constricting around Bakugo's body. His childhood tormentor, his biggest bully, was trapped. Struggling. Drowning. Bakugo's eyes were wide with rage and panic, his mouth opening, but no sound came out. The heroes were hesitating. No one was doing anything. Izuku felt sick. And then, ding. A window materialized in front of his face, the bright blue text nearly burning into his retinas. New quest, save a hole. Objective, rescue Bakugo from the sludge villain. Time limit? Rewards, legendary. Life-changing. Trust me to do it. Izuku stared. His brain barely processed it. The system had only thrown him, what? 2 quests? Hardly anything. No real stat boosts, no real advantages. But this was different. And then the system's voice, so often sarcastic, so often mocking, spoke again. Kid. Izuku flinched. You don't have to do this. Izuku swallowed hard. But if you do, your life will change forever. Trust me. His chest tightened. His body was frozen. His mind was screaming at him to run. But his feet weren't moving. Bakugo was going to die. And the heroes weren't acting. His hands clenched at his sides. The system cleared its throat. So, what's it gonna be? The crowd murmured. The heroes hesitated. Bakugo struggled. And Izuku. Izuku moved. Izuku's feet hit the pavement before he even realized what he was doing. He didn't just run. He sprinted. Tearing through the crowd, shoving past bodies, his breath already coming in ragged gasps. His vision blurred, hot tears already spilling over his cheeks as his arms pumped at his sides. The heroes yelled after him, distant voices calling for him to stop. But he couldn't. Because all he could see was Bakugo's face, twisted in rage and desperation, his body twitching as he fought and failed to free himself. His explosions were too weak. His strength was fading. He was going to die. And no one was helping him. Izuku's feet slammed against the ground, his heart hammering in his chest. What the hell are you doing? Bakugo's furious scream nearly ripped through him, but Izuku didn't stop. Didn't hesitate. Didn't think. He just moved. And then, his mouth opened and the only thing that came out was, I couldn't watch you die, Kaken. Bakugo's eyes widened. The villain snarled. And then, Izuku Midoriya leapt forward. Izuku hurled his backpack forward, his body moving on pure, desperate instinct. The bag slammed into the villain's eyes, splattering loose notebooks and pens everywhere. The sludge villain reeled back, roaring in frustration as its grip on Bakugo loosened, just for a second. But it wasn't enough. Izuku knew it. The second passed, and the villain recovered, squeezing tighter, constricting around Bakugo's body. Izuku wasn't strong enough. He wasn't fast enough. He wasn't a hero. And this was hopeless. He braced himself for what would happen next. For the pain. For the end. And then, a shadow loomed overhead. A gust of wind blasted through the street. And a voice, strong, unshakable, absolute. I am here. The air itself shook. Izuku's heart nearly stopped. Because there, standing tall, standing strong, was All Might. The sludge villain froze. Izuku could barely register anything beyond the sheer force of All Might's presence. The heroes, the crowd, even Bakugo's struggling, everything else faded. Because he was here. All Might. Even in his weakened state, even after telling Izuku he couldn't be a hero, he had still come. He was still saving them. The villain snarled, its oozing mass shifting, tightening again around Bakugo. But then, a gust of wind blasted through the street. Izuku barely had time to blink. And then, the air shattered. A single punch, one strike, and the villain exploded apart, its slimy form blasting backward, splitting apart like a hurricane had torn through it. Bakugo was flung from its grasp, crashing onto the pavement with a rough, heaving gasp. Izuku felt himself get thrown back, the sheer force of the attack sending him sprawling onto the ground. Wind rushed past his ears, deafening. And above it all, the sky opened up. Clouds parted. Light poured down. And All Might, towering, golden, invincible, stood in the wreckage of his own attack. A single, booming declaration shook the air. Fear not, for I am here. The crowd erupted into cheers. The heroes moved in immediately, scrambling to secure the villain's remains. Izuku lay on the pavement, his heart hammering, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His fingers dug into the concrete. His eyes, wide, unblinking, stayed locked onto All Might's back. He had done it. He had saved them. But before Izuku could even process what had just happened, a hand grabbed his collar, yanked him violently upward. And then, "What the hell were you thinking?" Bakugo's furious roar tore through the noise, and before Izuku could react, a fist slammed into his shoulder. Not enough to knock him down. Not enough to really hurt. But enough. Bakugo's face was twisted with rage, his breaths coming in sharp, furious gasps. His hands still trembled from the aftershock of the attack. But his eyes, for the first time in Izuku's life, they weren't just full of anger. There was something else. Something Izuku couldn't name. "You." Bakugo's hands shook, clenching into white-knuckled fists. "You had no quirk. No plan. You could have died." Izuku swallowed hard. He had nothing to say. He knew he could have died. He had known it the second his feet moved. But in that moment, in that single, reckless, stupid moment, none of that had mattered. And for the first time in his life, Bakugo didn't know what to do with that. Before he could say anything else, the heroes rushed in, pulling them apart, scolding them both. Izuku for his recklessness, Bakugo for getting caught in the first place. The chaos unfolded around them. And Izuku just stood there, staring at the ground. His hands were still shaking. His chest felt too tight. And the system? The system was silent. All Might didn't stay long. The second the villain was subdued, he was gone, vanishing into the chaos like a gust of wind. Izuku barely had time to process it. Because the moment the crowd settled, the heroes turned on him. "You reckless brat. What the hell were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed. Do you know how much harder you made this for us?" Izuku stood there, shoulders stiff, eyes downcast, as the heroes ripped into him. Their words were sharp, scathing, full of frustration and disbelief. One hero, Death Arms, stepped forward, arms crossed, his expression a mix of irritation and exhaustion. "You think you did something good, kid? That was stupid. That wasn't bravery, that was suicide." Izuku flinched but didn't argue. Because he knew. They were right. Another hero scoffed. "You got in the way of the professionals, real heroes. We had a plan. And you just, what? Decided to charge in because you felt like it?" Izuku swallowed hard, his hands curling into white-knuckled fists at his sides. It hadn't been because he felt like it. It hadn't been because he thought he could win. He had moved before he even had a thought. Because Bakugo had been dying. And no one had been doing anything. The scolding went on, each word digging in deeper and deeper, until the sharpest blow finally landed. "You don't even have a quirk, kid," Death Arms muttered. "You'll never be a hero if you keep pulling reckless crap like that." Izuku's stomach twisted. That was the final nail in the coffin, wasn't it? Even after everything, even after his system, his quests, his stats, the world still saw him as quirkless. Still saw him as worthless. The heroes eventually moved on, attention shifting toward the cleanup. Izuku stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the scorched pavement. His hands trembled. His chest felt too tight. And the system? The system was still silent. Izuku's steps were slow as he walked home, his body heavy from exhaustion, not just physically, but mentally. The weight of everything that had happened pressed down on him, each step dragging him further into his own thoughts. The scolding. The looks from the heroes. The way no one had called what he did heroic. He should have known better. All Might had told him the truth, he couldn't be a hero. Even with the system, even with whatever strange thing was happening to him, he was still just the quirkless nobody. And maybe he always would be. The system had nothing to say. And for once, Izuku didn't try to force it to. He turned the corner, the streets growing quieter as he neared his neighborhood. And then, footsteps behind him. He barely had time to register them before a familiar, harsh voice cut through the silence. "Hey, Deku." Izuku's body locked up. He knew that voice. He knew that tone. He turned slowly, just in time to see Bakugo standing there, hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression twisted into something unreadable. For a second, he looked like he had something to say, something real, but then his lip curled. And just like that, he was Bakugo again. "Don't think this changes anything." Izuku stared. His muscles were tense, but he stayed quiet. "You didn't save me, you just got lucky. I didn't need your help." Izuku's hands clenched at his sides. It was always like this. Bakugo's voice was sharp, full of frustration and something else, something that didn't quite sound like anger. But he wouldn't say it, wouldn't admit it. And Izuku had nothing left in him to argue. He was too tired, too empty. He just watched as Bakugo scoffed, turning away sharply. "Just stay out of my way from now on, got it?" And then, he was gone. Izuku let out a slow, shaking breath, his fingers loosening as he turned back toward home. He didn't make it far. Because suddenly, a presence. Izuku froze as he heard a soft, raspy cough from a nearby alley. A shadow shifted. And then, I am here, but only as a regular person. Izuku's breath caught. He turned sharply, his eyes going wide. Standing there, thin and frail, the very image of weakness itself, was All Might. Izuku stared. His heart skipped a beat. All Might, small, gaunt, and coughing into his hand, stood before him. This wasn't the towering hero of peace. This wasn't the unshakable symbol of peace. This was Toshinori Yagi. A man with a secret. A man who had run out of time. All Might cleared his throat, standing up straight despite the strain. Apologies for following you, young man, but I never got to properly thank you for earlier. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. What was he supposed to say? That he hadn't done anything? That all he'd done was make things worse? That even the heroes themselves had told him he'd been reckless, stupid, not heroic at all? All Might seemed to see the thoughts running through his head, because he let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. Young Midoriya, what you did back there was incredibly reckless. You knew that, didn't you? Izuku winced but nodded. But, All Might continued, his voice growing stronger, it was also the actions of a true hero. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His head shot up, eyes wide. But, I meant what I said before, All Might cut in gently. A quirkless person cannot be a hero, in the traditional sense. The words hit like a familiar blow. Izuku gritted his teeth, fists clenching at his sides. But, All Might continued, grinning now, that is why I have come here, to correct myself. Izuku blinked. Correct himself? What did he? I came to tell you, All Might said, his eyes gleaming with something strong, powerful, that you can become a hero, young Midoriya. Izuku forgot how to breathe. His heart slammed against his ribs. Wah! And then, told you, should have saved the a-hole. Izuku flinched violently as the system finally spoke up, practically screaming in his head. Oh, look at this, look at this. Life-changing quest. Trust me, kid, do it. And you did it. Congratulations. You unlocked a secret hero power-up. I'd ask if you're surprised, but let's be honest, I'm always right. Izuku ignored it. He couldn't focus on it. Not when All Might was still speaking. You see, young Midoriya, All Might said, stepping forward, his voice full of something that felt hopeful, I wasn't born with my quirk. Izuku froze. His entire body locked up. He had to have heard that wrong. Had to, because that was, one for all is a quirk that can be passed down. Izuku's mind blanked. His legs nearly gave out. One for all. Passed down? What? And now, I wish to pass it on to you. Silence. Pure, overwhelming, staggering silence. Izuku couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. And then, dude. The system's voice was flat. Are you even functioning right now? Blink twice if you need me to reboot you. Izuku barely registered it. Because this couldn't be real. This wasn't happening. All Might wanted to give him his quirk? He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. This was real. And suddenly, everything felt too big. Too much. He had to say something. And all that came out was, how? All Might just grinned wider. And for the first time that day, Izuku felt hope. Izuku stood frozen, the weight of All Might's words pressing down on him like an avalanche. He wanted to pass down his quirk. To him. To Izuku Midoriya. To someone who had been told all his life that he could never be a hero. His thoughts were a mess, his emotions a storm of disbelief, hope, and something dangerously close to fear. And then, breathe, kid. I can literally hear your brain short-circuiting. Izuku let out a sharp gasp, barely registering that he had been holding his breath. The system sighed dramatically. Look, I get it, this is a big moment. Super life-changing. Blah blah blah. But I'm over here watching you glitch out like an NPC and it's making me uncomfortable. Izuku shook his head rapidly, forcing his voice to work. How is that even possible? He stammered, looking up at All Might with wide eyes. I thought quirks couldn't be transferred? All Might's smile didn't waver. Normally that would be true, he admitted, his voice steady. But one for all is special. It can be passed down from one user to another, cultivating power across generations. Izuku's stomach turned. Generations? That meant All Might. He wasn't the first. The strongest hero in the world had inherited his strength. I received this power from someone else, All Might continued, stepping forward slightly. And now, I choose you as my successor. Izuku couldn't breathe. Oh, snap. The system yelled in his ear. You're getting the superhero power-up. You kid, you really did just go from quirkless to overpowered in, what, 2 days? Iconic. Izuku ignored it. Or tried to. Because All Might wasn't done. I saw what you did today, young Midoriya, he said, his voice firm, strong. When everyone else hesitated, when even the heroes stood still, you moved. Izuku's throat tightened. You acted without thinking, not for glory, not for attention, but because someone needed help. His mind flashed back to Bakugo, screaming at him, thrashing against the sludge, his face frozen in a mixture of rage and panic. Izuku hadn't thought. He had just moved. That, All Might said, his voice warm, is what makes a true hero. Izuku's vision blurred. And then, ding. Another window popped up in front of his face. Quest completed, save a hole. Objective, rescue Bakugo from the sludge villain. Complete. Rewards, legendary. Life-changing. Told you so. Bonus reward? The system whistled. DMN. Look at that. The quest actually was life-changing. Who could have guessed? Izuku let out a shaky breath. All Might was still watching him. Still waiting. This was real. This was happening. And Izuku. Izuku wanted it. More than anything. His hands clenched at his sides. His voice was quiet but firm. What do I have to do? All Might's grin grew wider. Good answer. Izuku followed All Might as they moved to Dagoba Beach, the quiet crashing of waves in the distance the only sound aside from their footsteps. His mind was still spinning. The greatest hero in the world was giving him his quirk. The power to become a hero. And it wasn't just something handed over, he had to earn it. All Might stopped, turning back toward Izuku. Before I can pass one for all on to you, there's something you need to understand. Izuku straightened immediately, his hands clenched at his sides. I'll do whatever it takes, he said quickly, determination burning in his chest. All Might's expression softened slightly, but his voice remained serious. You see, my power isn't something that can just be transferred easily. One for All is a stockpiling quirk, one that has been cultivated for generations, growing stronger each time it is passed down. Izuku's breath hitched. Generations. So he really wasn't the first. But that wasn't the important part. All Might's face turned more grim. But one for all is too much for a weak body to handle. Izuku flinched slightly at the words, but he listened carefully. If I gave it to you now, All Might continued, your limbs would explode the moment you tried to use it. Izuku paled. DMN, the system chimed in. That's metal as hell. Sounds like a fun way to die. Izuku ignored it, focusing on All Might, who stepped forward, gesturing toward the massive piles of trash and debris littering the beach. That's why you need to train your body first, he said. We need to prepare you to inherit my quirk properly. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked around. The beach was in absolute disaster. Rusting appliances, old furniture, piles and piles of junk as far as he could see. And then it hit him. All Might wanted him to clean this entire place up. Izuku swallowed hard. I have to clear all of this? All Might grinned. Yes. Izuku felt himself sweat. Well, the system huffed. I would make fun of this, but honestly, this sounds like a solid XP grind. If I were you, I'd accept this as a training arc and pray I don't die halfway through it. Izuku sighed. This was going to be hell. The morning after Dagoba Beach, Izuku felt like he had been hit by a truck. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, his limbs aching from head to toe. And yet, he still got up. Still forced himself to push forward. Because for the first time in his life, he had a chance. And he wasn't going to waste it. Day 1, reality sets in. Izuku stood before the mountains of trash, his stomach twisting. All right, young Midoriya. All Might's voice boomed, full of boundless energy. We'll be following the schedule I gave you. If you stick to it, you'll be ready by the entrance exam. Izuku nodded firmly. I'll do my best. And then, ding. New quest, cleanup duty. Objective, clear 5% of Dagoba Beach. Time limit, 1 week. Rewards, +1 strength, +1 endurance. Bonus reward? Izuku blinked. Oh, look at that. An actual quest. But I must really want you to succeed. Izuku sighed. You're my system. Shouldn't you always want me to succeed? Debatable. Watching you struggle is kind of funny. Izuku ignored it. All Might clapped his hands together. All right, let's begin. Hour 1. The reality of manual labor. Izuku had expected difficulty. He had not expected his arms to feel like jelly within the first 30 minutes. Sweat dripped down his face as he dragged an old rusted refrigerator, his fingers aching from the strain. Holy hell, kid, this is embarrassing. Izuku groaned. Shut up. No, seriously. I've seen anemic grandmas lift heavier things than this. Wow. Izuku gritted his teeth, pushing harder. Hour 3, regret settles in. Izuku collapsed onto the sand, chest heaving. All Might smiled down at him. Time for a short break. Izuku could barely lift his hand in response. So, how ya feelin', champ? Like death. Excellent. Means it's working. Day 3, the first injury. Izuku was in the middle of lifting an old tire when his foot slipped on a broken plank. Pain flared in his ankle, and he hit the ground hard. Yeah, that's a sprain. Nice work, buddy. Really top-tier balance. Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself up. All Might stepped forward, concern evident. Midoriya, take a moment to rest. Ding. New quest, tough it out. Objective, continue training despite minor injury. Time limit, until complete. Rewards, +1 endurance? Bonus reward? Izuku gawked at the screen. You're giving me a quest for this? Did you expect mercy? He groaned. I hate you. No, you don't. Now pick up the diamond tire. Day 7, first signs of progress. The soreness had become constant, but he was lifting more. Moving faster. Oh, snap, are those muscles I see? Izuku blinked down at his arms. He wasn't buff or anything, but there was a tiny difference. A whole tiny bit of definition. Someone call the press. Izuku sighed. Can't you just say, good job, like a normal system? No. Day 20, the first breakdown. Izuku was halfway through moving a broken car door when his legs gave out. He crashed onto the sand, chest aching, limbs completely numb. He heard All Might call his name, but before he could reach him, ding. New quest, no quitting allowed. Objective, get back up after collapse. Time limit, 10 seconds. Rewards, +1 willpower. Bonus reward? Izuku snarled. Are you serious? Deadly. Now get up. Gritting his teeth, Izuku forced his hands into the sand, pushing himself up. Day 50, the first real stat boost. Ding. Quest completed. Push past your limits. Objective, train past exhaustion. Complete. Rewards, +1 strength, +1 endurance. Bonus reward? Izuku collapsed onto a pile of trash, gasping. Well, look at you. Actually getting stronger. Progress. I'm so proud. Shut up. No. Day 100. A new challenge. All Might crossed his arms. You've made great progress, young Midoriya. But now it's time to step things up. Izuku, covered in sweat and dirt, winced. That did not sound good. All Might gestured toward a massive junked-out car. I want you to move this. Izuku stared. Then turned to the system. Tell him I'll die if I try that. Oh nope. I want to see how this goes. Izuku groaned. This was actual torture. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Fun. Level. HP, 150-150. MB 50-50. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Endurance, 11. Perception, 5. Intelligence, 9. Charisma, 3. Willpower? Luck? Available stat points, 1. Bonus rewards? Izuku groaned as he blinked awake, his body feeling heavy, sore, but different. There was still the usual ache from training, but something about it felt better. He sat up, rolling his shoulders, and blinked. He felt stronger. Not a lot. Barely noticeable, really. But after weeks of feeling like his limbs were made of wet noodles, it was a victory. And then, ding. New title acquired, Mover of Trash. Congratulations. You have earned this prestigious title by moving an obscene amount of garbage. Truly an inspiration. Effects, +1 strength when lifting or carrying junk. Wow. Incredible. Amazing. What an achievement. The system wheezed. Oh my god. God. Izuku squinted at the glowing screen, brow twitching. What an honor. What a title. I'm so proud. You're now officially King of Trash. Izuku gritted his teeth. You're enjoying this too much. Oh, 1000%. You're a living, breathing garbage man. This is iconic. Izuku let his head fall back onto his pillow. I hate you. No, you don't. You love me. I am your guiding light. Your constant companion. Izuku groaned. He was too tired to argue. An off day? Really? All Might had dropped by earlier, telling him to take a day off. Apparently, even the symbol of peace knew that training without rest was dangerous. So for the first time in weeks, Izuku had nothing to do. No waking up before sunrise. No hauling refrigerators. No listening to the system heckle him non-stop while he lifted literal tons of junk. And yet, he was restless. What was he supposed to do? Just relax? Status check. Izuku sighed, deciding to check his stats while he had the chance. He opened his status screen, watching as the glowing window flickered to life. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level. HP, 150-150. MB 50-50. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Endurance, 11. Perception, 5. Intelligence, 9. Charisma, 3. Willpower? Luck? Available stat points, 1. Bonus rewards? Izuku frowned. Still had 1 stat point to use. Oh, are we finally gonna spend that? Because honestly, your strength stat still looks pretty sad. Izuku huffed. Hey, I've been working on it. Yeah, you have. And now you're slightly less pathetic. Izuku groaned. He stared at his stats, thinking, should he put the point into strength? Or maybe endurance? Maybe something else? He tapped his fingers against his desk. He had time to decide. But for now, maybe he should actually enjoy his first day off. Izuku let out a slow breath, staring at his stats screen for another moment before closing it. He had one day off. One day where he wasn't lifting refrigerators, dragging literal tons of garbage across a beach, or being roasted by the system while struggling to breathe. So what was he supposed to do? His eyes wandered across his desk, stopping on something small, something he hadn't touched in a while. His music player. His stomach flipped with excitement. He'd been meaning to get some new music for a while now, but between school, training, and, well, dying that one time, he just hadn't had the chance. But today, he had time. And if he was getting new music, that meant he had to head out. Izuku stood, stretching slightly, rolling his shoulders as he moved to grab his jacket. And of course, the system immediately started yapping. Oh wow, look at you. Doing normal human things. Not lifting trash or getting beat to hell. I'm so proud. Izuku rolled his eyes, pulling on his sneakers. Oh, shut up. What? This is a moment. A historic day. Izuku Midoriya, quirkless loser, finally steps out into the world for something other than school or training. I'm gonna cry. Izuku sighed heavily. It's just a music store run. And yet, it's still progress. Baby steps, kid. Izuku grabbed his wallet, stuffing it into his pocket as he made his way to the door. And then, ding. New quest, touch some grass. Objective, go outside and do something normal for once. Time limit, 6 hours. Rewards? Bonus reward? Izuku stared, then slowly dragged a hand down his face. You're joking. Nope. You've been a recluse for too long, kid. Congrats, you're officially getting rewarded for being a functional human. Izuku let out a long, suffering sigh. This was going to be a long day. Mizudafu Shopping District, Music Store. Izuku stepped inside, the familiar scent of old records, CDs, and fresh plastic hitting him instantly. The store was small, but it had everything, music for every genre, little listening stations, and even some old vinyl tucked in the back. Izuku felt his chest relax slightly. It was nice. It had been a while since he'd done something like this. And of course, the system wouldn't shut up about it. Oh wow, is this peace? Is this happiness? Could it be? Izuku Midoriya experiencing something that isn't pain? Izuku groaned. Will you please shut up? Never. Now pick a song, nerd. Izuku bit back a smile, shaking his head as he moved toward the shelves. For the first time in weeks, he actually felt at ease. Izuku flipped through the shelves, scanning the titles with quiet focus. He didn't really have a specific genre he was looking for, just something new, something that would keep him motivated during training or help him unwind after long days. His fingers stopped over an album with a cool design, but before he could grab it, his eyes flickered to the side. A girl stood a few rows away, her fingers casually thumbing through a stack of records. She had short, dark purple hair, a few strands sticking up slightly, and a pair of earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes like extra limbs. She wore a loose, ripped jacket over a band t-shirt, and her boots tapped lightly against the floor as she shifted her weight. Izuku tilted his head slightly. She looked cool. Like effortlessly cool. The kind of cool that he definitely wasn't. His brain paused. Was she a student? She looked about his age. Maybe she was from another school? He shook his head slightly, trying to focus back on the music. Ding. New quest, talk to the punk chick. Objective, speak to the girl. Try not to be weird. Time limit, until you chicken out. Rewards? Bonus reward? The system lost it. Oh my god. Good. Yes. Finally. Social interaction. Do it. Do it now. Izuku stiffened. What? No. Yes. Talk to her. Go. Do it. Say hi. Compliment her music. Ask about her band shirt. Just don't be weird. Izuku panicked, glancing away. No way. What kind of stupid quest is this? The kind where you stop being a social train wreck. This is character development, kid. Get moving. Izuku gritted his teeth, shifting awkwardly. Why was this happening? He came here for music, not side quests in social anxiety. But the system wasn't going to shut up about it. And the longer he stood there not doing anything, the weirder it would look. He took a deep breath. Okay, maybe he could do this. Just say something. Something normal. No muttering, no over-explaining, no making a fool of himself. He turned slightly toward her, opened his mouth, and realized he had no idea what to say. Oh god. Oh no. He was about to embarrass himself, wasn't he? Izuku opened his mouth, and then immediately panicked. No words came out. His brain had completely shut down. Oh, this is so painful to watch. Izuku gritted his teeth. I hate this. I hate this so much. Okay, kid, listen to me very carefully. Put your last stat point into charisma. Right now. Izuku flinched. What? Trust me. Just do it. Quickly. Before you spontaneously combust from awkwardness. He hesitated for half a second before mentally selecting charisma. Ding. Stat points updated. Charisma increased from 3 to 4. You are now slightly less socially incompetent. Congrats. Izuku blinked. He didn't feel any different. Well, go on. Say something. You got a charisma boost now. Should be at least 6% less awkward. Izuku took a breath, and before he could overthink it, spoke. Hey. That's a cool band shirt. The girl looked up, blinking in mild surprise. Then she smirked slightly, tugging on the hem of her shirt. Oh, you know this band? Izuku froze. Oh god. He didn't recognize it at all. Crap. Abort. Abort. Lie. What? I said lie. Sis. Fake it. Live your truth. Izuku ignored the system's terrible advice, instead giving an awkward laugh. No, not really. I was just, wondering what kind of music it is. The girl eyed him for a moment, then shrugged. Alternative rock. They're pretty underground, but they've got some killer guitar solos. Izuku nodded quickly. Oh cool. I was just looking for new music, so I figured I'd ask. She tilted her head slightly, studying him. You into rock? Izuku hesitated. I like music that hypes me up. For workouts and stuff. She snorted. You work out. Izuku flushed. Why, kind of. I'm training for UA, so. Her eyebrows shot up. UA? Seriously? Izuku nodded. Then, to his surprise, she grinned. That's cool. I'm planning on going there too. Izuku's brain short-circuited. What? Ding. Quest completed. Talk to the punk chick. Objective. Speak to the girl. Try not to be weird. Success. Barely. Rewards. +1 charisma. Bonus reward? Izuku blinked. His charisma went up again. Look at you. Making friends. Being less awkward. Growing as a person. I'm so proud. Izuku resisted the urge to groan. The girl, who still hadn't introduced herself, gave him a small grin. Well, if you're looking for new music, I've got recommendations. You want something loud or something fast? Izuku perked up slightly. Both. She smirked. Nice choice. Maybe this wasn't going so badly after all. Izuku blinked as her words sank in. She was going to UA too? That meant she was aiming to be a hero. Izuku hadn't expected that. Before he could process it, she crossed her arms, smirking slightly. Didn't expect to meet another UA hopeful in a music store. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling nervously. Yeah, me neither. She tilted her head. So, you're into rock? Izuku paused. He wasn't sure how to answer that. He listened to all kinds of music, but rock wasn't exactly the main thing in his playlists. His eyes drifted over the records, landing on a familiar album cover. He recognized that one. He pointed before he could think. Oh, I like that band. She followed his gaze, then raised an eyebrow. You like Grave Mist? Izuku nodded quickly. Why, I don't know all their songs, but their guitar solos are awesome. She stared for a second, then grinned. Okay, now I gotta ask, what's your favorite song? Izuku's brain scrambled. Crap. He only knew like 2 songs. Don't panic. Just say something cool. Literally anything, but I don't know. Burn the Sky? Her grin widened. No way. That's one of my favorites too. Izuku felt his stomach drop in relief. Oh thank God. She turned slightly, flipping through a stack of CDs. You ever listen to Overdrive Riot? If you like Grave Mist, you'd probably be into them too. Izuku perked up slightly. Oh, I think I've heard a few songs. Nice, she said, sliding a CD off the shelf. They've got a concert coming up next month. It's gonna be sick. Izuku nodded, feeling himself relax slightly. They actually had some common ground. And, for once, he wasn't embarrassing himself. Then she paused, tilting her head. Wait, I don't think I caught your name. Izuku stiffened for half a second. She didn't know him. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. She gave a small smirk. I'm Jiro. Kyoka Jiro. Izuku felt himself smile slightly. Nice to meet you, Jiro. Ding. New bonus reward unlocked. You have successfully bonded over music. Your social skills have slightly improved. +1 charisma. Izuku blinked. His charisma went up again. Holy crap. 3 charisma points in one day. This is unheard of. Someone give this kid a medal. Izuku resisted the urge to groan. Jiro smirked. You know, you're not bad, Midoriya. Izuku blinked. Thanks. She shrugged. If you're looking for new music, I've got recommendations. You want something loud or something fast? Izuku perked up slightly. Both. She smirked. Nice choice. Maybe this wasn't going so badly after all. Izuku felt himself relax slightly as he and Jiro continued talking. Somehow, this was going well. They had already found some common ground with music and, shockingly, he wasn't making a fool of himself. So, Jiro said, flipping through another stack of CDs, you're training for Ueha? Izuku nodded quickly. Why, it's been pretty intense. She snorted. I bet. You're applying for the hero course, right? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of been my dream since forever. Jiro smirked. Yeah, same here. Izuku perked up slightly. Really? Yep, she said, slipping a CD back onto the shelf. Though, I guess my reason's a little different. My parents are musicians, so I grew up with music, but I always kind of thought it'd be cooler to be a hero. Izuku's eyes widened. Your parents are musicians? She shrugged. Yeah. They're super into rock, so I've been playing guitar since I was a kid. Izuku blinked. That's really cool. She smirked. I know. Izuku let out a small laugh, feeling the tension in his chest loosen even more. They continued chatting as they moved through the store, bouncing between topics, music, school, what their quirks were. Izuku awkwardly dodged that question, and what kind of heroes they wanted to be. Jiro, as it turned out, was way cooler than him. She wasn't just into music, she knew way more about heroes than she let on. And she wasn't nearly as intense or flashy as Bakugo, but she had this calm, effortless confidence that Izuku kind of admired. Before he knew it, they were done shopping. Izuku had picked up a few new albums, and Jiro had snagged a couple of rare finds. And somehow, they left the store together. Well, Jiro said, slipping her hands into her jacket pockets. That was more fun than I expected. Izuku blinked. Same. She raised an eyebrow. What, were you expecting this to be boring? No, I just... She snorted. Relax, Midoriya. I'm messing with you. Izuku laughed nervously. As they walked, Jiro glanced over at him. You got anywhere else to be? Izuku paused. Technically no. All Might had given him the day off. No, not really. Jiro smirked. Then let's grab a snack or something. I'm starving. Izuku's brain short-circuited. Was he actually hanging out with someone? Good. Look at you. Making friends. Being a functioning human. I am so proud. Izuku bit back a groan. Maybe for once, the system actually had a point. Izuku still couldn't believe it. He was actually hanging out with someone. Someone who wasn't his mom or All Might. Someone who wasn't trying to bully him into the dirt. And for once, it didn't feel forced. Ding. New quest, socialization for dummies. Objective, hang out with Jiro for at least an hour. Try not to embarrass yourself. Time limit, until she gets bored of you. Rewards? Bonus reward? Izuku stared at the notification. Oh, look at that. You're being rewarded for having basic social skills. Izuku groaned internally. I really hate you sometimes. No, you don't. You love me. I am your ever-present support system. Izuku resisted the urge to slam his face into a wall. Jiro didn't notice his internal crisis, already leading the way toward a small corner cafe a few blocks from the music store. It was a quiet little place, nothing fancy, but it had a few outside tables and a good variety of snacks. Izuku followed awkwardly, feeling slightly out of place. Jiro, on the other hand, looked completely at ease. She scanned the menu, then glanced at him. You getting anything? Izuku blinked. Oh, I guess. He hadn't really planned to spend money on food, but... Jiro raised an eyebrow. You guess? Izuku scrambled. Yes, I'll get something. Jiro snorted. Relax, dude. You act like I'm interrogating you. Izuku chuckled nervously. Sorry. I just don't do this much. Jiro leaned against the counter. Yeah, you don't hang out with people a lot. Izuku hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. Not really. Jiro tilted her head slightly, watching him. You get bullied or something? Izuku stiffened. For a second he didn't know how to respond. He'd never really talked about it with anyone. Most people at school knew how he was treated. No one cared. But Jiro, she wasn't mocking him. She wasn't pitying him. She was just asking. Izuku forced a small smile. Let's just say school isn't the best place for me. Jiro watched him for a second longer, then shrugged. Well, their loss. Izuku blinked. Huh. She picked up her drink, smirking. I mean, you seem all right to me. Izuku's brain stalled. Was that a compliment? Holy crap. You're being complimented. Quick, say something cool. Izuku panicked. Thanks. Why you too? Jiro raised an eyebrow, sipping her drink. You don't even know me. Izuku internally screamed. Well, you tried. Jiro snorted at his reaction. Relax, I'm just messing with you. You're so easy to fluster. Izuku wanted to disappear. But at the same time, for some reason, this was kind of fun. After an hour, Izuku checked the time, realizing they'd been talking for a while. Somehow, the conversation had just flowed. They'd gone from music, to hero training, to Jiro telling him about a ridiculous concert experience where a guy tried to stage dive but no one caught him. Izuku had laughed so hard he nearly choked on his drink. He couldn't remember the last time he had laughed like that. And then, Jiro stretched, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Welp, that was fun. Guess I should head home. Izuku nodded quickly. Why, yeah, me too. She turned to leave, then paused. Wait. Izuku blinked. Huh. She pulled out her phone, tilting her head slightly. Let me get your number. Izuku's brain short-circuited. She wants your number. She wants your number. Holy shit. Stay calm. What? Jiro raised an eyebrow. Dude. Your number. You know, so we can swap music again sometime? Izuku was still malfunctioning. Midoriya, for the love of all might, hand her your demon phone. Izuku scrambled for his phone, nearly dropping it in his panic. Alright, yeah, sure, of course. Jiro snorted at his reaction but took his phone and quickly typed in her number. Now you can actually text me if you find any new songs worth checking out. Izuku nodded furiously. Why yeah, totally. I'll do that. She smirked, slipping her phone back into her pocket. Later, Midoriya. Izuku stood there, frozen, watching as she walked off. Then, slowly he looked down at his phone. Kyokujiro. Her name was in his contacts. He had someone's number. A friend's number. And for some reason, that realization made his chest feel lighter. Ding. Quest completed. Socialization for dummies. Objective, hang out with Jiro for at least an hour. Try not to embarrass yourself. Success. Moderate embarrassment levels detected, but tolerable. Rewards, +1 charisma. Bonus reward, Jiro now thinks you're not bad. Extra bonus, you got her number. A miracle. Izuku stared. I'm gonna die. Nope. You're gonna live. Because now you have a friend to embarrass yourself in front of. I'm so proud. Izuku groaned, burying his face in his hands. But despite himself, he was grinning. Izuku walked home in a daze. His mind was still short-circuiting from everything that had just happened. He had gone out to buy music. He had somehow ended up making a friend. And now he had Jiro's number saved in his phone like it was the most normal thing in the world. It wasn't. Nothing about this was normal for him. And yet, he felt good. Like, really good. Ding. New status effect. Feeling like a functional human. You have experienced successful social interaction. Effects may include confidence, mild happiness, and a slight reduction in existential dread. Izuku rolled his eyes. Oh, shut up. Oh, don't mind me, just celebrating your incredible growth as a person. And then, the singing started. Izuku. Izuku froze. Got a number, he got a new number. Oh no. From a cute girl. Oh my god. And he didn't totally embarrass himself. Stop. He only embarrassed himself like 70%. Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face. I swear, I'm going to uninstall you. Joke's on you, kid, you can't delete me. I'm in your brain. Izuku picked up his pace, fully prepared to run if it meant escaping the system's nonsense. Look at him, folks. He's running. He's sprinting. He can't handle the truth. Izuku let out a strangled yell. I hate you. The system cackled. But despite the mockery, the teasing, and the humiliation, Izuku still felt like smiling. Home sweet interrogation. Izuku stepped through the front door, still recovering from the system's relentless teasing. He had barely gotten a chance to breathe when Izuku Midoriya froze in the middle of the kitchen, eyes wide. Izuku. Izuku paused mid-step. Yes. His mother stared. Then, slowly, a smile tugged at her lips. You're smiling. Izuku blinked. Was he? He touched his face and he was. That hadn't happened in a while. Inko put down the dish she was washing, stepping closer. Did something happen today? Izuku felt his face warm. No. But, not like a big thing or anything. I just, went to buy some music. That's all. His mother tilted her head, eyes twinkling. That's all, huh? Izuku panicked internally. She knows. She can sense your happiness. She can smell the character development. It was just a normal outing, Mom. That's all. She gave him a knowing look. And did you go alone? Izuku sputtered. W? Oh my god, she's psychic, he muttered under his breath. Them instincts are too strong. You cannot hide from her. Inko giggled. Oh, Izuku, you're so easy to read. Izuku wanted to crawl into a hole. His mother just patted his cheek affectionately. Well, I'm glad. You've been working so hard lately. It's nice to see you happy. Izuku's throat tightened slightly. His mother always worried about him. She had seen him struggle, seen him cry, seen him fall apart so many times. But this was the first time in a long time that she had seen him just content. Izuku smiled softly. Yeah, it was a good day. His mother beamed. That's all I could ever want for you. Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest. And even as the system continued to tease him in the back of his mind, for once, he didn't mind it. Mom strikes again. Izuku barely had time to relax before his mom's smile turned sly. So, she started, drying her hands on a towel. Izuku immediately stiffened. Something about her tone set off every alarm in his brain. A friend of mine saw you with a girl today. The imminent. Izuku froze. His soul left his body. His brain short-circuited. Holy shit. His mother's grin widened. So, who is she? Icha? He's malfunctioning, folks. Mayday. Mayday. Izuku's face exploded into red. How? Who? His mother giggled, absolutely relishing this. Mitsuki told me. She said she saw you walking with a girl after leaving a music store. Izuku felt his entire body shut down. Mitsuki. As in Bakugo's mom? Oh god. He was never going to hear the end of this. It's not what you think. Izuku sputtered, waving his hands frantically. We just met today. At the store. She's not, it wasn't, we're just. His mother gasped dramatically. You met a girl? Oh my goodness, Izuku. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations, kid. You've been shipped officially by your own mother. Izuku groaned in defeat. It's not like that. We just talked about music. And she's going to UA too. That's it. Inko nodded, but her teasing smile remained. Oh, I see. Just a friend. Izuku buried his face in his hands. I swear, Mom. She giggled, ruffling his hair. I'm just teasing you, sweetie. But I'm glad you made a friend. Izuku peered up at her, still blushing furiously. Yeah, me too. His mother smiled warmly. Well, you'd better get some rest. You've got another big day tomorrow, right? Izuku sighed, relieved that the interrogation was over. Yeah, thanks, Mum. She kissed his forehead affectionately before heading back toward the kitchen. Izuku dragged himself toward his room, completely drained. Ding. New quest completed. Survive Mom's interrogation. Objective: successfully escape your mother's questions with minimal embarrassment. Partial success. You suffered severe emotional damage. Rewards: +1 willpower. Bonus reward: your mom is now officially invested in your social life. Good luck with that. Izuku stared at the screen. Then collapsed face-first onto his bed. I'm going to die. Nope. You're going to live. And your MM will make sure you suffer the entire way. Izuku let out a muffled groan into his pillow. This was the worst day of his life. But somehow, it was also one of the best. Izuku barely had a moment of peace. Dinner had started out normal enough. A simple meal, just him and his mom. But then, she struck again. So, Izuku, she said sweetly, setting her chopsticks down. You've been working really hard lately. How's your training going? Izuku froze mid-bite. He swallowed slowly, already sensing the trap. Good. She smiled. That's great. And your teacher? What's he like? Izuku almost choked. Oh no. This again. For the past week, his mother had been trying to get details about his new mentor. And for the past week, Izuku had dodged every single question like his life depended on it. Because what was he supposed to say? That the #1 hero had personally taken him under his wing? That he had a quirk now? That said quirk was literally passed down through eating All Might's hair. Nope. Not happening. It's going great, he said, forcing a smile. He's really motivating? His mom beamed. Oh, that's wonderful. I'd love to meet him sometime. Izuku internally screamed. Huh, rip. You're not dodging this forever, kid. Izuku stuffed more rice into his mouth. She wasn't letting this go. He had one option left. Deflection. Oh, we were talking about my training a lot. What about you, Mom? How's work been? His mother paused, blinking at the sudden shift. Oh, well, work has been a little busy, but... Ding. New quest completed. Master the art of deflection. Objective: successfully dodge Mom's interrogation. Success. But barely. She'll ask again later. Rewards: +1 intelligence. Bonus reward: temporary peace. Emphasis on temporary. Izuku tried not to look too smug. His mom continued talking about work, and he nodded along, mentally celebrating his small victory. Well played. But she'll be back. Moms never forget. Izuku sighed internally. He was gonna have to figure out an actual excuse soon. Izuku lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Today had been a lot. He barely recognized himself. He had gone out, met someone new, actually talked, to a girl without imploding. And somehow, he had survived his mother's interrogation. And now, he felt different. Not just emotionally, physically. His body felt stronger. His mind felt sharper. Maybe it was just in his head. Only one way to check. With a deep breath, Izuku sat up and whispered, "Status." Ding. A glowing screen materialized in front of him. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level HP, 150-150. MB 50-50. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Endurance, 11. Perception, Intelligence, 10, +1. Charisma, 6, +3. Willpower, +2. Luck. Available stat points, 0. Bonus rewards? Izuku stared. His intelligence had gone up. His charisma had gone up. His willpower was still a mystery, but it had definitely increased. And most importantly, he had a title now. A stupid, ridiculous title. Mover of Trash. Izuku groaned. Are you serious? Oh, I am very serious. Congratulations on your first title. Cherish it. Why is this even a thing? Because you move trash. Literally. And figuratively. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. I hate this. No, you don't. It's beautiful. Izuku flopped back onto his bed, exhausted. At least he was getting stronger. Even if his stats and titles were insulting him the entire way. Izuku lay in bed, staring at the glowing screen of his updated stats. The numbers looked good. Better than before. He was stronger. Faster. Smarter. What? Why me? He muttered. Oh boy. Here we go. Izuku ignored the sarcasm. You knew, he said quietly. You knew that if I saved Bakugo, All Might would notice me. You knew that it would change my life. The system was silent for a moment. Sure did. Izuku scowled. How? How could you possibly know that? Kid, I've got eyes in places you don't want to know about. That doesn't answer my question. Alright. Look, I can't see the future or anything. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Then how? But I am very good at math. Like, ridiculously good at math. Izuku blinked. What? You think life is random? Nope. It's all just a really complex equation. Choices, patterns, probabilities. I crunch the numbers and boom, All Might gives you his quirk if you save Asho. Bakugo. Izuku stared. So you calculated my fate? More or less. Probabilities, outcomes, and a little bit of instinct. But hey, IT worked, didn't it? Izuku grimaced. That's terrifying. You're welcome. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. So what? If I didn't save Bakugo, you just let me rot. Hey, give me some credit. I can only throw you quests, I can't force you to do them. But you knew I would. Of course. You're you. Izuku felt something in his chest tighten. You sound confident. I am. Even without me, you would have run in. Because that's who you are. Izuku froze. He hadn't thought about it like that. Even without the system, would he have done it anyway? Probably. Definitely. Izuku sighed. Hey, but that still doesn't explain the most important thing. Which is? Izuku sat up, gripping his blanket tightly. Why are you so effing weird? PFFFFFFFT. Izuku could almost hear the system choking on air. Seriously, he continued. Why you like this? You could have been a super serious, ominous voice. But no, you had to be this. Excuse me, I'm a delight. You sing in my head. You mock me constantly. Tough love, kid. You turned my life-changing decision into a side quest. Did it work? Yes, but that's not the point. Oh, it's totally the point. Izuku groaned. You are the worst. And yet, you'd be dead without me. Izuku flopped back onto his bed, defeated. He hated that it had a point. I should have never accepted that prompt. Too late, buddy. You're stuck with me. Izuku covered his face with a pillow. This was his life now. Izuku sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. There was no winning against this thing. He had spent the last 10 minutes trying to get straight answers, and instead, he was just more confused. But then, the system went quiet. Not like its usual sarcastic pauses. A real, almost eerie silence. For the first time, it sounded serious. Kid. Izuku blinked. That tone. That wasn't its usual mocking, snarky voice. It was, come, steady, honest. I'm gonna help you become whatever you want to be, okay? Izuku essayed in a breath. His fingers tightened in his blanket. Whatever he wanted to be. For so long, he had wanted to be a hero. But he had never been given the chance. And now he could. The system had already changed everything. His whole life was already on a new path. And then, the moment was shattered. Because the system burst into laughter. Even if you end up being a juggalo. Izuku sat up so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. What? I mean, hey, you never know. Maybe your true calling is face paint and clown rap. What the actual hell is wrong with you? I'm just saying, options are important. I hate you. Lies. You love me. Izuku flopped back onto his bed with a groan. He was done. Absolutely, completely done. But despite the chaos, the absurdity, and the endless teasing, that voice still echoed in his mind. I'm gonna help you become whatever you want to be, okay? Izuku stared at the ceiling. And for the first time in his life, he actually believed it. Izuku had barely recovered from the system's juggalo nonsense when. So, let's talk about the girl you met today. Just US guys. Izuku groaned into his pillow. No. Oh, come on. You had a whole conversation. Got her number. Shared some music recs. Big moves, kid. It's not like that. Yet. Izuku sat up, glaring at the air. We just talked about music. And then she wanted your number. For music swapping. Sure. That's what they all say. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. I hate this. No, you hate that I'm right. He threw himself back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. There was no winning. None. Anyway, what should I call myself? Since we're having guy talk and all. What? I mean, I guess I'm a guy? I don't really care what you call me, honestly. System? Voice in your head? Bestie? I'm not calling you bestie. Rude. Izuku sighed. I'm just going to call you, the system. Oh, how unoriginal. Too bad. Fine. But just know, I'm keeping track of all your lame naming choices. Izuku ignored the system, rolling onto his side. He had enough to deal with already. His eyes drifted to his phone, where Jiro's number was saved. It was nice. Having a friend. Even if the system refused to shut up about it. The sound of waves crashing against the shore filled the air as Izuku stood on Dagoba Beach, panting heavily. The beach still wasn't done. But it was getting close. He had worked himself to the bone, moving mountains of garbage, training his body harder than ever before. 2 months. That's all that was left before the UA entrance exam. And he was getting stronger every single day. Nearby, Small Might watched, nodding approvingly. You're improving, young Midoriya, he said with a grin. You've already removed most of the larger debris. At this rate, you'll finish before the exam. Izuku grinned despite his exhaustion. Thank you, All Might. I'll keep working hard. Ding. Quest progress. Beach cleanup. Progress. 78% complete. Objective. Clear Dagoba Beach before the UA entrance exam. Time remaining. 2 months. Rewards? Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead, taking a deep breath as he stretched. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out, glancing at the screen. A new message from Jiro. Jiro, yo, you free later? Wanna hang out? Izuku blinked. Hanging out. Something they had done a few times now. At first, it had been random, just two people with similar music tastes running into each other. But now, it was kind of a thing. Izuku thought Jiro was really nice. She was cool, funny, a little blunt, but never in a mean way. And she made him feel normal. Like he wasn't just some quirkless loser or a weird anomaly with a system in his head. Just Izuku. Before he could think too hard about it, he quickly typed back. Izuku, where do you want to go? The reply came almost instantly. Jiro, I dunno. Let's just figure it out when we meet up. Izuku smiled. He pocketed his phone and turned back toward All Might, who was watching him curiously. Something good, young Midoriya? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, just, your friend asked if I wanted to hang out. All Might raised an eyebrow, then grinned. A friend? Izuku felt his face warm. Ding. New quest, Socialization for Dummies 2.0. Objective, hang out with Jiro again. Bonus objective, try not to be awkward. Odds are low, but we believe in you. Rewards? Izuku groaned. The system snickered. Oh boy, round 2. Try not to embarrass yourself too much this time. I hate you. You love me. Izuku shook his head, trying to ignore the cackling voice in his mind. For now, he'd finished training for the day. And then, he had plans. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead as he left Dagoba Beach, his muscles aching but his spirits high. He had worked hard today and now, he was on his way to meet Jiro. The system had been quiet for a bit. Too quiet. That should have been his first warning. You should really name me. Izuku flinched mid-step. He sighed. No. Yes. No. Come on, kid, you name everything. Don't think I haven't seen your notebooks. You literally have a page for every pro hero. But me? Your loyal, supportive, and extremely attractive system? Nothing. Izuku rubbed his temples. You're not attractive, you're a voice in my head. Rude. I have feelings, you know. No, you don't. Fair. But still. Izuku shook his head. You don't need a name. But I want one. Please. No. What about something cool? The Oracle. Or Omnis. How about the great and powerful system? Izuku groaned. I'm not calling you any of that. Fine. But you're gonna crack eventually. Just wait. Izuku ignored it, focusing on getting to his meetup with Jiro. But he had a sinking feeling. This wasn't the last time the system was going to bring it up. Izuku kept walking, shaking off the system's nonsense as he made his way to the meetup spot. It wasn't long before he spotted Jiro, leaning casually against a railing near the entrance to a small shopping district. She noticed him immediately, and snorted. You look like you died and came back, she said, smirking slightly. Were you training when I messaged you? Before Izuku could even open his mouth. Oh boy, if she only knew the half of it. Am I right, Swan Diver? Izuku stiffened. His eye twitched. Nope, not today. He forced a smile, shoving the system's voice into the deep, dark corners of his mind. Yeah, he said, scratching the back of his neck. I was, working out at the beach. Jiro raised an eyebrow. On a day off? Izuku shrugged. I don't have a lot of time left before the UA exam. She hummed. Yeah, I get that. I've been practicing a lot too. Izuku blinked. Wait, you train too? Jiro gave him a flat look. Yeah? I told you, I'm planning on going to UA too. Oh right. Izuku laughed nervously. Jiro smirked. Before Izuku could ask more, she nodded toward the shops. Come on. Let's go. Izuku nodded, falling into step beside her. Meanwhile, the system snickered in his head. She thinks you look like you died and came back. If only she knew how accurate that was. Izuku mentally shoved the system into the void again. This was going to be a long hangout. As they walked through the shopping district, the air buzzed with casual conversation and the faint sound of music spilling from nearby stores. Jiro walked at a relaxed pace, hands in her pockets, glancing at different shop windows. Izuku, meanwhile, was still processing the fact that she actually trained for UA. He had always assumed he'd be the only quirkless underdog fighting tooth and nail to get in. But hearing Jiro talk about her own training made him wonder. How strong was she? What kind of quirk did she have? Curiosity nagged at him. After a moment, he took a breath and turned to her. Jiro, I actually have a question, if you're okay with answering it. Jiro looked over at him, arching a brow. Yeah? What's up? Izuku hesitated for half a second, then pushed forward. Well, you said you're training for UA, and I, realized I never actually asked, what's your quirk? Jiro blinked, then gave him a small smirk. You're just now asking that? Izuku laughed awkwardly. I guess I got a little distracted before. Jiro chuckled. Yeah, okay, that's fair. She stopped walking for a second and tilted her head slightly. Well, since you asked. She reached up and tugged lightly at the jacks dangling from her earlobes. Izuku stared. Not because he thought they were weird, but because they were actually really cool. My quirk is called earphone jack, Jiro explained, twirling one of the cables. I can plug these into things and channel my heartbeat into them. Makes for a pretty good offensive and sensory ability. Izuku nodded slowly, processing that. Whoa, so, like, sound-based attacks? Jiro grinned. Pretty much. That's amazing, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. I've never seen a quirk like that before. She shrugged. It's not flashy or anything, but it works. Izuku shook his head. No, seriously, it's really cool. Then, before he could think, before he could stop himself, he blurted out. Your ears are really cool too. Silence. Jiro froze mid-step. Izuku froze mid-existence. Oh no. Ding. New status effect. You dork. Effects. Immediate embarrassment. Possible second-hand embarrassment for all involved parties. Absolutely no takebacks. Jiro stared at him. Izuku stared back, internally combusting. The system, meanwhile. Oh my god. Did you really just say that? Izuku wanted to dig a hole and disappear. I mean, abort. Abort. Jiro blinked once. Twice. She snorted. A small laugh escaped her, and she shook her head, grinning. Dude, she said, lightly nudging his shoulder. That's gotta be the weirdest compliment I've ever gotten. Izuku choked. I didn't mean it weirdly. Jiro laughed harder. No, it's fine. It's just, man, you're such a dork. Izuku felt like his soul was leaving his body. You really said your ears are cool, huh? Incredible. I hate you, Izuku muttered under his breath. No, this is beautiful. Historic even. A moment to treasure. Jiro, still smirking, nudged him again. But, thanks I guess. That's kinda nice of you to say. Izuku was too busy suffering to respond. The system cackled in the back of his mind. This was the worst day of his life. And somehow, it was also one of the best. Jiro shook her head, still grinning. Man, you're really something else, Midoriya. Izuku managed to recover, mostly, from his earlier verbal catastrophe, though the system was still snickering in the background. They kept walking, passing a few small shops, and for a moment, there was a comfortable silence between them. Jiro tilted her head slightly, glancing at him. So, what about you? She asked casually. Izuku blinked. Huh. Your quirk, Jiro said, slipping her hands into her pockets. You never told me what it is. Izuku nearly tripped. His quirk. The one that technically wasn't his to begin with. The one that could literally pulverize his body if he wasn't careful. The one that was a secret tied to the #1 hero. Ooh, time to see if you remember your cover story. Don't mess it up, Swan Diver. Izuku mentally shoved the system into the void before quickly regaining his composure. Yeah, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. It's called superpower. Jiro raised an eyebrow. That's a pretty generic name. Izuku forced a sheepish chuckle. Yeah, well, it's nothing too complicated. Basically, it just lets me hit harder and move faster. But I was kind of a late bloomer, so I'm still learning how to use it properly. Jiro nodded slowly, looking thoughtful. So, like enhanced strength and speed? Pretty much, Izuku said. Jiro shrugged. I guess that makes sense. You did say you've been training a lot. Izuku nodded quickly, relieved that she didn't seem suspicious. Well done. You didn't panic and tell her you stole it from a ghost. Progress. Izuku mentally drop-kicked the system into oblivion. Jiro looked over at him again, smirking slightly. So what, you gonna be a melee fighter, then? Gonna punch your way to victory? Izuku laughed nervously. Something like that. Jiro grinned. Nice. I'll have to see it in action someday. Izuku swallowed hard. Oh god. He really hoped that day wasn't anytime soon. Izuku exhaled in relief as Jiro accepted his answer without prying too much. Crisis successfully avoided. Police. That's what he thought. Until the system started pouting. You still haven't brought me up. Even if you are quirkless right now, you have me, asshat. Izuku stiffened. Oh no. Not this again. Seriously, you're out here letting her think you're just a late bloomer, but you haven't even mentioned the literal game interface in your head. Izuku internally screamed. At this rate, I'm gonna start feeling unappreciated. He kept his face neutral, nodding politely at something Jiro was saying, all while the system continued to rant. I wish I could tell All Might not to give you his quirk. Honestly, you don't deserve it. I hope you have to drink his blood or something weird to inherit it. Izuku choked on his own breath. Jiro paused mid-sentence, giving him a weird look. You good? Izuku forced a cough, waving her off. Yeah. Swallowed wrong. No big deal. Yeah, swallowing wrong. Just wait until you have to swallow All Might's blood. Shut up. Jiro narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced, but shrugged and kept walking. Meanwhile, Izuku was on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. Oh ho, this is great. I can't wait to see how it actually happens. Izuku groaned into his hands. He was going to lose his mind. Izuku kept his expression neutral, forcing himself to focus on Jiro as she talked about a band she liked. But the system was still going. Still snickering about him potentially having to drink All Might's blood. Still whining about being ignored. Still acting like a brat. He had to shut it up. And he had one way to do it. Deep breath, Midoriya. Negotiation time. Listen. Izuku thought, keeping his tone level. If you let me enjoy this time with Jiro, I'll think about giving you a name. Deal? Silence. A long, considering silence. You're not just saying that to shut me up? No, I mean it. Interesting. Tempting. Izuku rolled his eyes. Do we have a deal or not? The system huffed. Fine. But if you forget, I'm going to make your life hell. Izuku mentally sighed in relief. Finally. He tuned back into the conversation, just in time for Jiro to smirk at him. You good? You spaced out for a second there. Izuku laughed nervously. Why ya? Just thinking. She chuckled. Wow. Overthinking things? Never. Izuku groaned. You're never letting that go, huh? Nope, Jiro said, grinning. Izuku shook his head, smiling despite himself. For now, he could enjoy this moment. The system was quiet, but he knew it wouldn't stay that way forever. The small coffee shop had a cozy atmosphere, the kind of place that smelled like freshly ground beans and soft pastries. Izuku and Jiro placed their orders, and after grabbing their drinks, they found a quiet corner by the window. The conversation had been easy so far, mostly about music and bands they both liked. But then, Jiro sighed quietly, swirling her drink with her straw before finally speaking. Hey, Izuku. Izuku looked up. Yeah. She hesitated for a second. You really think my earjacks are cool? Izuku blinked. Huh. Jiro fiddled with one of the cables, looking away slightly. I mean, you said that earlier and I just... She shifted in her seat, tapping her fingers against the cup. I dunno. It's kinda dumb, but you don't think they're weird or anything. She seemed flustered. Izuku tilted his head. Was she actually self-conscious about them? Before he could stop himself, he leaned forward slightly. Jiro, he said, completely serious. I meant it. Jiro blinked. I think your quirk is really cool, Izuku continued. And your earjacks? They're not weird at all. They're part of you. And they make you unique. Jiro stared at him for a second. She quickly looked away, her face slightly pink. Oh, cool. Thanks. Izuku nodded, smiling. Meanwhile, deep in the back of his mind, oh ho, what's this? Is Jiro getting flustered? Shut up. Oh no, this is cute. This is genuinely cute. I'm having a moment here. You're ruining my moment. Too bad. I'm emotionally invested. Izuku fought the urge to groan. Jiro took a sip of her drink, still pointedly avoiding eye contact. But her earjacks? They twitched slightly. And for some reason, Izuku found that kind of cute. Izuku was still processing the fact that Jiro had gotten flustered when, ding, a glowing quest window appeared right in front of his face. New quest, flirt with Jiro. Time limit, until you chicken out. Objective, say something smooth. Attempt confidence. Try not to combust. Rewards? Bonus rewards? Izuku choked on his drink. Oh no. Whoa, kid. Looks like you've got a quest on your hands. Nope. Not happening. Not doing this. Time to put that charisma point to work. Let's go, lover boy. Izuku glared at the floating text. I refuse. Oh, come on. Live a little. Jiro glanced at him, brow raised. You good? Izuku froze. He was actively panicking and she could probably see it all over his face. The system was laughing its non-existent butt off. Look at you. Sweating. Shaking. This is hilarious. Shut up. Jiro leaned on her hand, watching him carefully. What's with the face? You look like you just got dared to jump off a roof. Izuku winced. Please don't phrase it like that. Jiro frowned slightly, but he waved her off quickly. It's nothing. Then without thinking, he blurted out. Well, I just wasn't expecting to be on a coffee date today. Silence. Jiro froze mid-sip. Izuku froze in sheer terror. Oh god. Ding. Quest updated. Flirt with Jiro. Progress. Successful line delivered. Jiro is now buffering. Jiro slowly put down her drink. Izuku was about to start apologizing for even existing when she snorted, then laughed. You absolute dork, she said, shaking her head. That was so bad. Izuku let out the breath he had been holding. I know. Jiro grinned at him. But, not the worst thing I've ever heard. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? She shrugged, smirking. I'll allow it. Ding. Quest completed. Flirt with Jiro. Objective, say something smooth. Questionable execution, but it worked. Rewards, +1 charisma. Bonus reward. Jiro thinks you're mildly charming. Somehow. Izuku stared blankly at the notification. Meanwhile, the system was having the time of its life. Holy shit. I can't believe that actually worked. Jiro sipped her coffee, still smirking. You gonna stare at the table all day, or are we heading somewhere next? Izuku snapped back to reality, quickly nodding. Why, let's go. As they stood up to leave, the system snickered. I gotta hand it to you, kid. That was beautiful. Painful, but beautiful. Izuku sulked. This system was going to be the death of him. Izuku was just about to follow Jiro out the door when, oh, well, isn't this a surprise? Izuku froze mid-step. That voice. That very familiar, very smug voice. Slowly, he turned his head, and sure enough, there she was. Mitsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's mom. His mother's best friend. A woman who had zero filter and absolutely no chill. And she was grinning like she had just hit the jackpot. Jiro blinked at her, confused. Hi. Mitsuki tilted her head, eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, if it isn't little Izuku Midoriya. And with a girl, no less. Izuku wanted to die. Immediately. Oh, God. Nope. We are not doing this. Mitsuki crossed her arms, still smirking. What's this, a date? Jiro choked on her drink. Izuku violently waved his hands. No, we were just. Jiro coughed, face slightly red. We're just hanging out. Mitsuki nodded slowly, clearly not buying it. Sure. Hanging out. Izuku felt his soul leaving his body. Mitsuki turned to Jiro, looking her up and down before giving a nod of approval. At least she's cute. Izuku internally screamed. Holy shit, she's just like Bakugo but worse. Jiro rubbed the back of her neck, still looking flustered. Thanks. Mitsuki laughed, patting Izuku's shoulder roughly. Don't let this one go, kid. You might actually stand a chance at getting a girlfriend before you're 40. Izuku turned beet red. Mitsuki-san. Mitsuki cackled. Meanwhile, the system was absolutely losing its mind. Oh my god, I love this woman. This is the best day of my life. Jiro snorted, still flustered but clearly enjoying the chaos. Izuku buried his face in his hands. This was the worst day of his life. And somehow still one of the best. Jiro snickered, shaking her head as she reached over and gave Izuku a few light pats on the head. Still, it's okay, she said, grinning. Mom's friends are always a little extra. Trust me. The people my parents are friends with? Absolute nightmares. She laughed, but pretty quickly, as if realizing what she was doing, she pulled her hand back. Izuku froze. Jiro cleared her throat, casually sipping her drink like nothing happened. Izuku blinked, his brain short-circuiting. Holy shit. She just patted your head. Affection. Alert. Shut up. Are you blushing more now or was that just me? I swear to everything if you don't shut up. Jiro glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, noticing how stiff he was. You're making a face again, dude. Izuku snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No, I'm good. Totally fine. Not weird at all. Jiro smirked. Sure. Izuku internally screamed. Meanwhile, the system was absolutely howling. You're really struggling today, huh? Izuku mentally shoved it into the void. Jiro tapped her fingers against her cup, still smirking. Well, if you ever need moral support, just know I won't be too mean about it. She grinned, standing up from the table. Come on, let's get out of here before someone else shows up and makes things worse. Izuku nodded quickly, more than ready to escape. But even as they left the shop, he could still feel the warmth from where she had patted his head. Izuku followed Jiro out of the coffee shop, subtly dropping the owed yen on the table before stepping outside. The air was cooler now, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows over the streets. He hesitated for a second before speaking, keeping his voice quiet. Where are we going now? Jiro glanced at him, hands in her pockets. Dunno. You got anywhere you want to go? Izuku blinked. Me? Jiro grinned. Well yeah, you're part of this hangout too, dude. I figured I'd let you pick. Izuku felt a small panic rise in his chest. He hadn't exactly planned anything past surviving the coffee shop encounter. Oh no. He has to make a decision. Whatever will he do? I will strangle you. Oh, so violent. But seriously, just say something. Anything. Or she'll think you're a dork who can't function under pressure. Oh, wait. Izuku mentally drop-kicked the system before forcing himself to think. He wasn't used to this, going out, making plans, choosing where to go. But Jiro was waiting, watching him with mild amusement, like she could see his brain melting in real time. Finally, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Music store? Jiro blinked, then smiled. Yeah, that sounds good. Izuku mentally sighed in relief. Jiro nodded toward the street. Come on, I know a good one a few blocks from here. Izuku fell into step beside her, trying not to let himself overthink it. Meanwhile, the system hummed in his head. Look at you. Making plans. Being social. What's next? Casual hand-holding? Izuku flushed red. Jiro glanced at him. Dude, you're making that face again. Izuku groaned. Let's just go. Jiro laughed. Whatever you say, Midoriya. And with that, they headed off together. As they stepped into the music store, Izuku immediately felt at ease. The walls were lined with rows of CDs, vinyl records, and posters of famous artists. The soft hum of a familiar song played through the speakers, mixing with the quiet murmur of customers browsing the shelves. Jiro grinned, looking around. Man, I love this place. Izuku nodded, following her inside, but then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted someone familiar. A thin, scraggly man in an oversized hoodie and baggy sweatpants stood near a shelf, flipping through a selection of old vinyls with a curious expression. It took less than a second for Izuku to recognize him. His mentor, All Might, or rather, Small Might. The frail, skeleton-like form of the #1 hero hunched over a stack of records, completely unbothered by the world around him. Izuku stiffened. Why was he here? Did he follow him? Wait, no, that didn't make sense. This was just a music store. Maybe he was just here? Like a normal person? Ah, no way. Look at him. He looks like a retired rock star who just remembered he likes music. Izuku panicked internally. Jiro browsed a nearby section, completely unaware of his internal crisis. Meanwhile, Small Might turned a record over in his hands, nodding to himself. Izuku stood there frozen, unsure of whether to approach him, ignore him, or just pretend this wasn't happening. Then, as if fate decided to ruin his day further, Small Might glanced up and locked eyes with Izuku. Silence. Izuku tried to keep his face neutral. Small Might stared at him, his sunken eyes narrowing slightly. Izuku could practically feel the question behind them. Why you here? Izuku stared back. Why are you here? Small Might slowly blinked. Then, with the smoothest cover-up Izuku had ever seen, he nodded at him once and immediately turned back to his records like nothing happened. Oh my god, this is the funniest sheet I've ever seen. He just went full, we do not perceive each other. Izuku mentally screamed. Jiro, oblivious to everything, picked up a CD and turned to him. Hey, what do you think of? She paused, frowning slightly. You okay? Izuku snapped back to reality. Why yeah, totally. Not weird at all. Jiro narrowed her eyes. You sure? You're acting like you just saw a ghost. Izuku laughed nervously, sneaking a glance towards Small Might. His mentor hadn't moved. Still flipping through records. Still pretending like Izuku didn't exist. What is happening? Jiro shrugged, clearly deciding not to push it. Alright weirdo. Help me pick out a CD. Izuku desperately latched onto the distraction, pretending like he wasn't having the strangest, most awkward encounter of his life. Meanwhile, the system was still wheezing. This is the best day ever. You can't even escape him on your day off. Izuku groaned. This was going to be a long outing. Jiro picked out her CD pretty quickly, flipping it in her hands before tucking it under her arm. Izuku, on the other hand, was having a crisis. Not because he couldn't decide on a CD, but because the system was screaming in his head. Oh my god, just pick something. You're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing Small Might, who is literally right over there. Do you want Jiro to think you're a freak who can't make simple purchases? Just pick a CD, Midoriya. Pick a CD. I swear if you don't, I'm going to start yelling band names at random. That was it. He'd had enough. The name deal. Izuku mentally grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Hey, system. Remember the deal? I was gonna name you. But if you keep screaming at me, I won't. Silence. A long, considering silence. I'm listening. You let me pick a CD in peace and I'll seriously think about it. Deal. And just like that. For the first time in the last 10 minutes, Izuku had silence. Jiro nudged him, smirking. Pick one, dork. Come on, it's not that hard, is it? She was smiling. Izuku blinked at her before hastily grabbing the nearest CD on the shelf. Jiro glanced at the title, then raised an eyebrow. You totally just picked a random one, didn't you? Izuku laughed nervously. And maybe. Jiro rolled her eyes but was still grinning. You're impossible. Izuku relaxed a little. Meanwhile, in the back of his mind, the system was sulking. You really just blackmailed me into silence. I feel betrayed. That was the point. I hope your CD sucks. Izuku ignored it and walked with Jiro to the counter. For once, he was just enjoying the moment. As they stepped out of the music store together, Izuku felt lighter. The outing had been surprisingly nice, even with the minor heart attacks. Jiro adjusted the bag in her hand, glancing at him. You're not as awkward as I thought you'd be, Midoriya. Izuku snorted. Thanks. Jiro grinned. Don't get cocky. You're still pretty awkward. Izuku laughed, shaking his head as they continued walking. Something slipped from Jiro's bag. A small case, her new CD. It tumbled through the air, heading straight for the pavement. Before Izuku reacted without thinking. In a blur of movement, he snatched the CD just before it hit the ground. Jiro blinked. Whoa! Izuku blinked too. That was fast. He hadn't even been trying. And then, you're welcome by the way. Izuku internally groaned. No. Yeah, that's right. I did that. Your dear, loving system. You don't even have All Might's quirk yet, and I'm still helping you. Izuku mentally scowled. You're seriously taking credit for that? Hell yeah, I am. You think you're scrawny but had that kind of reaction time before me? Please. Jiro grabbed the CD from his hands, still looking at him strangely. Dude. That was fast. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Lucky reflexes? Jiro narrowed her eyes, but then smirked. Maybe you're not completely hopeless. Izuku huffed. Gee, thanks. As they kept walking, the system continued to gloat. That's right, Yomi. In fact, you should really name me now. As a reward. Hint hint. Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm still thinking about it. The system huffed dramatically. So ungrateful. Jiro glanced at him again. You're making a weird face. Izuku snapped back to reality. No, I'm not. Jiro grinned. Sure. Izuku sighed. This system was going to be the death of him. Jiro came to a stop at the street corner, hands in her pockets. Well, this is where we part ways, friend. She smiled. I had a lot of fun. Even with the randomness. Izuku smiled back, still a little flustered. Why? Me too. Jiro gave him a nod. We should do it again sometime. Izuku's heart jumped into his throat. And before he could stop himself, he blurted out. Jiro, when I clean up the beach, would you like to see it with me? Jiro paused. Her eyes widened slightly, like she hadn't been expecting that. Izuku immediately felt panic set in. Why did I say that? Why did I say that? Oh God, abort, abort? Jiro smirked. She tilted her head, considering. All right, Midoriya. You're on. Izuku stared. Really? Jiro snorted. What, you thought I was gonna say no? Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. Ding. New quest, show off your hard work. Objective, invite Jiro to see the beach once it's cleaned. Success. She agreed. Rewards? Bonus rewards? Demon Kid. Look at you, making plans for the future. Growth. Izuku mentally shoved the system aside and focused on Jiro. Thanks, he said a little shyly. It means a lot. Jiro rolled her eyes playfully. Dude, it's just a beach. No need to get all dramatic. Izuku laughed, rubbing the back of his head. Of course. Jiro grinned. See you later, Midoriya. And with that, she turned and walked away, earbuds already in. Izuku stood there for a second, watching her go. A huge grin spread across his face. And despite the teasing, despite the embarrassment, for the first time in a long time, he was actually looking forward to the future. Updated status, end of chapter 8. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level, HP, 150-150. MB 50-50. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Endurance, 11. Perception, Intelligence, 10, +1. Charisma, 5, +2. Willpower, +1. Luck. Available stat points, 0. Bonus rewards? Izuku walked home, hands in his pockets, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened today. Jiro had agreed to see the beach once it was cleaned. He had survived Mitsuki Bakugo, which, honestly, should have come with an achievement. But just as he was settling into the quiet of his thoughts. Okay, it's just US now. Please name me. Please. I'm practically begging. Izuku sighed. Here we go. Is that what you want, you sick boy? You want me, a poor, lonely system, trapped in the head of a sickly little tragedy boy, to beg? Is that it? Izuku stopped in his tracks. What? You heard me. You're making me suffer. You like it, don't you? Making me wait. Making me wonder if I'll ever have a name. I see now. You're cruel, Midoriya. A monster. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. This is what I get for making deals with you, isn't it? This is your curse. Izuku kept walking, shaking his head. I should have never agreed to this. And yet here we are. Izuku groaned. It was going to be a long walk home. Ding. New quest, name your system. Objective, give your system a name. Time limit, until system gets annoyed and names itself. Rewards? Bonus rewards? Yeah, that's right. It's a quest now. Name me Demon IT. Izuku stared at the glowing text in front of him. Oh my god. This system was going to be the death of him. Izuku sighed heavily, staring at the glowing quest window in front of him. Alright, fine. You want a name? Let's do this. The system hummed eagerly. Oh, finally. Hit me. Give me something good. Izuku rubbed his chin, thinking. Gremlin. Nope. I may be chaotic, but I have standards. Trash talker? 2 on the nose. Next. Captain Snark. Close, but no cigar. Ghost bro. I like the bro part. Not so much the ghost. Next. Naggy McNagface? Midoriya. Respect me. Izuku snorted. Respect you? After everything? Fair point. Continue. Izuku rolled his eyes. Fine. How about Cypher? Oh, mysterious. I like it. But not the one. Next. Demon? Sounds too cool. You don't deserve that kind of system. Glitch? What do I look like? A buggy video game? Pass. Shade? Too edgy. I'd need a black leather jacket and a tragic backstory for that one. Steve? Excuse me? Did you just try to name me Steve? Izuku shrugged. It's a perfectly normal name. Steve is a tax accountant. I am not a tax accountant. Boss baby? Delete yourself from existence. Izuku wheezed, laughing despite himself. Alright, last one. What about Deku? The system went silent. For the first time since it had invaded his brain, it actually paused. Echo, huh? Izuku felt a flicker of uncertainty. You don't like it? Oh. I do. It fits. Izuku blinked. Really? Yeah. I'm in your head after all. Just a constant little voice you can't get rid of. Like an echo. Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Ding. Quest completed. Name your system. Objective, give your system a name. Success. The system is now officially known as Echo. Rewards, increased synchronization with system. Bonus rewards, Echo might be slightly less annoying. Emphasis on might. Alright kid, looks like you're stuck with me now. Hope you're ready. Izuku rolled his eyes, but this time, there was a small smile on his face. Yeah, I think I am. Izuku let out a slow breath, shaking his head. Echo, huh? Echo. Izuku froze. What? Echo. The system's voice repeated itself, this time higher-pitched. Izuku blinked. Icho. Now it was dramatic, almost like it was being shouted across a canyon. Why are you? It whispered the last part eerily, like it was in a horror movie. Izuku shuddered. Okay, stop that. But it's my name, Midoriya. I'm just testing it out. Yeah, well, stop echoing yourself. Echoing? Oh, now I have to do it more. No, you don't. Echo. 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 Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face. He had created a monster. Echo baby. That's me. Look at me go. Izuku sped up his walking pace. The faster he got home, the sooner he could lie down and pretend this wasn't happening. But Echo was relentless. Echo. Robotic voice. Echo. Deep announcer voice. Echo. Echo. Opera style. Izuku seriously considered running into traffic. This was a mistake, he muttered. A beautiful, wonderful, perfect mistake. Izuku groaned louder. At this rate, he was going to regret naming it at all. Izuku had barely gotten a moment of peace before Echo started again. So, pretty bold asking her to come see the beach when you clean it up. Izuku flinched. It wasn't like that. He hissed under his breath, glancing around to make sure no one was nearby. Oh sure. Totally casual. Hey Jiro, wanna come see a beautiful sunset over a clean beach? Just the two of us? No big deal. Izuku groaned. It wasn't, I just wanted to show her my progress. Right, your progress. Totally not you trying to impress her. Totally not you being a little bit smitten. I am not smitten. Dude, you almost fell apart when she said yes. Izuku gritted his teeth, his face heating up. She just surprised me, that's all. Oh yeah, definitely. Just surprise. No other emotions. Aha. Izuku sped up, trying to ignore the smug tone in Echo's voice. Hey, no judgment here. Just saying you're on a roll. First, you got her number. Now, you're inviting her to personal, sentimental locations. What's next? A hand-holding quest. Izuku choked. Will you stop? Echo cackled. Sorry, no can do. You named me. You signed up for this. Forever. Izuku let out a long, suffering groan. Why did he do this to himself? Echo had not stopped talking, and Izuku was rapidly regretting giving it a name. Look, if you like her, go for it. Izuku gritted his teeth. I don't. Maybe not so soon, who knows? But if you end up and, which, by the way, I'm pretty damn sure you will because, you know, numbers got over here, ask her out. Like, for real. Izuku stumbled mid-step, nearly tripping over his own feet. What? Oh, come on, Midoriya. Don't play dumb. You clearly enjoy her company. She likes talking to you. You make her laugh. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, it totally does. Izuku felt his face burning. She's my friend. For now. Izuku let out a strangled noise, dragging both hands down his face. Echo just kept going. Look, I'm just saying. If you like her, keep it in mind. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe you two will grow closer. Maybe you'll be too busy getting the shit kicked out of you in hero training to think about it. Maybe, and this is a big maybe, you'll even flirt without a system quest one day. Izuku froze in place. Then turned a deep shade of red. That wasn't even my fault. I know. That's what makes it hilarious. Izuku wanted to fight God. Or at the very least, uninstall Echo from his brain. Echo rattled off in his head for a while, still basking in its newfound identity. Izuku had mostly tuned it out, until it suddenly changed topics. So, asshole, I mean, Bakugo, is going right to you, eh? How do you think that'll turn out? Izuku exhaled sharply, his mood instantly souring. I don't know. Oh, come on. Don't be shy. You've got opinions. Izuku frowned. It's just he's strong. He'll do well. But that's not what I asked. I meant you too. The whole rivalry thing you've got going on. The one-sided rivalry, I should say, since he treats you like a punching bag. Izuku stiffened. It's complicated. No, it's really not. He hates you, and you still look up to him. Even after everything. Izuku bit his lip. Bakugo had always been ahead of him. Always stronger, always faster, always better. Even now, with Echo, with his training, with One for All on the horizon, he still felt small. It doesn't matter. I just have to focus on myself. Oh, character development. Nice. Izuku rolled his eyes. But still, a part of him wondered, how would things turn out at UA? Would Bakugo just ignore him? Would he get worse? Or would something finally change? Ding. Izuku paused mid-step as his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, blinking at the screen. A text message from Jiro. Jiro, hey, what beach did you say you were cleaning again? Or did you not? Izuku stared. Then his brain short-circuited. Oh, Midoriya, you're getting texts from girls now? Look at you, Mr. Popular. Izuku ignored Echo as he rapidly typed back. Izuku, it's Dagoba Beach. I don't think I actually mentioned it, sorry. He hesitated, then added, Izuku, why? Oh, good question. I too would like to know why. Izuku waited, his heart weirdly fast for no reason at all. Ding. Another text. Jiro, just curious. Maybe I'll check it out sometime. Izuku froze. Then swallowed hard. Midoriya, you good? You're staring at your phone like it just told you your fate. Izuku ignored that too and quickly typed back. Izuku, that'd be cool. Then after another pause. Izuku, I mean if you want to, of course. He hit send. Then immediately regretted it. That was the most awkwardly polite text I've ever seen. You really just hit her with the if you want to, of course. Izuku groaned, shoving his phone back into his pocket. Whatever. He'd worry about that later. Ding. Izuku felt his phone buzz again. He pulled it out, expecting something casual, maybe a short reply or a cool, before she left it at that. Instead he read, Jiro, next time you're training, text me. I'll come be your emotional support punk. Sign of the Horn's smiling face with sunglasses, fire guitar. Izuku stared. His brain completely shut down. Oh, what? She really just volunteered to watch you suffer. That's real friendship, kid. Izuku swallowed, his fingers hovering over the screen. Izuku, wait really? Ding. Jiro kid. If I'm free, I'll come hang out. No pressure though. Woman shrugging. Izuku felt his face heat up. Why was this so? Why did this feel? Ah, look at you. You're smiling. You're so happy. It's disgusting. I'm so proud. Izuku shoved his phone back in his pocket, walking faster. You're not running from this, Midoriya. This is your life now. Izuku glared at the sidewalk. Echo hummed smugly. And you still think you don't like her? Hilarious. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to push past the weird, fluttery feeling in his chest. Before he texted Jiro back, he needed to check with All Might first. I mean it should be fine, right? Most of the time, All Might trained him in his small might form. Less noticeable, less of a spectacle. But still, better safe than sorry. Izuku quickly opened his messages and typed. Izuku, hey All Might. Hope you're doing okay. I had a quick question. Would it be alright if a friend watched me train sometime? No pressure if not. Just wanted to ask. He hovered over the send button for a second. Then, shaking his head at himself, he hit send. Now he just had to wait. Echo clicked its metaphorical tongue. Good call. Gotten in enough trouble lately, don't need to add leaking secret training regimen to the list. Izuku sighed, pocketing his phone. Now, all that was left was Jiro's text. He still wasn't sure why she wanted to come watch, but somehow, it made him feel a little less alone in all this. Ding. Izuku's phone buzzed in his hand, nearly making him drop it. Quickly he checked the screen. A message from All Might. All Might, young Midoriya. I see no issue with it, so long as you keep our training purpose private. It is important to maintain secrecy. But of course, I trust your judgment. Izuku let out a small breath of relief. All right. That was that. Now he just had to... Ding. Another message. This time, from Jiro. Jiro, by the way, I call dibs on picking the training playlist. No arguments. Headphone fire. Izuku stared. Then, before he could stop himself, a laugh slipped out. Echo gasped dramatically. You're laughing? Holy shit. You're actually enjoying life. This is a historic moment. Izuku rolled his eyes but couldn't stop the small smile creeping onto his face. Quickly he stepped back. Izuku, deal. And then, Izuku, just no weird experimental jazz. Please. Ding. Jiro, DMN. There go my plans for a 12-minute saxophone solo. Saxophone. Izuku snorted, shaking his head. Echo was practically vibrating in his head. Oh yeah, you're down bad. Izuku stuffed his phone in his pocket. Maybe he was. Just a little. Izuku had barely stepped through the front door before he noticed it. His mother, sitting at the kitchen table. Smiling. No, grinning. Ear to ear. The kind of smile that was sweet on the surface but carried an undercurrent of absolute, bone-chilling danger. Izuku froze mid-step. Mom. Inko tilted her head ever so slightly. Hey, Izuku, she sang, her tone sugary sweet. Izuku's survival instincts immediately kicked in. Something wasn't right. Oh, you know, she continued, still smiling. I heard from Mitsuki today. Izuku's entire body locked up. Oh no. I heard, she went on, watching him like a hawk, that she saw you again today. Izuku swallowed hard. Who? Her smile widened. You know that same girl from last time. The one you were walking with weeks ago. Izuku sweat instantly. Shit. Midoriya, you're dead. She knows. She sees all. His mother's eyes sparkled. So, are you two dating? She went straight for the kill. Respect. Izuku choked on his own breath. What? Inko giggled, resting her chin on her hands. Oh, sweetie, you're so easy to read. Izuku turned bright red. This, Mom, we're just friends. Ding. New quest received. Survive Mom's interrogation, round 2. Objective. Convince your mother that Jiro is just a friend without suffering severe emotional damage. Time limit, until she decides she's satisfied, so good luck. Rewards? Bonus rewards? There are none. This is suffering. Izuku stared at the pop-up in horror. Echo wheezed. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Izuku stood frozen, his brain short-circuiting while his mother patiently waited for an answer, still grinning like she knew everything. Which she didn't. Because there was nothing to know. Right? Oh man. This is a situation. Izuku glared at the system message in his head. No sheet, Echo. Inko sighed dramatically, tapping her fingers against the table. Oh sweetie, I'm so happy for you, she said, completely ignoring his denial. Izuku sputtered. Mom. I mean, you've been working so hard lately. It's nice to see you making friends. Or, more than friends? Izuku's soul left his body. Boom. Headshot. You're never recovering from that one. We're just friends. Izuku yelped, waving his hands frantically. We just both like music. And we've hung out a couple of times. That's it. That's literally it. Inko giggled. Oh, so, when's the next time you're hanging out? Oh shit, she's good. Izuku froze. He had two options. Lie and say he didn't know. Bad idea. His mom would see right through him. Tell the truth and make this situation even worse. His silence was already dimming enough. Inko's eyes practically sparkled. Oh my goodness, you already have another hangout planned? Izuku face-planted onto the table. This was the worst. It's not a date, Mom, he groaned into the wood. Did you hear that, Midoriya? Even you didn't sound sure. Izuku let out a long, suffering sigh. Ding. Quest updated. Survive Mom's interrogation, round 2. Current status, failure imminent. Echo cackled. Oh, Izuku, Inko said sweetly, patting his head. I just want you to be happy. Izuku lifted his head slightly, pouting. I am happy. She smiled warmly. Then I'm happy too. Izuku exhaled. Maybe she was finally going to let it go. Oh, but tell me more about her. Izuku slammed his forehead back onto the table. This was going to be a long night. Izuku gave up. He waved the white flag. His mother wasn't going to let this go, and honestly, if he didn't tell her something, she'd probably find a way to hunt Jiro down herself. So he talked about how they met in the music store. About how she was really cool and had great taste in music. About how she played guitar and had an amazing quirk. About how they just kept running into each other and started talking more. About how she was funny, a little sarcastic, and easy to talk to. And about how she made him feel normal. How he didn't have to try so hard around her. How he could just be Izuku. Inko listened quietly, her eyes soft and warm. She didn't interrupt. She didn't tease. She just let him talk. And when he finally stopped, she smiled. Oh, sweetie, she said gently, reaching over to squeeze his hand. She sounds wonderful. Izuku blinked. Then rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly flustered. Why, she's really nice, he muttered. Ding. Quest completed. Survive mom's interrogation, round 2. Objective. Convince your mother that Jiro is just a friend without suffering severe emotional damage. Partial success. Minimal trauma inflicted. Rewards. +1 charisma. Bonus reward. Your mom now thinks Jiro is just the loveliest girl. Oh, congrats, Midoriya. You've now officially been shipped again by your own mother. Izuku groaned. I'm going to bed. Inko giggled, standing up to ruffle his hair. Alright, sweetie. Sleep well. Izuku dragged himself toward his room, echoes still snickering in his head. He had survived. Barely. Izuku collapsed onto his bed, exhaling sharply. His brain was fried. His emotions were exhausted. And worst of all, Echo was still laughing. Oh man, I can't believe you just spilled your soul to your M like that. Izuku grumbled into his pillow. I had to. She wouldn't have let me go to sleep otherwise. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that, Romeo. Izuku chose to ignore that. Instead, he sat up and reached into his inventory. With a soft flicker of light, a familiar item materialized in his hands. The CD he bought earlier. He turned it over in his fingers, running his thumb along the cover. It was a good pick. He had been wanting it for a while. And honestly, today had been a good day. Despite his mother's interrogation. Despite Echo being Echo. Despite everything else. He set the CD down beside him. Then hesitated. There was something else still in his inventory. Something he had forgotten about. Something from what felt like another lifetime ago. Slowly, he reached in and pulled it out. His notebook. The same one Bakugo had thrown out the window. The same one he hadn't touched since that day. Izuku stared at it, his grip tightening. It felt heavy. Not physically, but mentally. Emotionally. Like he was holding a piece of his past self. The boy who had stood on that rooftop. The boy who had thought he was worthless. The boy who had jumped. Huh, he murmured. Echo was quiet. For once. Izuku kept staring at the notebook, his fingers gripping the edges tightly. It felt so far away. Like it belonged to someone else. The boy who wrote in this wasn't the same person holding it now. Right? You know, that notebook is still important, kid. Izuku blinked. Echo's voice was unusually calm. Ai has years of stuff you've written down, right? Analysis of heroes. Notes about their fighting styles. Strengths, weaknesses. And, of course, Bakugo. Izuku's throat tightened. Yeah. It did. He had poured his heart into this thing. Even when he had no quirk, no power, nothing but hope, he had still believed in heroes. He had studied them. Learned from them. And now he was on the path to becoming one himself. Slowly, he flipped the notebook open. Pages full of careful writing, detailed analysis, sketched battle strategies. All of it stared back at him. His past self's dreams and ambitions laid bare. Izuku swallowed. I guess I should keep adding to it, he murmured. Dimon right you should. He huffed a quiet laugh. Yeah, he would. Izuku ran his fingers over the pages, feeling the weight of years of effort, dreams, and stubborn hope. Even when the world told him no. Even when Bakugo told him he couldn't. Even when he had told himself he couldn't. He had still kept going. And now, he wasn't just writing about heroes. He was becoming one. Slowly, he closed the notebook, setting it down beside the CD. Tomorrow, he'd keep training. Tomorrow, he'd keep moving forward. Tomorrow, he'd write more. Because he wasn't the same kid who stood on that rooftop. Not anymore. Ding. Quest completed. Face your past. Objective. Reclaim your notebook and acknowledge how far you've come. Rewards. +1 intelligence. Bonus reward. A new determination. Echo hummed approvingly. Look at you, Midoriya. Actual character growth. I'm so proud. Izuku rolled his eyes but smiled slightly. Good night, Echo. Good night, kid. As Izuku turned off his lamp and drifted off to sleep, his notebook rested beside him. This time, he wouldn't let it go. Updated status after Chapter 10. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level HP, 150-150. MB 50-50. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Endurance, 11. Perception, 5. Intelligence, 11, +1 from Face Your Past. Charisma, 6, +1 from Survive Mom's Interrogation, Round 2. Willpower, +1. Luck. Available stat points, 1. Bonus rewards. A few weeks had passed since Echo got its name, and Izuku had kept pushing through his training. Dagoba Beach was almost completely clear now. Just a little more work, and he'd finally be done. Which was why, at the moment, he was shirtless, sweating, and focused on lifting another massive chunk of debris. Ding. Quest progress. Clean up Dagoba Beach. Progress. 85% complete. Rewards? You'll see soon enough, kid. Izuku gritted his teeth and kept moving, barely registering the sound of footsteps approaching. Oh hey, you're actually alive, a familiar voice called out. Izuku froze. He turned sharply and saw Jiro standing there, watching him. Oh god. He suddenly became very, very aware that he was drenched in sweat and not wearing a shirt. Why hadn't he worn a shirt? Oh, right, because it was hot as hell and he wasn't thinking about anything except moving trash? But now. Ooh. Someone's feeling self-conscious. Echo's voice was smug, teasing, and absolutely unbearable. Dude, have you looked in a mirror recently? You're looking pretty good. All thanks to yours truly, by the way. Izuku internally screamed. Externally, he awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Hey, Jiro. You came. Jiro raised a brow, smirking. Yeah. You told me I could, right? Izuku nodded rapidly, trying not to look as panicked as he felt. She crossed her arms, giving him a once-over. So, training, huh? She said, glancing at the piles of junk he had yet to clear. Didn't think it'd be literal garbage duty. Izuku laughed nervously. Why yeah, it's a long-term project. Jiro snorted. Well, at least it's working. Izuku blinked. Huh. She gestured vaguely at him. You're looking stronger than last time. Izuku felt his entire brain short-circuit. Boom. Confirmed. Even she noticed. You're welcome, by the way. Izuku desperately willed himself not to turn beet red. Jiro tilted her head. You good? Why? Totally fine. Completely normal. Izuku blurted out. Jiro raised an eyebrow but shrugged. Anyway, need some water? I brought an extra. Izuku almost sagged in relief. Yes. Please. Jiro tossed him the water bottle, which he barely caught without fumbling. She smirked. Careful, Midoriya. Don't need you passing out before your big hero debut. Izuku chuckled nervously, taking a long sip. As he wiped the sweat from his forehead, Jiro looked him over again. You know, Izuku, the first time we met a while back you looked, she paused, tilting her head in thought, kinda nerdy. Almost scrawny. Izuku blinked. Oh. She smirked, nudging him with her elbow. Not in a bad way. Just different. But now. She gave him another once-over before nodding. You look good. You're really taking this UA thing seriously, huh? Izuku was still processing what she just said when, without thinking, he spoke. You look good too. Silence. Jiro froze. Izuku froze. Oh, Echo was having the time of its life. Holy shit. Did you just say that out loud? Izuku felt the blood drain from his face, only for it to immediately rush back in full force. Jiro's eyes widened slightly, a faint dusting of pink coloring her cheeks. Izuku opened his mouth to try and say anything but, is this the friend you told me might be coming, my boy? Izuku whipped around so fast he nearly tripped over himself. Standing there, holding a small basket of sandwiches, was Small Might. Or rather, his mentor, pretending to be a completely normal skeleton of a man. Izuku could have collapsed in relief. Jiro blinked at the older man approaching them. Yeah? Who's this? Izuku cleared his throat, trying to compose himself. This is, Toshinori-san. He's the one helping me with my training. All Might, Toshinori, nodded, offering Jiro a kind smile. A pleasure to meet you, young lady. He lifted the basket slightly. I figured my student would be hungry after all that work. You're welcome to join us. Jiro glanced between Izuku and his mentor, before shrugging. Well, free food? Can't really say no to that. Echo snickered in Izuku's head. Dude, you got so saved just now. She was blushing. I saw it. I know you saw it. Izuku chose not to respond. Instead, he focused on not combusting on the spot. Toshinori handed out the sandwiches, settling himself onto a nearby rock. So, young lady, he said, taking a small bite, you're also planning to attend UA, correct? Jiro nodded, unwrapping her sandwich. Yeah. The general course isn't really my thing, though, so I'm aiming for the hero course. Toshinori chuckled. Ambitious. That's good. Do you have a particular field you want to specialize in? Jiro shrugged. Not really. Just want to see how far I can go, you know? Izuku, meanwhile, was spiraling into oblivion. Because he had just told Jiro she looked good. Out loud. To her face. And you're still panicking. Amazing. Echo's mocking tone only made it worse. Real smooth move back there, Midoriya. You gonna follow it up with a love confession next? Shut up, Izuku internally hissed, forcing himself to focus on literally anything else. Jiro took a bite of her sandwich and hummed in approval. Damen, this is good. Did you make these? Toshinori laughed. Indeed, I did. Try to keep my students well fed. Hard work requires proper fuel. Izuku nodded automatically, chewing slowly and trying to avoid making eye contact. Jiro grinned at him. Lucky you, huh Midoriya? Izuku choked. This is hilarious. Please panic more. Toshinori patted his back while he coughed. Easy there my boy. No need to inhale your food. Izuku wanted to die. As Izuku tried to recover from nearly choking to death, Toshinori turned his attention back to Jiro, smiling warmly. So, how did you meet young Midoriya? He asked, taking a sip of water. Jiro smirked, glancing at Izuku. Oh the usual. Music store, mutual interests, fate deciding to throw us into each other's paths a few times. Izuku internally winced. Oh no. Toshinori raised a brow, intrigued. Music store, you say? Jiro nodded. Yeah. We were both looking for new albums, started talking, realized we liked some of the same bands. Been hanging out here and there ever since. Toshinori grinned. Ah, how wonderful. Music truly has a way of bringing people together. Jiro snorted. Guess so. Izuku was barely holding himself together, because internally, Echo was losing its mind. Oh, sounds like fate, Midoriya. She basically just said you're soulmates. I hate you, Izuku thought aggressively. No you don't. You love me. I'm your best friend. Shut up. Toshinori glanced between the two teens, clearly amused by Izuku's very obvious distress. Well, young Midoriya is quite fortunate to have found such a supportive friend, he said, taking another bite of his sandwich. Training for UA is no small feat. I'm sure your encouragement helps him immensely. Jiro grinned. Oh yeah, totally. I send super motivational texts like, don't die today, nerd. Izuku covered his face with his hands. Toshinori laughed heartily. Excellent. That's the spirit. Echo, meanwhile, was howling. Dude, she's teasing you so hard. I love this. I love everything about this. Izuku groaned. This was the longest lunch of his life. Izuku suddenly stood up, a little too quickly. I'm gonna go clean up some more, he blurted out. I'll leave you two to talk. And before either of them could respond, he power-walked away at speeds that should be impossible for someone who hadn't even gotten his quirk yet. Jiro watched him go, blinking. Is he always so, stressed? Toshinori offered. Jiro nodded. Toshinori chuckled, shaking his head. No. Timid maybe. But. He hesitated for half a second before he realized his mistake. I think it's because you're here. Oh no. The words had already left his mouth. Oh no. Jiro raised an eyebrow, smirking. Oh. Toshinori internally screamed. Why did I say that? He just threw Izuku under the bus. Oh, his boy was going to hate him. Jiro leaned back on her hands, looking way too entertained. Well, she mused. That's interesting. Toshinori chuckled nervously, already regretting everything. Why yes, well, young Midoriya is very focused on his training. And, sometimes new social situations can be a little overwhelming for him. Jiro snorted. Right. Toshinori mentally braced himself for the incoming disaster. He had definitely just made things worse. Toshinori mentally sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry my boy. I'm not too good at talking either, at least, not in this form. He could handle reporters, villains, high-stakes hero work. But teen social dynamics? Absolutely not. Jiro was still smirking at him. So, she drawled, tilting her head. What you're saying is, he's nervous because I'm here? Toshinori let out a strained laugh. Ha. Well, young Midoriya is quite dedicated to his training. And he doesn't interact much outside of it, so. Jiro held up a hand, stopping him. Nah, it's fine, she said, shaking her head with a grin. I already knew he was awkward. Toshinori almost sighed in relief. Almost. Then she leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand. But still, kinda cute. Toshinori choked on his own spit. Jiro laughed, standing up and dusting herself off. Alright, I should probably go help him out before he actually dies from embarrassment, she said casually, as if she hadn't just sent Toshinori into a full-blown panic. She walked off after Izuku, hands in her pockets. Toshinori stared after her, absolutely floored. Oh boy! What have I done? Ding. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. Still mentally recovering from his escape, he pulled it out and glanced at the message. From All Might. Sorry my boy. She's coming your way. Izuku blinked. What? Before he could even process the cryptic warning. Hey, Izuku. Want some help? Izuku whipped around so fast he nearly tripped over a stray piece of debris. Jiro stood there, hands in her pockets, looking completely casual. Izuku, however, was not. Because his brain had just fully short-circuited. OMG shit. She's here. She followed you. You can't run forever, kid. Echo was practically vibrating with excitement. Izuku opened his mouth, but no words came out. Jiro raised an eyebrow, amused. You good dude? Yes, good. Totally fine. Great even, he blurted out. Jiro snickered. Right. So, you need help or what? Izuku glanced at the pile of remaining junk, then back at Jiro. Part of him wanted to say no. Not because he didn't want the help, but because, oh god, she was really here. Izuku closed his eyes, inhaled deeply and nodded. Sure. Some help would be great. Jiro grinned. Just tell me what to do. Echo snickered. And thus, the rom-com continues. Izuku internally screamed. Jiro started helping without much fuss, quietly picking up smaller pieces of debris and tossing them onto the pile. Izuku worked alongside her, grateful for something to focus on other than his own spiraling thoughts. For a while, there was silence. Why are you so, I don't know, nervous today? Jiro asked, glancing at him. Izuku nearly dropped the rusted metal he was holding. Oi shit. She's on to you. Echo was having the time of its life. Jiro tilted her head, curious. I mean, you're usually weird, but like, in a good way. But today? You're all over the place. Izuku felt his soul leave his body. Was this it? Was this how he died? Not in battle, not heroically, but because he was an awkward mess? Jiro raised an eyebrow. Is it because I'm here? The beach? Or? Izuku, in a moment of sheer desperation, cut her off. It's not that. I mean, it's not that, but oh my god, Midoriya. Stop talking. Izuku slammed his mouth shut, face burning. Jiro stared at him. She grinned. Oh. Izuku internally panicked. Echo practically screamed. She knows. She knows. Abort mission, kid. You're done for. Jiro shrugged, smirking. Well, I guess that answers that. Izuku buried his face in his hands. This was the worst. This was actually the worst. Izuku laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. It's just, I don't have a shirt. Jiro blinked. Yeah, I noticed. Izuku let out another forced laugh, shifting uncomfortably. I don't know, it's just kinda uncomfortable? His voice trailed off awkwardly. Jiro tilted her head, watching him closely. She could tell. He was lying. Or, at the very least, not telling the whole truth. Dude, she said flatly. Izuku flinched. You've been training out here for months, right? She asked. He nodded hesitantly. And it's, what? The middle of summer? You're telling me now is the first time you've been weird about not having a shirt on? Izuku looked away, swallowing hard. Boy, she's got you figured out. This is painful to watch. Echo was having a blast. Jiro smirked. Interesting. Izuku felt his face heat up again. It's not interesting, he blurted out. It's just, I mean, just dig that grave, Midoriya. Deeper. Deeper. Jiro laughed, shaking her head. Well, whatever, she said casually, tossing another chunk of debris into the pile. Not like I care if you've been secretly getting ripped. Izuku immediately choked on air. Jiro grinned. Kidding. Mostly. Izuku stared at the ground, unable to function. Echo wheezed. I love her. She's perfect. Never let her go. Izuku considered throwing himself into the ocean. After a while, Jiro let out a deep breath, stretching her arms behind her head. Man, I don't know how you do this, she muttered, kicking a stray piece of trash aside. What, every day? Or almost every day? Geez, it's a lot. Izuku nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. Why, it's definitely a grind. Jiro stepped back, glancing over the pile they'd made. I mean respect, but... Her foot caught on something. She barely had time to react before she lost her balance, tipping backward. Izuku moved before he could even think. 1 second Jiro was falling. The next, Izuku's arms were around her, steadying her before she could hit the ground. For a moment, there was silence. Jiro blinked up at him, eyes wide. Izuku blinked down at her, equally stunned. Neither of them moved. Echo lost its mind. Oh, this is good. This is so good. Izuku realized what he was doing a second too late. His face erupted into red as he quickly helped her upright, stepping back like she was made of live wires. Sorry. I didn't mean to. You just... Jiro brushed herself off, giving him a half smirk, half smile. Dude. Izuku shut up immediately. Nice reflexes, she said after a pause, tapping his arm. Izuku felt his brain short-circuit. Echo was screaming. My boy. My sweet summer child. You're winning. Izuku, meanwhile, was contemplating the fastest way to evaporate on the spot. Before Izuku could properly reboot his brain, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed across the beach. Tashinori, still in his small mite form, came rushing around the corner, looking alarmed. What happened? He wheezed, slightly hunched over, eyes scanning the scene. Izuku blinked at him, still partially frozen. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Tashinori looked between them, confused. But I heard a yell. Then, his gaze landed on the way Jiro was still lightly gripping Izuku's arm. The tension in the air. The lingering blush on Izuku's face. The way Jiro wasn't letting go just yet. Toshinori realized exactly what he had just walked into. He immediately regretted everything. Oh dear. Echo, on the other hand, was in absolute hysterics. Even All Might knows. He knows. Look at his face, Midoriya. He's having a crisis. Toshinori cleared his throat, standing up straight as if he hadn't just barged in like a concerned parent. Well, if all is well, then I suppose I'll leave you two to it. Izuku made an unintelligible sound. Jiro just snorted. Yeah, we're good, old man. No disasters yet. Toshinori nodded, clearly relieved but also very much aware he needed to exit before making things even more awkward. Excellent. Carry on then, my boy. Young lady. And with that, he turned and left. Fast. Jiro watched him go, shaking her head. Man, your teacher's weird. Izuku couldn't even argue. Because his brain had officially blue-screened. Izuku decided he was officially done for the day. Between training, nearly dying of embarrassment, and Small Might crashing into the scene like a concerned sitcom dad, he was spent. All right, I think I'm calling it, he muttered, dusting off his hands. Jiro shrugged. Fair enough. Let's head back. They walked side by side across the beach, making their way toward the small makeshift resting area Toshinori had set up. The older man was still sitting there, eating in slow, measured bites. His sandwiches, which had once been a full basket, were now mostly gone. Jiro nudged Izuku. Then, dude, your mentor eats like a bird. Izuku snorted despite himself. Yeah, he's, careful with food, I guess. Toshinori looked up as they approached, his expression carefully neutral, like he hadn't just made things awkward 10 minutes ago. Finished already, my boy? He asked, sipping at a small bottle of water. Izuku nodded, sitting down across from him. Yeah, I think I made good progress today. Jiro dropped down next to him, stretching out her legs. Toshinori glanced between them before nodding slowly. Good. Training is important, but so is knowing when to rest. Izuku leaned back on his hands, exhaling. Yeah, that's true. Jiro snatched one of the last remaining sandwiches before Toshinori could stop her. Toshinori blinked. She took a bite. Not bad, old man. Toshinori sighed dramatically. You young ones, always taking from the elderly. Izuku chuckled, finally feeling like he could relax. Echo, however, wasn't done messing with him. Hey, Midoriya. No, Izuku thought immediately. So, you're just gonna sit there and not think about how she held onto your arm for a solid 10 seconds? Go away. And now you're sitting next to her? Relaxed? Chilling? Sharing food? I'm just saying, my dude. Shut. This is basically a date. Izuku physically twitched. Jiro paused mid-bite. You good? Toshinori narrowed his eyes. Muscle spasm? Izuku laughed a little too quickly. Just that. Training, you know. Sore muscles. Totally normal. Jiro gave him a skeptical look but let it slide. Toshinori, meanwhile, sipped his water, watching him like a man who knew exactly what was going on. Izuku buried his face in his hands. This was the longest day of his life. Toshinori finished the last sip of his water before standing up, stretching slightly. Well, my boy, I believe that is all for today, he said, dusting off his pants. I have pressing matters to attend to. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Pressing matters? Toshinori nodded sagely. Yes. Very important. I must. He paused dramatically. Feed a cat. Jiro blinked. Wait, what? Toshinori just gave a mysterious smile. You heard me. Before either of them could question it further, he turned on his heel, waving over his shoulder. Oh, and Midoriya? Izuku looked up. Yeah. Toshinori paused just long enough to give him a very deliberate nod and a quick thumbs up. Then, without another word, he walked off. Izuku stared after him, feeling a weird mix of mortification and appreciation. Echo, of course, had to ruin the moment. Oh my god. He knows. He definitely knows. You just got the go-get sport approval nod from All Might. Izuku groaned, burying his face in his hands. Jiro snickered. You okay, dude? No, I'm not. Jiro grinned, shaking her head. Man, your mentor is something else. Izuku let out a long sigh. You have no idea. Jiro stood up, stretching her arms above her head before glancing around the beach. Man, she muttered, kicking at a stray piece of driftwood. This place is gonna be so sick when it's all cleaned up. Izuku nodded, running a hand through his messy hair. Yeah, I think so too. Jiro smirked, nudging him lightly with her elbow. You know, it's pretty cool that you decided to take this on. Izuku felt his face heat up slightly. It's nothing special. Just something I needed to do. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Nah, it's definitely special. She looked around one more time before stuffing her hands into her pockets. So, am I still welcome back when you finish it off? Izuku blinked, startled. Jiro looked away, feigning nonchalance. I mean, since I kinda helped and all. Izuku stared at her for a second before quickly nodding. Of course. You're always welcome. Jiro grinned. Cool. Echo, meanwhile, was vibrating with energy. Broke through. She just basically reserved a spot for future hangouts. This is a win. Izuku internally screamed. Jiro rocked on her heels before jerking her head toward the street. Come on, I'll walk with you part of the way home. Izuku scrambled to his feet, still flustered but smiling. Why? Let's go. As they started walking, Echo was already chanting in his head. Date spot secured. Date spot secured. Izuku groaned. Izuku was about to have a full-blown heart attack. No, his heart was about to FNG explode. Because the woman walking in front of them, on the exact same route home, was his mother. But why was she out right now? Why, out of all the possible times and places, did it have to be now? Jiro, noticing his immediate and absolute panic, followed his gaze. Her eyes landed on the woman ahead of them. Green hair. Freckles dusting her arms and legs. Even the way she walked mirrored Izuku's nervous energy. Jiro's grin slowly stretched across her face. Dude, she said, amusement creeping into her tone. She turned back to him, eyes twinkling. Is that your mom? Izuku wanted to die. Oh, God. Echo sounded like it was about to combust. This is the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. Jiro was already stifling a laugh. Izuku, meanwhile, was desperately looking for an escape route. Unfortunately, there was none. This was it. This was how he died. Jiro's grin stretched wider. Maybe a little mischievous. Definitely evil. Izuku saw it coming too late. Because just as he started to open his mouth, Jiro raised her voice. Man, Izuku. I'm so beat down after training today. It sure was rough, huh? Izuku froze. Jiro kept going, her voice carrying way too well. Oh, and you even saved me when I fell. So cool of you, dude. Izuku's entire body locked up. Because ahead of them, Izuku Midoriya stopped walking. Slowly she turned. Her soft green eyes locked onto them. Her face lit up. Izuku, she chirped, smiling warmly. What a surprise. Izuku wanted the earth to swallow him whole. Echo, on the other hand, was screaming. Oh, you're so screwed. She heard everything. This is the end for you, kid. Jiro, still grinning, leaned closer and whispered. Good luck. Izuku slowly turned toward her, eyes wide with absolute betrayal. Jiro winked. Izuku Midoriya was already approaching. Izuku was doomed. Izuku Midoriya wasted no time. The moment she reached them, she wrapped Izuku in a tight hug, nearly squeezing the life out of him. Izuku, she beamed, hugging him even tighter. I didn't know you'd be out this late. Oh, I was just running a quick errand, but look at you. Izuku was already suffocating. Breathe. Izuku finally let him go, stepping back to look him over like she hadn't seen him in years. Oh, you're so much stronger now. My hard-working boy. Izuku mentally screamed. He could feel Jiro's smirk radiating next to him. And then, Inko's eyes landed on Jiro. Her expression turned bright, curious, and far too knowing. Oh. Inko's smile widened. She turned back to Izuku, pure excitement in her voice. And who is this cute young lady? Is this the Miss Kyoka I've been hearing about for the past few months? Izuku's soul immediately left his body. Jiro visibly perked up. Oh, she said, crossing her arms. You've been hearing about me? Izuku was going to explode. Echo was absolutely losing its mind. I knew it. I knew she'd been paying attention. Look at her face. She's thriving right now. Izuku couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. His mother had just ruined his entire life in one sentence. And Jiro? Jiro was enjoying every second of it. Inko clasped her hands together, eyes practically sparkling with excitement. Oh my, she gasped, her voice dripping with delight. Then, with a warm and far too interested smile, she turned to Jiro. Do you have time to walk all the way home with us, young lady? If not, I understand. But I'd love to talk with you more on the way. Izuku almost collapsed on the spot. Jiro, meanwhile, looked completely unbothered. Actually, she looked like she was having fun. She glanced at Izuku, clearly enjoying his suffering. Then, with the most casual shrug in the world, she stuffed her hands in her pockets. Yeah, sure, she said. I got time. Izuku nearly died right then and there. Echo practically lost consciousness from sheer amusement. Oh, this is the best day of my existence. Inko beamed. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to finally meet you, Kyoka. My son doesn't bring friends over often, you know. Jiro side-eyed Izuku, smirking. Oh yeah? Well, I'm honored then. Izuku let out a small, strangled noise. There was no escape. This walk home was about to be the longest of his life. Izuku walked in complete silence, internally screaming with every step. His mother, however, was having the time of her life. So, Kyoka, Inko began, her voice sweet, but far too dangerous. Tell me about yourself. What kind of music do you like? Jiro grinned. Oh, all kinds really. But mostly rock, punk, some metal. I play guitar, so I try to keep my taste diverse. Oh, that's wonderful. Inko clasped her hands together. A musician. I bet you're very talented. Jiro rubbed the back of her neck, looking a little flustered. I guess I'm okay? Izuku glanced at her, surprised. He wasn't used to seeing Jiro shy. But his mother wasn't done. So, Kyoka, she said sweetly, do you have a boyfriend? Izuku choked on air. Jiro didn't even flinch. Nope. Oh. Inko tilted her head, smiling. A cute girl like you? I find that hard to believe. Jiro shrugged. I just haven't really thought about it, I guess. Inko hummed knowingly. That makes sense. After all, UA is coming up. Lots of new faces. Lots of potential relationships forming. Izuku was going to die. Echo was already making funeral arrangements. She's setting you up, bro. She's laying the groundwork. This is mother-level strategy. Jiro chuckled, shoving her hands deeper into her pockets. Yeah, maybe. But honestly, I think I'll be too busy training to focus on stuff like that. Inko nodded sagely. Oh, of course. Priorities are important. But you know, sometimes the best things happen when you're not looking for them. Izuku had to physically stop himself from throwing himself into traffic. Echo was wheezing. She is so smooth about this. Your is a menace. Jiro gave Inko a lazy grin. Guess we'll see then. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. He sped up slightly, hoping to outwalk his own embarrassment. Unfortunately, Jiro and his mom had zero issues keeping pace. This was, without a doubt, the longest walk home of his entire life. Jiro's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, glancing at the screen before sighing. Ah, crap, she muttered, stuffing it back. Sorry, but I gotta go. My mom wanted me home like an hour ago. Inko gasped dramatically. Oh dear. I wouldn't want you getting in trouble on our behalf. Jiro grinned. Nah, it's fine. It was nice talking to you, Miss Midoriya. Oh, please, call me Inko. Jiro chuckled. Alright, it was nice talking to you, Inko. Then she turned to Izuku. And before he could even register what was happening, she stepped forward and hugged him. Izuku went completely stiff. Every part of his brain shut down simultaneously. But before he could process anything, Jiro leaned in just slightly, whispering near his ear. Thanks for saving me earlier, okay? Then, just as fast as she had appeared in his life, she turned on her heel and took off. See ya, nerd, she called over her shoulder as she jogged away. Izuku stood frozen in place. Heart pounding. Mind completely blank. Echo was losing its sheet. You just got hugged, Midoriya. You just got physically embraced by a real girl. Izuku was still buffering. Inko covered her mouth with both hands, absolutely beaming. My baby boy, she whispered, eyes shining. He's growing up. Izuku, still stuck in a mental blue screen, slowly turned to his mother. She looked like she was about to burst into happy tears. He felt his entire soul leave his body. And as if the universe wanted to absolutely destroy him, Echo delivered the final blow. She called you, with affection, Midoriya. It's happening. It's really happening. Izuku wanted to disappear. This was officially the most emotionally draining day of his life. Izuku walked the rest of the way home in a complete daze. His feet moved on autopilot. His thoughts were an incomprehensible mess of static and screaming. His mother hummed happily beside him, clearly delighted with how the evening had gone. Echo, meanwhile, was still going off in his head. She hugged you. She hugged you. You got a hug. You're basically married now. Izuku let out the most exhausted sigh of his entire life. He didn't even have the energy to argue. By the time they reached their apartment, Inko was practically floating with joy. Oh, Izuku, she said, unlocking the door. I think Kyoka is a lovely girl. You two seem to get along so well. Izuku made a vague choking noise in response. Inko sighed, placing a hand over her chest. It's so nice to see you making friends. Izuku dragged himself inside, barely registering his mother's words. He had no idea what just happened. But one thing was for sure. His life had never been this chaotic before. And somehow, he had a feeling it was only going to get worse. Ding. Quest completed. Survive Mom's Interrogation, Part 2. Objective. Make it home without combusting from embarrassment. Barely survived. Close call. Rewards. +1 willpower. Bonus reward. First hug from a girl. May your heart rest in peace. Izuku collapsed onto his bed, face first. Echo let out a victorious cackle. Ah, Midoriya. What a glorious day. Your first hug. Your first steps into social functionality. Your officially invested in your love life. Just beautiful. Izuku groaned into his pillow. Updated stats, end of chapter 11. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level. HP, 150-150. MB 50-50. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Endurance, 11. Perception, 5. Intelligence, 10. Charisma. Willpower, +1. Luck. Available stat points, 0. Bonus rewards. Today was the day. Izuku stood at the top of the newly cleared Dagoba beach, sweat dripping down his face, muscles aching, breath ragged, but his heart was full. Because after 10 months of grueling work, it was finally done. The beach was clean. And with that, ding, a notification flashed in his vision. Quest completed, clean up Dagoba beach. Objective, remove all the trash from the beach and prepare yourself for the future. Success. The place looks amazing. Also, you didn't die. Congratulations. Rewards? Before Izuku could even process his long-awaited rewards, a heavy hand clapped against his back. Well done, my boy. Izuku stumbled forward slightly, his exhaustion nearly taking him down, but he grinned through it, looking up at the beaming face of his mentor. All Might looked proud. Proud of him. And that feeling? That feeling was worth everything. But then, Izuku froze. Because suddenly, his entire body felt different. Lighter. Stronger. More alive. Like something deep inside of him had just awakened. All Might must have noticed the shift because he gave him a knowing grin. It is time, my boy, he said, stepping forward. Izuku swallowed thickly. For you to inherit my quirk. Echo, of course, had to ruin the moment. Oh, sheet. Here we go. You're about to eat his hair, aren't you? Izuku choked. What? All Might blinked. Did I say that out loud? Izuku asked frantically. Nope. That was all me, baby. Izuku internally screamed. All Might just chuckled. Ah, nervous, are we? Izuku nodded violently. Because yeah, he had no idea what he was in for. But if this was the final step toward becoming the hero he had always dreamed of, then he was ready. Izuku stood there, still catching his breath, when All Might suddenly reached up, plucked a single blonde hair from his head, held it out and said, Now eat this. Silence. Izuku stared. Echo lost its goddamn mind. What? He really just said that, huh? Just like that? No warning? No lead-up? Just, eat this? Izuku's brain flatlined. All Might nodded firmly. You must consume a piece of my DNA for the transfer to take effect. Izuku looked down at the strand of hair, then back up at All Might, then back at the hair, then back at All Might. You're serious? All Might just kept smiling. Dead serious, my boy. Echo wheezed. This is the single greatest thing to ever happen. Midoriya, you better hope your descendants never find out about this. You are about to ingest another man's hair, voluntarily, and there is no coming back from that. Izuku wanted to die. Slowly, painfully, reluctantly, he reached out, took the hair, and shoved it in his mouth. The texture was exactly as horrible as he imagined it would be. All Might beamed. Excellent. Now we wait. Izuku sat there, dead inside. Oh. Echo was in absolute hysterics. Congratulations, Midoriya. You just took your first step into heroism. By eating a hair. What a journey. Izuku groaned into his hands. This was his life now. All Might clapped a firm hand on his shoulder. Now, my boy, hurry off to UA for the entrance exam. Izuku snapped to attention, suddenly feeling the weight of it all. It was finally happening. All Might gave him one last reassuring grin. And remember, young Izuku, his voice was steady, unwavering, filled with absolute faith. I believe in you. Izuku's chest tightened. He clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. I won't let you down. All Might laughed, stepping back. I know you won't, my boy. With that, Izuku turned toward the horizon. UA was waiting. And he was ready. Izuku was already running, his heart pounding, not from nerves, but from excitement. He had trained for this. He had prepared for this. Today was the day. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Ding. Pulling it out, he glanced at the screen. Jiro, you ready for today, nerd? Izuku grinned. Echo snorted. Oh, look at that. Your punk support system is checking in on you. How cute. Izuku rolled his eyes, typing out a quick reply. Izuku, as ready as I'll ever be. Ding. Jiro, peach obviously. You better not trip on your way in. That'd be a real tragic way to start your hero career. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. Izuku, no promises. Echo hummed. You know, if you faceplant before even entering the building, I think I'd legitimately ascend from laughter. I'm not gonna faceplant. Izuku hissed under his breath. Ding. Another text. Jiro, also don't die. That'd be kinda lame. Izuku snorted. Izuku, no promises on that. Either. Shoving his phone back into his pocket, he took a deep breath. The gates of UA High stood before him, massive, imposing, but inviting all the same. He exhaled slowly, stepping forward. This was where his journey as a hero truly began. Izuku took a deep breath, standing at the entrance of UA High. This was the moment he had worked for. And then, Izuku, take a look at your stats before going in. Echo piped up, way too cheerful for the moment. Izuku sighed but mentally pulled up his status screen. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level 5. HP, 400-400. MP, 100-100. Strength, 19. Agility, 14. Endurance, 20. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 12. Charisma, 6. Willpower? Luck? Available stat points, 0. Bonus rewards? Izuku stared. Echo whistled. Demon Kid. Look at those numbers. You actually have muscles now. Remember when you couldn't lift a plastic chair without struggling? Oh, how times have changed. Izuku groaned. Can you not? No, I think I absolutely can. You're a level 10 nerd, Midoriya. You're moving up in the world. Izuku exhaled sharply, closing the menu. I don't have time for this. And then of course, he tripped. Echo lost it. Oh my god. It happened. It actually happened. I can't breathe. Izuku's foot caught on seemingly nothing, and suddenly he was lunging face-first toward the pavement. His arms flailed, his life flashed before his eyes, and all he could think was, I'm going to die before the exam even starts. But then, a soft, weightless sensation washed over him. He wasn't falling anymore. Izuku blinked. His body felt like it was floating, which technically it was. Whoa, careful there. A cheerful voice brought him back to reality. Izuku's eyes darted to the side, and he saw a girl with short brown hair and warm, golden brown eyes smiling at him. She had 2 fingers pressed together in midair, her quirk activating. Wouldn't want you to splatter before the exam even starts, she joked, flashing a grin. Izuku just stared. And then Echo, the BSRD, chimed in. Whoa. Look who just got saved by a cute girl. Midoriya, you really are living the shonen dream, huh? Izuku wanted to die. Or, at the very least, bury himself 6 feet underground. Thank you, he blurted out, his face already starting to heat up. The girl giggled, dropping her fingers as she released her quirk. Izuku's feet landed softly on the ground. No problem, she said. You okay? Izuku frantically nodded. Why, just, lost my balance. Echo cackled. Lost your balance? No, my friend. You straight up tried to dive headfirst into the earth like it owed you money. Izuku gritted his teeth. This was not how he imagined his entrance exam going. The girl tilted her head slightly, amusement still dancing in her expression. Well, good luck on the exam, she said cheerfully before waving and walking off toward the entrance. Izuku stood there, still recovering. He turned red. Then he internally screamed. Oh? Echo was still dying of laughter. Midoriya, buddy, you gotta work on that coordination. Can't be out here trying to impress girls by faceplanting, man. Izuku groaned, rubbing his face. This is going to be a long day. Izuku shook off his embarrassment and quickly made his way toward the entrance of UA High. This was it. He wasn't going to mess this up. He had trained for this. He took a deep breath, squared his shoulders and, Oi, nerd. A hand suddenly grabbed his arm, yanking him to the side. Izuku nearly stumbled but caught himself, blinking rapidly as he found himself face to face with Jiro. She smirked. What's the rush? Come sit with me. Before he could protest, she was already leading him away. Echo, of course, lost it immediately. Oh, this is interesting. Look at you, getting dragged around by a cool punk chick. Midoriya, you're moving up in life. Izuku was too busy short-circuiting to respond. Jiro led him toward a seating area, dropping into a chair like she owned the place. Here's good. Izuku nodded dumbly, sitting down next to her. Then, out of the corner of his eye, a very familiar pair of eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Bakugo was staring at him like he had grown a second head. For a full 3 seconds, there was complete, stunned silence. The hell are you doing Shut up, boom boy. Bakugo jerked, eyes twitching. Jiro barely glanced at him. You're loud. Pipe down. Echo let out the most satisfied laugh Izuku had ever heard. Oh my god, Midoriya. I'm in love. Keep this one forever. Izuku, meanwhile, was just trying to process the fact that Jiro had just verbally bulldozed Bakugo without hesitation. This exam was off to a wild start. The auditorium buzzed with anticipation as hundreds of hopeful students filled the seats, waiting for the UA entrance exam briefing to begin. The massive screen at the front flickered to life, and, "Iiwa. What's up, future heroes?" The voice boomed through the speakers, shaking the walls with pure, unfiltered energy. Izuku jumped in his seat, his heart nearly exploding out of his chest. Jiro, however, just groaned. "Oh god, I forgot about him." Echo snickered. "Oh hell yes, it's happening. Midoriya, you thought I was loud? This man is the embodiment of pure chaos." Standing center stage, UA Pro Hero, Present Mike grinned ear to ear, throwing up 2 rock-on signs. "Welcome to the UA entrance exam, future heroes. Hope you're all feeling pumped." A few students cheered, but most just winced at the sheer volume of it all. Izuku nervously straightened up. Jiro, on the other hand, looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole. "Dude," she muttered, rubbing her temples. "This is gonna give me tinnitus." Izuku chuckled. "I think that ship already sailed for all of us." Echo wheezed. "Oh look, Midoriya, you're getting bold. Having Jiro around is really making you feel yourself, huh?" Izuku ignored it. Present Mike continued, waving his arms dramatically as he explained the rules. "Let's talk about how this bad boy works. You're gonna be dropped into a designated test area where you'll take on fake villains for points. The bigger the bad guy, the more points you get. Simple, right?" Izuku nodded along, taking in every detail. This was it. The real deal. Jiro leaned closer, nudging him. "Think you'll do all right?" Izuku scratched his cheek. I think so." "Oh, look at this. Physical contact. Midoriya, you are winning today." Izuku wanted to die. However, before he could fully process anything, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Excuse me." Both Izuku and Jiro flinched as a tall, serious-looking boy with glasses stood up from his seat. Ida Tenya, a student who very clearly took everything way too seriously. "Pardon my interruption," Ida declared, adjusting his glasses with a sharp motion, "but some of us are trying to focus on this most crucial of briefings. Your incessant chatter is most disruptive." Jiro blinked. "Dude, chill." Ida narrowed his eyes. "And furthermore," his gaze darted between the two of them, "I fail to see why the two of you are seated so unnecessarily close together." Silence. Izuku turned red. Jiro turned red. Echo absolutely lost it. "Oh my god. Midoriya, he called you out. He straight up went for it. Ida, you unknowing legend." Jiro grinned, crossing her arms. "What, you got a problem with personal space, glasses?" Ida looked scandalized. Izuku, meanwhile, was too busy trying not to spontaneously combust. It's not like that," he blurted. She just grabbed me earlier. That's why I'm here." Jiro snorted. "You make it sound so dramatic." Ida sighed heavily. "Regardless, kindly refrain from further interruptions." Jiro saluted lazily. Aye, Captain." Izuku slumped in his seat, feeling like he had aged 10 years. Well, Echo was still laughing its butt off. This exam hadn't even started yet, and he was already exhausted. After Ida finished annihilating Izuku's will to live, Present Mike clapped his hands together, his grin as blinding as his energy. All right, back to business. Now, let's talk about the meat of this exam, the robots you'll be taking down." The massive screen behind him flickered, showing images of towering combat training robots of various sizes. "In this exam, you'll be going up against 4 different types of mock villains." The screen displayed 3 different robot models, each labeled with a point value. 1-point bots, small, quick but weak. 2-point bots, larger, more durable, a decent challenge. 3-point bots, heavy hitters with serious armor and power. Izuku stared at the images, already breaking into mental analysis mode. Echo hummed. "Oh, look at this. Strategy time. Midoriya, you ready to flex that big, nerd brain?" Izuku ignored it. For once, this was serious. "You'll be dropped into designated battle zones." Present Mike continued, motioning toward the screen. "You can work solo or cooperate, but remember, points determine your ranking." A large digital map appeared, highlighting multiple city-like battle areas. Each of you will be assigned a random testing site. The screen flashed, highlighting a list of names and locations. Izuku's eyes scanned the screen frantically until he found his name, Midoriya Izuku, Battle Site B. His chest tightened. This was happening. This was really happening. Jiro leaned back, arms crossed. "Hope I don't get dropped in a death trap." Izuku gulped. "And me too." "And you'll be fine," Echo chimed in. "Unless you trip and get flattened." In which case, whoops. Izuku bit his lip. Focus. And finally, Present Mike pointed dramatically at the screen. The 0-point bot. The screen flashed, revealing an absolutely monstrous robot, towering above the rest. A murmur ran through the crowd. Even Jiro's eyebrows shot up. Yeah, no. That's a hell no from me. Present Mike grinned. This big guy? He's a trap. A distraction. He won't give you any points. So, unless you're looking for trouble, I suggest you avoid him. Izuku stared at the screen. He had a really bad feeling about that thing. Echo snorted. Oh yeah, yep. 100% chance you're gonna have to fight that thing. It's gonna happen and you know it. Izuku internally screamed. And with that, Present Mike threw his arms out. The exam begins now. Get to your testing sites, future heroes. The auditorium erupted into motion as students rushed toward the exits. Izuku took a deep breath. This was it. No turning back now. Izuku was about to move toward his assigned testing site when a hand grabbed his wrist. He barely had time to react before Jiro pulled him to a stop, her usual smirk tugging at her lips. Guess we didn't get put together, she said, tilting her head. Kinda a kiss, but that's okay. Izuku blinked, caught completely off guard. Before he could respond, she grinned and winked. Don't die, okay? And just like that, she was already walking off, hands in her pockets, disappearing into the crowd. Izuku just stood there, brain blue screening. Echo whistled. Ugh. She winked. Midoriya, she winked. Big moves happening here. Izuku's face turned red. It wasn't a big deal. It absolutely was. She even gave you a see ya after, like she expects you to survive. That's basically a love confession. Izuku groaned, shaking his head. I swear, Echo. Just saying, you better live or you're gonna disappoint her. And me. Mostly me. Izuku took a deep breath, forcing himself to snap out of it. Enough distractions. This was the real deal. He squared his shoulders and turned, stepping toward Battle Site B. This was it. Time to prove he belonged here. Izuku finally reached Battle Site B, a large, city-like testing ground surrounded by massive gates. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. This was it. A mix of students gathered around him, some stretching, others looking deadly serious. Izuku's eyes scanned the crowd and immediately recognized two people. The serious-looking boy with glasses, Tenya Ida, if he remembered correctly. The girl who had saved him from face-planting earlier. He hesitated for a second before stepping toward her, wanting to thank her properly before the exam started. Only for Ida to immediately step in front of him, blocking his path. Izuku blinked, startled. Ida adjusted his glasses sharply. I saw that you were attempting to speak with that young lady. Izuku stared. Why yeah? Ida pointed at him. And I am here to warn you not to be a distraction. Echo immediately lost it. My dude. Midoriya, you can't catch a break. Izuku's brain stalled. I wasn't, I just wanted to thank her for. Ida cut him off, his tone completely serious. This is a high-stakes exam. There is no room for idle chatter. You must focus on the test at hand. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. Echo snorted. He straight up hit you with the focus on your studies talk. Look at you, Midoriya, getting cock-blocked by the concept of hard work. Izuku groaned internally. I get that, but... Ida narrowed his eyes. You do? Then focus. Excuse me. And with that, he turned, marching away like some kind of drill sergeant. Izuku just stood there, blinking. The girl Ochako, he thought her name looked like she had noticed but didn't get involved. Echo was still wheezing. Bro, you really just got shut down by a guy who looks like he does his taxes for fun. Izuku rubbed his face. I hate everything. Nah, you love it. You're thriving. Before Izuku could even process the embarrassment, a loud alarm blared overhead. Present Mic's voice boomed through the speakers. All right, future heroes. Get ready, 'cause this exam starts now. And just like that, the gates slammed open. The test had begun. The loud blare of the alarm signaled the start of the exam, and before Izuku could even react, students were already rushing forward, sprinting into the battlefield. His body moved on instinct. He pushed off the ground, surging forward with the others. The cityscape of Battle Site B was sprawling. Tall buildings, abandoned cars, and narrow streets mimicked a real urban setting. But most importantly, it was crawling with robots. A one-point bot skittered ahead of him, its mechanical limbs clanking against the pavement. Izuku clenched his fists. This was it. He charged forward and threw his entire body weight into a punch. Crack. The metal plating caved in, sending the bot flying backward, its circuits sparking violently before it crumbled to the ground. Plus 1 point. Izuku blinked. That actually worked. Another bot lunged at him from the side. This time, he ducked low, pivoting his body before twisting into a powerful kick. His foot slammed into the robot's torso, sending it crashing into a nearby wall. Plus 2 points. Izuku's eyes widened. I'm actually doing it. His muscles burned with adrenaline. His body felt stronger, faster, more capable than ever before. He clenched his fists, feeling a rush of confidence. This must be All Might's quirk. And then, Echo snorted. Ha! Oh my god. Oh my actual god. Think this is one for all. Izuku froze mid-step. What? Bah, you really think you're using his power right now? Nope. This is still just me, asshat. Izuku stumbled slightly. Wait, what? But I feel... stronger? Faster? More powerful? Yeah, because you've been leveling up, dumps. You haven't even touched one for all yet. Izuku nearly tripped over himself. Echo cackled. Dude, you're basically just a really fit guy right now. You haven't even tapped into the cool stuff yet. Izuku's brain short-circuited, but he didn't have time to process that revelation because a 3-point bot came barreling toward him, its saw blades spinning violently. His body moved on instinct again. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding the blades, then launched himself forward with everything he had. His fist slammed into its central core, hard. The entire bot crumpled inward, sparks flying, before collapsing. Plus 3 points. Echo whistled. Okay, I'll admit, you're doing pretty well. Still, you gotta stop pretending this is All Might's quirk when it's clearly just me being the best system ever. Izuku gritted his teeth. Not now, Echo. He had robots to destroy. He could have an existential crisis later. Izuku continued fighting, landing punch after punch, dodging incoming attacks, but... Ow. Okay, yeah, this is starting to hurt. His hands throbbed. His knuckles were already bruising from repeatedly slamming into metal. Echo snorted. Oh, you think? Wow, Midoriya, who could have guessed that punching solid steel with your bare hands would hurt? Izuku groaned. I don't know, maybe me, just now. Still he powered through. He just had to get a few more points. A scream. Help, please, help me. Izuku's blood ran cold. He whipped around, eyes scanning the battlefield, and froze. The ground rumbled. Students screamed and scattered, and then, a shadow loomed over the entire battlefield. Izuku's stomach dropped. The 0-pointer. It was massive, towering above the buildings like a monster ripped straight from a nightmare. Its mechanical arms smashed through debris, leveling the area as students desperately ran for their lives. Echo whistled. Oh, sheet. That thing's bigger than I expected. Well, time to leave, huh? Izuku was about to agree. This was stupid. There were no points for fighting it. But then, he saw her. The girl who had saved him from face-planting earlier, Ochako. She was trapped under fallen rubble. Her face was twisted in panic, legs pinned beneath a collapsed chunk of concrete. Izuku felt his heart hammer against his ribs. Why isn't she using her quirk? Why isn't anyone helping her? She was going to die. Unless someone did something. You do something. Echo's voice cut through his thoughts. Izuku's body moved before his brain caught up. He ran. And then he jumped. The second he left the ground, pain exploded through his legs. It was like they had been shattered on impact. For a split second, his entire body screamed in agony. But he couldn't think about that now. He had to hit it. He had to save her. The 0-pointer loomed above him, the sheer weight of its presence pressing down on the battlefield. And Izuku soared straight toward its head in one massive leap. His vision blurred. The wind roared in his ears. The air felt like it had been sucked out of his lungs. He reached it. And with everything he had left in his body, he threw back his fist and screamed, Detroit smash. His fist connected. The entire head of the 0-pointer nearly detached, metal caving inward like paper. It lurched backward violently, toppling over with a deafening crash. Dust and debris exploded outward. Izuku barely had time to process what had just happened before. His body was falling. And now he realized. His legs were broken. His right arm. And he was plummeting toward the ground with no way to stop himself. Echo's voice was distant, almost impressed. That escalated quickly. And then, everything blurred. Izuku's mind raced as he fell. I'm gonna die. The thought hit him like a freight train. This wasn't fair. He hadn't even gotten to use his quirk properly. He hadn't reached where he wanted to be. I haven't confessed how I feel yet. The realization struck him harder than the fall ever could. And then, a sharp slap cracked across his cheek, snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts. His body jerked slightly midair. And suddenly, he wasn't falling anymore. For a brief moment, there was a strange, weightless sensation, like the world had paused. Gravity pulled him down, but it was slower, softer. Thud. He hit the ground. Hard but not fatally. The air rushed out of his lungs. Pain shot through every limb. But he was alive. Izuku's vision swam, his body barely processing what had just happened. And then he saw her. Her face dripped with exhaustion, sweat beading her forehead. She had caught him. She had saved him again. His body refused to move. His mind was fuzzy. Distantly, he heard the announcement over the speakers. The exam is now over. The last thing he saw was Ochako collapsing beside him. And then, darkness. A soft smacking sound echoed in his ears. Moi. Izuku's eyes fluttered open. His head was pounding, his limbs felt heavy, and his whole body ached. But not as much as before. Not as much as it should have. Ah, Sonny, you're awake? Good, good. Izuku blinked up at the small, elderly woman standing next to his bed. Wait, he knew her. Our recovery girl? His voice came out hoarse. She gave him a knowing smile. Oh, so you do know me. That makes things easier. Izuku tried to sit up, but the moment he moved, his body screamed in protest. Oh wow. Now, no squirming, recovery girl chided, pressing a hand to his chest. You were in rough shape, young man. Broke both legs, one arm, and nearly tore your muscles apart with that last move. Honestly, what were you thinking, launching yourself like that? Izuku winced. I had to save her. Recovery girl sighed, shaking her head. Yes, very heroic, but you should know your limits, dear. Your body isn't built to withstand that kind of stress. Echo snorted. Yeah, Midoriya, your body's not built to withstand it. That's why you have me. Obviously. Izuku groaned internally. Not now. Anyway, recovery girl continued, you should be grateful for that nice girl. She saved your hide, and I had to use a lot of my quirk to patch you up. You'll be sore for a while, but you should recover faster than normal. Izuku rubbed his face, sighing. Thank you, seriously. She patted his head. You're welcome, dear. Now, get some rest before you run off to do something reckless again. She turned to leave, but not before adding, your exam results should be arriving in a few days. Try not to stress yourself into another hospital visit. As soon as the door shut behind her, ding, a glowing window popped up. Quest completed, save the girl. Objective, save Ochako Uraraka from the zero-pointer. Rewards, +1 strength, +2 willpower. Bonus reward? New status effect, sore as hell. You survived catastrophic bodily damage. Congratulations. Effects, generalized pain, reduced mobility, mild regret. Izuku stared at the screens, his brain short-circuiting. Izuku let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. At least he was alive. Now, he just had to wait for his results. Izuku didn't stay long. His body ached, but he pushed himself to his feet anyway, gritting through the soreness as he made his way toward the door. He needed to get out of here. When he finally reached for the handle and pulled it open, Jiro was sitting outside. Like she had been waiting. Was she? She perked up the moment she saw him. Hey nerd, glad to see you're not fully dead. Izuku blinked. Jiro. She grinned. So, did you enjoy the old lady's kisses? Izuku nearly choked. Jiro snorted, crossing her arms. I dunno, Midoriya, sounded like a pretty passionate makeout session from where I was sitting. You were out for a while, you know. Izuku sputtered, his face heating up. Tig, that's not what. Echo wheezed. Oh my god, I love her. Izuku groaned internally. Jiro stood up, stretching. Seriously though, you good? You kinda went full hero back there. Pretty reckless. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, just sore. She raised a brow. Yeah, no shit, dude. You, like, broke your entire everything. Izuku let out a weak chuckle. It wasn't that bad. She gave him a flat look. Midoriya, your legs were bent the wrong way. I literally saw it. Echo piped up. Gonna have to agree with Punk Chick on this one. You looked like a goddamn accordion, my guy. Izuku winced. Okay, fine, it was bad. Jiro smirked. Glad you finally admitted it. Then she punched his arm lightly. But, you know, it was kinda cool. Izuku froze. Did she just? Before he could process that, she was already turning away, walking off. Come, let's get out of here. No use sticking around school when we're not even students yet. Izuku stared after her for a second before shaking himself out of it. Alright, yeah. He followed her out, trying not to overthink anything. And definitely not thinking about what Echo just whispered in his ear. Bro, she thinks you're cool. You have peak RZ. Izuku wanted to die. Izuku hesitated for a moment before speaking. How did you see me? I mean, we weren't in the same group. Jiro turned back slightly, grinning like she knew something he didn't. Oh, I've got my ways. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? She smirked. Well, I was totally supposed to be focused on my own test, but it's not like I could ignore a literal earthquake happening across the city block. Izuku winced. Oh. Jiro tilted her head. Yeah, oh. Dude, you knocked out that zero-pointer with one hit. And then proceeded to almost die. Again. Izuku groaned. It wasn't that dramatic. It was extremely dramatic, Jiro cut in immediately. You launched yourself into the air, like 50 feet, and screamed some superhero move before shattering every bone in your legs. I was pretty sure you were dead for a solid 10 seconds. Izuku covered his face. Oh god. Echo hummed. She's got a point. You were about to go out in a blaze of glory, and all for a girl you just met. Romantic, tragic, absolute cinema. Izuku internally screamed. Jiro let out a small laugh at his suffering before pulling out her phone. Actually, she started, unlocking it. Someone must have had their phone out, yeah. She turned the screen toward him. Izuku froze. On the screen, a clear-as-day video showed him soaring through the air before delivering the most reckless, powerful punch of his entire life, shattering the zero-pointer's head and sending its massive body collapsing backward. And then, of course, came the part where he plummeted straight down. Jiro tapped the screen. I downloaded it. Figured you might want to see yourself being the biggest dumbass of the year. Izuku stared in horror. You downloaded it? Jiro smirked. I needed proof that you're absolutely insane. Echo snorted. Bro, this is gold. Send me a copy. Izuku rubbed his temples. You are not a person, Echo. And yet, I am so alive right now. Jiro chuckled, slipping her phone back into her pocket. Relax, nerd. I'm not gonna send it to anyone. Izuku sighed in relief. Unless you piss me off. He choked. Jiro just grinned, turning to walk off. Come on, let's go before recovery grandma makes you stay overnight. Izuku sighed but quickly followed after her. And right before they stepped outside, ding. Quest completed. Survive exam week. Objective. Make it through the UA entrance exam without completely dying. Results. Partial success. You almost died but not quite. Close call but. Rewards. +2 strength, +1 endurance. Bonus reward? Echo snickered. Partial success. Love that for you. Izuku groaned. I hate you. No, you don't. He really didn't. Izuku followed Jiro out, still shaking off the lingering embarrassment of watching his near-death experience on video. The air was cool, the sun was beginning to set, and for once, he didn't feel like he was on the verge of collapsing. A nice change. Jiro walked beside him, hands casually tucked into her jacket pockets. The usual smirk was on her face, but there was something else there too, a hint of hesitation. Then, without looking at him, she spoke. So, she nudged him lightly with her elbow. Are you gonna take me to see the beach you cleaned, or what? Izuku nearly tripped over his own feet. He snapped his head toward her so fast it almost gave him whiplash. What? Jiro shrugged, still looking forward, but Izuku swore he saw the faintest hint of red on her cheeks. I mean, you said I could come see it when you finished, right? She said, trying to sound nonchalant. So, when's that happening? Izuku's brain short-circuited. Echo practically screamed. Bro, she remembered. She wants to go. You're actually winning. Izuku's face heated up instantly. Yeah. I did finish it. You can come whenever. If you want. I mean, obviously you want to, or else you wouldn't have asked. But, yeah. Jiro snorted. Dude, breathe. Izuku internally combusted. Jiro just grinned, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. I'll text you. Then, just like that, she turned on her heel and walked off. Izuku stood there frozen. The realization slowly sunk in. Jiro was coming to see the beach. With him. Alone. Echo was laughing his non-existent butt off. You're so screwed, my guy. Izuku groaned, covering his face with his hands. He was so screwed. Izuku barely had time to step through the front door before a force of nature nearly tackled him. Izuku! His mother's arms wrapped around him tightly, squeezing the air out of his lungs. Izuku winced. She pulled back, gripping his shoulders, scanning him up and down. What happened to you? Why did UA call me and say you'd be late getting home? That the nurse needed to heal you? Right. Izuku awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, the exam was, really intense, so I kinda... He trailed off. Inko squinted. You what, Izuku? Echo spoke up before he could think of an answer. Oh, launched yourself into the air, shattered your legs, destroyed a giant robot, and almost died. Casual Tuesday. Izuku internally screamed. He said out loud. I got really into it? Inko's eyes widened. Izuku, she said carefully. You got hurt during the exam? Aha. Her nostrils flared. Izuku panicked. But I'm fine now. Recovery girl took care of it. Look, he waved his arm. Good as new. No problem at all. Huh. Inko sighed heavily, rubbing her temples. Izuku. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? His mother shook her head, exasperated. I send my son off to take an entrance exam, and he immediately finds a way to nearly kill himself. Amazing. Not nearly. I was totally fine. Lies. Echo interjected. You said, gonna die again, like 15 minutes ago. Izuku mentally shoved Echo into a void. Inko sighed again, placing her hands on her hips. And they called me to tell me you'd be late because of medical treatment. What am I supposed to think, Izuku? That I tried my best? Inko glared. Izuku shrank slightly. Then suddenly, Inko pulled him into another tight hug. Izuku, she murmured against his hair. I just don't want to lose you. Izuku felt something tighten in his chest. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around her. I'm sorry, Mom, he said softly. I'll be more careful. Inko sighed into his hair. You better be. After a few more moments, she finally let go, placing her hands on his shoulders again. So, she asked, eyes searching his face. Do you think you did well? Izuku hesitated. Well, he started. I actually did get some combat points. Inko brightened. Oh, that's great. Izuku rubbed his neck. Yeah, but I don't think it was a lot. Echo snorted. Oh, only a few? You mean like the ones you got from blowing a robot's head off? Izuku ignored him. Inko nodded. Well, points are points, right? I'm proud of you. Izuku smiled slightly. Thanks, Mom. She patted his cheek. Now, go get cleaned up. Dinner will be ready soon. Izuku nodded, heading toward his room. Hey, kid. He paused. So, are you gonna tell her about Jiro or nah? Izuku nearly tripped over his own feet. He speed-walked to his room immediately. Dinner was quiet. For once, his mom didn't bombard him with more questions about his training or the exam. Maybe she could tell he was exhausted, or maybe she just didn't want to press him after what had happened earlier. Either way, Izuku was grateful. After finishing his food, he set down his chopsticks, staring at the empty plate in front of him, his mind spinning. He thought about telling her. Not just about his quirk awakening, which was a lie, but the full truth. That All Might had given him his quirk. That he hadn't just trained on the beach to get stronger, he had trained to inherit the power of the world's greatest hero. That he had risked everything, shattered his body, all for a single moment of heroism that wasn't even guaranteed to get him into UA. He could tell her. He wanted to. Izuku shook his head. The time would come for that, right? He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Ooh, secrets. I love secrets. Too bad you can't lie for sheet. Izuku glared at nothing. Shut up, Echo. Just saying, if you try to lie to your she's gonna see right through it. Moms have that kind of power. Izuku rolled onto his side, staring at his desk, where his old hero notebook sat. One day he'd tell her. But not yet. The next morning, Izuku rushed out of the apartment, nearly tripping over his own feet in his hurry. He had texted Jiro the night before, asking her to meet him at the beach. And now, as he sprinted toward Dagoba Beach, his nerves were eating him alive. Sure, they had hung out alone before. But this felt different. It felt like a date. Relax, lover boy. It's just a totally casual hangout. No pressure. Not like you cleaned a whole beach to impress her or anything. Izuku groaned. Echo, I swear. What? Am I wrong? Izuku didn't answer. Because, honestly, he wasn't sure. The beach was pristine now, nothing like the trash heap it had been months ago. The waves rolled gently against the shore, and the morning sun cast golden light over the sand. He set up a towel, smoothing out the fabric as best he could. Next, he pulled out the small container of sandwiches his mom had made for him. Well, for them. He figured if they were going to meet here, he might as well bring something to share. And now? Now he just had to wait. Oh, look at you. A romantic. Setting the mood. Got a little picnic going. What's next? Feeding her bites of food while staring lovingly into her eyes. Izuku shoved a hand through his hair. Echo, please. Nah, you're right. Too soon. Wait until date 3. Izuku wanted to throw himself into the ocean. Before he could self-destruct any further, he heard footsteps. He turned his head, breath catching slightly. Jiro was walking toward him, hands in her pockets, casual as ever. But she was here. She actually came. Jiro walked toward him, hands in her pockets, giving the beach a once-over. She muttered, kicking at the sand lightly. Looks way different than last time. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, it took a lot of work. Jiro snorted. Yeah, no kidding. I helped, remember? Izuku felt his face heat up. I know. I just meant. She grinned, watching him flounder. Relax, dude. I'm just messing with you. Izuku let out a breath, trying to will away his embarrassment. Jiro took another glance around, her expression softening just slightly. Seriously though, it looks great. He couldn't stop the small smile that formed. Thanks. Jiro finally turned her attention to him fully, tilting her head. So, what's all this? She gestured toward the towel and the small container of sandwiches sitting in the middle. Izuku fidgeted. Oh, my mom made them. Thought it'd be nice to bring something since I, invited you. Jiro blinked. Then, a slow smirk spread across her face. Oh, she teased. What, is this a date or something? Echo immediately jumped in. This, sis, own it. Be bold, my boy. Izuku choked on air. Jiro laughed at his reaction, shaking her head as she plopped down onto the towel beside him. Relax, nerd. I was just messing with you. But hey, free food? I'm not saying no. Izuku exhaled heavily, heart still hammering in his chest. Coward. Could have just said, yeah, what about it? But no, had to choke like a wimp. Izuku mentally drop-kicked Echo into the void. Jiro picked up a sandwich, eyeing him as she unwrapped it. You gonna eat or just sit there looking like you're malfunctioning? Izuku blinked. Yeah, I'm eating. As he grabbed one for himself, he couldn't help but think. Maybe this wasn't a date. But it kinda felt like one. Izuku, on the other hand, was still trying to figure out how to breathe properly. Oh man. That was painful. She totally played you, and you just fell right into it. Shut up, shut up, shut up, Izuku thought furiously, picking up his own sandwich with a trembling hand. Jiro took a bite, chewing thoughtfully before nodding. Gotta say, props to your mom. These are solid. Izuku grinned despite himself. She wanted to make sure I didn't starve. Jiro snorted. Classic mom move. They sat in semi-comfortable silence, eating. At least, it should have been comfortable. For Jiro it probably was. But for Izuku? His brain was running at 1,000 miles per hour, Echo cackling non-stop in his head. Dude. She called it a date. And you choked so hard. I'm talking full-on asphyxiation. Please. Shut up. Oh, but wait, it gets better. You're just sitting here, staring at her like a lost puppy. She totally noticed, by the way. Izuku snapped his head down, staring intensely at his sandwich as if it held the secrets of the universe. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Dude, are you okay? Izuku squeaked. Oh, that was embarrassing. 0-10, my guy. I'm fine. Izuku rushed out, waving his free hand wildly. Jiro stared at him for a second, then smirked. You're acting weird. I'm always weird. Yeah, but today you're like extra. Izuku stuffed half his sandwich into his mouth to avoid responding. Jiro tilted her head. What is it, 'cause we're hanging out? Echo let out a dramatic gasp. Oit sheet, she's calling you out. Panic. Panic. Izuku choked violently. Jiro jumped slightly. Whoa, are you okay? Breathe, dude. Izuku managed to gulp down his food, coughing a few times before wheezing out a response. Why yeah, totally fine. Everything's great. Fantastic. Jiro eyed him suspiciously. Then slowly she smirked. Oh, she dragged out, crossing her arms. I see what's happening here. Izuku froze. She knows. It's over. Mission failed. Jiro leaned forward slightly. You're flustered, huh? Izuku was going to explode. Right here. Right now. No. I mean, why would I be? Jiro grinned. Yeah, okay, sure. She took another bite of her sandwich, looking far too amused with herself. Izuku was internally screaming. Well, congrats, you have now hit maximum awkward. Want me to call an ambulance? Or are you just gonna curl into a ball and die on this very clean beach you spent months fixing? I hate you. Jiro sighed, stretching her arms out. This is nice though. Izuku blinked, derailed from his internal meltdown. Ha! Jiro shrugged. Just hanging out. Eating good food. Not doing anything crazy for once. She glanced over at him, a small smile on her lips. I like it. Izuku short-circuited. Oh, he said dumbly. And me too. Jiro rolled her eyes playfully. Yeah. Smooth as always, nerd. She likes it. You hear that? She actually likes spending time with you. Big win. W for the green bean. Izuku buried his face in his hands. Jiro laughed, nudging him with her foot. Come on, don't pass out yet. We still got sandwiches to finish. Izuku peeked through his fingers, heart still hammering. Despite all the humiliation and Echo's relentless teasing, he really didn't mind it. Ding. New quest, Flirt with Jiro, Part 2. Objective, you survived the first round of awkward flirting, congrats. Now let's see if you can step it up without combusting. Time limit, until you chicken out. Rewards? Bonus rewards? Izuku stared at the glowing window in horror. Oh hell yes. It's happening, round 2, baby. I am going to die. Jiro paused mid-bite, blinking at his suddenly distressed face. You good? Izuku snapped upright, shaking his head. Yeah. Totally fine. Normal even. Jiro narrowed her eyes. That was the least normal thing you've ever said. Welp, you're already flirting with disaster. Good luck, bud. Izuku swallowed hard. He had to say something. Something cool. Something not pathetic. He took a deep breath. Hey, Jiro. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Izuku mentally prepared himself for war. Your ear jacks, he blurted out. Jiro blinked. My what? Izuku felt his stomach drop. No turning back now. They're really cool, he said, forcing himself to keep going despite wanting to evaporate into the sand. Like, seriously? I think they're awesome. You can use them like whips, right? And plug into stuff? And hear things really well? Jiro watched him, clearly caught off guard. Izuku rushed on before his courage failed. I've always thought your quirk was super unique. I mean, it's so versatile. And, oh no, here it comes, they're kinda cute too. Silence. Jiro stared at him. Izuku realized what he said. Echo was screaming. Holy shit. Holy. Did you just call her earjacks cute? I am so proud of you. Izuku was ready to throw himself into the ocean. I mean, not like cute. I mean they are, but not in a weird way. Just, like, in a really cool way. And also, Jiro covered her mouth with her hand. She was grinning. Grinning. Huh, she muttered, voice slightly muffled. That's, new. Izuku wanted to combust. I can just shut up now. Jiro laughed. Actually laughed. No, keep going, she teased. I'm enjoying this. Izuku whimpered. I am dying. I am ascending. This is beautiful. Ding. Quest completed. Flirt with Jiro, Part 2. Objective. Say something flirty without dying. Success. You're still alive, somehow. Rewards. +1 charisma. Bonus reward. Jiro now finds you very amusing. Izuku shoved his face into his hands. Jiro just shook her head, still smirking. You're a mess, Midoriya. Izuku muffled into his hands. I know. She patted his shoulder lightly. It's okay. It's kinda cute. Echo immediately started screaming again. Izuku practically blacked out. Ding. New quest, Flirt with Jiro, Part 3. Objective? Oh, you thought you were done? Adorable. Keep up the momentum and say something else sweet. Time limit, until you chicken out. Rewards? Bonus rewards? Izuku felt his soul leave his body. Oh my god, yes. Keep it going, kid. Don't lose steam now. Jiro tilted her head, raising an eyebrow at his latest existential crisis. You okay, nerd? Izuku wanted to scream. She thinks you're cute. I repeat, she thinks you're cute. Time to double down, Midoriya. This is your moment. Izuku swallowed hard. He had to say something else. Something cool. Something not completely humiliating. Your quirk is amazing, he blurted. Jiro blinked. You already said that. Izuku waved his hands frantically. No, I mean, not just in the hero way, but like, I think it's cool that you can hear things others don't. Jiro paused, listening. Izuku kept going, words tumbling out before he could second-guess himself. You probably hear things no one else notices, he continued, voice quieter. Like, the little sounds in a song that most people miss. Or the way people's voices change when they're happy or nervous or... He froze, realizing he was rambling. Jiro stared at him. A long pause. She cleared her throat, suddenly very interested in her sandwich. Why, I guess I do. Izuku blinked. Was her face red? No way. Oh, good. He's doing it. He's actually doing it. Jiro stuffed another bite of her sandwich into her mouth, looking anywhere but at him. You notice things too, she muttered after a second. Izuku tilted his head. Huh. She shrugged, still not quite meeting his eyes. Most people just think my quirk is weird. Or don't really get it. You actually pay attention to stuff. Izuku felt his ears heat up. I mean, of course I do. Jiro gave him a small smirk, but it wasn't her usual teasing one. It was softer. Izuku's brain short-circuited. Ding. Quest completed. Flirt with Jiro, Part 3. Objective, make her flustered this time. Success. The tables have turned. Rewards, +1 charisma. Bonus reward, Jiro might actually think you're cool now. Izuku felt like his heart was going to explode. Jiro shook her head, chuckling. You're full of surprises, Midoriya. Izuku could only nod dumbly. Echo, meanwhile, was having the time of its life. Midoriya. My dude. My boy. You're killing it. This is a historic day. Izuku buried his face in his hands. I hate you so much. Lies. You love me. Now go for round 4. Hope. Ding. New quest, confess. Objective, let her know how you truly feel. No backing out. No half-truths. Say it with your chest, nerd. Time limit, until you chicken out. Rewards? Bonus rewards? Izuku stared at the glowing screen in absolute horror. Nope. No way. Absolutely not. This isn't happening. Oh, it's happening. And I am living for it. This is a joke. This has to be a joke. Jiro took another bite of her sandwich, completely unaware that Izuku was having the worst crisis of his life sitting right next to her. His hands were clammy. His brain was malfunctioning. His heart was about to explode. Confess? Confess what? Oh no. He knew exactly what. Jiro glanced at him. You okay? You look like you just saw a ghost. Izuku snapped back to reality so hard he nearly choked on air. Why ya? Totally fine. Ha ha. Jiro narrowed her eyes. Aha. She's onto you, Midoriya. She can smell your fear. Izuku tried to breathe normally. He failed. Jiro tilted her head. You sure? You're acting kinda weird again. Oh, this is delightful. Izuku internally screamed. He had 2 options. Coward. Actually do the quest. God, he hated the system. His hands clenched into fists. I can't. He glanced at Jiro, at the way she casually kicked her feet in the sand, her ear jacks twitching as she listened to the waves. She looked happy, relaxed. Would she even want to hear it? Would she even care? Jiro looked at him again. You're thinking really hard about something. What's up? Izuku froze. Ding. Time limit warning. Chickening out detected. Quest failure imminent. Bro, just do it. Rip the band-aid off. You're not gonna spontaneously die. Probably. Izuku took a deep breath. His heart pounded. He looked her in the eye. Like you. Silence. Jiro blinked. Izuku wanted to run into the ocean and never return. I said it. Oh my god, I actually said it. Jiro didn't say anything right away. Her ear jacks twitched slightly, her fingers tightening around the sandwich wrapper in her lap. Then quietly, yeah. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Why yeah? Jiro stared at him. He wasn't looking at her, he was looking at the sand, like it had the answers to the universe. She exhaled softly, shaking her head. You really are a dork, Midoriya. Izuku peeked up at her, heart hammering. Jiro grinned, soft, almost shy. Good thing I like dorks. Izuku's brain completely blue-screened. Ding. Quest completed, confess. Objective, you did it. Holy shit. You actually did it. Rewards, +2 charisma. Bonus reward, Jiro actually likes you back. You absolute legend. Izuku couldn't breathe. Jiro just nudged him, smirking. So? You gonna sit there looking like a fish, or you gonna say something? Izuku choked on his own air supply. I have never been prouder of you, my boy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Izuku panicked. His brain short-circuited. His face burned. His body wanted to disintegrate into the sand. She likes dorks. She likes dorks. She likes dorks. Focus, Midoriya. Now's your chance. Hit her with the full, unfiltered you experience. And so, without thinking he did. I mean, I just think you're really cool and smart and talented, and I've kind of thought that since we met, but I didn't know how to say it because you're really intimidating but in a good way. Like, in a wow, I wish I had even a fraction of your confidence way, and your music taste is amazing and your earjacks are like, really cool because you can hear so many things other people can't and I think that's fascinating and… Jiro stared. Izuku kept going. And I really liked talking to you that first day and then every other time after that, and I know I get really nervous but I like being around you because you're just really easy to talk to, and even when you tease me it doesn't feel mean, it just feels like you actually like having me around, which is crazy because I'm just… Jiro slapped a hand over his mouth. Izuku immediately shut up. The system was losing its mind. Lord have mercy, he's unhinged. He's gone full Midoriya mode. No survivors. Jiro sighed, shaking her head. You're gonna pass out at this rate, nerd? Izuku muffled something against her palm. Jiro slowly removed her hand. Try again. But breathe this time. Izuku took the biggest inhale of his life. I like you a lot, Jiro. Jiro studied him. Then with a smirk. Yeah, I got that. Izuku practically melted into the sand. Jiro chuckled, bumping her shoulder against his. Relax, dork. I already said I liked you too, remember? Izuku nodded rapidly. Why, right? You did say that. Ha. Ha. Ding. Bonus quest completed. Midoriya rambles his way into a relationship. Objective. Over-explain your feelings in classic Midoriya fashion. Rewards, +1 charisma. Bonus reward, Jiro is very amused. Jiro grinned. Well, this was a good day. Izuku groaned. I am never going to live this down. Correct. But hey, at least you didn't pass out. Izuku blinked. Jiro was quiet. He was quiet. So you like she started, pretending to think. Izuku snorted with laughter before he could stop himself. Jiro grinned, then sighed, twirling her jacks around her fingers. I've liked you for a little while now too, but I was nervous. The last time I asked someone out, well. She made a face. It wasn't pretty. Izuku tilted his head. What happened? Jiro grimaced. Not important. Oh, it's very important actually. Spill the tea, punk rock princess. Jiro ignored the system entirely. She exhaled softly, then looked at him. But you like me. And my quirk. So I like you too, dork. Izuku felt his heart do some kind of weird, horribly dangerous flip in his chest. Ding. Bonus reward unlocked. I like you too, dork. Objective, get her to say it again. Reward? Congratulations, you're no longer single. This is a huge development, Midoriya. A historical moment. Should we have a party? Should I send invites? Izuku shut his eyes tightly. Oh my god, please shut up. Jiro laughed. I'll admit, this wasn't how I thought today would go. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Yeah, me neither. Jiro smirked. Guess it worked out though, huh? Izuku nodded rapidly. Why yeah, totally. Definitely. She nudged his shoulder. Relax, nerd. Izuku let out a slow breath. Okay. Jiro tilted her head, studying him. Then, so, does this mean I finally get to pick music for you without you freaking out? Izuku chuckled. I never freaked out. Jiro raised a brow. Okay, maybe a little. Jiro grinned. You're gonna regret this, Midoriya. Izuku smiled. I don't think I will. God, you two are so gross already. I love it. Izuku froze. His face drained of all color. Oh my god, your is gonna freak. Jiro raised a brow. You okay? Izuku opened his mouth. Then closed it. Then opened it again. My mom is going to freak. Jiro blinked. Then slowly, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Izuku whimpered. No, it's not. Correction. It's gonna be the most fun I've had since I got stuck in your brain. Jiro snickered. Can I be there when you tell her? Izuku looked horrified. Absolutely not. Ding. New quest, break the news. Objective, tell your mom you have a girlfriend. Time limit, before she finds out some other way. Rewards? Bonus reward? Izuku stared at the screen in utter despair. Jiro leaned over. That really just happened, huh? Izuku buried his face in his hands. I'm gonna die. Jiro patted his back. Nah, but you are gonna suffer. Oh, he's definitely gonna suffer. Izuku was still in a daze. The two of them had just sat there, watching the sun slowly rise over the horizon, the colors painting the sky in soft oranges and pinks. It was peaceful. But for once, his mind wasn't racing. No worries about training, no panic over exams, no system screeching in his ear. Just him, Jiro, and the quiet crash of waves in the distance. But of course, all good things had to end. Izuku started packing up his things, shaking out the sand from the blanket when he barely had time to react. Jiro leaned in, pressing a quick, feather-light peck against his cheek. Then, she sprinted away like she was on fire. Her face was bright. See you later, dork. Izuku froze. His entire body locked up. Brain? Empty. Motor functions? Disabled. Oxygen? No longer reaching his lungs. Holy shit. His face went nuclear. He lifted a trembling hand, pressing it against his cheek as if to confirm what just happened. Ding. New status effect, brain failure. Your brain has ceased functioning due to overwhelming stimulus. Effects may include stunned silence, lack of basic motor skills, and a general inability to process what just happened. I repeat, holy shit. Izuku was still standing in the exact same spot when Jiro was already out of sight. The system was losing its mind. She kissed you, dude. That just happened. You're in a rom-com now. No escape. Izuku slowly sat down. He needed a moment. Maybe a few. Maybe a week. His mom was gonna freak. Izuku froze. He hadn't even realized he was still smiling. The walk home had been slow, mostly because Echo had been losing its mind the entire way. I kissed you. On the cheek. But still. That's a kiss. Holy shit, you're a main character now. Izuku had ignored it. Or at least he had tried. Did you see how fast she ran? She sprinted like she committed a crime. Because she did. The crime? Absolute theft. She stole your soul, Midoriya. Good luck getting it back. Echo had not shut up the entire time. And now, standing in the doorway of his apartment, his mother sitting at the table, sipping her coffee, she immediately noticed. Her eyes twinkled. Did something good happen? She asked, setting her mug down. You're smiling pretty big, Izuku. Izuku stiffened. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Warning, undetected. Attempting to act normal, 0% success rate. His brain short-circuited. He could feel it. The heat creeping up his neck, his face betraying him, the absolute panic setting in. He had two options. Or die. He chose wrong. No. I mean yes. I mean, not really. But also. His mother narrowed her eyes. She leaned forward, resting her chin in her palm. Oh. Midoriya no has activated a mode. Izuku was failing every saving throw possible. Abort. 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 Izuku took a deep breath. Lying? Not gonna work. Dodging the question? She'd find out anyway. Trying to run? She'd chase him down. There was only one way out. I confessed, he blurted. Silence. His mother blinked. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact. My baby boy has a girlfriend? Inko shot up so fast, her coffee nearly spilled over the table. Izuku winced. Mom. I knew it. I knew something was happening. I had a feeling. She clapped her hands together, practically vibrating with excitement. Is it Jiro? It's Jiro, isn't it? Oh, I knew she was a good one. I knew you liked her. Mitsuki said she saw you two together again and I thought, oh, could it be? And it is. Izuku groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Moms, please. Inko gasped dramatically. Was it romantic? Did you do it smoothly? Did she cry? Oh, Izuku, did you make her cry? Izuku panicked. No. She didn't cry. I just. Ding. New quest, tell him everything. Objective, spill. Single. Time limit, before she demands it out of you. Rewards? Echo was cackling. I love her. Your is my new favorite person. Please. Give her the details, Midoriya. I need to hear you suffer through this. Izuku groaned loudly. He was never getting out of this. Izuku lay sprawled across his bed, staring at the ceiling. He was free. After what felt like an eternity of interrogation, enthusiastic squealing, and a full-blown tactical breakdown of his confession, his mother had finally let him escape. Barely. I thought she was gonna hold you hostage, Midoriya. That was brutal. Izuku let out a deep sigh, exhaustion settling into his bones. Tell me about it. He rolled onto his side, staring at his phone. He had survived that. He had actually confessed. Jiro had actually liked him back. That still didn't feel real. A small, stupid smile crept onto his face before he could stop it. Ding. New status effect. In a relationship. Effects may include happiness, butterflies, mild panic, and a permanent increase in charisma when interacting with Jiro Kyoka. Izuku groaned and buried his face in his pillow. Get used to it, lover boy. This is your life now. He flipped over, reaching for his phone. If nothing else, checking his stats would help ground him in reality. With a few taps, the familiar blue window popped up in front of him. He scanned over his numbers, eyes widening slightly at the increase in his strength, endurance, and even charisma. Huh. See? All thanks to me. You're welcome. Izuku rolled his eyes. Sure. He let his phone drop onto his chest, exhaling slowly. Tomorrow was another day. Tomorrow, he'd keep pushing forward. But for now, he could just enjoy this moment. And maybe, just maybe, let himself be happy. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level, 11. HP, 450-450. MP, 100-100. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Endurance, 22. Perception, 9. Intelligence, 13. Charisma, willpower, luck. Available stat points, 0. Bonus rewards? Izuku blinked. Huh. I leveled up. Demon right you did. Got a whole but level from just confessing. Izuku sighed. That shouldn't be how this works. Look, I don't make the rules. Wait, actually, I do make the rules. So yeah, IT is how it works. His eyes drifted back to the +2 increase to charisma. His face heated all over again. I hate you. No, you don't. Now, get some sleep, lover boy. You got a big future ahead of you. Izuku let out a long exhale and shut his phone off. For the first time in a long time, he felt good about what was coming next. It had been a week. A week since the entrance exam. A week since his confession. Izuku exhaled slowly, curling the dumbbell in his right hand, feeling the weight strain his muscles before lowering it again. He'd been doing this for the past hour, training, keeping himself busy, trying not to overthink everything. Not that it helped. It's been exactly 7 days, Midoriya. That's 168 hours, or 10,080 minutes, or… Echo, shut up. Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of your anxiety. Izuku groaned, setting the weight down and wiping his forehead with a towel. He wasn't anxious. Okay, he was absolutely anxious. The exam results could come in any day now. He had no idea how he'd actually done. He knew he saved Uraraka. He knew he completely shattered himself doing it. But the actual score? No clue. And then there was Jiro. It had been a week since they made it official. And it was good. Really good. They still hung out like they always did. They still texted constantly. She even teased him like normal. But it was also different. Every time she called him dork, now, it felt different. And oh god, her friends definitely knew. And oh god, Mitsuki definitely knew. And oh god, she had probably told Bakugo. Izuku flopped onto the floor, staring at the ceiling. I'm gonna die. Nah, I think you'll live. But it'll be funny to watch. Ding. His phone screen lit up. New message, Jiro. Jiro, nervous? Jiro, I bet you're freaking out. Jiro, you're totally freaking out. Jiro, tell me you're freaking out. Jiro, I need this. Izuku let out a laugh, shaking his head before replying. Izuku, I'm not freaking out. I am perfectly calm. Jiro, lie. He smiled. God, he liked her. Ding. Another notification popped up. New quest, check the mail. Objective, go get your exam results before your anxiety eats you alive. Time limit, you know. You're gonna do it right now. Rewards? Izuku sat up so fast he nearly knocked over the dumbbell. Sheet. Oh boy. The time has come. Before he could even move, a blur of green and energy burst into his room. Izuku. His mother skidded to a stop in front of him, clutching a letter in her hands. Her eyes were wide, her face beaming. Your results are here. Izuku felt his stomach drop. This was it. Before he could even react, Inko shoved the letter toward him. He grabbed it gently, very gently, before placing his hands on his mother's shoulders and, just as gently, pushing her toward the door. He stammered, his heart about to leap out of his chest. I need to open this alone. She pouted, but nodded, her hands still clasped together in excitement. All right, sweetie. But tell me as soon as you know. Izuku barely heard her. His hands were already tearing the envelope open. He held his breath. The disc inside lit up. The hologram flickered and there he was, All Might. I am here, on screen. Izuku froze, gripping the desk for balance. His breath caught in his throat. All Might was delivering his results? He felt his stomach twist. This had to be bad. Oh man, Echo muttered. This could go either way, huh? Get ready to cry, kid. Izuku ignored him, staring wide-eyed as the recording continued. Now then, young Midoriya. All Might grinned. I bet you're wondering why I'm the one delivering your results. Well. The screen flashed, showing highlights of the exam. Izuku saw himself smashing through the zero-pointer. Saw himself falling. Saw Uraraka reaching out to save him. His throat tightened. You see, UA's entrance exam does not only measure combat ability, All Might continued, his voice warm. Rescue points are also factored into the equation. And my boy, you have proven yourself worthy of being called a hero. Izuku barely had time to process that before another set of numbers appeared on the screen. Villain points, 10. Rescue points, 60. Total score, 70. Izuku stared. What? Huh. Thingy nerd, you passed? His brain short-circuited. I passed. He heard a loud knock on his door. Izuku. His mother's voice was full of anticipation. Everything okay? He was still frozen. He'd done it. All Might's voice boomed once more. Young Midoriya. Welcome, to UA High. The screen flickered off. Silence. Izuku let out a breathless, disbelieving laugh. He did it. He was in. And then, his mom burst through the door. Izuku, did you? His face must have said it all because she let out a delighted squeal and tackled him in a hug. My baby, you did it. Izuku laughed, hugging her back. Oich, great, now you're crying again, Echo grumbled. Seriously, you need to get a handle on that. Izuku ignored him. For the first time in his life, he was one step closer to being a hero. And he wasn't going to waste it. Izuku was still wiping at his eyes when ding. His phone buzzed in his hand, and when he glanced at the screen, his breath caught. Incoming FaceTime call, Jiro. He sniffled, rubbing at his face quickly before hesitantly answering. The moment the screen connected, Jiro's face popped up, and she was grinning. Hey nerd. Izuku blinked. Hey Jiro. She tilted her head, smirking. Your face is all red. You crying? Izuku immediately rubbed at his eyes again. Nope, Totally not crying. Just had something in my eye. Right. She leaned back slightly, crossing her arms. Well, I just got my results. Izuku's breath hitched. And? Jiro's smirk widened. I'm in. Izuku let out a relieved breath. That's awesome, Jiro. I knew you would. She chuckled. Yeah, I'm kind of amazing, huh? But what about you? Izuku froze. Jiro's smirk fell slightly. Wait, you? Izuku quickly shook his head, waving his arms. No, I got in. I just saw my results a few minutes ago. She rolled her eyes. God, why didn't you say that first? I almost had a heart attack, idiot. Izuku laughed sheepishly, scratching his cheek. Sorry, I still can't believe it, honestly. Jiro's expression softened slightly. Well, believe it, nerd. You did it. He felt his face heat up. Why yeah? Man, look at you. First, you confessed to me, and now you're actually getting into UA. What's next? Are you gonna grow 2 feet overnight and get ripped? Izuku sputtered. I mean my training's been... She snorted. I was joking, dummy. Izuku rubbed his neck, chuckling. Alright. She grinned. Well, I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. His heart did an embarrassing little flip. Why, I guess we will. Jiro leaned closer to the camera. Good. I'm gonna go celebrate, but I'll text you later, 'kay? Izuku nodded. Yeah, sounds good. She smirked one last time before hanging up. As soon as the call ended, Izuku let out a breath and collapsed back onto his bed. Oh my god, you're so down bad. Izuku groaned. Echo please. No, seriously, that was painful to watch. Oh yeah, Jiro, I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of each other, huh? Izuku covered his face. Shut up. I swear, if your face gets any redder, you're gonna explode. Shut up. Echo just laughed. Izuku sighed, staring up at the ceiling. He did it. He and Jiro were both going to UA. And for the first time in a long time, the future didn't feel so scary. Ding. Izuku's phone buzzed again. He glanced at the screen, expecting another text from Jiro, but instead, All Might, my boy. Let's meet at the beach and talk. Izuku sat up immediately. Echo hummed in his head. Oh, this sounds serious. What do you think he wants? Gonna give you a, good job, champ, pat on the head. Izuku ignored him, quickly typing back. Izuku, on my way. He shoved his phone in his pocket, grabbed a jacket, and sprinted for the door. I'm just saying, if he offers you a prize, ask for a cake or something. You earned it. Izuku rolled his eyes but couldn't shake the feeling in his chest. Something about this felt big. Izuku ran through the streets, his breath coming in steady puffs as he dodged through the light evening crowd. He managed to catch a bus just in time, tapping his foot anxiously the entire ride. As soon as it pulled up near Dagoba Beach, he hopped off and took off running again, sand crunching beneath his sneakers as he neared the familiar shoreline. There, standing in the midst of the now pristine beach, was Small Might. Toshinori Yagi, his mentor. The man was hunched slightly, his signature yellow hoodie fluttering a little in the breeze as he stared out over the water. Even in this form, there was an air of quiet strength about him. Izuku slowed to a walk, catching his breath as he approached. All Might, he hesitated, then corrected himself. Toshinori-san? You wanted to talk? Small Might turned at his voice, offering a small smile. Ah, young Midoriya. You made good time. Izuku stopped a few feet away, bouncing slightly on his heels, still buzzing with adrenaline. Why he scratched the back of his head, feeling a little awkward. I was kinda expecting a message sooner, honestly. You, disappeared after the exam. Toshinori let out a raspy chuckle. Yes, well, things have been busy. His gaze softened. But today is about you, my boy. Izuku blinked. Me? Yes, you, Echo cut in. Probably here to tell you how amazing you are and maybe give you a cool new upgrade. Or a high five. I'd take a high five. Toshinori folded his arms, nodding. You've come far, young Midoriya. Your efforts these past months have been nothing short of remarkable. Izuku felt his cheeks warm a little at the praise. Oh, thank you. Toshinori exhaled, his gaze turning more serious. That's why we need to discuss what comes next. Izuku straightened immediately. Next? What exactly did next mean? Toshinori placed a hand on his hip, standing a little taller despite his frail frame. But first, my boy, I wanted you to know something important. Izuku tilted his head. Huh. You passed on your own. Izuku froze. Toshinori nodded, his expression serious but proud. I was not a tester. I did not interfere in the results. Every point, every moment in that exam, you earned it yourself. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest. But I really did it. Toshinori smiled. You did. Echo snorted. Oh wow, Look at that, you're actually talented. Who knew? Izuku ignored him, his mind racing. He had been terrified deep down that All Might have helped somehow, given him an advantage. But no, he really did pass on his own. Tashinori chuckled at the stunned look on his face before continuing, and that leads into my next announcement. Izuku blinked at him. Next, Tashinori grinned. I will also be teaching at UA. Izuku's brain short-circuited. What? Tashinori let out a hearty laugh. Thus, I shall be a teacher. A proper one. With lesson plans and everything. Izuku stared at him. Echo wheezed in his head. Oh my god. They're letting this guy teach? The world is a beautiful chaotic place. Izuku was still processing. So, you're gonna be at UA? Like the whole time? Tashinori nodded. That's right, my boy. I'll be there to watch over you, and to train the next generation of heroes. Izuku was completely floored. All Might, his idol, his mentor, was going to be one of his teachers. This was insane. Izuku swallowed hard. This changed everything. Izuku was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that All Might, his idol, his mentor, was going to be his teacher at UA when Tashinori clapped a hand on his shoulder. Now, young Midoriya, let's talk about your performance during the exam, he said, his tone shifting to something more serious. Izuku snapped back to attention. Why, sir? Tashinori chuckled at his enthusiasm before his expression grew thoughtful. You showed incredible bravery and quick thinking, especially in the face of overwhelming odds. However, your control over One for All still leaves much to be desired. Izuku winced. About that, I kinda broke my whole body again. Why? Echo chimed in, totally wrecked yourself. Pretty sure that wasn't in the instructions, buddy. Tashinori sighed but nodded. That is why we need to discuss your next step, my boy. Izuku perked up. Next step. Tashinori crossed his arms, his sharp eyes locking onto Izuku's. You cannot continue to wield One for All at full power if it means destroying yourself in the process. A hero who cannot stand after one attack is a liability, not an asset. Izuku swallowed hard. He knew Tashinori was right. So, my boy, we must focus on control. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes, of course. But how? I mean, I've only been using it at 100% because I didn't know any other way. Tashinori grinned. That is precisely why we will train. You must learn to regulate the power, to use only what is necessary instead of overwhelming yourself every time. Izuku felt determination flare in his chest. Right. Tashinori smirked. And I have a few ideas on how we might start that process. Oh boy, Echo muttered. Here we go. Izuku ignored him, standing taller. I'll do whatever it takes. Tashinori's grin softened into something more fond. That's what I like to hear, my boy. Now, let's make sure you're ready for UA. Izuku nodded firmly. He was more than ready. Tashinori rubbed his chin thoughtfully before launching into his explanation. Imagine a glass filled to the brim with water. If you try to pour too much in at once, it overflows and makes a mess. But if you control the flow, pouring only as much as the glass can hold, you maintain balance. One for All is the same. Izuku stared. His brain tried to process the analogy, but something just wasn't clicking. That's so I have to pour my power? Tashinori nodded sagely. Yes. But instead of water, it's raw, unfiltered strength. Right now, you're dumping the entire contents of a barrel into a shot glass. Izuku blinked. But how do I control it? Tashinori laughed heartily. That, my boy, is what we'll be figuring out at UA. Izuku tried to suppress the small bit of panic bubbling up. Wait, so you don't actually have a method yet? Tashinori gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. Echo snorted in his head. Oh great. Love the confidence. Totally not worried about your bones being turned into dust particles, buddy. As Izuku was still trying to process All Might's incredibly vague explanation, a loud ding rang through his head. Quest updated. Control your power. New objective. Figure it out on your own, because even your mentor doesn't have a clue. Reward. Not shattering every bone in your body every time you throw a punch. Bonus reward. TBD. Probably survival. Izuku groaned. Great. Fantastic. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a wild ride. Before he could even begin mentally preparing for whatever was to come next, a thick cloud of steam erupted around them. Izuku coughed, waving his hands to clear the air, expecting to see Tashinori shrink back down into small might. Instead, a towering, fully transformed All Might stood before him once again. Izuku nearly stumbled backward. Why are you? All Might laughed, his voice booming once more. I still had some time left in me, my boy. Izuku blinked. But... The sound of approaching voices cut through the conversation. A group of onlookers had taken notice of the scene, their whispers quickly turning into excited murmurs. Is that? Oh my god, it's All Might. He's here, right here. Izuku froze. Toshinori turned to him with a grin that was both incredibly heroic and incredibly panicked. Run. Izuku gawked. What? Run now, questions later. And just like that, they both took off. Izuku sprinted after All Might, his heart pounding as he heard the sound of more and more people realizing who was in front of them. Oh, this is hilarious. Echo was practically losing his mind in Izuku's head. The #1 hero. The symbol of peace. The man who can lift buildings, running from fans. This is peak entertainment. Izuku mentally screamed at him to shut up. Toshinori, still grinning, gave Izuku a quick glance. Keep up, my boy. Think of it as endurance training. Izuku wheezed. I hate this. And the chase continued. Izuku woke up with a pit in his stomach. Today was the day. The first day of UA High. The very school he had dreamed about since he was a kid. The place where real heroes trained. The place where All Might would be teaching. The place where, ding. New quest, don't screw this up. Objective, survive your first day at UA without making a complete fool of yourself. Time limit, until the end of the school day. Rewards? Bonus rewards. Depends on how badly you embarrass yourself. Izuku groaned, rubbing his face. Great. Fantastic. Happy first day, nerd. Get ready for suffering. Echo was absolutely buzzing in his head, sounding way too excited about the absolute chaos that was about to unfold. Izuku sighed. It was too early for this. He dragged himself out of bed, stretching slightly, and glanced at his desk. His uniform was neatly folded, the blazer crisp, the tie still slightly intimidating. He was really doing this. After showering and getting dressed, he headed to the kitchen, where his mother was already waiting. And she was armed. With a camera. Izuku panicked as Izuku Midoriya immediately started taking pictures. My baby is going to UA. Izuku winced. Mom, please. Just one more. You said that 5 pictures ago. Echo, meanwhile, was cackling. Look at her, so proud. Shamelessly documenting your suffering. I love her. Izuku groaned, stuffing a piece of toast in his mouth. I gotta go, Mom. I'm meeting Jiro near the train station. Inko's eyes immediately twinkled. Oh, Jiro, huh? Izuku froze mid-bite. Oh no. It's not like that. Inko waved him off, grinning. Sure. Have a great first day, sweetie. Give my regards to Jiro. Izuku nearly choked. She knows. She sees. Izuku ignored Echo, grabbed his bag and bolted out the door. Izuku made it to the train station in record time. Which only meant one thing. He had too much time to panic. He was pacing near the platform when, yo nerd. Izuku turned just in time to see Kyoka Jiro strolling up, hands stuffed in her pockets. She was wearing the UA uniform too, but somehow, she made it look way cooler than he ever could. Izuku gulped. Hey Jiro. She raised a brow. Why do you look like you're about to pass out? Izuku laughed nervously. First day nerves? Jiro snorted. Dude, relax. It's just school. Izuku blinked. It's you? Jiro rolled her eyes. Fine. It's hero school. But it's still school. Chill out. Echo decided now was a great time to butt in. Oh my god, she's so cool. Look at her, so casual. So unbothered. And look at you, a nervous gremlin. Izuku internally screamed at Echo to shut up. Jiro glanced at him suspiciously. You good? Izuku forced a smile. Totally fine. Haha. Oh yeah, totally believable. The train was packed, full of businessmen, other students, and a few exhausted-looking night shift workers. Izuku and Jiro managed to grab 2 seats near the back. Jiro leaned back, tapping her fingers idly against her bag. So, ready to become a pro hero? Izuku stared out the window. Ask me again after today. She chuckled. That bad, huh? Izuku sighed. I dunno. He hesitated, then shook his head. Forget it. Jiro raised an eyebrow. You can't just start a sentence like that and not finish it. Come on. Spill. Izuku hesitated again but then finally admitted, I just don't know if I belong here. Jiro paused. Then, without looking at him, she flicked him in the forehead. Ow, what? Dumbass. Izuku blinked. Huh. Jiro rolled her eyes. You literally saved a girl during the entrance exam. You punched a 0-pointer in the face. If you don't belong at UA, then no one does. Izuku stared at her. Echo hummed. Oh, she's good. She's real good. Izuku felt his face heat up slightly. Thanks, Jiro. She grinned. No problem, nerd. The train slowed as they approached their stop. Jiro nudged him. Alright, let's go. Try not to look like you're gonna puke on the way in. Izuku groaned. I make no promises. Echo laughed. Oh, this is gonna be fun. And with that, They stepped off the train and headed for UA High. UA High stood towering before them, massive and intimidating. Izuku gulped. Jiro, on the other hand, looked completely unbothered. Alright, nerd, let's get this over with, she muttered, adjusting the strap of her bag. Izuku nodded, wiping his sweaty palms on his blazer. Why yeah. Oh man. You're sweating already? It's not even been 5 minutes. Brace yourself, champ. He ignored Echo's teasing and followed Jiro through the grand entrance of UA, his heart hammering with every step. The halls were alive with excitement, students chatting animatedly about their dreams and expectations. And then they reached it. The door was huge. Izuku tilted his head. Why is the door so big? Jiro smirked. Because we go to the top hero school, obviously. Or because they expect someone to be a teacher through it eventually. Just a theory. Izuku sighed. Alright, let's do this. Jiro reached for the handle. And then, oi, move it, extras. Izuku froze. Oh no. He turned just as Bakugo Katsuki shoved his way past them, pushing the door open with zero hesitation. Jiro blinked. That guy's gotta stick up his butt. Izuku sighed. You have no idea. With that, they stepped inside. The moment they entered, chaos. Bakugo was already arguing with some blue-haired student Izuku vaguely recognized from the entrance exam. Oh look, it's glasses. He's already gotta stick up his butt too. Perfect match. Jiro leaned in. Friends of yours? Izuku sighed. More like acquaintances. Glasses, or rather Ida Tenya, was standing stiffly, hands moving in rapid, exaggerated gestures. You placed first in the entrance exam. Ida declared, voice full of authority. However, you acted in a most disgraceful manner. Bakugo scoffed, throwing his feet up on the desk. What did you say, Four Eyes? Ida adjusted his glasses. This is a school for heroes. Resting your feet on the desk is disrespectful. Jiro snorted. DMN. They really started this fight immediately. Izuku nodded in agreement. He turned to find an open seat and, oh, hey, it's you. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin. The brown-haired girl from the exam, Ochako Uraraka, stood before him, grinning brightly. You're the nice guy who saved me, she said. Midoriya, right? Izuku froze. Words. What were words? Oh my god. She remembers you. You're dying inside, aren't you? Jiro smirked. Oh, this is great. Izuku finally found his voice. Fight. That's me. Uraraka beamed. It's so great we ended up in the same class. I never got to properly thank you. Izuku panicked. Oh, why you don't have to? Before she could say anything else, the door slammed open. A sleep-deprived man in a baggy black uniform entered the room, dragging what looked like a yellow sleeping bag. Oh boy. Here we go. The class fell silent. The man sighed, rubbing his eyes. It took you all 8 seconds to shut up. Not great. Izuku swallowed. Jiro leaned over. Who is this guy? The man sighed again. I'm Shoyuda Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Izuku nearly choked. Holy shit, he's real. Aizawa ignored the class's collective shock and pulled out a UA gym uniform from his sleeping bag. Put these on and head outside, he said. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. The class blinked. Uraraka hesitantly raised her hand. What about orientation? Aizawa blinked slowly, then flatly. We don't have time for that. I love him. Jiro grinned. Oh, this guy's great. Izuku, meanwhile, was already sweating. First day of UA and he was about to get obliterated. The entire class was now dressed in their UA gym uniforms, standing on the field. Aizawa had his hands shoved in his pockets, expression unreadable. You lot have been using your quirks your whole lives, he said. But you've never had a real chance to test their limits. He tossed a softball at Bakugo. You got the highest score in the practical exam. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? Bakugo grinned. 67 meters. Aizawa nodded. Alright, now use your quirk and throw it as far as you can. Bakugo's grin sharpened. Izuku, knowing what was about to happen, braced himself. Bakugo pulled his arm back, hand crackling with explosions. Die! He launched the ball, an explosion propelling it forward at insane speeds. The class stared in awe as the ball disappeared into the sky. A moment later, Aizawa held up his phone. 705.2 meters. Holy crap, someone muttered. Aizawa turned back to the class. This is the reality of hero work. If you want to be the best, you'll have to push yourselves beyond your limits. Izuku swallowed. Now, Aizawa continued, voice cool and casual. Whoever gets the lowest score in total will be expelled. The class erupted. Expelled? Uraraka yelped. On the first day? Aizawa's eyes were half-lidded, unimpressed. If you don't like it, then try your best. Izuku felt his heart drop into his stomach. OH sheet. Kid, you better start praying. One by one, each student took their turn at different stations, testing their quirks in various events. Izuku watched in awe as Todoroki froze the ground for the 50-meter dash, Momo created items with ease, and Kaminari fried his own brain trying to generate enough voltage. Jiro, next to him, smirked. Think you can keep up, nerd? Izuku wiped his sweaty palms on his pants. I sure as hell hope so. And so it began. Izuku braced himself as each event went by, watching in a mix of awe and anxiety as his classmates showcased their abilities. The 50-meter dash, Todoroki effortlessly slid across the ice he created, finishing in an absurd time. Ida's engines roared, propelling him forward at insane speeds. Even Jiro, with the help of her ear jacks acting like whips against the ground, managed to finish with a decent time. Grip strength test, Shoji with his many extra arms, got an insane score. Bakugo, of course, used explosions to cheat the system. Izuku, having built up a bit of muscle thanks to his training, was able to score far better than he would have before, but it was still below average compared to the powerhouses in his class. Standing long jump. With a burst of energy, Uraraka floated weightlessly across the platform, while Shiro used his tape to slingshot himself. Izuku managed a decent jump, without breaking his legs. Small victories. Repeated side steps. Tokoyami's dark shadow gave him a surprising edge, while Mineta, well, no one wanted to talk about how his great ball helped him. Through it all, Izuku struggled. Even though he was stronger than before, he still lacked the control and experience needed to fully utilize One for All. He held back, only using a fraction of its power, terrified of breaking himself in front of the class. Echo, however, had other opinions. Dude, if you're not gonna go all out, at least try to not look like you're dying. Because right now, it's a bad look. I'm trying. Izuku hissed internally, struggling through the next test. Izuku stood at the line, gripping the ball so tightly his knuckles turned white. This was it. All eyes were on him. Aizawa's gaze was heavy, measuring. Use your quirk, Midoriya. Izuku swallowed. If he didn't go big here, he was going to be dead last. He took a deep breath, rolling the ball between his fingers. Just a little bit of One for All. Just enough to send it flying without. The world flickered. And suddenly he felt empty. His breath caught in his throat. His skin prickled. There was nothing. No power. No energy. And worse. Silence. Echo was gone. Izuku's pulse skyrocketed. What the hell? His eyes snapped to Aizawa, who was staring directly at him. His hair floated slightly, his eyes glowing red. Quirk erasure. The realization slammed into him like a truck. This was the first time in nearly a year that he had been alone in his own head. No snarky comments. No sarcastic narration. Just silence. It was terrifying. You're over-reliant on your quirk, Aizawa said bluntly, his gaze sharp. Your body is too tense. I can tell you still don't have control. Izuku tried to steady his breathing. No quirk. No echo. Just him. Aizawa blinked. His hair fell back into place. Power flooded back into Izuku's body. And just as suddenly, holy shit, I couldn't talk. Dude, that was awful. Never let that happen again. Izuku almost collapsed. The mental whiplash was too much. But there was no time to think about it. Aizawa gestured lazily. Throw. Izuku forced himself to focus. He couldn't go full power. Not yet. But maybe. He tightened his grip. Electricity crackled through his arm. Just one finger. He wound back and hurled the ball forward with everything he had, except this time, he concentrated all his power into a single point. The ball shot off like a rocket. Aizawa glanced at his device. 705.3 meters. The class gaped. Izuku cradled his throbbing hand, sweat dripping down his face. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment, then hummed. Not bad. Izuku exhaled shakily. That was too close. Echo, however, had other thoughts. Dude. Never do that to me again. I was trapped. It was like a black hole. Do you know what it's like to be a consciousness in a void? Because I do now. Izuku sighed. I didn't exactly have a choice. Whatever. Next time, bite him or something. Izuku groaned. This was going to be a long day. Bakugo froze. Izuku barely had time to register his score before a crackling explosion rang out from behind him. What the hell? Izuku turned, heart hammering. Bakugo was staring at him, wide-eyed and shaking with rage. You bastard. When did you get a diamond quirk? Izuku winced. Oh no. He barely had time to react before Bakugo lunged at him. Izuku flinched, raising his arms, but Aizawa was faster. Bakugo collapsed midair, his whole body suddenly wrapped in dark cloth. Aizawa sighed, tugging the scarf tighter. And here I thought I'd get through one day without dealing with problem children. Bakugo struggled violently. Let me go, you Dominici. Aizawa yanked the capture weapon again, slamming him into the ground. The whole class flinched. Bakugo let out a low snarl but stopped struggling. Better, Aizawa muttered, his red eyes narrowing. Now, stay still and shut up. Silence hung in the air, until Ida cleared his throat. Wait, he said, adjusting his glasses. You didn't know Midoriya had a quirk? Bakugo twitched violently. Of course I didn't know. I see. Ida nodded seriously. That's surprising. You seemed quite close during the entrance exam. Izuku nearly choked. Jiro let out a sharp laugh. Oh my god, that's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Ochako blinked. Wait, Midoriya, when did you get your quirk? Izuku sweated bullets. Late bloomer? Bakugo's eye twitched. Aizawa finally let him go. But before Bakugo could explode again, their teacher sighed, rubbing his eyes. I don't care about your drama. He turned to the rest of the class. Get back in line. We're finishing this test. Izuku exhaled slowly. Crisis avoided. For now. Echo hummed. Yeah, that won't come back to bite you. Not at all. One by one, the students completed their final tests, each pushing their quirks to the limit. Izuku did his best, but compared to the rest of the class, his results were, well, bad. The standing long jump? Barely passed. The 50-meter dash? Mediocre. The grip strength test? Decent but not great. The repeated side steps? Better than expected but still nothing special. By the time they reached the final event, Izuku was already drenched in sweat. He could barely breathe from all the stress. Welp kid, this is it. This is how you die. Not from a villain. Not from a heroic sacrifice. But from embarrassment. Izuku groaned internally. Not now, And then, finally, Aizawa called up the rankings. A massive screen flashed everyone's names in order, from highest to lowest. First, Momo Yaoyorozu, holy crap, she got a perfect score. Second, Shoto Todoroki, okay, that makes sense. Third, Katsuki Bakugo. Of course. Izuku's eyes darted down the list. Further. The ninth place, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's breath hitched. Single digits. A lump formed in his throat, but this time, it wasn't fear, it was disbelief. His hands clenched into fists. After all of this, after all the training, the stress, the pain, he had actually placed well. He barely even heard Aizawa speaking. All right, that's the rankings. Izuku exhaled, still processing. Aizawa sighed. And as for the expulsion, the whole class tensed. Aizawa stuffed his hands into his pockets. That was a lie. Silence. What? Half the class nearly collapsed. Are you kidding me? Kaminari yelled. I thought I was gonna die. Jiro groaned. I hate this school already. Ochako looked like she was about to cry. That was so mean. Bakugo twitched violently. You bastard. Momo, who hadn't reacted at all, just blinked. Wait, you all didn't realize that was a bluff? It's the first day. The entire class slowly turned to her. Kirishima gawked. You mean you knew? Momo raised a brow. Of course. Kaminari looked personally offended. And you didn't say anything? Momo tilted her head. Why would I? It was obvious. More groans of frustration filled the field. Izuku, meanwhile, was still trying to wrap his head around everything. He wasn't getting expelled. He had made it. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he looked down at his clipboard. Midoriya, go to the nurse's office and get your hand checked out. Izuku blinked, still in a daze. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Your finger. The one you wrecked during the softball throw. Unless you like walking around with permanent injuries, go let recovery girl fix it. Izuku glanced at his swollen finger. He had been too focused on everything else to even register the pain. Yes, sir, he stammered before turning to leave. As the rest of the class groaned in relief, murmuring about how intense the first day had been, Aizawa exhaled quietly, rubbing his temples. He had fully intended to expel the lowest scoring student. That had been the plan. That had always been the plan. But then there was Midoriya. He hadn't just barely scraped by, he had performed better than most of the class. And despite the recklessness, despite his lack of control, there was something in him. Potential. Untamed, dangerous, reckless potential. Expelling him would have been a waste. Aizawa clicked his pen and marked his clipboard. I'll keep my eye on you, kid. As Izuku turned a corner, heading for recovery girl's office, he suddenly froze. That was cruel, Aizawa. Izuku stiffened. He peeked carefully around the edge of the wall. All Might. Standing in his full muscular form, arms crossed, disapproving. Aizawa barely blinked. It was necessary. All Might frowned. Lying to them about expulsion? There had to be a better way to push them. Aizawa didn't even hesitate. This is UA. It's not a daycare for kids who want to play hero. They need to be prepared for stress and pressure. If they can't handle one day, how the hell are they going to handle real villains? All Might's frown deepened, but he didn't argue. Aizawa continued. None of them broke. They all stepped up. Even Midoriya. The kid's reckless, but he adapts. He's a problem solver. He'll either figure out how to control himself, or he'll break. That's up to him. All Might was quiet for a moment. Then he sighed. I suppose I see your point. Aizawa shrugged. But, now move. I need a nap. With that he walked off. All Might shook his head, watching him go. Izuku, still hidden, exhaled shakily. Aizawa had actually planned to expel someone. And yet, he was still here. Had Aizawa changed his mind because of him? His stomach twisted. He didn't know if that made him relieved or terrified. Taking a deep breath, he quickly hurried off to the nurse's office. His first day at UA was finally over. And somehow, he had survived. Izuku winced as Recovery Girl leaned in and placed a quick peck on his injured finger. He braced himself for the sudden exhaustion that followed her quirk, but compared to the full-body healing he had needed after the entrance exam, this was nothing. They're all fixed, she said, waving him off. Now, don't go breaking anything else on your first day, you hear me, young man? Izuku chuckled nervously. Try not to. She hummed, clearly unimpressed. I doubt that. Now, get going. He hurried out of the office, flexing his now-healed finger absent-mindedly. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, a familiar voice greeted him. Young Midoriya. There you are, my boy. Izuku's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. All Might. A small Might. In his frail form, standing off to the side, looking ridiculously out of place in the UA hallways. All Might. Izuku asked, blinking in surprise. What are you doing here? All Might smiled. I wanted to check on you, of course. Your first day was quite eventful. Izuku laughed dryly. Yeah, that's one way to put it. All Might gave him a firm nod. You performed admirably today, my boy. I know Aizawa's methods can be harsh, but they are effective. You should be proud of yourself. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling his face heat up slightly. Thanks, but I still have a long way to go. All Might chuckled. That's the spirit. Keep that mindset and you'll go far. Before Izuku could respond, a voice called out from behind him. Hey nerd, you ready to go? Izuku turned, and his brain nearly shut down. Jiro was standing there, waiting for him, looking effortlessly cool as always. Oh, Kyoka. He fumbled over his words. Yeah, I was just talking to, He glanced at All Might, realizing he had to be careful about revealing their connection. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Your super suspicious-looking teacher? All Might coughed into his hand. Oh, just a humble teacher here, checking in on a struggling student. Nothing unusual at all. Jiro smirked. Right. Well, come on, let's get going before we miss the train. Izuku nodded quickly, giving All Might a small bow. I'll see you tomorrow, sensei. All Might grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, my boy. Rest well. Jiro and Izuku left the building together, stepping into the cool afternoon air. The sun was beginning to set, casting the sky in warm hues of orange and pink. They walked side by side toward the train station, the silence between them surprisingly comfortable. And then, Jiro reached over and grabbed his hand. Izuku's entire body malfunctioned. Danger. Danger. Brain shutdown imminent. What the actual F dash? Echo screamed in his head. She's holding your hand. She is holding your hand. She chose to do that. Holy shit. Izuku was freaking out. Jiro, however, was completely casual. You good? She asked, side-eyeing him with an amused smirk. Izuku nodded way too fast. Why, totally fine. Absolutely normal. Echo was not fine. Do not look down. Do not sweat. Do not breathe weird. Act cool, you absolute dumbass. Jiro laughed softly, squeezing his hand just a little. Thanks for walking with me, Izuku. And just like that, Izuku knew he was doomed. Izuku and Jiro walked side by side toward the train station. The sun had already begun to set, casting warm orange hues over the city. Their first day at UA had been overwhelming, to say the least. But now, as they walked together, things felt calmer. Then, Jiro did something unexpected. She reached over and took his hand. Izuku nearly tripped over his own feet. What? He glanced at her, face heating up faster than Bakugo's explosions. Jiro raised a brow. What? You gonna freak out over holding hands, nerd? Ha. He's gonna freak out over holding hands, nerd. Izuku clenched his jaw, trying to ignore the screaming in his head. No. Jiro snickered. Wow. Smooth. Real smooth. Oh, this is gold. My boy's got a girlfriend and he still panics over hand-holding. Tragic. Izuku groaned internally. It wasn't like he was new to the idea of dating Jiro. They'd been together for a little while now. But this was the first time she had casually taken his hand like it was the most normal thing in the world. And it was messing with him. He risked another glance at her. She wasn't even blushing that much. She just looked happy. Relax, dude. It's just me, she said, giving his hand a small squeeze. Relax? She's got you completely short-circuited, champ. Look at you, turning into a tomato. Izuku scowled, doing his best to push Echo's teasing to the back of his mind. Then, something new appeared in his vision. Update. Effective relationships, 499, Inko, Tashinori, Mitsuki, Jiro. Romantic relationships, 199, Jiro. Izuku stared at the screen, then immediately turned even redder. Huh? Jiro blinked at him. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Just your hand-holding being confirmed by the universe, apparently. Izuku took a deep breath. He would not die of embarrassment today. Probably. Instead of answering, he shook his head rapidly. Nothing. Just, thinking about something. Jiro gave him a side glance but didn't pry. They reached the station, stepping onto the platform. The train would be there in a few minutes. For now, they just stood there, still holding hands. Izuku's heart was still racing. So, what's next, lover boy? Gonna freak out if she hugs you too? He squeezed his eyes shut. He was never getting used to this, was he? The morning air was crisp as Izuku and Jiro walked side by side toward the train station. The streets of Mizudafu were already bustling with activity, and Izuku found himself gripping the strap of his backpack a little tighter. So, how's your body holding up? Jiro asked, glancing at him with a smirk. Yesterday wasn't exactly easy. Izuku chuckled nervously. I can still move, so that's a good sign, right? Move yes. Function like a normal person? Debatable. Izuku groaned. You're not helping, Echo. I am helping. I'm moral support. Look at you, all alive and functioning after getting erased. You didn't even cry, well, not externally. Jiro raised a brow. Talking to yourself again? Izuku coughed. Just thinking out loud. They boarded the train together, finding a spot near the door. Izuku glanced down at his phone, his mind still buzzing over the strange new system screen that had appeared the night before. Effective relationships 499, Inko, Tashinori, Mitsuki, Jiro. Romantic relationships 199, Jiro. He had stared at it for far too long, his brain short-circuiting at the realization that his relationship with Jiro was labeled romantic. I mean, I knew that, but seeing it written down like that is adorable? Terrifying? Life-altering? He clenched his jaw. Shut up. The train ride was quiet, at least until Jiro nudged him. You're zoning out again. Sorry, just thinking about today's lessons. Jiro hummed, unconvinced, but didn't press further. Once they arrived at UA, the chaos was already beginning. Back in the madness. The second Izuku and Jiro stepped into Class 1A, it was clear that the energy from yesterday hadn't died down. Bakugo was already bickering with Kaminari and Kirishima about something trivial. Uraraka was chatting with Azui and Yaoyorozu, while Ida seemed determined to keep the class in check, unsuccessfully. Jiro smirked. Man, it's weird seeing everyone so lively after what Aizawa put us through yesterday. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I thought there'd be more people, crying in a corner somewhere. Or at least one person dropping out. But nope, everyone just decided to be built different. Before Izuku could respond, the door slid open, and the room fell into a hushed murmur as Aizawa entered. Still wrapped in his sleeping bag, he took slow, tired steps toward the podium, eyes half-lidded. Settle down. The entire class froze as he unceremoniously flopped onto the desk, still cocooned in his bag. The silence stretched on for a few seconds. Sensei? Uraraka hesitantly raised a hand. Are you okay? Aizawa let out the most exhausted sigh known to mankind. Barely. A true role model. Izuku stifled a laugh. Aizawa, still not bothering to move from his position, finally addressed the class. You all survived your first day. Congratulations. There was an awkward pause. It doesn't get easier. The class groaned. Jiro leaned over to Izuku. I like this guy. Yeah, I think I do too. Aizawa finally sat up slightly, rubbing his eyes. All right, today's lessons will be normal. No expulsion threats this time. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, clearly wishing he were anywhere but here. All right, settle down. Today, you're starting your foundational hero training. That means combat training. The class immediately perked up at that. Combat training? Kirishima grinned. Ah, hell yeah. Now we're talking. Oh, this is going to be fun, Jiro muttered, nudging Izuku. Hope you're ready, nerd. You better be ready. This is it. This is your moment. This is where I get absolutely obliterated? Yeah. Aizawa didn't wait for the class to process his words fully. He simply reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a remote, pressing a button that activated the large screen at the front of the room. Hero training means knowing how to fight, Aizawa continued, looking absolutely exhausted as he explained. Which is why you'll be working on your first real combat exercise today. The screen changed to display a familiar figure, his broad frame and signature grin unmistakable. I am here. The class erupted into cheers as All Might appeared on the screen, wearing his iconic Golden Age hero suit. Wait, All Might is teaching us? Holy crap, we get to train with him? Izuku, however, just blinked. Wait, but All Might didn't say anything about? Then the classroom door slammed open. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The class collectively gasped as the symbol of peace himself strolled into the room, beaming like the sun. All Might. This is the best school ever. Kaminari practically shouted. Izuku, meanwhile, was still trying to reboot his brain. Did you know about this? Did you? Because if you didn't, then holy shit, surprise training arc. Today's lesson is simple. All Might declared, his booming voice echoing through the room. We shall be testing your hero instincts with a battle trial. Izuku tensed. Battle trial? That meant sparring. That meant fighting. That meant, oh god, I am going to die. Hell yes. PD time, baby. Let's go. Aizawa sighed, massaging his temples. All Might, you're being too loud. Nonsense, my friend. All Might laughed. Hero work is never quiet. The class was practically vibrating with excitement at this point. Oh man, I can't wait. Kirishima grinned, punching his palm. This is gonna be awesome. So cool. Uraraka whispered in awe. All Might chuckled before gesturing to the large screen behind him. Now then, let's begin by getting you all dressed for the occasion. The screen shifted again, displaying a section of the school labeled Costume Development Room. Costumes are waiting for you. The entire class went dead silent for a moment. The room erupted. We get our costumes today? Izuku's heart practically stopped. That meant that his suit. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh no. All Might grinned. Now, young heroes. Suit up. Time to suit up. The costume development room was massive, lined with numbered lockers containing their custom hero suits. Students were already rushing to grab their cases, the excitement palpable in the air. Izuku, however, was sweating bullets. You okay, nerd? Jiro asked, already unlocking her own case. You look like you're about to pass out. Yeah, Izuku took a breath. I kinda designed this costume before I had a quirk. Jiro blinked. Wait, what? Oh, I can't wait to see how that plays out. Izuku swallowed his anxiety, reaching for his case. The lid hissed open, revealing his hero costume, the green bodysuit, the red boots, the armored gloves, the rabbit ear cowl. It was a lot. Jiro looked over his shoulder and stared. Then she snorted. Okay, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting that. Izuku's entire soul left his body. It's not that bad. Jiro grinned, clearly amused. I mean, it's definitely unique. Dude, she's trying so hard not to laugh. Izuku groaned. Let's just get changed. Jiro smirked. Sure thing, bunny boy. Izuku died inside. Ground Beta, the battle trial begins. The students gathered at Ground Beta, a massive simulated city built for training purposes. The moment Izuku stepped out onto the field in his full costume, he felt his face burning. Oh my god, Kaminari said, barely holding back laughter. Dude, what's with the ears? I think it looks cute, Uraraka offered with a smile. Izuku wanted to crawl into the dirt and disappear forever. All Might, however, ignored the chaos and clapped his hands. Excellent. You all look magnificent in your hero costumes. Izuku felt a little better. Just a little. Now, let's get to business. All Might continued. For today's battle trial, you will be split into teams of 2. One team will act as heroes, and the other team will play villains. The goal, heroes must stop the villains from setting off a weapon inside a building. Villains must defend the objective until time runs out. The class buzzed with excitement. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. Kirishima grinned. Real hero training, huh? Tokoyami muttered. Izuku took a shaky breath. He could do this. You better do this. I refuse to let you embarrass yourself. All Might pulled out a box containing random slips of paper. Now, let's decide your teams. Izuku prayed he wouldn't get paired with Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka. Izuku froze. Uraraka beamed. Oh, we're together. Awesome. Izuku panicked. And then, Team D, Bakugo and Ida. Izuku really panicked. Because this was about to get really messy. All Might beamed as he pulled out more slips of paper from the box. Alright, students. Here are the rest of your pairings. The class collectively held their breath as the teams were announced. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki. Team C, Mina Ishido and Fumikage Tokoimi. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Kyoka Jiro and Rikido Sato. Team F, Denki Kaminari and Hantashiro. Team G, Eijiro Kirishima and Masahiro Ojiro. Team H, Toru Hagakure and Yuga Oyama. Team I, Mizo Shoji and Koji Koda. Team J, Tsuyu Azui and Minoru Mineta. The students murmured amongst themselves, eyeing their new partners. Whoa. Looks like you're stuck with Gravity Girl. Hope you can keep your nerves in check, lover boy. Izuku internally screamed. I am not panicking. Yo nerd. Jiro leaned over from Team E, nudging Izuku with her elbow. Try not to die, yeah? I won't. Izuku stammered. Jiro smirked before giving him a playful salute. But, 'cause if you do, I'm not doing the whole tragic backstory thing. Too much effort. She likes you. She cares. I'm going to tease you about this forever. Izuku groaned as All Might continued. Now listen up, young heroes. The teams have been decided. You will be split into heroes and villains at random, and I will assign the locations accordingly. He reached into another box and began calling out roles. Team A will play the heroes. Izuku let out a breath. Hey, that's good. Team D will play the villains. Izuku immediately started sweating. Uraraka cheered, completely oblivious to the internal breakdown happening next to her. Oh nice. We're up first. Bakugo, across the field, grinned in the worst way possible. Oh hell yeah. His crimson eyes locked onto Izuku like a wolf spotting prey. This is gonna be fun. Oh kid, you are absolutely screwed. This is going to be hilarious. Izuku swallowed hard. Oh no. Jiro grabbed Izuku's wrist before he could follow the others, pulling him aside. Be careful, Kay? I don't know what Boom Boy's problem is, but you got this. You're smart. Before Izuku could even formulate a response, she leaned in, pressing a quick kiss against his cheek. And then, she was gone. Running back to the class with a quickness, leaving Izuku completely frozen in place. His brain? Gone. His soul? Ascended. His body? Entirely unresponsive. Holy shit. She kissed you. She actually kissed you. Kid, are you still breathing? Blink twice if you haven't died from emotional overload. Izuku's face felt like it was on fire. His heart was trying to break the sound barrier. His hands were sweaty. No, his entire existence was sweaty. Uraraka, who had seen the whole thing, gave him a confused look. You okay, Midoriya? Izuku nearly jumped out of his own skin. Echa? Why? I'm fine. Totally fine. Never been finer. He let out the most suspicious, nervous laugh imaginable. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Okaway. She knows. She totally knows. You're so obvious, kid. Izuku groaned internally. Not now, All Might clapped his hands together, snapping Izuku out of his spiraling thoughts. Alright, teams, to your positions. Izuku took a deep breath. Jiro believed in him. He could do this. He had to. Izuku woke up to pain. Not the usual kind of pain. Not the kind that came from training too hard, or from sore muscles, or from exhaustion. This was full-body agony. Oh good, you're awake. A soft voice greeted him, far too cheerful for his current situation. He blinked against the two bright lights of the UA nurse's office, his body feeling like it had been hit by a train, reversed over, and then set on fire for good measure. His head pounded. His arms were sore. His legs felt like lead. And then, well, that was a shit show. Izuku groaned. Not now. Recovery Girl, the school nurse, savior of broken bones and reckless idiots, stood beside him, hands on her hips. Honestly, young man, I don't know what to do with you. First day of real combat training, and you already break yourself this badly. Izuku winced, trying to sit up, only for Recovery Girl to immediately shove him back down with surprising strength. None of that. You need rest. Izuku sighed, laying back against the pillow. His whole body ached, but at least he wasn't dead. You came close, though. Echo. Yes. Shut up. No. Recovery Girl shook her head, still muttering under her breath about reckless boys and their stupid hero dreams. Izuku, meanwhile, was still processing everything that happened. The fight. The absolute insanity of facing Bakugo head-on. I blocked his explosion, Izuku muttered under his breath. Yeah, you did. With your face. Genius move, really. I punched him, he continued, ignoring Echo's sarcasm. Also true. But he punched back. A lot. Kind of balanced out, don't you think? Izuku sighed, closing his eyes. Bakugo was going to murder him the next time they fought. How bad is it? He finally asked, cracking one eye open. Recovery Girl huffed. Nothing I couldn't fix, but you should really stop throwing your body into life-threatening situations. Izuku chuckled weakly. No promises. The old woman sighed again and patted his arm. Rest a little longer before you leave, dear. You'll be fine. And with that, she walked off, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. So, you got your butt kicked, did some kicking back and still lost. Thanks for the recap, Echo. Anytime, champ. Izuku groaned, rubbing his temples. Izuku blinked awake to the too familiar ceiling of Recovery Girl's office, his body aching like he'd been hit by a train. Probably because he had, emotionally and physically. There was a soft knock at the door. It creaked open. Yo, nerd. Jiro stepped in, hands in her jacket pockets. She looked different. Not in a bad way, but not casual either. Her gaze flicked over him, bandaged arm, bruised cheek, the sling. She shut the door behind her and sighed. You're a freaking lunatic, you know that? Izuku blinked, still foggy. I saw the whole thing, she added, walking closer. From the second Bakugo blew up the hallway to when you nearly passed out punching a hole through the building. Seriously, what the hell, Izuku? He tried to sit up straighter, flinching slightly. I just didn't want to lose. She rolled her eyes and sat beside the bed. It wasn't about winning. You looked like you were gonna die out there. You should have seen her face. Glued to the screen like it was a soap opera. I think she stopped breathing at one point. Izuku turned red instantly. Why, you were watching? Obviously, she said, bumping his uninjured arm with her elbow. I wouldn't just let you go up against that explosion-happy maniac and not watch. Someone had to make sure you didn't get yourself killed. She paused, tapping her boot against the floor. You were kinda cool, though. Izuku blinked. What? You heard me. She said you were cool. Write it down. Frame it. Make it your lock screen. Anyway, she added quickly, her ears turning faintly pink, you did good. Dumb as hell but good. Just, maybe don't nearly blow yourself up next time. Izuku smiled, a little dopey despite the pain. I'll try. Jiro leaned back in her chair, muttering something under her breath as she looked away. Izuku didn't catch it, but Echo definitely did. She said, I'm glad you're okay. And it was soft. And sweet. And she's totally into you, by the way. Izuku turned red again. Echo, I swear to God. I'm just saying. Live your truth, Romeo. Jiro glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. You good? Izuku nodded quickly, gripping his blanket. Why, fine. Totally fine. She didn't push it, but she stayed a little longer than she needed to. Ding. A familiar blue screen popped up in front of Izuku's face, hovering gently as Jiro pretended not to notice his faraway look. Relationship rank up. Kyoka Jiro affection level, 1299. Status, confessed romantic interest, developing relationship. XP gained from combat. Plus 250 EXP, combat, practical hero test. Plus 100 EXP, strategic teamwork bonus. Plus 75 EXP, tank damage like a champ bonus. Level up, level 1112. Plus 5 stat points awarded. Unlocked new feature. Emotion visualization HUD. You can now sense others' emotional states within proximity. Color-coded and occasionally invasive. You're welcome. Izuku blinked at the screen. Oh, wow. Look at you leveling up in life and love. Your boy's evolving. Like a socially awkward Charmander. He felt his face grow warm, but the grin on his lips couldn't be hidden. That you're the worst. You're welcome. He glanced sideways at Jiro, who was still sitting next to him, arms crossed, pretending like she hadn't just said the most emotionally devastating line of the day. And yet, a soft red glow now hovered faintly around her shoulders in his vision. The new HUD feature. Affection. Warmth. It made his chest hurt in a good way. He leaned back against the pillow and whispered under his breath. Best day of school ever. Demen right it is. Izuku trudged down the quiet sidewalk, every part of his body stiff and aching. The setting sun cast long shadows across the street as he neared his apartment complex. His UA blazer was draped loosely over his shoulder, his shirt slightly wrinkled from being folded on a nurse's cot just hours earlier. Man, that test, he thought, wincing as he rubbed his shoulder. I really thought I broke something again. You kind of did. To be fair, that was a solid punch. Honestly? Proud of you. 10 out of 10 form. The landing? Well, we'll work on that. Izuku sighed. Thanks, I think. You're welcome. And now that we've survived yet another fun encounter with Explodomurder-kun, I have something important to remind you of. Izuku blinked. What? You have stat points, dummy. 5 of them. Just sitting there. Doing nothing. Being useless. Kind of like how you looked lying in the rubble today. Hey. Kidding. Mostly. But seriously, we should allocate those points before someone else tries to punt you through a wall. Izuku reached his apartment door and stepped inside, toeing off his shoes before making his way to his room. He sat down on the edge of his bed, sighing deeply as the status screen blinked into existence before him with a soft glow. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Mover of Trash. Level 12. HP, 450-450. MP, 100-100. Strength, 22. Agility, 16. Endurance, 23. Perception, 9. Intelligence, 12. Charisma, 6. Willpower. Luck. Available stat points, 5. Bonus rewards. Effective relationships, 999. Inko, Tashinori, Mitsuki, Jiru, Uraraka, Ida, Yayorozu, Kirishima, Siu. Romantic relationships, 199. Jiru. Izuku stared at the glowing screen and muttered, strength is good, but maybe agility too? Or perception? Or, don't forget endurance. You've been face first in the dirt more than a garden gnome lately. You're not wrong. I'm never wrong. Now quit being indecisive and put the points somewhere already. Izuku sighed and rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. Let's go with 2 into agility, 2 into strength, and 1 into perception. As soon as he made the selection, a warm pulse rolled through his body like a mild electric current. It wasn't painful, more like a rush of energy, like every cell in his body had just been given a wake-up call. Updated status. Strength, 24, plus 2. Agility, 18, plus 2. Perception, 10, plus 1. Available stat points, 0. Now that's what I'm talking about. You're officially slightly less breakable. Izuku cracked a small smile as he leaned back on the bed. Yeah. Slightly. He stared at the ceiling for a while, arms crossed behind his head, the sounds of the city filtering in through his window. The ache in his body was still there, but so was the sense of progress. He was getting stronger. Little by little, step by step, he was getting there. And maybe, just maybe, he wasn't alone in this anymore. Now go drink water, you dehydrated raisin. Izuku groaned and rolled off the bed. Yes, Mum. Echo. Wait, never mind. That's right. I'm the sarcastic little voice in your head, and I care about your hydration. I'm basically the perfect support system. He shook his head and smiled. This is my life now, he thought. And honestly, he was kind of okay with that. Izuku paused mid-step on his way to the kitchen, hands still resting on the fridge handle. The glow from the overhead light buzzed softly. Hey, quick question. The voice wasn't mocking this time. Not loud, not teasing. Just quiet. Are you ever gonna tell anyone about me? Or are you gonna pretend you only have one quirk forever? Izuku didn't answer right away. He stared into the fridge like it held the answers instead of leftover rice and a half-empty juice bottle. I don't know, he admitted under his breath. All Might said to keep one for all a secret, and you? I don't even know how to explain you. I'm explainable. Just say you've got a charming, incredibly handsome system in your head. People will love me. Izuku snorted softly. Yeah, right. I can barely talk to people without breaking into hives, and you think I can just drop, hey, I've got a sentient system in my brain, into conversation? I think you deliver it with that adorable nervous charm of yours. People eat that up. There was a pause. But seriously, you don't trust anyone enough to share me with? Not even her. Izuku's fingers tightened slightly on the fridge handle. Sure. She knew him better than most already. Better than he expected anyone would this early. And still, he couldn't quite imagine telling her about Echo, not yet. It's not that I don't trust her. He sighed. I'm not ready. What if she thinks I'm crazy? What if she thinks I'm dangerous? What if... Kid. Izuku blinked. You didn't flinch when a walking bomb tried to turn you into street art. You confessed your feelings to a girl under a rising sun like a goddamn romance anime. But you're scared of honesty? Yes. Sigh. Look, I'll wait. But you can't hide me forever. Not from her. Not from Tashinori. Not from yourself. Another beat passed and then... Also, I totally want to meet your mom. You think she'd like me? Izuku let out a strangled laugh and finally grabbed the juice from the fridge. She'd probably want to feed you. Excellent. I accept rice, tea, and unconditional affection. Izuku shook his head, smiling to himself as he poured a glass. He didn't have all the answers. But for now, he had Echo. He had Jiro. And maybe, someday, he'd be brave enough to tell them both the whole truth. Izuku tipped the bottle of water to his lips, letting the cool liquid soothe his throat as he walked the quiet sidewalk toward home. His muscles ached, a dull reminder of the battle earlier in the day. Bakugo's explosions still felt like they were echoing in his bones. Man, it feels stuffy in your head. Izuku choked, coughing water down his chin. Izuku nearly choked on his juice. He slammed the cup down on the counter and coughed into his arm. See, can you not say stuff like that while I'm drinking? What? I'm just saying, your brain feels a little crowded lately. Like there's more static than usual. More noise. Maybe it's all the hormones. Or trauma. Or the god-tier quirk crammed into your spine like a USB drive from hell. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, heart still pounding. Are you serious? Is something wrong with me? Define wrong. Echo. Okay, calm your freckles. I don't mean like, get your affairs in order, wrong. I just mean, you've changed. Something inside your head's shifting. Bigger. Louder. I'm part of it, sure, but that power All Might gave you? It's like it left a door open. I don't know where it goes yet, but it's not empty in here anymore. Izuku stared blankly at the wall. He wasn't sure what was worse, being quirkless, or being full of something he didn't understand. Do you think I can handle it? There was a long pause. Then, for once, Echo's voice softened, not loud, not smug. I think you've already been handling things no one should ever have to. And you're still standing, still saving people, still trying your hardest. So yeah, kid, I think you'll be fine. Izuku blinked, surprised by the answer. Thanks. Echo. Of course. Also, if your brain does explode, I call dibs on haunting your music player. Izuku groaned and sank onto the couch. Why do I even talk to you? Because I'm charming. And because I'm you, dummy. And somewhere, buried in all the noise. Izuku smiled. Izuku didn't know what he expected when he rounded the corner near the station, but it definitely wasn't what he saw. Oh. Hey Jiro. She was standing there casually, hands stuffed in her jacket pockets, earjacks swaying slightly as the wind picked up. She looked normal. Which only made the sudden pit in his stomach worse when he noticed she wasn't alone. Next to her stood Mina Ishido, vibrant pink hair bouncing as she waved excitedly, and Ijiro Kirishima, giving him a wide, toothy grin. There you are, nerd, Jiro said, smirking. Thought you got lost or something. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, eyes flicking between the three of them. And no, I just took a different route, that's all. I told them we might run into you, Jiro added, then nudged her thumb toward the others. Hope that's cool. Why yeah, of course. Izuku squeaked. Aw, he's nervous, Mina whispered, loudly, to Jiro behind a grin. Kirishima held out a hand. Midoriya, right? You were badass in the battle trial. Seriously, that last move? Manly as hell. Izuku blinked. Then shook his hand quickly, a little stunned. Thanks. You were amazing too, your entrance exam stats were crazy. Phew, he's a fanboy, Echo muttered. And now he's nervous. That's adorable. Want me to make it worse? Please don't. Too late. By the way, I hope you're ready, because Mina's the type to pry. Like, emotionally. Izuku swallowed thickly. So, Mina said, practically bouncing now. You and Jiro, huh? Jiro groaned. We're not doing this. We're totally doing this, Mina grinned. It's adorable. You should see how much she talks about you. Jiro's eyes widened in horror. Mina. Kirishima chuckled. Don't worry, man. They've been like this since middle school. It's always chaos with these two. Izuku turned red and glanced at Jiro, who was definitely not making eye contact. But her earjacks twitched just slightly toward him, and her lips quirked into the faintest smile. And even with the heat crawling up his neck and Echo muttering in his brain, felt kind of happy. So, Mina said, clapping her hands together. Where we heading? Izuku blinked. Wait, are we hanging out? Of course we are, Jiro replied, finally meeting his gaze. Didn't I tell you? You've got friends now, Midoriya. He nodded, still stunned. Friends? Yeah. That was new. But he kind of liked the sound of it. Izuku tilted his head, glancing between them as they walked. So you knew Jiro since middle school? Did you all go to the same one? Mina laughed, her arms swinging as she walked backward in front of them. We met through music at this old shop near downtown. Tiny little place, barely anyone goes there, but they played nothing but good stuff. Jiro nodded. I was there digging through old punk records. She overheard me grumbling about how they were alphabetized wrong and jumped in to help like she owned the place. Well, someone had to save the poor records. Mina grinned proudly. We didn't go to the same school, but we still hung out whenever we could. Music bonds, you know? Kirishima chuckled beside them. Yeah, Jiro and Mina go way back. Me though? I was just the loud dude who ended up at the same school as Mina. Somehow she didn't ditch me. Mina turned and playfully punched him in the arm. Please. You were the only one who let me dye his hair that one time. I was obligated to keep you. Kirishima rubbed his arm with a mock wince. It was manly pink, for the record. Izuku couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips as he listened. That's actually really cool. I didn't have many friends in middle school. Didn't have any, Echo muttered. Unless you count your notebooks and me. But I wasn't born yet, so. Notebooks win. Izuku sighed inwardly. Yeah, well, things are different now. He looked at Jiro, who glanced back with a curious little smile, just for him. Yeah. Things really were different now. Mina's eyes sparkled like she was ready to explode from curiosity. She leaned across the table, her chin resting in her palms as she grinned at the pair. So, how'd you two lovebirds meet? Jiro groaned, already burying her face in one hand. Mina, please? What? Mina giggled, practically bouncing in her seat. You talked about this guy for, like, 2 weeks straight. I had to hear, he's sweet, this and he's different, that, now I finally get to meet him properly. She turned dramatically to Izuku, pointing. Speak, Phil. I want to know all of it. Izuku blinked, wide-eyed, and then flushed bright red. Well, we met in a music store. At the mall. Oh, classic meet cute, Mina said, gasping like this was the best thing she'd ever heard. What happened? Did you both reach for the same CD or something? Izuku scratched the back of his neck, struggling not to trip over his words. I was just browsing and she was already there. I didn't know who she was at first, we talked a bit about music, same taste actually, and then she, Jiro looked away, trying not to smile. He was awkward, she muttered, but kind of charming. She invited me to go get snacks, Izuku continued quickly, and we talked a lot more. About you, about music. And then, she asked for my number. Kirishima let out a low whistle, his grin sharp and impressed. Dang, Jiro. You made the first move? Jiro shrugged, crossing her arms. I knew what I wanted. And the rest, Izu finished, glancing over at her. Well, it's history. There was a short pause. Mina clutched her heart dramatically. Okay, I take it back. That's disgustingly cute. It's so cute I might short-circuit. You two make me sick. Echo groaned in his head. Bleg. Romance. Gross. Do it again. Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm, and Jiro side-eyed him like she somehow knew. Mina leaned forward again, eyes narrowing with a grin. So, when's the wedding? Mina. Both Jiro and Izuku shouted at the same time, faces beet red. Kirishima just laughed, slapping Izuku on the back. Man, I like you already. You survived the social boss fight. I'm so proud. Izuku blinked as Mina leaned in, eyes wide and full of energy. So, Izuku, you were like, cool as sheet when you were fighting Bakugo. Even if you ended up in the nurse's office afterward. He immediately turned red. What? And no, I wasn't cool, I mean, he flailed for a second, looking toward Jiro like she might save him. It wasn't that impressive or anything. Jiro smirked, clearly enjoying this. You did throw him over your shoulder and punch through a building. I'd say that's at least mildly impressive. Kirishima nodded, arms crossed. It was super manly, bro. Like, you didn't back down even when he exploded in your face, literally. You got blown up and still made him eat dust. That's peak narrative satisfaction. I was just reacting, Izuku muttered, sinking into his hoodie. I didn't really think about it. Mina grinned and leaned back in her seat. Still, you were all like, boom, and then Bakugo was all, what the hell, and then, smash, and then you were in the nurse's office, but it was so worth it. Jiro snorted, nudging his arm. Can confirm. Worth it. Someone's earned himself a couple cool points. Don't spend 'em all in one place, hero. Izuku groaned softly, hiding his face behind his hands. Please stop. Absolutely not, Jiro said with a grin. You're ours now, cool nerd. Izuku shifted awkwardly in his seat as Jiro leaned in a little, arms crossed, brow furrowed like she was piecing something together. So, what's with Boom Boy anyway? She asked, tilting her head. I mean, he really seems to have it out for you. I've only spoken to him twice and he was already a massive D, both times. Mina, sitting across from them, perked up. Wait, you mean Bakugo? The angry one with the explosions? Kirishima snorted. That's him all right. Jiro nodded slowly, then narrowed her eyes. Wait, he's the one, right? The one whose mom we ran into that one time at the coffee shop? Mitsuki? Izuku blinked and turned a bit red. Why, that was her. She and my mom are friends. Bakugo's mom. Jiro scoffed. His mom was actually kind of cool. Bakugo though? Guy's got issues. Izuku let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. We've known each other since we were little. Things got complicated once he developed his quirk. He's always been strong, and he doesn't really know how to handle not being the best at everything. Childhood rivals. Destined frenemies. Sounds like a shounen anime to me. Kirishima nodded solemnly. Yeah, Bakugo's intense. But he's not all bad. He's just, well, a lot. Still doesn't excuse him being a JRK, Jiro muttered. You don't deserve that. Izuku smiled faintly. Thanks. I just want to be a hero. That's all I've ever wanted. Be someone who helps people. Jiro gave him a soft smile in return. You're already getting there, nerd. Izuku blinked. I really hope so. You're doing great, Sweaty. Now ask her out on a proper date already. He nearly choked on his drink. Jiro blinked, her drink paused halfway to her lips. Slowly, she lowered it, eyes flicking to Izuku's face as he fumbled over his words. Jiro, Izuku started, rubbing the back of his neck. I know we, hung out on the beach and stuff. His cheeks were already burning. But I was wondering if maybe you'd like to, I don't know, hang out again soon? Just us? Maybe grab some food, or, listen to music or something. There was a pause. Mina leaned across the table with the biggest grin on her face, mouthing, smooth. Kirishima tried and failed not to laugh. Jiro, meanwhile, looked like she was processing the words in slow motion, then she smiled. A real one. Small, but warm, and her ears turned just a little pink. You're really bad at asking people out, you know that? She teased, but her voice was softer than usual. Izuku nearly shriveled into himself. I wasn't trying to, I was, but not like, I just. Hey, Jiro cut him off gently, nudging his foot under the table. Relax. I'd love to hang out again. Just us. Victory. Take that, nervous system. Izuku blinked, stunned, then nodded way too fast. Really? Jiro rolled her eyes with a smile. Just let me know when, okay? Yeah. Totally. Mina whispered behind her hand, God, you two are cute. You're like a pair of social disaster ducklings. I love this. Izuku, for once, didn't even mind the teasing. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the sidewalk as the four of them wandered down the street. They'd finished their snacks and ended up just walking around, talking, laughing, window shopping. Mina was currently dragging everyone to look at a store with weird sunglasses, insisting they all try a pair on. Kirishima, to no one's surprise, was fully on board. Jiro leaned next to Izuku, arms crossed and smirking slightly as Kirishima modeled a pair of neon green shades that were clearly 2 sizes too small. You think he knows how ridiculous he looks? Jiro asked. I think that's the point, Izuku replied with a chuckle. Hey, but like, come on. Look at that guy. Echo's voice whispered into his mind, dramatic as always. Tell me that redhead doesn't have a thing for the pink one. Dude's practically heart eyes every time she opens her mouth. Echo, don't start, Izuku mumbled under his breath, trying not to look like he was talking to himself. What? I'm just observing. I'm like a helpful, chaotic Cupid. Look at him. He laughs at all her jokes. All of them. Even the ones that don't make sense. Izuku risked a glance. And yeah, Kirishima was doubled over laughing at Mina trying to do impressions with the sunglasses still on upside down. Jiro must have noticed him smiling because she nudged his arm. What's so funny? Nothing. She raised an eyebrow but didn't press. Instead, she glanced back toward their other 2 friends, and as if on cue, Mina pulled off the sunglasses with a flourish. Alright, as fun as this is, my mom's gonna kill me if I don't get home soon, Mina said with a dramatic groan. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, I should head out too. Got training in the morning. You too good to get home? Yeah, we're good, Jiro said with a wave. Later. See ya, guys. Izuku added, and then, they were alone. We'll couple time look at you, walking with your girl as the sun sets like you're in a shoujo manga. Proud of you, kid. Izuku groaned internally but couldn't stop the smile pulling at his lips. Jiro walked a little closer, the silence between them not awkward for once. Just come. So, she said after a moment, you still planning to ask about that music thing you mentioned earlier? Izuku's heart did a little somersault. Yeah, I am. And together, they kept walking into the glow of the evening, side by side. Izuku's heart immediately betrayed him, picking up pace like it was trying to beat a world record. His breath caught in his throat as Jiro leaned a little closer, her sharp gaze watching him like she already knew the answer. You know, Izuku, she began, her voice teasing but gentle, we are dating. You don't have to act so nervous around me. She tilted her head, a soft smirk playing at her lips. Do I make you nervous? Izuku's face exploded into red. And not like, you're just really. I don't. Wow. Absolute poetry, Romeo. That was smooth. Like sandpaper. He groaned internally, willing his brain to work. It's not a bad nervous, he managed finally, barely above a whisper. It's just, you're kind of amazing. And I don't want to mess anything up. Jiro blinked, and for a split second she looked a little flustered too. Dork, she muttered, bumping his shoulder with hers. But she didn't pull away. Not even a bit. Jiro glanced sideways at him as they walked past a little cafe, her voice casual but curious. So when do I get to come over and see your mom again? She asked. I like that lady. She's like you, a lot. Except, very blunt. Izuku froze mid-step, blinking. Again? Jiro shrugged, smirking. Well, I met her that one time when we were walking back from the beach. She seemed cool. Izuku's face went red almost instantly. Why, she, really liked you actually. You're sweating. Why are you sweating? She just wants to meet your not marry you. I mean she's just a little protective, Izuku continued quickly, waving his hands, but she's nice. Very nice. Probably too nice sometimes, honestly. Jiro snorted. You're spiraling again. He sighed. Sorry. I just didn't think you'd actually want to come over. I mean, it's nothing special, and it's kinda small and… Izuku, she cut in with a smile, nudging his shoulder, I don't care about that. I just think it'd be nice to hang out somewhere not covered in sand. Izuku blinked. Oh. She likes you, does? Say yes. He nodded quickly, heart thudding in his chest. Why, this weekend maybe? If you're free. Jiro grinned. Sounds good. I'll bring snacks. Izuku looked like he might pass out. Oh, my sweet nerd. You've come so far. Jiro adjusted the strap of her bag, smirking as she took a step back. All right, I'm gonna head to the train now, dork, she said casually, though the way her eyes lingered on him gave it away. She didn't really want to leave just yet. Izuku gave a sheepish smile, already blushing. Why, I'll see you tomorrow in class. She leaned in before he could get another word out, lips brushing his briefly, soft, quick, but enough to make his brain completely shut down. Then she pulled back with a grin. Don't be late, hero. And just like that, she turned and ran off toward the station, her cheeks just as red as his. Izuku stood there, stunned, his fingers hovering near his lips like he couldn't believe what just happened. Oh, good. Did she just? She totally did. You just got kissed, Midoriya. Kissed? By a girl. I'm so proud of you I could cry, if I had ducks. Izuku stumbled back a step, nearly tripping over the sidewalk. I think I'm dying, he whispered. Nope. You're just in love. Same thing, basically. And despite the system's dramatic shouting echoing in his head, Izuku couldn't stop smiling. Izuku made his way home at a snail's pace, his bag slung loosely over one shoulder. His feet moved on autopilot while his mind spiraled in every direction, still reeling from the kiss. His first real kiss. With Jiro. His lips still tingled. His face still burned. And Echo would not shut up. I can't believe it, the dork got smooched. This is not a drill, people, the dork got. Echo please, Izuku muttered under his breath, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm gonna make a whole montage in your head. Gonna call it She Kissed a Nerd, soundtrack sold separately. He groaned softly as he opened the front door to his apartment. Just let me survive this without combusting, okay? The moment the door creaked open, the warmth of home greeted him. That, and the very specific sensation of danger. His mom's aura, no, her presence, was different. Swirling, suspicious, hungry for answers. Izuku Midoriya sat at the kitchen table, sipping tea with both hands wrapped around the mug. She smiled at him with the precision of a seasoned interrogator. Welcome home, sweetie, she chirped. Izuku flinched. Hey, Mom. She narrowed her eyes. Slowly, playfully, dangerously. So, Izuku, she began, her tone sweet as syrup. Why are you smiling so much today? His body went stiff. Smiling? I'm not. Before he could stumble any further through his lie, her eyes sharpened, and she pointed directly at his mouth. And, why is there purple lipstick on your lips? He froze. He was dead. This was it. Forget one for all. Forget Yue. This was how Izuku Midoriya perished. Death by mom interrogation. You're on your own, champ. I'm gonna sit back and enjoy the show. Good luck. Izuku's soul left his body as his face turned redder than Kirishima's hair. And maybe she missed and hit my face when she waved goodbye? Inko raised an eyebrow. He was doomed. The morning air was crisp as Izuku and Jiro strolled toward Yue, the early sun casting soft gold across the school's pristine sidewalks. Izuku's uniform was slightly crooked, thanks to the mad scramble to leave his apartment without facing another lipstick interrogation from his mother, and Jiro had. Her earbuds in, one jack lazily swinging as she walked beside him. She looked calm. Effortless. Izuku looked like he had fought his closet and lost. You know, Jiro said casually, eyeing his uneven collar, for someone who saved the day last week and got kissed by a very attractive girl, you're still incapable of dressing yourself. Izuku flushed. I was in a rush. Aha. She reached over and gently tugged at his collar, straightening it without comment. Better. He mumbled a thanks and tried not to combust on the spot. Behind them, Mina's voice carried like glitter on the breeze. Look at them. Aren't they cute? I swear I'm gonna write a song about this. I'd listen to it, Kirishima said with a grin. As long as it's got a killer guitar solo and the word manly at least 3 times. Deal. Echo yawned dramatically inside Izuku's head. Too early for this level of teen drama. Wake me up when someone explodes. They rounded the corner toward the school steps, the imposing building gleaming in the morning light. Students buzzed around them, conversations humming with anticipation. You think we'll get to do more combat today? Kirishima asked, jogging a bit to walk beside them. I've been itching to test out my new moves. Maybe, Izuku said, trying to sound casual. I think they said something about practical quirk usage coming up again soon. Mina leaned forward, resting her chin dramatically on Izuku's shoulder from behind. Oh, are you gonna suplex someone again, Midoriya? Or maybe confess your undying love to Jiro while punching a villain in the face? Izuku turned bright red. I'm not planning to what? Jiro didn't say anything. She just smirked, cheeks a little pinker than usual. God, you're both hopeless, Mina sighed happily. It's adorable. The train hissed as it pulled away from the platform, leaving a cluster of UA students behind in its wake. Izuku adjusted the strap of his bag and took a step forward, only to immediately trip over absolutely nothing. Still can't walk on flat ground, huh? Jiro muttered, catching his arm before he could faceplant. I'm nervous, he hissed. And sleep-deprived. From what? She asked, eyebrow raised. Daydreaming about our future wedding? Izuku sputtered, nearly choking on air. Mina appeared at his other side like a gremlin summoned by chaos. Wait, wedding? Did I miss a proposal? Tell me you wrote a song for her. Tell me it was a ballad. No one is getting married. Izuku blurted. Yet, Kirishima added with a grin, jogging to catch up. Though I do think you could pull off a tux, dude. Jiro made a small choking noise beside him, clearly trying not to laugh. Izuku dragged his hand down his face. Why are all of you like this? That's just what friends do, bro, Kirishima said, slapping him on the back. Tease you until you start glowing. I'm not glowing. You kind of are, a new voice chimed in, Uraraka, her brown eyes bright as she joined the group with a wave. Morning, guys. Morning, Ochako. Mina beamed, throwing an arm around her. You're just in time for today's episode of Will Midoriya Survive His Crush? Uraraka giggled. Oh, are we still teasing him about Jiro? I'm right here, Izuku groaned. We know, they all said in unison. Echo hummed like it was sipping tea in the background. I love the smell of romantic embarrassment in the morning. The five of them walked together, the towering gates of UA just ahead. Students buzzed around, a few glancing over at their little group with mild curiosity or quiet envy. They looked like actual friends. Like they belonged. And for once, Izuku wasn't thinking about how awkward he looked or whether he deserved to be here. He was just walking with people who liked him. Jiro brushed her shoulder against his. You're making that face again. What face? The one where you're overthinking everything. He blinked. Sorry, it's just new. All of this. Jiro's smirk softened. Yeah. But it's good, right? Izuku hesitated, then smiled. Yeah, he said. It's really good. Uraraka nudged Izuku's shoulder gently. You really okay? You look like you just ran a marathon. He nodded quickly. Why? Just not used to attention, I guess. She smiled. Well, you'd better get used to it. You're in the hero course now. You've got people who notice you. Izuku blinked at her, surprised by the kindness in her voice. His heart stuttered just a little. Jiro's voice cut through the moment as they reached the classroom door. Careful, floaty girl. That's my dork you're pep-talking. Uraraka snorted. Relax, Jiro. I don't steal other people's nerds. Mina gasped. You're admitting he's a nerd? Finally. I've always said he's a nerd, Jiro shot back as she stepped into the classroom. I just happen to like this one. Izuku barely kept himself from spontaneously combusting as they entered Class 1A. The familiar layout came into view, rows of desks, windows shining with morning light, a handful of students already in their seats. Ida was gesturing dramatically to someone in the corner, and Aoyama was trying to use his belt as a mirror again. Their little group trickled in and settled into their usual seats, conversations still swirling softly as they got ready for another day of heroics. Izuku sat down and took a deep breath. This is real. I'm actually here. Look at you, dork, Echo said fondly. Walking into class with friends, a girlfriend, and a backpack that doesn't have holes in it. You're evolving. I might actually pass out. Please do. I want to see if anyone catches you. Jiro tapped her pen against her notebook, glanced his way, and gave him a small, lopsided smile. He smiled back. It wasn't a big moment, but it was mine. And for once, everything felt right. Aizawa entered the room like a ghost with a hangover, silent, slouching, and wrapped in that diamond yellow sleeping bag like it owed him money. Half the class didn't even notice him at first. Do you think they'll let us try rescue scenarios today? Uraraka asked, settling into her seat with a hopeful smile. Only if we don't get stuck in a lecture again, Jiro muttered, flipping open her notebook. I, for one, am prepared for any physical challenge. Ida announced, adjusting his glasses like he was preparing to battle gravity itself. I have already stretched for precisely 7 minutes this morning. Wow, Mina said, deadpan. I didn't even open my eyes for 7 minutes this morning. A loud, yeah, echoed from the corner, where Kirishima had started hyping himself up by shadowboxing near the windows. Alright, shut up and sit down. The class froze as one. Aizawa stood at the front, hair a mess, eyes half-lidded and radiating disdain. Good morning, sensei, a few students muttered in weak unison. How does he always show up without anyone seeing him? Izuku wondered, gripping his notebook reflexively. Is that a quirk or just teacher stealth? Definitely teacher stealth, Echo said. He's basically a tired ninja in a scarf. Today, Aizawa continued, voice flat as ever, we're going off campus. The beat. What? Kaminari shouted, already halfway out of his seat. Are we finally doing, like, hero work? Actual hero stuff? You'll be told the specifics later, Aizawa said, not even blinking. But pack your gear and bring your brains, assuming some of you remember to bring them in the first place. Mineta raised a hand. Will there be, like, danger? Aizawa stared at him. You're training to be heroes. Of course there'll be danger. Mineta slumped in his seat with a faint whimper. Regret. Ignore him, Ashido whispered loudly. He's allergic to character development. The class tittered quietly. Izuku's heart thudded. Off campus. Field training? Already? Oh, mystery field trip. I wonder if there'll be snacks. What kind of training is this going to be? Is it more combat? More tests? Are we being graded? Is there going to be a pop quiz? What if it's a battle royale? Breathe, Nerdzilla. You're spiraling again. Aizawa looked around the room with the calm, dead-eyed expression of a man who had seen far too much and slept far too little. You'll all receive your assignments in the next hour. Get your gear. Meet at the main gate. Do not be late. With that, he pulled his yellow sleeping bag back up around his shoulders and exited the room like a blanket-wrapped reaper. Silence lingered for a second. Okay, now I'm nervous, Kaminari muttered. You're always nervous, Shiro replied. Jiro leaned over to Izuku. Any idea what he meant by off campus? Nope. And that's the terrifying part. He shook his head. Not a clue. I have a clue, Echo whispered. But I'm not telling. Spoilers. Izuku groaned softly. You're the worst. And yet, I'm all you've got. Better hydrate, Hugh. Feels like something big is coming. And for once, Echo didn't sound like he was joking. The boys' locker room was filled with the unmistakable chaos of teenagers changing clothes, hyping each other up, and trying not to trip over their own gym bags. Kirishima tossed his uniform shirt onto the bench and stretched, muscles flexing as he cracked his neck. Man, I hope this isn't just a lecture field trip. I'm dying to punch something. You say that every day, Shiro muttered as he tugged his sleeve off. One day you're gonna get your wish and regret everything. Doubt it, Kirishima grinned. Pain builds character. Pretty sure you've got enough character to last the rest of us a lifetime, Kaminari chimed in as he struggled with the zipper on his training suit. Seriously, who designed these things? I feel like I'm trying to get into a mech suit. It's literally just a tracksuit, Tokoyami said from the corner, his voice stoic as always. Your incompetence is not the fault of the uniform. Harsh, Kaminari said, clutching his chest like he'd been mortally wounded. Izuku sat quietly at the end of the bench, pulling on his shirt with slightly more grace than the last time they'd done this. Not much, but progress. So this is what having a group is like, huh? Ah, locker room bonding, Echo mused. The great shounen tradition of shirtless banter and unresolved tension. Please don't say, shirtless banter, ever again. Too late. Already submitted it to your autobiography. Across from him, Ida was folding his uniform with surgical precision. Gentlemen, I trust you've all remembered to pack your hero costumes as instructed? Kaminari blinked. Wait, what? Seriously? Shiro asked, pausing mid-sleeve. Dude, that was in the announcement. I thought he meant, like, metaphorically. Kirishima snorted. How do you metaphorically pack a costume? Kaminari looked at the ceiling. With the power of imagination. Bro. Ida let out a strangled sound and immediately began reciting UA's preparedness policy. Clause 4A clearly states that students must carry their issued battle gear for any off-campus activity with possible combat training or practical application of their quirks. Okay. Kaminari waved his hands. I get it. I'll run back and grab it before we head out. Tokoyami tilted his head. You were not prepared for today, yet you enter this battlefield unafraid. Yeah, Kaminari said. That sounds cool. Let's go with that. Izuku chuckled softly, shaking his head. This feels normal. You're fitting in, kid. Weird, right? Yeah. But in a good way. Kirishima flopped onto the bench next to him, elbowing his side lightly. So, Midoriya, what do you think this training's gonna be? Rescue? Combat? Surprise villain ambush? I hope not the last one. Honestly? I don't know. But if it's rescue training, I'm all in. Manly response, Kirishima said with a thumbs up. You ever think about what kind of hero name you'd want? Izuku blinked. Please say, Captain Nerd. Please. I haven't really thought about it yet. Come on, man, Kaminari said, zipping up his suit halfway. You gotta have something cool in mind. Green lightning. Siro coughed. That sounds like a soda. A manly soda, Kirishima corrected. Izuku just laughed, the sound bubbling up before he could stop it. I really don't deserve this. But I'm grateful for it anyway. The girls' locker room at UA was, in a word, lawless. Shirts flew like shurikens. The floor was a battlefield of mismatched socks, glitter-streaked lip balm, and one aggressively bedazzled phone case that had somehow wedged itself under a bench. Steam curled from the showers in the back, where someone had definitely used up all the hot water already. Hagakure was screaming about being stepped on. I swear to God, whoever just grabbed my melon's is dead meat, Mina shouted from the steam cloud, towel barely clinging to her body as she stumbled out, dripping and furious. Not me, said Sue, lounging on the bench in nothing but shorts and a towel turban like a judgmental lizard goddess. Could have been me, Hagakure's voice piped up from somewhere too close to comfort. Stop being naked and invisible at the same time, Yayarozu begged from her locker, trying to change without making eye contact with anyone. I am clothed. You are very much not. Jiro, who had taken refuge in the corner to change quickly and quietly, was nearly finished pulling her shirt over her head when Mina slammed into the bench beside her like a glitter bomb of chaos and gossip. Hey, did you? Mina purred, eyes glinting with something dangerous. Did you tell anyone about the kiss? I told you. Jiro gritted through her teeth, yanking her sports bra into place. Shut up. Oh, come on. You can't drop a kiss update and then expect me to act normal. I've been invested in this ship since like episode 4. I didn't kiss him for you, Mina. I know, she sang. But I benefited emotionally, so really we both won. You're the actual worst. You love it. From across the room, Uraraka popped her head up like a curious prairie dog, her cheeks pink and eyes wide. Wait, you kissed Midoriya again? Why is that news to everyone? Jiro groaned, dragging her beanie down like she wanted to hide in it forever. Oh my god, it's canon. Hagakure squealed from somewhere way too close. I knew it. The slow burn tension. The pining. The way she always calls him nerd, like it's a love language. Don't make it weird. It's already weird. Yayarozu called, her voice cracking as she tried to navigate putting on her shirt while actively blushing. Are you gonna, Mina leaned in way too close, smirking, do it again soon? Jiro, now halfway dressed and fully flustered, deadpanned, would you like a transcript? Should I text you live updates? Mina gasped. Yes. I will strangle you with my own UX cord. That's so hot. Stop saying things. Uraraka was giggling into her hoodie. Sue raised a brow. Honestly, I think you should be proud. First kiss with a boy who didn't immediately faint? That's growth. He almost did faint. Jiro shouted. And yet he lived, Mina added, pressing a hand dramatically to her chest. Love truly is the strongest. Quirk. A rogue towel flew through the air and hit her in the face. Jiro yanked her zipper up, snatched her bag, and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, I hate all of you, but the slight curve of her lips gave her away. Are you at least bringing him snacks later? Mina asked as they headed toward the exit. Why would I do that? Because he'd combust from joy and we'd get to see it. You're a menace. I contain multitudes. And with that, the locker room chaos finally spilled out into the hallway, laughter echoing, footsteps loud, and Jiro's ears burning hotter than her amp mode on full blast. The hallway echoed with laughter and overlapping voices as the two groups met up just outside the locker rooms. Okay, who threw a towel at Mina? Kaminari asked as soon as the girls came into view. Because I felt that emotionally. She earned it, Jiro muttered, brushing past him. Still worth it, Mina called, twirling dramatically as she rejoined the boys. I bring chaos and romantic updates wherever I go. She really does, Uraraka whispered with a giggle. Yo! Kirishima greeted the girls with a wide grin. Ready to smash some rescue drills? Depends, Tsuyu said, blinking slowly. Are we being rescued, or are we doing the rescuing? Either way, I'm not letting anyone outmanly me, he declared, fist clenched in determination. Oh my god, are we competing? Mina asked. Because I will crush all of you in emotional resilience. Not hard when some of us are barely holding it together, Siro said, nudging Kaminari, who was still trying to zip up the back of his costume. Jiro brushed against Izuku as she stepped into place beside him, Casually close. He tried not to die about it. She's literally just standing here. Be cool. You're sweating through your uniform, my guy. I'm not. You are, in fact, one anxious nerd sneeze away from spontaneously combusting. He didn't get the chance to defend himself, because at that moment, Aizawa appeared at the end of the hall like a sleep-deprived specter sent to kill the vibe. All right, he said in a flat tone, barely raising his voice. No one heard him. I said, Aizawa repeated, dragging out every word with surgical irritation, shut up and listen. Dead silence. Even Mina froze mid-giggle. Aizawa stopped in front of them, dark circles under his eyes more menacing than any villain. You're going to the unforeseen simulation joint, he said. It's a specialized training facility off campus. Your job today is to get a taste of what real hero work feels like. He let that sit for a moment. You will be supervised by 13. You'll remember her as the black hole hero. That's so cool, Uraraka whispered to Izuku. Additionally, Aizawa continued, All Might will be joining us for the latter half of the exercise, assuming he doesn't disappear halfway through like last time. Kaminari pumped his fist. Yes. All Might's gonna be there. Try not to faint this time, Jiro muttered, elbowing Izuku lightly. He coughed. Not gonna happen. Probably. Definitely. You're gonna swoon like it's prom night. Suit up. Stay together. Don't be stupid, Aizawa finished. Now move. And just like that, the class filtered out of the building toward the buses, excitement buzzing just under the surface, nervous energy rippling between students who didn't yet realize how real things were about to get. Izuku's hand brushed Jiro's as they walked, and when she didn't move away, he nearly forgot how to breathe. Hand-holding on the way to disaster. Precious. The UA bus rolled smoothly along the road, but inside, it was anything but quiet. Seriously though, Kaminari said, stretching across his seat, this bus is, like, the deluxe hero edition. Where's the snack cart? Where's the intern playing lo-fi beats? I would kill for snacks, Mina said, lounging beside him. Or even a soda. Preferably one that doesn't explode. That'd dig at me, alien queen? The voice cut in sharp and loud. Bakugo, hunched in his seat near the middle, arms folded like they personally offended him just by existing. Everyone froze. Mina blinked. I mean if the ash fits. Watch it, he growled. Or I'll blast that fake tan off your face. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Her skin is literally pink, you moron. Yeah. Bakugo snapped. And yours is about to be black and blue if you keep yapping. Here we go, Izuku thought, sliding down in his seat like that would somehow shield him from the shrapnel. Oh boy, it's time for Bakugo's daily meltdown. Place your bets, people. I'm just saying, Kaminari added, grinning, you might want to tone down the whole, I'm gonna kill everyone vibe. It's not exactly, comforting. Bakugo's eyes narrowed like gun barrels. I don't give a DMN if you're comforted, Sparky. You want a tissue with that weak butt attitude. Tsuyu blinked from her seat. You're kind of proving the point. You saying something, frogface? I'm saying your personality's like a trash fire that screams. The bus went absolutely silent for half a second, before Mina burst out laughing. Oh my god, Tsu, savage. Even Jiro let out a snort, hiding her grin behind her hand. Bakugo stood slightly in his seat, glaring at everyone like they'd personally declared war. You all got something to say? Huh. Want me to give you a reason to talk shit? Izuku flinched. Here we go again. God, he's like an aggressive ferret with grenades. Bakugo, Aizawa said flatly from the front of the bus, not even looking up from his sleeping bag. Sit down. And shut up. Bakugo growled under his breath, but flopped back into his seat, arms still crossed, jaw clenched like he was chewing on a landmine. The tension faded just a little, conversations slowly trickling back in. Jiro leaned over to Izuku and whispered, How the hell did you grow up with that? Very carefully he wanted to say. Complicated, he muttered instead. Tsuyu glanced at him, head tilted. Still don't get what your quirk is, Midoriya. It didn't look like any kind of standard enhancement thing during the entrance exam. That caught some ears again. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. It's a strength-based quirk, but hard to control. I've been working on it. Hard enough that it broke your arms? She asked, blunt as always. It's fine now. Izuku said way too fast. Really? I heal quick. Lies and vibes, baby. That's our brand. Across the bus, Bakugo's eye twitched. Still can't believe they let you in. Nerd couldn't throw a punch 6 months ago. Jiro's eyes narrowed. Yeah, he can now. In right I can, Izuku muttered, before realizing he'd actually said it out loud. The silence that followed was brutal. Even Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Then he smirked, just slightly. Try that again next time, Deku. I dare you. Izuku clenched his fists, but stayed silent. Not yet. But one day. Oh, spicy. Save it for the ring, hero. The rest of the ride was quieter, tension still simmering like static in the air. But even with the occasional threat of combustion, Izuku couldn't help but feel like something had changed. Just a little. After the Bakugo Blast Fest simmered down, the chatter slowly returned, quieter but more natural, like everyone had collectively decided to vibe instead of fight. Uraraka leaned forward slightly, arms resting on the back of Izuku's seat. So, let's talk heroes. Mina perked up. Yes, finally. I've been waiting for this topic. My favorite's probably 13, Uraraka said, smiling. She's just so dim and cool. Like, all calm and collected, but her quirk could erase an entire city block. And she still uses it just to save people? I dunno. That's just awesome to me. That's a good pick, Kirishima nodded. Total respect. Rescue works super manly. Is that your favorite too? She asked. Nah, he grinned. Mine's Crimson Riot. Dude's a legend. He never backs down, even when he's scared. That's what being a hero means to me, pushing through anyway. Crimson Riot? Zero asked from across the aisle. Weren't you literally trying to become him last week? Hey, I didn't dye my hair red for nothing. I thought Mina dyed it for you. She offered. I accepted. It was a bonding moment. Mina winked. He looked amazing. I stand by it. What about you, Jiro? Uraraka asked, eyes twinkling. Who's your number one? Jiro leaned back in her seat and tapped one ear jack against the cushion. Soundwave. Obvious choice, but come on. Audio-based tech, stealth missions, team support? She's basically the blueprint. Soundwave's badass, Mina agreed. Her costume is so sleek too. Like, minimalist murder chic. Jiro shrugged, hiding a small smile. I just think she's cool. What about you, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked, tilting her head. You've got that All Might fanboy vibe. Oh no. They know. Izuku coughed into his hand. I mean, yeah, I used to really look up to All Might. Still do, I guess. But if I had to pick someone a little less obvious. He hesitated. Do I say it? No one ever knows who he is. But still. Erase her head. Jiro blinked. Wait, seriously? That guy? Izuku nodded. He's tactical, calm, kind of intimidating, yeah, but he's smart. And he doesn't just throw himself into battle without a plan. Plus, he's really good at close-quarters combat and suppressing villains without hurting them too much. And he's the living embodiment of, I'm too tired for your bullshit, Echo added. Aspirational, honestly. He's so grumpy though, Mina said, giggling. Exactly, Izuku smiled. But he still shows up. Every time. Jiro glanced at him, a little surprised, and maybe a little impressed. Did I just say something smooth? Stop thinking about it. Just smile and nod. Nerd level +1. Mutual hero appreciation acquired. What about you, Kaminari? Zero asked. Mount Lady, he said instantly. Everyone stared. Dude, Kirishima muttered. What? She's tall. And hot. And she smashes things. I have layers. I'm not surprised, Jiro muttered, already rubbing her temples. Honestly? Still valid, Mina shrugged. What about you, Yaoyorozu? Uraraka asked from across the bus. Oh, Yaoyorozu blinked. Mine's Uwabami. I think she's elegant. Composed. Plus, her rescue work is excellent, when you look past the media stuff. She does have great hair, Mina added. Also, snakes are cool. And you, Tsu? Kirishima asked. I like Selkie, she said simply. Good teamwork. Funny guy. Huh, Izuku blinked. That's actually a really good pick. He's got boat energy, Tsuyu added. I like boats. Jiro gave her a look. That's not a real reason. It is to me. Everyone laughed. The bus rolled on, sunlight gleaming through the windows, their voices rising and falling like a song, each student just a little more open, a little more connected. For once, it didn't feel like they were all competing. It felt like they were becoming a team. The laughter started to settle, a gentle hum of warmth and shared excitement as the bus rolled along. Izuku leaned back against the seat, his eyes flicking out the window, watching the scenery blur by. Then he spoke, a little quieter this time. But yet, back to Eraserhead. Well, Aizawa-sensei, he said. I look up to underground heroes a lot. Jiro glanced over at him, surprised by the sudden sincerity in his voice. They don't get the fame, or fortune, or really much recognition at all, Izuku continued. But they still show up. They risk everything even when nobody's watching. It kind of proves they do it just to do it, you know? To help people. Because it's the right thing. Because that's what I want to be. Oh, Dimon, Echo said, genuinely quiet for once. Okay, philosopher mode activated. Didn't see that coming. There was a small pause. Wow, Uraraka murmured. That's really cool. Kirishima nodded. That's actually super manly, dude. For real. Even Mina, normally bouncing with energy, softened a bit. Underground heroes are so hardcore. Like, no spotlight, just vibes and grit. Jiro didn't say anything at first, but Izuku felt her gaze linger a little longer. And then, I guess I picked the right nerd to kiss, Jiro muttered just loud enough for Izuku to hear. He wheezed into his hands. System overload. Activating flustered mode, level 7. Before Izuku could fully recover from social combustion, a familiar voice cut through the soft laughter. My ears are burning, Midoriya. Aizawa stood near the front of the bus, still wrapped in his cocoon of sleep-deprived scarf energy, but somehow more alert than usual. Remember, he said, monotone as ever, skiing up and kissing but won't get you far in this course. A few students chuckled nervously, unsure whether he was joking or already docking participation points. Izuku's spine stiffened. I wasn't. I mean, I was just being honest, sensei. But Aizawa didn't respond right away. Izuku caught it, just a flicker of something behind the tired eyes. A brief glint, a flash of amusement, maybe pride. His aura, usually dim and heavy with exhaustion, seemed to brighten, if only for a moment. Just long enough to be noticed. Was that a smirk? Holy crap, you impressed him, Echo whispered, almost stunned. You impressed Eraser Dad. Midoriya, are you okay? Do you need a tissue? A hug? Nope. I'm fine. I'm great. I'm floating. Aizawa shifted, muttering something about kids these days, and turned back to the front. But Izuku was still sitting there, blinking like someone had just handed him an all-might autograph and whispered, I'm proud of you. And across from him, Jiro leaned over and whispered, teacher's pet. He groaned, but he didn't stop smiling. The bus pulled to a smooth stop outside a massive, dome-shaped structure with steel supports like the ribs of some sleeping beast. At its base stood wide double doors, sleek and gleaming, framed by dark panels and glowing security lights. Whoa, Kaminari said, eyes wide as he leaned toward the window. This place is huge. It looks like a spaceship, Uraraka murmured. Are we allowed to call it cool yet? Only if we survive it, Tsuyu said flatly. As the class filed out of the bus, the building loomed larger with every step, until they were standing in front of the main entrance. The air felt different here. Quite heavy. Aizawa stepped forward, unzipping his sleeping bag like a grim burrito unwrapping itself for battle. This is the unforeseen simulation joint, he said. We use it for disaster training. Controlled rescue environments. Controlled risks. At least in theory. Controlled risks. Kaminari echoed. I don't like how that sounds. Before anyone could question it further, the doors hissed open with a low, mechanical whir, and there, standing in the center of the massive entrance hall, was a woman in a black and white space suit, helmet under one arm, cape billowing softly behind her. 13. Uraraka gasped, eyes practically glowing. My hero, Mino whispered dramatically, pressing her hands to her cheeks. 13 gave a small bow, her voice warm and clear as it echoed across the entrance. 13 stood tall at the center of the massive dome, the glass above her catching the morning light and casting soft reflections across her black and white suit. She held her helmet under one arm, the other hand gesturing warmly as the class gathered around. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, she said, voice echoing clearly through the spacious entry hall. Or as some call it, the USJ. A few students chuckled quietly. The nickname had already caught on. My name is 13. You may know me from rescue missions or educational specials. But today, you'll be seeing another side of hero work, one that's often overlooked. She turned, cape fluttering lightly behind her as she stepped forward. Saving people. That's what today is about. The class leaned in. Even Bakugo had gone quiet, arms crossed, brow furrowed. You've all been training hard. Your quirks are developing, your bodies are stronger, and your minds are sharper. That's commendable. But hero work is not just about strength. 13 raised one gloved hand, curling her fingers slightly. I have a quirk called Black Hole. It allows me to SCK in anything and disintegrate it to dust. A murmur spread through the class, part awe, part nervousness. With it, I can save people trapped beneath rubble. Clear debris. Create safe paths where there were none. It's an incredible tool. She paused, voice lowering slightly. But if I lose focus, if I panic, if I use it carelessly. She looked at them each in turn. I could kill someone. Instantly. A hush fell over the group. I say this not to scare you, she continued, but to remind you that power, no matter how useful, is always dangerous if not treated with respect. And that truth may very well apply to many of you as well. Izuku swallowed hard. She's right. One for all could rip me apart. It nearly has. And Echo, the system, even I don't fully understand what I've become yet. Big mood, Echo muttered. The power to help or destroy, all depending on your next move. Poetic, terrifying, very. Today, 13 said, stepping back and spreading her arms toward the expansive simulated disaster zones behind her. You'll learn how to use your quirks not just to fight, but to protect, to assist, to rescue. That is the heart of a hero. The silence that followed was thick with thought. Then the lights above flickered. Twice. And then stayed dim. A chill crept in like mist. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Stay together. Down in the center of the dome. A ripple spread across the air like someone had torn open a wound in space. And something stepped through. The flickering lights above finally gave way to a dull, eerie glow. Down on the central platform of the USJ, near the simulated disaster zones, a swirling distortion rippled the air, dark mist spiraling outward like a storm wound opening midair. A circle of shadows bloomed from the center. And from it they stepped through. Figures, dozens of them, emerging slowly, calmly, as if they had all the time in the world. What is that? Kaminari asked, eyes wide. Is this part of the training? Hagakura's voice trembled slightly. Like, a test scenario? That's too many people, Yayarosa said, already pulling her arms close. No way this was scheduled. Mina's grin faltered. Guys, that's not acting. Those are. A clack echoed through the air as Aizawa stepped forward, reaching up and pulling his yellow scarf down from his shoulders. No, he said flatly. This isn't training. He slid his goggles into place, tone sharp now, dangerous. Focused. 13, he said without hesitation. Get them out of here. Call the school. Now. Understood, she replied immediately, spinning on her heel and ushering the students toward the exit platform. More figures poured from the mist below, men with weapons, masks, jagged smiles. Women with twitchy eyes and clawed gloves. One man carried a ball of fire in each palm, already laughing like he'd found the best game in the world. At the center, tall and strange, a man covered in fog and steel hovered just inches above the ground. Kurogyri. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku breathed, already backing up as the panic around him started to rise. But something felt off. Too off. Oh? He asked internally. No response. Echo, come on, don't do this now. Silence. Nothing. No sarcasm. No jokes. No screaming about heart rates or dramatic commentary. Just dead quiet. What's going on? His pulse quickened, not just because of the villains, but because he realized he felt alone in his own head. Aizawa crouched at the edge of the platform, scarf already snapping to life around him. You're not getting to my students, he muttered, and leapt into the air without hesitation. And just like that, the battle began. The students quickly gathered around 13, eyes wide with confusion and fear, hearts hammering loud enough to echo off the polished floors. But from below, a dry, rasping voice cut sharply through the chaos. A voice dripping with excitement, hunger, and frustration all at once. What's this? Heads snapped toward the sound. Standing at the center of the gathering horde was a slender figure, his body slouched, hands shoved deep in his pockets. Pale hair framed red eyes that flicked around, twitching and restless. Tamura Shigaraki's voice sliced the heavy silence again. We came here for all might, he murmured, scratching absently at his neck, voice rising in pitch with every word. Supposed to be simple. Kill the symbol of peace, and the hero society. But I don't see him. Do you see him, Kurogyri? The mist villain, Kurogyri, bowed his fog-covered head slightly. It appears he's absent, Shigaraki. Absent? Shigaraki hissed. Oh, that's disappointing. He turned slowly, fingers twitching erratically as his eyes locked onto the group of students on the distant platform. Maybe all might will come out to play. Shigaraki rasped, eyes wide with madness. If we kill a few of his precious students first. A collective gasp rippled through Class 1A. 13 stepped forward quickly, her voice steady despite the chaos. We need to evacuate now. Move together, quickly, head to the exit. Why yes, ma'am? Ida shouted, already taking charge and gesturing urgently. Everyone stay together. They turned toward the doors. But before they could move, a shadowy mist appeared directly in their path, swelling and writhing as Kurogyri emerged smoothly from the darkness. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Kurogyri intoned calmly. We have business with you all. Bakugo growled, instantly igniting explosions in his palms. Get out of the way, Smoky Bisiri. Kirishima's body hardened as he launched forward beside Bakugo. Yeah. You're not stopping us. But their attacks sliced harmlessly through the mist, doing nothing to Kurogyri as he sighed, unimpressed. Such recklessness. Kurogyri murmured, expanding his body into a whirlpool of shadows. Allow me to scatter you all. Get back. 13 shouted. Too late. The black mist surged outward, swallowing them. Students shouted in alarm, flailing helplessly as they were esseeking into the swirling vortex. Izuku felt the world vanish beneath his feet, his stomach dropping in free fall. Echo please, where are you? Only silence echoed back. The sensation of falling abruptly ended as Izuku crashed into something cold and wet, water engulfing him instantly. He clawed upward, breaking the surface with a gasp, sputtering and coughing, his eyes wide with panic as he took in the scene. He was stranded. Surrounded by open water on all sides, villains looming ominously below him in the deep blue depths. Can't be happening. But it was. And for the first time since everything began, Izuku felt utterly alone. Izuku thrashed in the water, his limbs heavy and his mind spinning. His boots dragged him downward, his costume soaking through and slowing every movement. He broke the surface again, gasping for breath, only for a pair of webbed hands to snatch him by the collar and yank him up with surprising strength. Midoriya, a voice called. Hold still. Tsu, he coughed, water streaming from his hair. Ribbit. Yeah. Hold on. A second later, a vine-like tongue slapped down onto Mineta's head, dragging the panicked great boy up from the water where he had been flailing and screaming in circles. Tsu, I'm drowning. You're fine, she said, completely monotone, as she flung him face first onto the rusted metal of the old mock ship deck. What? Ack, my spine. Shouldn't have grabbed my chest, pervert. The desperate reflex. Mineta wheezed, lying face down like a dropped sack of potatoes. Izuku slumped beside him, panting, gripping the edge of the deck. He looked out across the artificial sea, spotted several villains swimming below. Waiting. Watching. His head throbbed, vision still foggy from the warp. And then, Midoriya. Izuku flinched. Oh, yeah. I'm here. Where were you? I thought you were. Doesn't matter right now. Listen to me. The voice was low, tight. It didn't sound like the usual snark or sing-song commentary. It sounded scared. You need to get out of here. Now. I'm trying. We all got separated. Tsu's here and Mineta, and there's water everywhere. No, you're not hearing me. The pause. He's different. Izuku's blood ran cold. Shigaraki. Izuku's breath hitched. Something's wrong with him. I felt it the moment he stepped through. It's not just hate. It's not just chaos. It's like something ancient and rotting and hungry. Tsuyu glanced over at him, frowning. Midoriya? You okay? He blinked. Realized he was gripping the ship rail so hard his knuckles were white. Yeah, I'm fine. But he wasn't. He wasn't fine at all. Izuku stared at the water below, breath coming fast, heart hammering in his chest. Villains moved beneath the surface, dark shapes circling like sharks, waiting for the next splash. Echo's words still rang in his skull. He's different. But fear wasn't the only thing blooming inside him now. No, there was something sharper. Focused. The part of him that watched heroes, that studied battle footage, that analyzed everything, was already at work. His lips started moving before he could stop them. Okay. Large-scale combat field, controlled flooding, that's meant to mimic disaster-level conditions. That means water rescue scenarios. No structural cover, we're sitting ducks, too many enemies underwater, but that means they're expecting panic, not counterattacks. Mineta said, blinking. Is he okay? Tsuyu tilted her head. No. He's planning. Let him go. Izuku kept going, hands moving as he muttered to himself. Tsuyu's mobility and strength in water is unmatched. Mineta's sticky ball, unfortunate phrasing, can immobilize if timed right. If I use my strength to launch a distraction at high speed, then create surface chaos, split their focus, we could take the advantage. He's doing the thing, Echo murmured. The mutter mode. Your villain brain is on fire right now. Shut up, I'm working. Midoriya, Tsuyu said calmly, whatever plan you're building, now's the time to use it. Izuku snapped his fingers. Tsuyu, I need you to throw me. Excuse me, she blinked. Throw me. Into the air, toward the center of the zone, then get ready to grab Mineta and move to flank. I'll draw their attention and break the surface. Once I land, Mineta will use his quirk on any that chase me to the boat. You'll clean up the rest. Mineta's mouth opened and closed. Wait, I'm the bait? No, Izuku said, tightening his gloves. I am. Tsuyu stared at him for a second, then smirked. Ribbit. All right, Midoriya. Let's cause some chaos. She crouched low, her tongue curling around his waist like a safety H's. Izuku took one last breath. You're out of your mind, Echo whispered. But this is very hero of you. Let's hope it's enough. Then Tsuyu launched him into the air. The wind roared past his ears as Tsuyu's tongue whipped him into the air, flinging him like a slingshot over the man-made ocean. Izuku soared above the water, hair whipping in his face, the villains below looking up in surprise, some ducking, some confused. He clenched his fists, heart pounding. This is it. Smash. He slammed his fist into the water midair, not aiming at a person, just the surface. The impact was like a cannon going off. A massive splash erupted, towering waves crashing in every direction, sending villains flying or scrambling for stability. It was chaos. Exactly what he needed. Oh hell yes, Echo shouted, suddenly sounding like their old self again. You just drop-kicked the ocean, you absolute legend. Not done yet. Izuku hit the water hard, but Tsuyu was already there, scooping him back onto the ship deck with Mineta. Ribbit. That was loud. Did you see that? Mineta screamed. You're a crazy person. Focus. Izuku barked, eyes scanning. They're disoriented. Now's our chance. Mineta, still screaming, began pelting his sticky ball into the water as villains surfaced, tangling them in the muck and glue. Gross. 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 But effective. Keep at it. Izuku shouted. Tsuyu, clear the deck. Got it, she said, tongue flying out and snatching one villain out of the air mid-leap, slamming him into a metal railing before launching into a second. Izuku followed up with a leaping punch, using the waterlogged momentum to slam another villain into the ship's hull. One after another, they dropped, overwhelmed by their own surprise, the teamwork, the sudden reversal. Breathing hard, water dripping from every inch of him, Izuku looked around. Silence. No more movement. They'd done it. For now. But they weren't safe yet. Ida, he panted, eyes wide. We need to get a message to the school. They can't fight all of this alone. We need backup. You need to move faster. Echo's voice returned, quiet again. What? Something's still wrong. I can feel it. The one with the hands, he's getting ready to use something. Something bad. Izuku's stomach dropped. He turned his head toward the center of the USJ, back toward the plaza where they'd been scattered from. And that's when he saw it. That thing. Eyes blank. Skin gray and stitched and breathing like it was never meant to. What the hell is that? That's not a villain. Echo's voice went dead serious. That's a monster. Tsuyu dragged them from the water, breath steady despite the chaos. Izuku rolled to his knees beside her, soaked and trembling, while Mineta lay wheezing in the gravel. They crouched low behind a chunk of collapsed support beam, peering out at the battlefield. Aizawa stood alone in the center of the plaza, blood dripping from a cut above his brow, yellow scarf coiled and ready. Around him, unconscious villains littered the ground. But across from him, stalking closer like a puppet off its strings, the gnome, and behind it, hands twitching with sick excitement, was Shigaraki. So annoying. Shigaraki muttered as he crept toward Aizawa's side, twitching fingers curling midair. You've been such a pain. But you can't erase two quirks at once, right? Aizawa didn't answer. His eye twitched behind the goggles, glow still. Active. Shigaraki lunged. 5 fingers reached for Aizawa's elbow. The moment they made contact, the skin beneath started to crumble, decay spreading outward like wildfire. Aizawa's quirk flicked in deactivation. The decay stopped, just short of full destruction. Shigaraki froze, surprised. But before Aizawa could follow up, the Nomu's fist crashed into his side, lifting him off the ground. The pavement buckled beneath the impact. Aizawa barely got his hands up before the next blow smashed him into the concrete again, debris flying outward in a wide burst. No! Izuku gasped, flinching as dust swallowed their view. A third hit came down, relentless, driving Aizawa's body into the ground like a nail. Blood splattered. His goggles cracked. Tsuyu covered her mouth. Mineta looked ready to vomit. Izuku just watched, frozen, eyes wide with horror. He's going to die. He's going to die and I can't stop it? And the Nomu slowly rose to its full height again, towering over Aizawa's broken form. Echo! But the system said nothing this time. Just the sound of Izuku's heartbeat. And Aizawa, unmoving in the crater. Shigaraki's red eyes scanned the ruins. Then they locked on them. Tsuyu froze. Izuku's breath hitched. Shigaraki tilted his head like a curious animal, fingers twitching, lips curled into a feral smile. There you are, he muttered, voice barely audible beneath the hum of destruction. His steps were slow, light, predatory. You're the ones watching from the water. Should have stayed hidden. He moved. The blink, a breath, he was there. Across the plaza. Now right in front of them. No! Izuku lunged, instinct screaming, but he was too slow. Shigaraki's hand reached out, 5 fingers poised. His fingertips touched Tsuyu's cheek. Izuku's heart stopped. But nothing happened. No flake. No crumble. No rut. Shigaraki blinked. Confused. Ah! A dry, raspy chuckle escaped his lips. You really are a nuisance, Aizawa. Then he turned slightly, eyes narrowing into slits of hatred and malice. Finish it. Nomu. And that was it. Something inside Izuku cracked. His mind snapped like a wire under pressure. Rage surged through him like wildfire. You don't get to do this. You don't get to touch my friends. You don't get to live after this. His vision blurred with fury. Fists trembling, strength coiled into his bones, the power of one for all buzzing at his fingertips. He's not chaos. He's not madness, Echo whispered coldly. He's rot. And he has to be stopped. Izuku screamed, launching forward, winding back his punch. Raya! And then, gone. Shigaraki vanished in a flicker of warp, Kurogiri's void swallowing him whole. Where did he? Tsu's words died in her throat. Because Shigaraki reappeared, behind them, behind Mineta. The boy barely had time to turn, his face twisted into startled confusion. Ha! 5 fingers pressed lightly, almost gently, right against his neck. Mineta's body jerked violently, muscles spasming as if struck by lightning. His eyes bulged grotesquely, veins rupturing red against the whites. A strangled, bubbling gurgle tore from his throat, drowned out by the horrifying crackle of decaying flesh. His skin blackened, peeling back in thick, sickening chunks as if scorched by invisible flames. Muscle fibers snapped and melted away beneath, revealing splintering bones. The decay raced down his torso, spreading hungrily, devouring tissue and muscle in seconds. His jaw unhinged grotesquely, hanging slack in an eternal, soundless scream as blackened blood dripped from his open mouth. Eyes rolled upward, sightless and glazed, as what remained of his skull collapsed inward, brittle like burnt paper. He fell to his knees, his body disintegrating in waves, charred flesh and powdered bones scattering across the ground. And then silence. Nothing remained but a grotesque pile of ash and brittle fragments, the lingering echoes of a life violently extinguished. Shigaraki exhaled like he had just finished a chore. One less nuisance. Izuku screamed. A soundless, agonized, guttural roar, one that ripped from the depths of his soul. His knees buckled, hands trembling. Mineta was dead. And he had been right there. Izuku, Echo's voice was quiet now. This is war. Izuku. He didn't move. He couldn't. His knees were rooted to the cracked pavement, eyes locked on the remains of his classmate, his teammate. Mineta was gone. Reduced to flakes of dust and nothing. A part of him screamed that Mineta was annoying, perverted, loud. He didn't deserve this. No one did. Izuku's fists clenched so hard his nails dug into his palms. Mineta had jokes. He had dreams. He had a stupid little laugh when he got excited. Now, he had nothing. He felt it then. A shift. Something inside him broke open. It wasn't one for all. It wasn't Echo. It was something older. Darker. Something buried deep in his bones. Kill. 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 Save them. Kill the evil. Get rid of it. Erase it. All of it. His breath hitched, his pupils shrinking. He rasped. Izuku. Echo's voice crept in, a whisper now, uncertain. That's not me. Power curled behind his ribs. Something foreign. Something familiar in the worst way. Like claws scraping along his brain. Like instinct without reason. A tide of vengeance boiling beneath his skin. And it wanted out. His fingers twitched. He could feel the pressure behind them, energy swelling in a way one for all never did. And beneath it all, that voice kept going. A twisted chant echoing like a drumbeat through his skull. Kill, kill, kill. The world tilted. Izuku's legs buckled as Mineta's scream echoed in his skull, cut short, severed by that monstrous, rotting hand. There wasn't even time to blink. No time to cry. No time to scream. Only rage. Mouth dry. Vision tunneling. Warning. Warning. Activated. Time limit, 4 minutes. Everything inside him froze. What? Izuku thought, but he couldn't feel his mouth move. He couldn't feel his hands. Couldn't feel anything. Only a sound. A static-laced voice, Echo's voice, but warping, panicked, glitching. Izuku! Izuku, what the hell did you just do? I didn't activate this. This isn't me. His eyes rolled back. The world shattered. Everything turned black. But it wasn't empty. The pulsed. Thick. Ancient. And then, he was standing. His body moved, but it wasn't him. Not fully. Not like before. He could feel the power burning through his limbs, not one for all. Not the careful strain of stockpiled strength. This was older. Colder. Like something that had been waiting. Beneath the skin. 4 minutes, Echo's voice rang again, distorted, static bursting between syllables. I don't know what this is, but you need to burn it off fast. Izuku, get control. But Izuku didn't answer. Couldn't. The air around him cracked. And with a burst of speed unlike anything he'd ever felt, he moved. Tsu blinked. And suddenly, Izuku wasn't beside her anymore. He was in front of Aizawa. The wounded hero, who'd been slumped against broken tiles and coughing blood seconds before, now lay further back, moved out of harm's reach. Not dragged. Not carried. Relocated. In a blink. And Izuku stood where Aizawa had been. Between the Nomu and the one who commanded it. The one who had just decayed my Neta like he was nothing. The air around Izuku shimmered. Heat? Pressure? Something else entirely. His back was straight. His hands curled into fists. And his head hung low, chin shadowed by messy, sweat-drenched hair. He wasn't shaking. He wasn't breathing hard. It just stood there, like a figure carved from rage and silence. From above, Jiru stared, her pulse hammering in her throat. That wasn't the way Izuku moved. That wasn't the boy she'd gone to the music store with. This was something else. Something new. Something terrifying. And Shigaraki was smiling. The Noma didn't even have time to react. One moment, it loomed, towering, snarling, muscles pulsing with engineered might. Izuku's fist slammed into its chest, and the shockwave blew dust and blood off the creature's skin. Then again. And again. A flurry of blows, too fast, too clean, every strike hitting with surgical precision. Joints. Tendons. Pressure points. The Nomu stumbled back with a distorted roar, arms raised to defend, but Izuku was already there, moving like a blur of vengeance, no hesitation, no pause, not even to breathe. Each strike landed like a hammer forged from instinct. And his arm didn't break. Not once. Not even a crack. Inside his mind, Echo was screaming. Izuku! Hey, kid! Snap out of it. You're not. He paused. Something was off. Izuku wasn't replying. Not in words. Not in thought. There was only the dull rhythmic thrum of power surging through him, growing heavier by the second. This isn't you, Echo muttered, tone sharper now. You're not responding, you're not even here, are you? Something deeper was moving him now. Not training. Not logic. Not even instinct. But something older. Buried. And very, very awake. The Nomu's counterattack came fast, unnaturally fast. A wide, crushing swing that slammed directly into Izuku's side. He was sent flying, skidding across the concrete, cracking tiles and denting steel as he smashed into the ground. Dust clouded the air. Blood spattered across the floor. And then, warning, HP critical, less than 10% remaining. Warning, warning. Echo's voice was almost shrill now, static-laced and fractured with panic. Izuku, that should have killed you. What the hell is driving you? You need to stop. But there was nothing. No response. No pain. No scream. Stillness. And then, requirements met. Condition? Auto-heal activated. Initiating emergency full recovery. Echo blinked inside the system, the lines of code flickering faster than he could process. What? What do you mean requirements met? What did he? A sound ripped through the rubble? Izuku's body shifted. Bones rotated. Ligaments reknit. His ribs snapped back into place with sickening cracks, like something crawling inside him was forcing the body to obey. His back arched. His hand, once limp and bloodied, curled into a fist again. He stood, not shaky, not stumbling, solid, unblinking, still gone, still silent, still moving with a purpose that wasn't entirely his own. Warning, less than 60 seconds remaining. Warning, backlash damage imminent. The alert screamed through Izuku's mind, but still, he didn't flinch, didn't pause, didn't slow. His body was already moving forward in a blur, closing the distance to the Nomu with renewed fury in every step. The concrete beneath his feet cracked with each stride. His hands glowed, not with energy, but with tension. Muscles stretched past their limit, skin too tight, bone barely holding. And still he drove forward. Inside the system, Echo was losing it. Izuku, stop. Stop, damn it. The countdown pulsed behind every thought. 0:57. 0:46. 0:39. You've got less than a minute. This thing, whatever it is, it's gonna tear you apart. But Izuku wasn't there. Not really. His eyes were dull green glass, cold and locked on the Nomu like it was a target, not a creature. Not a threat. Not even alive. Just something that needed to be ended. Shigaraki's grin faltered. The Nomu growled. But even it hesitated now. Something primal in its lab-grown brain telling it. This thing is wrong. This thing doesn't break. Izuku launched forward again. The impact sounded like a cannon. One final minute. One final chance. And even as Echo screamed, and the timer ticked, and his own body begged to fall apart, Izuku kept fighting. His fist slammed into the Nomu's jaw, snapping its head sideways with a sound like steel shearing apart. His vision blurred, limbs heavy, heat rising in his throat like molten fire. And then, nothing. It hit all at once. Real, excruciating pain. Like a wave of molten iron crashing over every nerve ending in his body. His legs gave out. His breath caught in his throat. And suddenly he was back. Truly back. Izuku stumbled, eyes wide as his own weight crushed him. He tried to stay upright, but the pain ripped through him again, Not from broken bones, but from something deeper. Like his muscles were tearing apart beneath his skin. Like his bones weren't broken, but didn't know how to be whole anymore. His knees hit the ground hard. His fingers dug into the shattered floor. And he gasped. Why can't I? Nothing was broken. But he couldn't move. His body felt wrong, like it didn't belong to him anymore. And inside his head, Echo was quiet. Kid. So shaken. You're back. But you're paying for it now. Izuku's heart pounded in his ears. He couldn't see the Nomu anymore. Could barely breathe. But one thing was certain. That power, whatever it was, it had vanished. And left him with nothing but agony. And the memory of what he'd done. Huh, Shigaraki chuckled, head tilting like a child admiring a ruined toy. I guess that little show's over. He raised his hand lazily. Nomu, kill him. Izuku couldn't move. His body screamed in a dozen different languages of pain, but his mouth couldn't form a single sound. His mind was screaming, or was that Echo? He couldn't tell anymore. Everything blurred. A pressure wave slammed through the battlefield, followed by a burst of wind and an explosion of dust that engulfed him completely. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't see. He felt something grab him, arms, strong but gentle, hauling him backward. He blinked. And suddenly he was on the ground, next to Aizawa, who was barely conscious, eyes fluttering. Sue was crouched over both of them, panting, arms protectively braced. I've got you, she said breathlessly. Just stay down, please. And then, he heard it. A voice. Not loud. Not cheery. Not hopeful. Angry. So angry it made the air vibrate. So angry it made Izuku flinch. And when he looked up, he saw him. All Might. But not smiling. Not shining. Not saving the day with a grin. But rage. Pure and quiet and shaking in his frame. I am sorry I'm late, my students. His cape billowed in the dust, shoulders broad and tense. His eyes locked onto Shigaraki, onto Nomu. And his voice dropped like thunder. I'll handle things now. Izuku's chest rose with a gasp he hadn't realized he was holding. He was safe. But for the first time, he was afraid of the hero he worshipped. All Might took a step forward. The air was heavy now, thick with tension, power radiating off him like heat from the sun. But he wasn't glowing. He wasn't smiling. He was shaking. From somewhere behind him, one of the students on the steps spoke, voice trembling, hollow. You killed someone? All Might didn't move at first. Didn't blink. Just stood there, staring down the man-child with hands like rot and a voice full of cruelty. Shigaraki's grin twitched. Yeah. So what? The silence that followed was deafening. And then, All Might's voice. Tight. Controlled like a blade against skin. I heard. His fists clenched at his sides. I heard from my students, one of them is dead. His breath hitched. A boy. Izuku, lying in the rubble with Tsu still braced over him, could see it, the way All Might's shoulders curled inwards slightly. Like the weight had finally reached him. Like the symbol was starting to crack. This is no longer a rescue mission, All Might said, barely above a whisper. Then his eyes snapped forward, hard, bright, furious. This is justice. The ground shattered under All Might's first step. Nomu lunged roaring, faster than a freight train, but All Might met it head-on, fist ped back like a cannon. Their blows collided midair. A shockwave split the battlefield, windows bursting, stone exploding outward in rings of force. Izuku's ears rang. Tsu covered his head. Even Shigaraki flinched. All Might moved first. A blur of gold and red and pure force, hammering the Nomu with a barrage of strikes that sent ripples through the monster's frame. Boop, boop, boop. Each punch was like a grenade going off at point blank. The Nomu staggered, but it didn't fall. It took the blows, chest caving in, skin rippling, then lashed out with an elbow to All Might's ribs. Crunch. All Might grunted, flew back 10 feet, and slammed into a pillar hard enough to split it down the middle. Blood sprayed from his mouth. And then he stood. He stood. Slowly. One hand clutching his side. That hurt, he muttered. His tone didn't waver. Good. The Nomu charged again, roaring, hands raised like sledgehammers. All Might met him with his own roar. They collided again, the center of the USJ a hurricane of fists and cracked bone. Nomu grabbed All Might by the arm, snap, twisting it with a wet pop. Izuku gasped. No! But All Might didn't fall. He spun into the pressure, using the dislocation as momentum, and drove his head into the Nomu's face, a sickening smack that echoed like thunder. The Nomu stumbled, and All Might dropped low and uppercut it through the central platform. Debris exploded upward. But still, the Nomu climbed from the crater, limbs twitching, spine reforming, skin knitting back together. That same horrible wet sound. Its regeneration hadn't stopped. All Might's chest heaved, eyes narrowing. You're just meat and madness stitched into shape. His voice dropped lower. But I'm still the man that stands between you and them. And he charged again. Fists collided. Blood sprayed. Time slowed. The USJ rumbled like it might collapse around them. And neither fighter gave ground. Not an inch. All Might roared. Not heroic. Not hopeful. Just furious. And slammed the Nomu into the ground with a force that cracked the concrete beneath it like brittle glass. He didn't stop. The first punch caved in the Nomu's face, cartilage crunching under the weight of impact. The second cracked through its chest, a sound like ribs snapping inward. Blood sprayed, not red, but dark, too dark, bubbling and thick like engine oil. The Nomu twitched, trying to regenerate. Too slow. Too late. All Might kept going. Fist after fist after fist. Each one a cannon. Each one driven by failure. Driven by the image of a boy crumbling into his own guilt. Driven by the words. You killed someone. You weren't fast enough. He had to fight when you should've. Crunch, crunch, smash. Bits of bone and sinew scattered across the broken tiles. The Nomu's frame folding deeper into the crater like meat into a grinder. It let out a gurgling groan, an imitation of pain. All Might didn't stop. Didn't blink. His arms were coated in blood now. His and its. His breathing was shallow. Unstable. Ragged. But he was still moving. From the rubble, Izuku could barely keep his eyes open, but what he saw, it shook him. All Might was unrecognizable. Not the man he'd idolized. Not the shining hero from the videos. This wasn't justice anymore. It was punishment. It was violence unleashed from a cage that had been locked for too long. Izuku's chest rose with a gasp. His whole body trembled. Not from fear of the Nomu, but from the wrath in the man he looked up to. He couldn't stop the whisper. All Might. The Nomu twitched. Barely. What was left of its body was a ruined heap, twisted limbs, exposed bone, regeneration struggling to take hold. It tried again. Muscle fibers pulsed. Skin began to pull together. But All Might wasn't done. He loomed above it, blood dripping from his arms, his chest heaving like a cornered animal. His voice was low. You killed a child. His fists drew back. You don't get to heal from that. The final punch didn't just land, it erased. The crater around them collapsed inward, concrete cracking like glass, rebars snapping under the weight of his fury. The Nomu's head imploded, obliterated in a burst of force and bone fragments. No scream. No twitch. No more regeneration. It was over. For good. For a moment, there was only silence. Not the triumphant kind. Not relief. Just a hollow, aching quiet. The kind that settles after something has died. And then, Shigaraki screamed. No! He stomped forward, hands spasming, mouth twisted in rage. No, no, no. That wasn't supposed to happen. He was built to kill you. He kicked a chunk of the Nomu's remains, sending it flying into dust. You were supposed to die. That was the whole point. He clawed at his face, dragging fingers down his skin, twitching, unhinged. You cheated. Behind him, mist gathered. Kurogyri. Tamura. We must go. Don't tell me to go. He killed my He ruined everything. His voice cracked. Rage spilled over like a child having a tantrum. If that child had blood on his hands and a taste for murder. He wasn't supposed to. Kurogyri's portal opened, wrapping him in fog. Now. From the ground, Izuku stared. Broken. Shaking. And still hearing the sound of Mineta's scream, over and over. All Might hadn't moved. Not a smile. Not a word. Just a trembling figure in the dust and blood. And for the first time, Izuku wasn't sure who looked more terrifying. Shigaraki, or the man who had stopped him. Tum. A massive slab of concrete slammed into place, sealing off the crater where All Might stood, shielding him from any more stray fire or prying eyes. Cementos stood at the edge of the battlefield, hand pressed to the ground, breathing heavily. Get him out of sight. He's done enough. The makeshift wall rose high, smooth and dense, encasing the symbol of peace behind a barrier of stone. All Might didn't argue. Didn't even speak. He just stood there, head bowed, fists trembling at his sides, blood still dripping from his elbows onto the floor. Izuku's vision swam. His body swayed. His ears rang, and every heartbeat felt like it echoed through broken bone and bruised organs. But his eyes, they locked onto one spot across the ruined floor. Where Mineta had stood. Where now, there was only ash. Just a dark, discolored smear against the shattered tile. Nothing left but the quiet outline of where someone should still be. A classmate. A voice. A person. Gone. Izuku's knees gave out. He didn't cry. Didn't scream. He just collapsed forward onto his side, eyes still open. Still staring. As the world finally faded to black. The world came back to Izuku like a memory underwater. Blurry at the edges. Muffled. Too bright. His eyes cracked open slowly, lashes sticking to his skin from dried sweat and tears. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar, washed in sterile light. It smelled faintly of antiseptic and scorched fabric. The infirmary. His chest ached. His legs pulsed with distant heat. He couldn't feel his fingers properly, and his throat burned like he'd swallowed dust. It shifted his head. And there, lying in the bed beside him, was All Might. The man behind the symbol. Stripped of muscle and glory. Frail. Wrapped in blankets, with IVs in his arms and his chest barely rising. Eyes wide open. But empty. Izuku stared at him for a long time. He almost didn't want to speak. Didn't want to break whatever silent place the man had buried himself in. But the words slipped out anyway. All Might. A long pause. Yagi's chest lifted. Then fell. You're awake, he said. Barely above a whisper. Like it took effort to get the words out. Izuku nodded. It hurt. Are you okay? The silence that followed was worse than any scream. Yagi didn't turn his head. Didn't look at him. He just blinked, slow and hollow. Then said quietly, no. Another breath. But I'm alive. He closed his eyes. Unlike that boy. Izuku flinched. The image returned unbidden, Mineta screaming, reaching out, the decay spreading too fast. And then, just ash. His voice cracked when he finally spoke. I couldn't save him. Yagi's fingers twitched on the blanket, curling slightly. I should have been there sooner. I was right there, Izuku whispered, eyes burning. He was just behind me. If I'd moved faster, if I had screamed, if I... Yagi cut in, voice like gravel, sharp and shaking. No. His head turned. Their eyes met. And in that moment, Izuku saw pain. Terrible. This isn't your burden alone, Yagi said. You fought. You fought harder than anyone should ever have to. He swallowed. But it was supposed to be me. The silence pressed down again. Yagi's next words were barely a whisper. I built a world on hope and peace, and today, a child died under my watch. He let that sit. Didn't take it back. Didn't flinch from it. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't strong enough. And now he looked at Izuku again. Now you carry this with me. When you should have been a student. A boy. Izuku blinked hard, and tears welled in the corners of his eyes. His voice cracked. I don't want to carry it. Yagi nodded slowly. I know. Yagi stared up at the ceiling, eyes distant. The room was quiet, too quiet. Just the hum of machines and the soft rustle of blankets as he adjusted slightly, wincing. And then, quietly, so quietly Izuku almost didn't hear it, he spoke. When I was your age, I thought being a hero meant standing tall no matter what. Smiling through the pain. Holding the line so no one else had to hurt. His voice was low. Flat. I trained. I fought. I sacrificed. I gave everything I had to become a symbol. Something people could point to and say, he'll save us. He swallowed hard. But I was wrong. Izuku blinked, startled by how sharp those words sounded in the silence. Yagi went on, gaze still fixed on the ceiling like it might answer him. I thought if I was strong enough, brave enough, fast enough, no one would ever have to die. He exhaled shakily. But someone died today. His throat bobbed as he forced the words out. A child died. Under my watch. And it wasn't the first time I was too late, Midoriya. He finally turned his head to look at the boy beside him. There was no fire in his eyes. No light. Just wait. Just truth. You weren't supposed to see that. He smiled, but it wasn't warm. It was broken. Guilty. You weren't supposed to feel that kind of pain until much, much later. And yet, there you were. His voice dropped to a whisper. Taking the kind of hit that should have been mine. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. His throat burned. Tears blurred the edges of his vision. But Yagi wasn't done. I'm sorry, my boy. I'm sorry for putting this weight on you. For passing down a power tied to so much loss. For dragging you into a war you didn't start. He turned back to the ceiling again. You deserve a chance to be a student. To make friends. To laugh. To be awkward and clumsy and normal. His hands curled slightly in the sheets. But I made you a successor. And now, you're carrying my sins too. The silence that followed felt suffocating. Until Izuku, voice barely audible, whispered. I wanted to save him. Yagi closed his eyes. And for once, let a single tear slip down his cheek. So did I. She flipped a page on her chart, then looked him straight in the eye. Well, Midoriya. Her tone was matter-of-fact. Blunt but never cruel. I don't have good news or bad news. It's somewhere in between. Izuku blinked, still adjusting to the real world around him. Recovery girl tapped her pen against her clipboard. Your bones were broken. Several of them, in fact. Legs. Wrists. Collarbone. Yagi tensed slightly in the bed beside him, but said nothing. But here's the strange part, she continued. They healed. Or healing. Not cleanly. Not fully. They're still fractured in a lot of places. But it's like something jump-started the process. Izuku's brows furrowed. I don't understand. She nodded, lips pressing into a thin line. That makes two of us. She flipped to another page. What worries me the most isn't your bones. It's your muscles. Your tendons. Your ligaments. They've been overextended. Overused. Some of them look like they've been pulled and contracted and rewired far past human limits. Her voice softened, not in sympathy, but in concern. Izuku, what did you do? I haven't had a chance to watch the security tapes. I haven't spoken to the staff yet. So tell me, her gaze sharpened, pen stilling against the paper. What happened to your body out there? Izuku stared at the ceiling for a long moment, jaw clenched tight. His throat felt dry. Stretched, like saying the words might tear something inside him open again. After mine. He stopped. Swallowed hard. Yagi turned his head slightly, eyes flickering toward him with quiet focus. Izuku tried again, softer this time. After Mineta was killed. The words felt like glass in his mouth. Recovery girl didn't speak. She didn't need to. She just let the silence sit, weighty, respectful, real. Izuku exhaled shakily. I felt different. He shifted against the sheets, wincing as the aches in his body flared up. I don't remember everything. His voice was distant, like he was trying to recall a dream that had slipped through his fingers. Bits and pieces. Flashes. I remember moving Aizawa out of the way. I don't even know how I did that. The pause. Then I tried to fight the Nomu. He blinked, expression tightening with frustration and fear. I hit it. I hit it so many times. But I wasn't thinking. I just moved. His fingers curled weakly against the blanket. It wasn't like One for All. It didn't feel like when I break something. It felt. He hesitated. Like I wasn't me anymore. Recovery girl frowned, scribbling a note. Yagi looked at him fully now. Not with judgment. But with concern. And maybe a little fear. Recovery girl didn't speak right away. Instead, she reached out and gave Izuku's shoulder a soft, careful pat, just between the bandages. Her voice came quiet. Sometimes, quirks can awaken more, or change, during moments of extreme stress, dearie. She offered him the smallest smile. It's rare, but it happens. Especially with complicated ones like yours. Izuku looked down at his hands, still trembling faintly. But I didn't feel like myself. You don't have to understand it right now, she said gently. You're not expected to. What you went through out there wasn't normal. And after what you saw. Her hand lingered for a moment longer on his back before withdrawing. It's okay. If you remember anything else, anything strange, anything different, just let me know. But for now. She stepped back and looked at him with warm, stern eyes. You rest. Then her gaze slid toward the second bed. Toward the broken man lying in silence. As for you, Yagi. All Might blinked, the corner of his mouth twitching like he expected a lecture. But Recovery Girl only sighed. You pushed well past your limits. Again. Her tone wasn't harsh. Just tired. I want to scold you. I really do. She glanced back at Izuku, then down at her clipboard. But I've already said enough to ghosts today. She made a mark, then turned toward the door. I'll leave you to be for now. And with that she stepped out, letting the soft click of the door mark her exit. Silence returned. Thicker this time. Less sterile. More personal. Just a boy. And the man he still called a hero. Just as the silence threatened to stretch on again. Finally, holy shit, I can talk again. Izuku jolted slightly, eyes widening. I've been trapped in static for like hours. Hours. Do you know how suffocating that is for a voice that lives in your brain? I was about to start monologuing just to pass the time. Izuku blinked slowly, jaw clenching. His body still hurt. His head even more. You're back. Dimon, right, I'm back. And wow, buddy, what the hell was that? You go full anime final boss mode, disappear mid-fight, stop time or something, punch a meat monster with your soul, and then pass out. He winced. I don't remember all of it. No kidding. You were, how do I put this gently, possessed by something probably ancient and terrifying? Echo's tone dipped, a little less theatrical now. I couldn't reach you. Not really. It was like someone locked me out. Izuku's chest tightened. Yagi turned his head slightly but said nothing, still giving the boy space. Echo continued, voice now more hesitant. Whatever that was, it wasn't just One for All. I've been digging. Searching. The pause. There's something else inside you, Izuku. And it scares the hell out of me. Izuku exhaled slowly, chest rising and falling with effort. His eyes stared straight ahead. Echo, you're freaking me out worse than I already am. His thoughts trembled. Please. Just shut up. For now. I need quiet. For once, Echo didn't fire back right away. But after a second, I swear I'm not the only one in here though, Izuku. I'm not just being dramatic, there's something else, and it's… Shut up, Izuku thought again, harsher this time, eyes closing tight. Please. I need to think. Silence. Blessed, fragile silence. From the bed beside him, Yagi's voice came softly. Do you want to talk, my boy? Izuku turned his head slowly. Looked at the man who'd once been larger than life. His mouth opened, his lips parted. His lips parted. All might. The words trembled on his tongue. Yagi looked over, tired but focused. Patient. I need to tell you something, Izuku said again, voice low. It's gonna sound insane. I don't even fully understand it myself. But it's the truth. He looked down at his hands, at the faint bruises and old scars. And then he started to talk. Back in middle school, I didn't think I had a future. Yagi's gaze sharpened slightly. Izuku didn't notice. He was already unraveling. Everyone said I was quirkless. Even the doctors. Even my mom. She tried to believe in me, but I could see it. The way she looked at me. Like she was sorry just for having me. His voice cracked, but he kept going. Kaken, Bakugo, he told me to take a swan dive off the roof one day. Yagi's face went still. And the worst part is… Izuku laughed, quiet, bitter. I did. Yagi inhaled sharply, eyes widening. But Izuku didn't stop. He couldn't. I was standing there. Just done. Done trying. Done being quirkless. And when I jumped… He paused, his voice cracking fully now. I wanted it to be over. His fists clenched in the blanket. But before I hit the ground, something flashed in front of me. A screen. Like in a video game. His eyes lifted, haunted. It said, would you like to become a player? He let the words sit there. Let them echo. I said yes. A breath. A whisper. And then I woke up in my bed the day before I jumped. Everything was the same, but different. I had a system. A voice. He calls himself Echo. He looked toward All Might, almost expecting to see disbelief. He talks to me. Gives me quests. Stats. Helps me get stronger. It sounds crazy, I know. But he's real. I swear. He saved me. I wouldn't be here without him. The room went still. Izuku's chest rose and fell, shaky and uneven, as if the words he'd just spoken had taken everything out of him. He didn't know what he expected. A gasp? A lecture? Disbelief? But instead, Yagi said nothing. He just stared. Eyes wide open. Locked on Izuku. Unreadable. His mouth was slightly parted. His brow drawn just enough to show something. Not anger. Not shock. Not even pity. Just silence. And that somehow made it worse. Izuku swallowed hard. Fingers tightening in the fabric of his blanket. I told you it was crazy. Still, Yagi didn't speak. Didn't move. Just looked at him. Like he was trying to piece together the boy in front of him with everything he thought he knew. The clock ticked softly in the background. The 4 bags swayed slightly on their stands. And the boy who carried one for all held his breath, waiting for the man who gave it to him to say something. Finally, after what felt like forever, Yagi blinked. His throat moved as he swallowed something heavy. And then, in a voice softer than Izuku had ever heard from him, I don't know what to say. His eyes hadn't left Izuku's face. They looked different now. Not wide with shock. Not angry. But wounded. And full of a quiet, burning sorrow. My boy. His voice cracked. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Izuku's mouth opened. His shoulders hunched slightly, like he was bracing for a blow. I was scared, he admitted. You already gave me one for all. I didn't want you to think I was broken. Or dangerous. Yagi's eyes widened just slightly. Broken? I hear a voice in my head, All Might, Izuku said, almost laughing through the exhaustion. If someone else said that to you, would you trust them? Yagi looked down at his lap for a long moment. When he spoke again, it was softer. I have so many questions. He looked up again, his eyes glassy. But more than anything, I just want to say I'm sorry. For a moment, the room held its breath. And then, so, now he knows. Izuku flinched. That was beautiful, really, so raw, so emotional. I almost cried. Well, I would have if I had tear ducts. Or glands. Or… Shut up, Izuku muttered under his breath, eyes still on All Might. Just a little longer. Please. Echo grumbled. Fian. Brooding silence it is. But for the record, this counts as character development. And then mercifully, quiet again. Yagi didn't comment. Maybe he didn't hear. Or maybe he did, and was choosing not to say anything yet. Instead, he just watched the boy beside him, really saw him for a long moment. Then softly, why did you say yes, my boy? Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Yagi's voice was calm, steady, but under it, an ache. Like he needed to understand. You were falling. About to die. And then you were offered this. He gestured faintly, hand too weak to lift far. Why say yes? The room waited. And so did he. Izuku stared at the wall for a long time, lips pressed into a thin line. His voice, when it came, was barely above a whisper. As I was falling, he swallowed hard. I thought of my mom. Yagi blinked slowly, his chest rising with a quiet inhale. Izuku kept going, words trembling but steady. I thought about the pain it would cause her. If I just disappeared. His eyes started to sting again, but he didn't wipe them. If I left her alone. If she found out her son gave up and she couldn't stop it. His voice cracked. I hated myself for that. For even thinking about doing it. A shaky breath escaped him. I was scared. He didn't bother hiding it. Didn't dress it up. I was so scared. Of dying. Of living. Of never being anything. I thought it would be a relief. But the moment my feet left the roof, all I could think was, I don't want this. His hands trembled in his lap. I just wanted to be someone. I wanted to matter. He closed his eyes. So when that screen appeared, when it asked me if I wanted to become a player. The pause. I said yes. Because it felt like one last chance. And I didn't want to waste it. The silence that followed was heavy, but different this time. Not crushing. Just real. All Might turned his head to look at him, eyes glassy. You're stronger than you know, my boy. Yagi stared at the ceiling, his voice quieter now. When I was given one for all, I wasn't ready. Izuku listened, unmoving, eyes locked on the man beside him. Not physically. Not emotionally. But she believed in me anyway. There was something different in his voice now. Something older. Yagi's fingers trembled slightly as he whispered the name. Nana Shimura. He closed his eyes for a moment, the name lingering like a wound. She was everything I thought a hero should be. Fearless. Radiant. When she smiled, it was like the whole world could keep going. His jaw clenched. And she gave it all up to protect me. Izuku's breath caught. Yagi went on, softer now. She gave me one for all because she believed I'd do more with it than she could. She died trusting that I would be better. His voice broke just a little. But I wasn't. I just got good at hiding the cracks. A silence fell. When I smiled, it wasn't always because I believed. It was because I knew that if I didn't, someone else might give up entirely. He turned his head toward Izuku, eyes glassy but resolute. That's why I chose you, my boy. Not because you were perfect, but because you remind me of her. And because I see the same strength in you that she once saw in me. Izuku's hands gripped the blanket tightly, his knuckles white. His throat felt like it was closing. And then he spoke, barely a whisper. I was too slow. Yagi turned toward him, eyes narrowing slightly, not in anger, but concern. Izuku's shoulders started to shake. I could have saved him. His voice cracked. Even if he was annoying. Even if he was loud and kind of gross sometimes. His fingers curled tighter into the sheets, nails digging in. He was still my Netta. He was still our classmate. And he shouldn't have. The first sob escaped him. He didn't fight it. He didn't hide it. The tears came hot and fast, sliding down his face as his body trembled under the weight of it all. He was right there and I couldn't reach him. I was just standing there while that thing touched him and I... His words dissolved into broken gasps. I watched him die. Yagi didn't speak. Didn't interrupt. He just let him cry. Because there was nothing to say that could make that pain go away. So he simply reached out, slow, careful, and rested a hand on Izuku's trembling arm. No words. Just presence. Just understanding. Izuku's voice cracked again, chest heaving with every breath. And he almost got Sue. His hands were trembling now, fingers clenched so tight they looked like they might snap. If Aizawa-sensei hadn't been there, if he hadn't stopped Shigaraki's quirk. His head dropped, eyes squeezed shut as the tears kept falling. They both would be dead. He in a breath, but it caught in his throat, and the next words tumbled out like they were ripping through him. All Might, it's my fault. His voice was so small. So final. His hands trembled violently, guilt pouring out of every word. My Netta's dead, and Sue, she almost died right in front of me. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't strong enough. I froze. I watched it happen. His whole body shook now, not from pain, but from grief. And the worst part? He meant it. All Might didn't speak at first. He simply moved, slowly, carefully, and reached across the narrow space between their beds to place his hand over Izuku's. The touch was gentle, but firm, grounding. Then we get stronger, my boy. Yagi's voice was hoarse. But steady. We carry it. We don't forget. And we make sure no one else falls. The door creaked open. Softly. Hesitantly. Izuku didn't look up. He couldn't. His eyes were still red and swollen, breath still shaky in his chest. But Yagi turned his head slowly. And there, standing in the doorway with her purse clutched tightly to her chest and worry etched into every line of her face, was Izuku Midoriya. She didn't speak at first. Her eyes scanned the room, saw her son, pale, bandaged, shaking from the aftershocks of grief. And then, her gaze landed on the man beside him. Not the towering symbol of peace. Not the indestructible hero. Just a thin, sunken man with weary eyes and tired hands. Her breath caught. Tashinori? He offered her a tired smile. Nothing grand. Nothing heroic. Just a man, stripped bare. Mrs. Midoriya? He dipped his head. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She just stared. At the man her son trusted. At the man her son followed. At the man who was not the image she'd grown used to seeing on TV. And in that fragile, wordless moment, she just stared. At her son. At the man beside him. At everything she hadn't been told, everything she'd feared without having the words to name it. Then, without a word, she stepped inside and gently closed the door behind her. She pulled a chair closer to Izuku's bedside, sat down slowly, and reached for his hand. He didn't say anything. He just squeezed her fingers. So, faint, but real. Yagi sat up slightly, wincing from the effort, and rested his arms in his lap. No one spoke. No one needed to. They just sat there. A mother. A mentor. A boy. Bound together by silence, sorrow, and something unspoken that hung in the still air between them. A student had died. That was all they told her at first. Not who. Not how. Just that a villain had broken into UA. That students had been hurt. And one of them didn't make it. Izuku Midoriya had never moved faster in her life. Her hands were still shaking as she pulled on her coat, as she grabbed her keys, as she nearly collapsed trying to find her shoes. She couldn't remember how many times she checked her phone. Couldn't remember how many times she'd said her son's name under her breath like a prayer. Your son is stable, the message had said. But that word, stable, it meant too much and not enough. Because someone else wasn't. And that meant Izuku had been close enough. Close enough to see it. To feel it. To maybe, almost be the one who... She cut the thought off with a sharp breath as she reached the gates of UA. The campus was crawling with pro-heroes. She barely saw them. Couldn't hear the reporters yelling behind barricades. Couldn't feel the wind slapping her face. Her entire world narrowed to one thought. Get to Izuku. She ran her way through the building, her eyes burned. Her legs felt like paper. And then, she opened the door to the infirmary. And her world stopped. There he was. Bandaged. Bruised. Too pale. But breathing. Sitting upright, eyes puffy and red, like he'd cried for hours. Her knees nearly gave out, but then her gaze shifted. To the man in the bed beside him. Thin. Sunken. His hair hung in pale strands, body wrapped in thick bandages. He looked half dead. But she'd recognize that face anywhere. Even like this. Even deflated. All Might? She whispered, voice cracking. Her eyes darted between them. Her son. The man her son admired. Not just admired. Worshipped. And now, she finally understood why. Mama? Izuku's voice shot out with urgency, his eyes going wide as he tried to sit up straighter despite the pain. You shouldn't have been let in yet. She raised a hand, her voice sharp and firm, more steel than he'd ever heard from her before. And why's that? He froze. You are my son, Izuku. Her voice trembled, not with weakness, but with everything she had held back until now. And I have a feeling you haven't been telling me everything. Her eyes were red at the corners, but she didn't cry. She looked at him for a long second, and then her gaze shifted. Slowly, deliberately, to the man in the bed beside him. Thin. Gaunt. Not the giant who smiled from posters and newscasts, but unmistakable. You, she said quietly. You're All Might. Yagi didn't answer right away. He didn't have to. The silence confirmed it. Her eyes narrowed just a little. Not with anger, but with deep, wounded confusion. What have you dragged my son into? Mama, Eno. Izuku's voice cracked, panic rushing in like a flood as he reached toward her, desperate, pleading. But Inko didn't budge. Her eyes didn't leave his face. And this time, her voice was quiet. No yelling. No accusations. Just a mother's heartbreak. Izuku, how did you really get your quirk? He froze. Completely. I should have known. I should have seen it sooner. Her eyes welled with tears, but her expression stayed firm. You were quirkless for 14 years. And then suddenly you can throw punches that shatter concrete. She looked at his arms. At the bruises. The cast. Then back at him. That's not how quirks work. Strength like that, it doesn't just appear. She turned, eyes narrowing, not with hatred, but with fear and fury both, on Yagi. And now you're sitting in the hospital bed next to him. Her voice dropped lower. Tell me the truth. Please. Yagi sat up slowly in his bed, letting out a quiet breath as he looked at Inko, Not as All Might, but as Toshinori Yagi. No armor. No spotlight. Just a tired man, telling the truth. Miss Midoriya? Inko's eyes snapped to him, brimming with unspoken worry. I suppose it's time I told you the truth. About me. And the boy. He glanced at Izuku, who looked like he might sink into the sheets and disappear. Then back to her. Your son didn't steal anything. He didn't lie. What he has now was given to him. By me. Inko stared. You gave him a quirk? Yagi nodded once. It's not a normal quirk. Not something inherited from parents. It's something different. A power that can be passed from one person to another. Her brows furrowed, lips parting slightly in disbelief. He held up a hand gently. I'm not going to bury you in history or technical terms. Just know this. For generations now, this power has been passed down from one person to the next. Someone worthy. Someone with the heart of a true hero. He looked at Izuku again. Softer this time. And I chose your son. Inko's breath caught in her throat. She didn't speak right away. Her eyes flicked between the two of them, her son and the man who just admitted to giving him a power so great, it defied everything she thought she knew about quirks. And then, finally, she turned to Izuku. Her voice trembled. I thought. Her lips pressed together, her jaw tightening just enough to keep herself from sobbing. I thought we told each other everything, Izuku. His heart stopped. She wasn't yelling. She wasn't angry in the way that meant slamming doors or sharp words. She was just hurt. And that was worse. You were hurting for so long, she whispered, eyes starting to brim with tears. And then something changed. You got stronger. You came home with bruises and broken bones and kept telling me it was just training, just you. But I knew. I knew something was different, and you still didn't tell me. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. All he could do was look at her. Ashamed. Mama. Izuku's voice broke, raw and trembling as he tried to reach for her hand. But she stepped back, just half a step, her arms wrapped tightly around herself like she was holding her heart together with her own hands. No, Izuku. Someone died today. The words hit the room like a punch. Even Yagi lowered his gaze. Inko shook her head slowly, her breath catching on every inhale. And look at you. Her voice cracked. You're hurt. Fin. Again, Izuku. Her shoulders started to shake, and her voice dropped to something more fragile, something that shattered him. My baby boy. Her hands trembled as they covered her mouth. I thought I lost you when you were little, when you came home crying because no one believed in you. And then I almost lost you again when you started chasing this dream without a quirk. A tear slid down her cheek. And now you finally have power, and all it's done is bring you pain and blood and danger and death. Izuku couldn't speak. His mouth opened, but the weight of her words crushed whatever apology he tried to form. There was a long, heavy silence, and then Inko quietly stepped closer. Her voice was still shaky, but she did her best to hold it together. Come on, Izuku, she murmured, gently brushing his hair back from his forehead. Recovery girl said you could leave now. He nodded slowly, eyes still downcast, guilt clinging to him like a second skin. She moved around the side of the bed, helping him with the sweater she'd brought, careful not to jostle the bandages still tight around his ribs. School's going to be closed for a while, she said, voice lower now. The police and the school board, they have a lot to figure out. She pulled the fabric gently over his head, then helped guide his arms through the sleeves. He still winced, even at the softest movements. Her hand lingered on his shoulder. And then she turned, eyes locking onto the thin, tired man still sitting in the bed beside him. She hesitated. And as for you, her brow furrowed slightly. What do I even call you? Yagi blinked, then offered a faint, sheepish smile. Toshinori's fine, Miss Midoriya. Inko looked at him for a long moment. Not angry, but not warm either. Just protective. Still a mother who almost lost her son. She gave a small nod, then said softly, but firmly, for now, please do not contact my son. Her hand returned to Izuku's shoulder, steady and sure. We have a lot to talk about. As a family. Yagi didn't argue. He didn't plead. He just bowed his head. Of course. Inko turned toward the door, her hands still gently guiding Izuku by the shoulder. But just before they reached it, Izuku stopped. He turned back. His legs still ached. His ribs burned. His eyes stung from everything that had spilled out today. But he moved anyway. He crossed the room, step by step, until he stood beside the man who'd given him everything. Yagi blinked, surprised. My boy. He didn't finish the sentence. Because Izuku leaned in and hugged him, arms wrapped tight around the frail frame of the man once known as All Might. Not gently, not awkwardly, but really hugged him. The kind of hug that said thank you, and I'm sorry, and I still believe in you. Yagi's breath hitched. Slowly, carefully, he raised his arms and hugged him back. No words, just quiet understanding. After a long moment, Izuku stepped back. His eyes were still damp but he smiled, just a little, and then he turned and walked out of the room with his mother. The hallway was quiet as they stepped out. The kind of quiet that came after chaos. The kind that let grief breathe in the corners. Inko didn't speak right away. Her arm stayed close around Izuku's back, steadying him as he limped slightly with each step. His legs weren't broken anymore, but they still remembered being shattered. He didn't look up. Couldn't meet her eyes yet. So she spoke first. "Are you hungry?" Izuku blinked. He hadn't expected that. He hesitated, then gave a small nod. "A little." She gave a tired smile. "Good. We'll get you something warm before we go home." They walked in silence a bit longer. Past a few teachers. A few police officers. No one stopped them. No one dared. As they neared the front of the building, Izuku finally spoke. "Are you mad at me?" Inko didn't answer right away. Then quietly, "No." He looked up, surprised. She smiled sadly. "I'm not mad. I'm scared. I'm hurt. But I'm not mad." She paused. "You're my son. I'll always love you. But I need to understand what's happening to you. I need to know what kind of world you've stepped into." Izuku's throat tightened. "It's not just the quirk, Mom. It's everything. I see things. I hear things. I'm changing and I don't always know how to stop it." She nodded slowly. "Then we'll figure it out. Together." The door clicked shut behind them with a soft thud. Their small apartment hadn't changed. Shoes by the door. A blanket folded neatly on the couch. The faint scent of tea still lingering in the kitchen. But Izuku had changed. And Inko could feel it. "Sit down," she said gently, not unkind. "We're not going to bed until we talk." Izuku nodded, moving stiffly to the couch and lowering himself with a soft groan. His body still ached in ways he couldn't explain. Inko made them both tea without asking. She set a cup down in front of him and took the seat across from him, knees close, hands wrapped around her own mug like it was keeping her grounded. She didn't speak. Just waited. And in his head, "You might as well just come clean now," Echo said, voice quieter than usual, but still tinged with his usual mischief. "Tell her about me too. I mean, look at her. Her emotions are all over the place." Izuku exhaled shakily through his nose. Then looked up. "There's more I need to tell you." Inko blinked. Her expression tightened, but she stayed quiet. He reached for the tea. Hands shaking. "Just a little. You already know about One for All. That All Might gave me his quirk." She nodded once. "But there's something else." Her grip on the mug tightened. Izuku hesitated. Then finally, "There's a voice in my head." The mug trembled in Izuku's grip, the steam rising between them like a curtain, thin and fading. He stared into it like it held answers. Like maybe if he stared hard enough, he wouldn't have to say the words. But he had to. He owed her that much. I jumped. Inko's breath hitched. Her hand flew to her mouth, trembling fingers digging into her lips as though they could hold back the sound threatening to break free. "Izuku, no." "From the roof of Aldera," he said, voice trembling. "The top of the school. Kaken had just told me to do it. The teachers didn't care. They never did." He wiped at his face, though the tears kept falling. "And I thought, maybe they were right. Maybe I'd never be anything. I was just a quirkless loser with big dreams and no future." His chest rose and fell in shallow, broken rhythm. "I climbed to the edge. And I jumped." A sound escaped her then, small, wounded, cracked straight down the middle. Like the world had tilted under her feet and refused to stop spinning. She shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Why didn't you tell me?" she choked, voice hollow. "Why didn't you come to me? I would've. I didn't want to hurt you." His voice was softer now. "You always looked at me like I was someone worth loving. Worth believing in. And I didn't want you to see what I really was back then." "You're my son," she sobbed. "You were never nothing to me. Never." Izuku's shoulders started to shake harder, the words coming faster now like he couldn't hold them back any longer. "I didn't want to die. The second my feet left that roof, I knew. I didn't want it. I was terrified. And I thought of you. Your face. Your smile. I remembered the way you used to make katsudon when I had bad days, and I wanted to go back. I wanted to live." He gritted his teeth, trembling. And that's when it appeared. A screen. Just floating in front of me. It said, "Will you become a player?" I thought I was hallucinating. I thought I hit my head. But then I blinked, and I was standing in front of the school. The day before. My phone in my hand. The roof untouched. I was back. Inko could barely breathe. Tears streaked down her face, her hands now clutched to her chest, as if trying to keep her heart from shattering completely. I didn't know what it meant. I still don't. There's this voice. Talks to me. He gives me quests. Stat screens. Level ups. And somehow I'm stronger than I should be. He finally looked at her. Really looked at her. But today. His voice cracked again. Today, Mom. He shook his head slowly, the image burned behind his eyes. Mineta died. Right in front of me. She gasped, eyes wide and full of horror. He was annoying, yeah. A little pervy, a little too loud, but he was my classmate. And he screamed. Izuku's knuckles whitened, his whole body curling in on itself like he was trying to protect something inside him that had already shattered. He screamed until he didn't, and I just stood there. I was right there, and I wasn't fast enough. He covered his face with both hands. And Aizawa-sensei, he almost died too. That Nomu, that monster, it nearly crushed him. I watched it slam him over and over and I couldn't move. His voice broke. I didn't want to feel like that ever again. Not helpless. Not frozen. Not too slow. And then, he collapsed forward into her arms. I just want to be strong enough to stop it from happening again. Inko didn't hesitate. She pulled him into her lap like he was still that small little boy crying over bullies and scraped knees. She held him against her chest, rocking him gently, her own sobs spilling freely now. My baby boy, she whispered. You've been carrying so much. Too much. He clutched at her like he was drowning. And she let him. For minutes, they just wept together. All the lies. All the pain. All the fear. It spilled out between them like poison finally being bled from an open wound. No judgment. No anger now. Just grief. Just love. And when their tears finally slowed, when the sobs became shudders and the shudders became silence, she kissed his hair and whispered against his forehead. We'll figure this out. You hear me? We'll figure it out. Together. Izuku nodded weakly, eyes swollen, heart still aching. But not alone anymore. Never again. Inko's arms stayed around him, fingers gently running through his hair like she used to when he was small, when all she needed to fix the world was a band-aid and a hug. But now, she couldn't fix this. Not with all the love in the world. She swallowed hard, her voice barely. Above a whisper. Izuku. She paused, her breath trembling. I don't know if I want you to go back to you. He blinked against her shoulder. Her voice cracked. I'm so scared for you. She pulled back just enough to see his face. Worry doesn't even begin to cover it. You came home today with broken bones and burns and bruises. You watched someone die. You almost died. Again. Her hands gripped his shoulders, not harshly, desperately. If I lost you, her eyes welled again, spilling over in new tears, voice breaking all over again. I don't think I'd ever recover from it. Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe. Not from pain, not from the weight of everything he'd been through, but from the truth in her eyes. She looked at him like she was seeing a ghost. Like she couldn't believe he was really here. I know it's your dream, she whispered. And now you have this quirk, the quirk, from the man you've looked up to your entire life. She turned her gaze slightly toward the wall. Toward the bedroom where his All Might posters still hung. But can he promise me you won't get hurt? Can you promise me you won't die? Her hands trembled again. Can you look me in the eye and promise me that? Izuku couldn't speak. Because the answer was no. Izuku looked down at his hands. Still trembling. Still sore. Still his. He swallowed hard and lifted his gaze to meet hers. I can't promise you anything, Mama. His voice was quiet, raw. But steady. I can't promise I won't get hurt. I can't promise I'll come home every day without new scars. A fresh tear rolled down Inko's cheek. But she didn't interrupt. She let him speak. But I want to go back. His fingers clenched into fists in his lap. I want to become a hero. Not for glory. Not to be on the news. But because I want to make sure no one, dies like Mineta ever again. His hands shook harder now. I want to be strong enough to stop it. He stared at the wall, not at All Might's poster, but beyond it. Through it. I want to be better than All Might. Inko's breath caught. Not because it was arrogant. Not because it was defiant. But because of the fierce, aching hope in his voice. The way he said it not like a dream, but like a promise to the world. I want to be the kind of hero who saves people before they scream. She covered her mouth, shoulders trembling again, but this time, not just with sorrow. With something else. With awe. With pride. With fear and love colliding in her chest. Inko didn't speak right away. Her hands trembled in her lap. Her tea had long since gone cold. Her eyes, red and tired, searched her son's face, trying to memorize every line of it. Every piece of the boy who had nearly slipped away from her too many times. And finally, she nodded. Just once. Tears still streaming. Her voice barely made it past the lump in her throat. Then you better come home. She leaned forward, resting her forehead gently against his. Every time. Izuku's lips trembled. I will. She pulled him into her arms again, tighter than before, if that was even possible. And for a long, quiet moment, they just held each other. The apartment around them was small, simple, and still. But in that moment, it was the center of Izuku's world. The place he would always return to. No matter how broken. No matter how tired. He would come home. Chapter text. The world felt soft. That was the first thing Izuku noticed. His body still ached, deep in the muscles, tight in the bones, but it was dull now. Fading. Manageable. He blinked slowly at the ceiling above his bed. Not the sterile white of the infirmary. His ceiling. His room. Posters still lined the walls, some faded, corners curled. His all-might lamp flickered slightly on the desk, and his school bag, half-zipped, still lay where he dropped it days ago. Izuku let out a slow breath, chest rising and falling like the weight pressing on it had finally lessened. And then, whoa. Sleeping Beauty finally rises. His eyes shot open fully. Echo. Miss me? Because let me tell you, being stuck on silent mode while you had your big emotional moment was a nightmare. I nearly exploded. Izuku groaned softly and covered his face with one arm. You couldn't have waited, like, 5 more minutes? 5 more. Excuse me, sir, but we just experienced our first death quest, an unplanned quirk blackout, an emotional breakdown with your mom, and a promise to out-hero your hero. You think I've been sleeping this whole time? He sat up slowly, muscles complaining, but obeying. No, I guess not. Diamond right. Also, fun fact, you leveled up again while unconscious. You're now officially level. Congrats, champ. Izuku blinked. I leveled up while passed out? Trauma XP. It's real. Izuku shuffled toward the bathroom, yawning as he splashed cold water on his face. The mirror didn't lie. His eyes were puffy, cheeks blotchy from crying. He looked like he'd barely made it out of a war. Because, in a way he had. He dried his face on a towel and turned, and froze as a faint chime echoed through his head. Operator de operator ding operator de operator. A message shimmered into his vision in sleek silver text. Izuku Midoriya will remember that. He stared at it, heart sinking. The message stayed for a beat longer than it should have, before fading. He closed his eyes, jaw tightening. Yeah. She would. All right, no more spooky emotional pop-ups, Echo said, voice a little softer now. Let's hit you with some actual updates, yeah? A bright new window opened before him, more polished than ever before. Status, updated. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Grieving Disciple. Level, 14. HP, 500. MP, 110. Strength, 27. Agility, 20. Endurance, 26. Perception, 11. Intelligence, 13. Charisma, 12. Willpower? Luck? Available stat points, 3. Bonus rewards, claim pending. Effective relationships, 1099. Inko, Tashinori, Mitsuki, Jiru, Uraraka, Hida, Yayorozu, Kirishima, Tsu, 13. Romantic relationships, 199. Jiru. Solid gains, Echo hummed. Might want to consider throwing a point or 2 into willpower next time it unlocks. You've got a lot going on up here. Izuku sighed softly, staring at the word disciple in his title. Grieving, huh? Yeah, Echo said, quieter now. But not broken. Izuku blinked at the glowing text near the bottom of the screen. Bonus rewards, claim pending. What's this from? He asked softly. Finishing the USJ event quest, Echo replied. Technically a success. You survived. You saved your seal. He stopped. Corrected himself. Most of your classmates. Silence followed. Izuku swallowed hard, the image flashing behind his eyes. Minetta's face contorted in fear, his scream cut off too soon, too brutally. His hands clenched. Echo's voice, for once, dropped into a whisper. I'm sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean to. Just show me the reward. A beat of silence. Operator claiming reward. Operator claiming reward. Operator claiming reward. Operator. The screen shimmered, then pulsed with soft light. Reward unlocked. Unyielding spirit, passive ability. When standing between death and another, your body will remember what it means to endure. Effect. Once per day, if you are actively protecting another, your body will resist fatal damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Izuku stared. His throat tightened. Protecting another. He thought of Aizawa. Of the way Mineta looked back at him just before it happened. Well, Echo said quietly, looks like the system's learning who you really are. Izuku didn't answer. He just closed the window slowly, that faint glow still behind his eyes. Unyielding spirit. It wouldn't have saved Mineta. But maybe next time, it would save someone. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Izuku let the screen fade, that new ability echoing in his chest like a ghost of something earned too late. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the wall, at the posters he'd grown up with, now feeling like relics of a simpler time. Asterisk operator busy asterisk operator busy asterisk operator busy asterisk operator. His phone buzzed. He blinked and reached for it with slow fingers. New message, your headphone purple heart. You okay? Just 2 words. But he could feel the weight in them. The silence wrapped around the typing bubbles before they vanished. The pause where she might have wanted to say more, but didn't. His fingers hovered over the keys, his brain fogged, aching. What was he supposed to say? Not really. I'm trying to be. She read it almost instantly. Another pause. And then, a few seconds later, Mina's pretending everything's fine. Kirishima's smiling too much again. I keep hearing Mineta's voice in my head and I kinda wanna punch a wall. Izuku's breath hitched. That feeling, the wrongness of it, the echo of someone who should still be there, it hurt worse than anything else. He typed, I wish I was faster. Another pause. I know, but you saved a lot of us. He would have said something gross about it and made a dumb joke about your arms exploding, but he would have meant thank you. Izuku's eyes stung again. He sniffed, brushing his thumb across the screen, hands shaking slightly. Then her typing bubble popped up again. I'm scared too. But if you need someone to be scared with you, I'm here. Also, I still have those sunglasses. They're covered in glitter. It's a crime. You'll hate it. He let out a broken sound. Not quite a laugh. Not quite a sob. And replied, I like that. The glitter part, too. Purple heart good. I'll bring snacks. Maybe music. Just don't disappear again, okay? He stared at her last message for a long time. Then finally typed. I won't. Not if I can help it. The world didn't stop. Not for death. Not for grief. Not even for UA. The news cycle spun on, a churning machine of flashing images and urgent voices, pulling the tragedy apart piece by piece. News anchor number 1, crisp, polished, too calm. It's been 3 days since the shocking villain attack at UA High School's off-campus training facility, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. A drone shot of the building plays, damaged, scorched, eerily silent. One student has been confirmed dead. Hitoshi Mineta, age 15. A first-year hero student. His school ID photo appears on screen. He's smiling awkwardly. The world's introduction to a boy already gone. Anchor number 2, sharper, faster, louder. What was meant to be a controlled training exercise turned into a bloodbath when pro-heroes and students were ambushed by an organized villain force calling themselves the League of Villains. Flashes of grainy phone footage. The Nomu stomping across concrete. A silhouette, all might, smashing into something like a thunderclap. Students running, screaming, covered in blood and dust. Detective Tsukachi, at a press podium, flanked by officers. We are pursuing leads on a teleportation-based quirk user suspected to have enabled the breach. At this time, we believe the attack was meant to target pro-hero All Might directly. Behind him, an officer flips pages. We urge the public to remain calm. UA and law enforcement are working together to ensure student safety. Headline montage across channels and social feeds. Is UA still safe? League of Villains target All Might, kill student. Pro-hero training under fire. Who failed the students? A clip from Nizu, standing before flashing cameras. We lost someone. A young man with a future. That is not something we will gloss over or hide from. But UA will not falter. We will not abandon our mission to train heroes, because we must ensure this never happens again. Then a still image. A sidewalk in front of UA's gate. Lined with flowers, candles. A picture frame surrounded by notes written in shaky handwriting. Back inside Izuku's apartment. The screen is off. The apartment is quiet. Too quiet. Izuku sits on the edge of the couch, his arms wrapped around a pillow like a barrier against the world. His eyes are fixed on the window, watching rain streak down the glass, the sky outside the color of wet concrete. He hadn't answered his phone in a day and a half. The texts kept piling up. He read gyres, sometimes. Reread them actually. But he never hit send. His thoughts were like he was underwater. Like he was still stuck in that moment where Mineta screamed and nothing he did made it stop. A knock at the door. Just one. Then 2 more. So, polite. Izuku blinked. He wasn't expecting anyone. He rose slowly, stiff and sluggish, and padded toward the door, one sock sliding slightly on the floor. When he opened it, there she was. Hair slightly damp from the rain. Hood half up. Bag slung over her shoulder. She looked tired. But still her. Still sharp-eyed and solid and real. Hey, she said, voice soft. Almost careful. Izuku blinked at her. Hey, he echoed. You didn't answer your phone, she said, not accusing, just stating it. Her eyes scanned his face. I got worried. He stepped aside without a word. She came in, kicked off her shoes, dropped her bag by the door. It wasn't awkward. It was achingly familiar. She sat on the couch where he'd just been. He joined her a second later. They didn't speak at first. Rain tapped lightly at the windows. Then she said it. I've been having dreams about it. About the USJ. Izuku didn't move. Sometimes it's you instead of him. Or me. Or Aizawa-sensei doesn't get back up. Her voice cracked just barely. She glanced down at her fingers, twisting the drawstring of her hoodie. I don't know why I came over. He looked at her, his voice small. I do. She blinked. Then looked at him fully. And maybe it was the silence. Maybe it was the rain. Maybe it was because they were both tired of crying alone. But she leaned against him. And he didn't move away. Jairu leaned her shoulder against his for a moment, her hands still fidgeting in her lap. Izuku didn't know what to say. Didn't know if anything could be said. The weight in his chest hadn't gone away, but it shifted. Just a little. Because she was here. Because she hadn't left. Because someone else understood. When her head dipped slightly, her eyes glassy again, he moved. Slowly. Carefully. He turned toward her and opened his arms, tentative, asking without asking. Jairu didn't hesitate. She wrapped herself around him like the air was too heavy to breathe without holding on to something. To someone. Her arms slid around his waist, her forehead pressed to his collarbone. She was warm and shaking and real. And Izuku held her. Tight. One hand rested between her shoulder blades, the other curled gently in the fabric of her hoodie. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in days, he let his body unclench. They didn't speak. Didn't need to. Two broken hearts, holding each other together. Not to fix it. Just to survive it. They stayed like that, wrapped up in each other, silent, as the rain continued its gentle rhythm against the windows. And then, oh my God, it's happening. Izuku flinched. You're hugging a girl, Izuku. A real girl. She's voluntarily touching you. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not. A wet, muffled sound, like someone grabbed a mouth that wasn't made of skin and bone, and then, silence. Total silence. Izuku's heart stuttered. Echo? Nothing. Not even a smart remark. Not even a whisper. Like someone had hit a mute button inside his skull, but not gently. And for a second, just a sec, it felt like something else was in there too. Watching. Breathing. Waiting. Izuku's breath hitched, but Jairu's arms stayed around him, grounding him, reminding him he wasn't alone. So he said nothing. And neither did the voice in his head. Jairu didn't pull away. If anything, she sank deeper into his arms, like the weight of everything she'd been holding in finally cracked the dam inside her chest. Her breath hitched once, then again, until it came out in a shaky whisper. I was so scared, Izuku. Her hands clutched the fabric of his hoodie like it was the only thing keeping her upright. I kept replaying it in my head, the screams, the smoke, that thing with the brain, God, my Netta? Her voice broke on his name. Izuku didn't say anything. He just held her tighter, his cheek brushing against the top of her head. I didn't know if you were alive, she continued, barely more than a breath. If you were hurt. If they were going to get to you too. She let out a bitter, broken laugh that never made it past her throat. And I didn't even know if I was going to see you again. The quiet in the room stretched like glass, threatening to crack. I don't know if my parents are going to let me go back to you. Her arms tensed around him, voice trembling with every syllable. They freaked out when they found out. Of course they did. I almost died. We all almost died. I think they're scared I won't come home next time. Another shaky inhale. Another tight squeeze. And the worst part? I don't even know if they're wrong. She sounded so small. So unlike herself. The fierce, sarcastic girl who always rolled her eyes at dumb jokes and made fun of him for blushing. The one who teased him with music trivia and scolded him for talking too fast. Now she was just Kyoka. Flesh and blood. Frightened. Izuku's own throat tightened. He rested his chin lightly on her head and closed his eyes. I'm still here, he whispered. I didn't go anywhere. She let out a tiny, hitched breath against his chest. And stayed there. They didn't speak for a while after that. The only sound was the soft hush of rain against the window, and the occasional groan of the floorboards beneath their weight. The storm outside had calmed. But inside, they were still finding their way through the wreckage. Together. The room was quiet again. Jairu hadn't moved from his arms, and Izuku hadn't let her go. Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle, gentle against the window panes, but the air between them was still thick, tight with everything left unsaid. And then, softly, barely a breath. Do you want to go back? Izuku asked it without looking at her. His voice was quiet but steady. There was no judgment. No pressure. Just him. Just her. Just the weight of that impossible choice resting gently in the space between them. Jairu didn't answer right away. Her breath caught in her throat. She didn't need to ask what he meant. They both knew. The place where they were supposed to become heroes. The place where one of them had already died. She shifted slightly, fingers curling tighter in his hoodie. Her voice came small. I don't know. It cracked near the end, fragile and broken. Part of me wants to say no. To scream it. To never go near that place again. After what happened. Mineta. She winced. Saying his name still hurt. I don't even know if I'll be allowed to. My parents are losing it. My mom cried for like an hour straight. My dad's barely looked at me since. I think they're terrified. She swallowed hard. And honestly, so am I. She leaned back just enough to look at him, really look at him. Her eyes were red. Her voice was shaking. I keep thinking if I hadn't been lucky. She cut herself off. A breath caught in her throat, sharp and ragged. Izuku's hand moved, slowly brushing her hair behind her ear with aching care. Then he said it. Not loud, not proud, but with absolute certainty. I'm going back. Jair blinked. You are. He nodded once. Yeah. I have to. He looked away, down at his trembling hands. I was too slow. I froze. I let it happen. I let someone die. His fists curled. And I hated myself for it. I still do. He met her eyes again, something deep and burning behind the green. But if I run now, if I give up, then what was it all for? Mineta would still be gone. Tsu could have died. Aizawa-sensei almost did. You. His voice cracked. He reached up, cupped the side of her face gently. I can't watch that happen again. Not to you. Not to anyone. So I'm going back. Even if it hurts. Even if I'm scared. Jairu's breath hitched. Tears filled her eyes again, and this time, she didn't hold them back. She leaned forward and buried her face in his chest again. And through the sob, she whispered, You idiot. Izuku smiled, small and sad. I know. They sat there on the couch, limbs entangled, silence wrapped around them like a blanket pulled too tight. Jaira hadn't moved since her last whisper, and neither had Izuku. There was something sacred in the stillness. Something barely breathing, like the moment might shatter if they moved too fast. The rain tapped gently at the window, soft and steady, the only sound besides the quiet hitch of breath between them. Jaira finally pulled back just a little, just enough to look up at him. Her eyes met his. And for a moment, nothing else existed. Not the pain. Not the guilt. Not the headlines or the funerals or the images burned into the backs of their minds. Just her. Just him. She raised a hand, slow and unsure, and brushed a strand of hair away from his face. Her fingers lingered, feather-light against his skin, and he leaned into the touch without thinking. No words. No need. Then, she kissed him. It wasn't fast. It wasn't dramatic. It was soft. Careful. Her lips trembled a little, and so did his. There was no choreography to it, no perfect angle, no practiced ease. Just a shy press of lips. A quiet I'm still here. Izuku kissed her back just as gently, one hand resting lightly on her side, the other still holding her like she might disappear if he let go. They stayed like that for a moment, foreheads pressed together, eyes closed, breathing the same breath. Jairu pulled back just far enough to see his face again. Her thumb brushed the edge of his jaw. She didn't smile. But she looked at him. Really looked. Like she wanted to memorize this. Like maybe they were allowed to hold on to something good, even now. Then she leaned in again, not for another kiss, but to press her head to his shoulder. And he wrapped both arms around her, letting out a long breath that felt like it had been sitting in his chest since the Uete. They didn't speak again. They didn't need to. They shifted on the couch together, Jair curling into his side, her hand resting on his chest. His fingers found the ends of her hair, twirling one absent-mindedly. Her ear-jacks brushed his arm, warm and familiar. The storm outside slowed to a drizzle. The apartment felt like a heartbeat. Steady. Eventually, her breath evened out. Then his. Eyes heavy. Bodies warm. For once. They didn't say goodnight. They didn't promise anything. But when sleep took them, curled into each other on a worn couch in a too-quiet room, it didn't feel like the end of something. It felt like the start of something fragile. Something worth holding on to. Sunlight crept across the living room floor, warm and golden. It filtered softly through the curtains, brushing over the sleeping figures on the couch. Izuku shifted first. His eyelids fluttered open, vision blurry with sleep. It took a moment to register the weight pressed against his side, the warmth tucked beneath his chin. Then it clicked. Sure. Still fast asleep in his arms, her face turned into his chest, one leg draped lazily over his. Her arm was curled around him, fingers still clutching the fabric of his shirt like she never wanted to let go. His heart beat slowly, steadily. There was a strange quiet in his chest, not the numb silence from before, but something softer, calmer. He didn't move. Didn't want to move. And then, the door creaked open. So, careful. A voice, too familiar and warm, filtered in from the hallway. Izuku? Honey, I brought you something to eat? Inko stepped through the doorway. Then stopped. Her words died in her throat as her eyes landed on the two figures tangled on the couch. Behind her, heels clicked sharply on the floor. The second voice, cooler, lower, and much less forgiving, spoke immediately. Kyoka Kyoko Jairu. Jairu stirred. At first, she groaned softly and nuzzled further into Izuku's chest, still mostly asleep. Then the voice repeated. Kyoka. Her eyes snapped open. She blinked, dazed, then realized exactly where she was. And who was watching. Oh no. She sat up fast, hair wild, hoodie twisted halfway around her shoulder. Her voice cracked. Mom. Mrs. Jairu stood just inside the room, arms crossed over her chest, jaw tight. Her expression was sharp, not furious, but clearly riding the edge between fear and anger. You left the house without telling me where you were going. After what happened? After everything. Jairu's mouth opened, then closed. I just wanted to check on him. I needed to. You didn't pick up your phone, Kyoka? Her mother's voice wasn't loud, but it hit like a slap. I thought something had happened to you again. That's when Izuku sat up fully, trying to gather himself. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jairu, I didn't know she hadn't. Mrs. Jairu held up a hand, quiet but firm. This isn't about you, Izuku. He stopped, swallowed, nodded. It's okay. Inko finally stepped into the room, her voice warm, her smile kind. Her eyes landed on Jairu, not with judgment, just concern. Kyoka, sweetheart, are you okay? Jairu blinked, caught off guard. Why? I think so. Inko stepped closer, gently brushing a hand across Jairu's shoulder. I'm sorry if I scared you by coming in, but you're always welcome here. You don't need to sneak in to check on him. Jairu's throat tightened. Her mom stood a little straighter behind her, still looking like she wanted to argue, but she stayed quiet. Inko sat gently on the arm of the couch and looked at both of them with tired but understanding eyes. You two had a horrible week. If sleeping here helped a little, that's okay. Then she smiled a little and looked at Jairu with that same softness she always gave Izuku. You want something to eat? I brought melon bread and tea. Jairu blinked again. Then, finally, nodded. That sounds nice. Inko gave her hand a quick, affectionate squeeze. Meanwhile, Mrs. Jairu slowly approached, arms still folded, her gaze fixed on her daughter. I need you to be more careful, she said softly. The anger had faded. Now there was just worry. We almost lost too much this week. Jairu's eyes dropped to the floor. I know. There was another long pause. Then her mom finally let out a breath. If you're staying here for a while longer, at least answer your phone. I will. And tell me before you sneak off to fall asleep next to some boy. Jairu flushed. Moom. Inko chuckled softly, standing up. Why don't we all sit down and have some breakfast? Then we can talk about what comes next. Mrs. Jairu gave a slow nod. And for the first time in what felt like days, something started to settle. Not healed. Not fixed. But calmer. And maybe a little bit better. The four of them had moved into the kitchen. The tension had dulled a little, just enough to breathe, but not enough to forget why they were all here. Jairu sat beside Izuku at the table, her hands wrapped around a warm mug of tea. Izuku sat quietly, a half-eaten piece of melon bread on the plate in front of him. Inko stood by the counter, fussing over the kettle, while Mrs. Jairu, Mika, leaned against the far wall with her arms crossed, eyes flicking between them. The silence had been going on for just a little too long. Then both mothers, at exactly the same time, said, Look kids, just be honest. They both paused, blinking at each other. Inko motioned gently with her hand. Go ahead, she murmured. You first. Mika cleared her throat, looking distinctly uncomfortable as she crossed one leg over the other, suddenly avoiding eye contact. She was trying very hard not to glare. Trying very hard not to mother with fire. Just be honest, she repeated, her voice a little softer now. If you two are, doing things. She flushed, looking away. If you're being NTMT. Jairu choked on her tea. Izuku nearly knocked his cup off the table. Mika raised a hand quickly, eyes wide. I'm not accusing you. Look, I get it. You've both been through something horrible. And people cope with trauma in different ways. She exhaled. I don't want either of you rushing into things because you're scared, or sad, or hurting. You're young. This doesn't have to become something it's not just because the world feels like it's ending. Her voice cracked, barely. She looked at her daughter with something fragile in her eyes. So please be careful. Whatever's happening between you two, if there's something there, let it be real. Let it take time. And if there's not, don't force it just to feel something again. Jairu's expression softened. She reached over and gently touched her mother's hand. We didn't do anything. We just held each other. Fell asleep. Mika stared at their joined hands for a moment. Then she nodded. Slowly. Still wary. Still worried. But understanding. Inko finally chimed in. turning around with a gentle smile. I told myself I wouldn't be that kind of mom, but, well, here I am. Same page. She sat beside Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm just glad you're okay. Both of you. I don't care about sleeping arrangements or rumors or anything else, not right now. I care that you two are safe and that you have someone to lean on. She gave Jairu a warm smile. Thank you for being there for my son. Jairu blinked, caught off guard, and then gave a small smile back. He was there for me too. The kitchen settled into something softer. Still not normal. Still not healed. But honest. Mika set her tea down on the table with a quiet clink, her gaze drifting from Jairu to Izuku. The earlier edge in her voice had eased, but the weight of everything still lingered behind her eyes. She exhaled, then said, "We also got a message from Yue this morning." Inko, still seated beside Izuku, nodded with a small frown. Yes, they're reopening the school next week. The room stilled for a moment. Jairu looked down at her tea. Izuku's hand froze midway to his mouth. Inko continued gently, they've increased security, they're limiting outside access to the campus, and classes are being restructured for safety. Doesn't change what happened, Mika added, her voice a little sharper again. But I suppose it's something. She looked at her daughter. They're giving you the option to return or withdraw temporarily. No pressure. No judgment. Her gaze softened, just a little. It's your choice, Kyoka. Jairu didn't respond right away. Her fingers tightened around her mug, the steam rising between her and her thoughts. Across from her, Inko glanced at Izuku, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder. The same goes for you, Izuku, she said quietly. I know you've already said what you want to do, but if you ever change your mind, I'll support you. Either way. Izuku's mouth was dry. His eyes flicked between both moms, then down to his own hands, still marked faintly with bruises, with memories. He took a slow breath. I want to go back. Jairu looked at him then. Really looked. And slowly, her hands slid over his under the table. Their fingers tangled without a word. Mika's eyes didn't miss it, but this time, she said nothing. Instead, she stood up and stretched her arms overhead. Well, now that I've embarrassed my daughter and relived my heart attack, I think I'll let you two breathe. Inko chuckled softly. I'll help you pack up the leftovers before I head out. As the two mothers moved toward the kitchen, Mika paused and looked over her shoulder at Izuku. I meant what I said earlier. I'm glad to finally meet you. She nodded once, her expression unreadable. She talked about you a lot. Even back then. Jairu let out a very quiet, very defeated groan. Moan. Izuku blinked, pink rising in his ears. I really liked talking to her too. Back then. I still do. Mika smiled. A real one. And then she turned away. Inko looked between the two teens, smiled softly, and followed her into the kitchen. And for the first time since the USJ incident, the air didn't feel so heavy. There was still pain. Still questions. But there was also something else. Something like a future. The soft murmurs from the kitchen faded into background static as Izuku sat at the table, his fingers gently brushing Jairu's underneath. His heart had been pounding in his chest for minutes now, too loud, too fast. But he had to say it. He needed her to know. He stared at their joined hands, then lifted his gaze slowly, nervously, until it met hers. Her eyes were tired, but they were here, focused on him. Jairu, I love you. The words left him like breath he'd been holding for days. Not rushed, not panicked, just honest. She blinked, lips parting just slightly, surprise flickering across her face. He pressed forward before he could stop himself, because if she didn't say anything, he had to give her a way out. And I know it's selfish to say, especially now, especially with everything that happened. Her hand tightened around his. He faltered. She cut in gently, voice low but clear. I'm going back. Izuku blinked. Jairu's eyes were steady now. No flinching. No doubt. To you, I'm going back with you. He stared at her. You are? She nodded. Even with everything that happened. Even though I'm scared. Her voice wavered slightly on that last word, but she didn't look away. You heard my mom. It's my choice. She leaned in a little closer, fingers brushing his wrist, grounding both of them. And I choose to stay by your side. I want us to be heroes together, Izuku. You and me. He could barely breathe. She smiled, small but real. Her eyes were still shining. So before you start spiraling and telling me all the ways I should run away from this, just stop. Okay? He let out a shaky laugh, tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. Okay. Jairu exhaled, brushing her thumb across his hand. I love you too. And that was it. Not a grand confession. Not fireworks or music swelling in the background. Just two tired, brave hearts choosing each other, right here in the quiet. Izuku reached up, brushing a bit of her hair behind her ear. You really mean it? She nodded. I wouldn't say it if I didn't. And without thinking, without flinching, she leaned in and kissed him. So familiar. When they pulled apart, they didn't need to say anything more. They just leaned their heads together, hands still clasped, hearts beating out the same fragile rhythm of survival and hope. And for the first time in days, Izuku didn't feel like he was carrying the world alone. The air between them had quieted, settled into something calm. Jairu leaned her head against his shoulder, her hands still resting gently in his. They hadn't said much after the kiss, words felt unnecessary. The silence between them now wasn't awkward. It was safe. Then, from the kitchen, "Kyoka, sweetheart?" Mika's voice was softer now. No sharp edges. Just a mother gently reminding her daughter that the world outside still existed. Jairu sighed against him. She didn't want to move. Neither of them did. But she sat up anyway. "I should go." Izuku nodded, eyes still holding hers. "Yeah." She stood slowly, adjusting the strap of her bag across her shoulder. Mika appeared in the hallway behind her, coat folded over one arm. Her expression was still tired but not angry. Just concerned. "Watching." Jairu hesitated, then turned back to Izuku. She smiled, a little lopsided. "Don't forget to eat something that isn't bread." He huffed a soft laugh, but before he could answer, she leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. Just a peck. So quick, but deliberate. He blinked up at her, eyes wide and cheeks already pink. Jairu shrugged a little, like, "Yeah, I meant to do that even if her ears were starting to go red. See you soon, hero." And then she turned to follow her mom, who gave Izuku a knowing look before nodding once and walking out beside her daughter. The door closed behind them with a gentle click. Izuku stared at it for a long second, lips still tingling, heart caught somewhere between racing and floating. "See you soon," he echoed under his breath. Later that night, Izuku's room. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the wall across from him. The day had ended, but his thoughts hadn't. Every second that passed felt heavier, like the quiet was no longer silent. It was waiting. The hum started in his ears first. A soft vibration, like a tuning fork pressed against his skull. Not painful. Not loud. Just impossible to ignore. He closed his eyes. And in an instant, everything was gone. He stood in a space that shouldn't exist. Colorless and vast, but not empty. Endless, but somehow empty, like being inside a memory that belonged to someone else. The air wasn't air at all. It shimmered with light and shadow, tension strung tight between invisible walls. Before him, figures began to form. 7. Flickering shapes made of smoke and gold and glass, blurred like half-remembered dreams. Some tall, some small. None of them entirely real. Their outlines shimmered, shifting constantly, ancient and tired and watchful. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only feel. And what he felt was warmth, affection. A weightless kind of approval that settled on his shoulders like a worn blanket. They knew him, and they liked him. But then the temperature dropped. A crack of energy rippled through the space like a static shock. And another presence emerged. It didn't walk. It didn't float. It simply became. Appearing like a bloom of inverted light and smoke, it formed a vaguely human silhouette, tall and thin, androgynous, clothed in a robe of glitching static and color that shimmered between masculine and feminine with each breath. No face, only a mask of light, faceless and expressive in a way that had no mouth and still managed to smirk. The other figures reacted instantly. The space trembled. One of the shadows stepped forward, their voice a thunderous chord. "You don't belong here." Echo tilted their head, arms crossed leisurely. "Neither did you once." Another vestige pulsed with light, voice sharp and layered. "You bind yourself to him without permission. You alter him. Twist him. I kept him alive." Echo's voice dropped, their glitching form sharpening. "Where were you?" Silence. Tension crackled like lightning in still air. Another voice, older, low and slow, broke the stillness. "We speak through memory, not will. We are bound. You are not." Echo's form flickered. For a moment, they shrank, flickered out, then back again. "You treat him like a vessel." Their voice was quieter now. "I treat him like a person." One of the taller figures looked at Izuku again. He felt that gaze deep in his chest, kind, sad, but full of expectation. "He is more than either of us understands. But we will not lose him to you." Another vestige leaned forward, whispering just above a breath. "He will awaken soon. When he does, you will not speak for him." Echo's form shifted, flaring with static like a flinch. "I never spoke for him. I speak to him." The figures seemed to watch Izuku then, and for a moment, he felt their warmth again. So, weightless, like hands on his shoulders. They liked him, but they were drawing a line. The world around him started fading, the white space unraveling into threads of smoke and fractured light. Echo turned to him once more, their voice low. Don't trust them just because they like you. You're not here to carry their legacy. You're here to be you. Back in his room, Izuku's eyes snapped open. He was sitting up, drenched in sweat, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. The hum was gone. The air was cold. And then, so, that was awkward. Echo's voice returned. They like you a lot, which is kinda cute, in a weird, cryptic ancestor worship way. But they hate you, Izuku whispered hoarsely. Big fan club energy, except I'm the one X they all despise. Izuku wiped his face, trembling slightly. Why? Because I'm not them. Echo's voice darkened. And I'm not afraid to challenge them. I don't want you to become some statue to their failures. Izuku said nothing. He just stared down at his hands again. They weren't shaking this time. They were steady. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, the room dim except for the soft light from his bedside lamp. His hands were resting in his lap now, fingers finally still. But his mind was anything but quiet. He liked his lips, throat dry. Echo, he whispered into the stillness of his room. There was a pause. Then softly, yeah. He hesitated, then asked, do you know who they are? Silence. For a moment, he thought Echo wouldn't answer. Not exactly. I know what they feel like. Powerful. Etched into you, like names carved in stone. They're not ghosts, but they're not alive either. They trailed off. Izuku frowned. They knew me. They recognized you, Echo corrected. That's different. You're the current host. The current vessel. They've been waiting for someone like you. Waiting. It's not just a quirk you inherited, Izuku. It's a legacy. A long, complicated one. And they're all part of it. Izuku swallowed hard. His mind reeled back to the way they looked at him. The warmth. The way they liked him. Trusted him. But also, how cold they were to Echo. They hate you. Echo sighed. I'm not what they expected. I don't come from the same place. I wasn't born from the torch being passed down. I just showed up. Attached. The pause. They think I'll change you. Ruin you. Will you? Echo didn't answer immediately. Then softly, I'll protect you. Another long beat. Izuku leaned back slowly against his headboard, staring at the ceiling now. They're inside me, aren't they? In a way, but not like me. They're echoes of people who came before. Not like me at all. That got a weak snort from Izuku. That's ironic. I know. I'm hilarious. Izuku closed his eyes. He didn't know what was coming. He didn't even know what he was anymore. But for now, he wasn't alone in the dark. Izuku sighed and let his head fall back against the wall, staring up at the ceiling like it might offer some kind of clarity. It didn't. But Echo did. Eventually. You should talk to All Might when you can. Text him. Call him. Something. Izuku blinked. Huh. The big guy knows more than he lets on. Trust me, if anyone's got answers about those shadow people cult members in your head, it's him. Echo paused. Then muttered darkly, hopefully they don't force me to shut up again. That big BSRD jerked me out of the view just as it was getting good. Izuku sat up slightly, glancing around his room. You mean, one of them pulled you out? Yeah. Echo grumbled. 1 second I was throwing shade, the next I was back in the void like someone hit the eject button. Rude. Izuku couldn't help the small smile tugging at his lips. You were kind of antagonizing them. It's my charm. A beat passed. And then Echo added, completely off topic. Did you two kiss again? Izuku blinked. What? You and Jair. After your heartfelt soul-bearing confession. Don't leave me hanging. I'm living vicariously through your painfully awkward teenage romance. Izuku flushed bright red, burying his face in his hands. Can you not bring that up like that? So that's a yes. God, I love this arc. Izuku groaned and flopped sideways onto his bed, face first into his pillow. Maybe I'll text All Might tomorrow? Do it soon. Before another ghost shows up and gives me the boot again. Izuku mumbled into the pillow, this is my life now. Shadow ghosts, system voices, and surprise smooches. You're thriving, kid. The shift was sudden. One moment Izuku was asleep in his bed, warm and wrapped in the distant comfort of Jairu's scent lingering on his hoodie sleeve. Then endless. Still, the colorless void stretched in all directions like a blank canvas. He blinked slowly, looking down at his feet, bare again. The air felt cool, weightless. He knew this place now. It was the same place from before. The shadows were there, distant this time. Watching. Not threatening. Just observant. But this time, you made it back. A flash of movement. Echo appeared just a few feet from him, forming from a collapsing storm of light and glitchy threads, like a broken television trying to piece together a human. They floated backward, then spun once in midair, grinning with that faceless mask of flickering expression. Look at you, all dramatic and silent. Ooh, spooky void boy. Izuku tried to speak, but nothing came out. He blinked rapidly, then made a frustrated face, pointing at his mouth with a look that clearly said, "Really? Again?" Echo leaned in slowly. "Say that again, I couldn't hear you over the overwhelming muteness." Izuku sighed through his nose, crossing his arms. Echo cackled and floated upside down, their robe trailing like smoke. Then they reached out and gently flicked Izuku's curls. Not a slap. Not violent. Just a little boop. Still got the floppy hair. Very fluffy. Very anime. Izuku swatted at them. Missed, obviously. They just drifted a little further out of reach. "Can't punch me in dream space, nerd." Izuku gestured wildly. "Why are you like this?" Echo mimicked his motions dramatically, flailing like a noodle. Then they leaned in again. "Okay, for real though, this is a good sign. You're here. You're stable. They're watching you, but no one's trying to bite your face off. Yet so, that's a win." Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the hazy, shimmering vestiges in the distance. Still there. Still silent. He turned back toward Echo with a slow, uneasy blink. Echo tilted their head. "Yeah, I know. They're freaky. And yeah, they still don't like me. Can't imagine why. Maybe it's because I'm not super into creepy whisper circles in a void." Izuku looked like he wanted to groan. "Hey, don't give me that look. You're the one with 7 extra ghosts and no mouth privileges." He pointed at Echo again, like, "Fix this." "Oh no. I didn't build the psychic void. I just live here." They flopped dramatically onto their back midair. "Rent-free." Izuku closed his eyes and shook his head. "Anyway." Echo sat up and hovered closer again. "Next time you're here, you'll probably be able to talk. Maybe even throw hands. Or hug your dead ghost buddies. Who knows?" They gave him a lazy salute. "For now, just enjoy the silence, bro. You're gonna miss it when the next teacher gives a surprise quiz." And then, everything shattered again into light. Izuku's eyes opened slowly, heart calm this time. "I hate them," he muttered. "Liar," Echo teased. "You love me. Admit it." He rolled over and yanked his blanket over his head. "Never." "It's okay. I'll wait." The room was dim again. The kind of quiet that made his mind feel like it could breathe again. Izuku lay on his side, blanket bunched around his waist, his head half buried in the pillow. His eyes were half closed, still dazed from the sudden shift back to reality. His door creaked open just a little. "Sweetie," came a soft voice. He blinked and looked toward it. His mom stood in the doorway, already in her pajamas, a worried crease between her brows. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I heard you talking. I thought maybe you were having another dream." Izuku hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, I'm okay." She lingered for a second, searching his face. Then she gave a little smile and said, "All right, try to get some rest." "I will." She started to close the door, then peeked her head back in for a second. "I'm making miso soup in the morning." "Thanks, Mom." The door clicked shut gently behind her. Izuku turned back to the ceiling, eyes heavy but mind too full to rest. School's starting again soon, but it wouldn't be the same. Not after Mineta. Not after the Nomu. Not after standing in front of death and swinging anyway. His hands curled lightly in the sheets. "Everything's different now. And I think I am too." The gates of UA looked the same. So, imposing in that polished, perfect kind of way that always felt a little too hopeful, like nothing bad could ever happen behind them. But Izuku knew better now. He stood just outside, backpack slung over one shoulder, hand clenched tight around the strap. The breeze was light. The campus was quiet. Too quiet. Every step he took forward felt like it echoed in the silence of the past few days. He hadn't even made it to the building yet, and already, the air felt heavier. He didn't realize how long he'd been staring until a voice cut through the weight. "Midoriya!" The shout hit like a sudden beam of sunlight through storm clouds. Before he could react, a blur of pink launched forward and wrapped around him like a human explosion. "You're alive!" Mina Ishido sobbed, her grip tight and borderline suffocating. "I mean, I knew you were, but still. You're here." Izuku let out a breathless laugh, arms slowly coming up to hug her back. "Why, I'm here." "Barely," Echo muttered. "We still look like a half-melted popsicle stick with trauma." Behind Mina came Kirishima, hair perfectly spiked, uniform crisp, eyes a little dimmer than usual, but still full of heart. He offered Izuku a grin and a strong pat on the shoulder. "Good to see you, man. We were kind of freaking out when we didn't hear anything for a few days. Especially after," he trailed off, his smile faltering for just a second. "But it came back. It's good you're back." Then came Gyra. She didn't run or shout. She just walked up slowly, her bag over one shoulder, earbuds wrapped around her wrist instead of in her ears. Her gaze met his. No words. Not at first. And then, "Hey, nerd." Izuku blinked. And smiled. "Hey." Her hand brushed against his as they walked side by side. The tension in his shoulders started to loosen, not disappear, but soften. Like maybe it didn't have to crush him today. More students trickled in behind them. Some smiled. Some nodded. Others just kept their heads down. And even though the school was still standing, and the sky looked the same, Izuku could feel it. Everything was different now. Mina hadn't let go yet. And maybe Izuku didn't mind that. Her arms were tight around his neck, her curls bouncing as she clung to him with enough force to knock the wind out of someone without enhanced durability. "I'm so glad you're okay," she whispered fiercely. "I don't care if it's cheesy, I was scared. Like real scared." "Same," Kirishima added, rubbing the back of his neck. "It hasn't felt right without all of us. And losing someone, I don't think any of us really knew what to do." Izuku looked at them, really looked. Kirishima's smile was strong, but the edges were tired. Mina's eyes were a little red, probably from crying earlier. Jairu stood behind them, watching quietly, a softness in her eyes that hadn't been there before the US. And for a second, Izuku didn't feel alone. He managed a small, grateful smile. "I'm glad you're here too," he said, voice quieter than he meant it to be. Then louder, meaning it, "Me. Kirishima. All of you." Mina finally pulled back, hands on his shoulders, her smile trembling just a little. "Okay, but if you get yourself blown up again I'm gonna punch you, Midoriya." "I'm seconding that," Jairu added dryly, stepping closer. "Thirded," Kirishima said, grinning. Izuku gave a little nod, clutching his bag tighter. "Deal." "God, this is disgustingly wholesome," Echo muttered. "I love it. Don't stop." The four of them began walking together through the halls of UA, no longer as loud, buzzing students eager for another lesson, but as kids who'd seen something that didn't fit in textbooks. Their footsteps echoed softly down the corridor, a steady rhythm of sneakers on tile. Mina and Kirishima walked ahead just slightly, chatting in lower voices than usual. Still upbeat, still smiling, but now and then, one of them would go quiet mid-sentence and just glance toward the window. The sunlight didn't seem as bright today. Izuku walked beside Jairu, their arms brushing every now and then. And then, without saying anything, she reached out. Her fingers found his. He didn't flinch. Didn't blush this time either. He just took her hand and held it tight. Solid. Jairu gave his fingers a soft squeeze and didn't let go. "I'm here," it said. "You don't have to carry this alone." Izuku squeezed back. "Thank you." Mina turned her head mid-conversation and saw them. She grinned, didn't say anything. Just kept walking. Kirishima smirked too, nudging her shoulder playfully like they'd just seen the most manly emotional growth ever. And for a few moments, it felt okay. Still heavy. Still aching. But okay. Class 1, as door was up ahead now, cracked open slightly. Jairu exhaled. "You ready?" Izuku nodded. "As I'll ever be." And together, they stepped inside. The first thing Izuku noticed when he and Jairu stepped into the classroom was the silence. No chatter. No laughter. No quirks flaring by accident. No Kaminari yelling across the room about snacks. Just quiet. The kind that sat low in your lungs and made it hard to breathe. Most of the class was already seated. Heads turned as they walked in. Some nods, some soft smiles, a few lowered gazes. But no one said much. They didn't need to. Everyone's eyes kept drifting to the same place. Minetta's seat. Front row, third from the left. The desk was still there. Untouched. But placed carefully on top of it were flowers. Simple. So, purple and white. And someone had draped his old UA tie over the edge of the chair, like he might walk in and grab it at any second. Izuku swallowed hard and took his seat without a word, Jairu settling in beside him. No one spoke. Even Echo, for once, didn't say a thing. The bell hadn't rung yet. But nobody moved. Not until the door at the front creaked open. And Aizawa stepped in. Bandages still wrapped around parts of his arms and jaw. His gait stiff. One eye slightly bruised. But he was upright. Alive. And when his gaze swept over the class, it paused, just briefly, on that empty desk. He didn't say anything right away. He just walked to the front of the room, dropped his capture weapon onto the desk like always, and faced them. "Good," he rasped, voice rough. "You're all here." His eyes were tired, but focused. "I won't sugarcoat things. We've been through hell. And it's not over." The silence deepened. "But you came back." His gaze landed briefly on Izuku. "Which means you're ready to keep going." Aizawa's eyes lingered on the desk for a moment longer, then swept across the room again. "You came back," he repeated, voice quieter now. "That's not easy. Not after what happened." No one dared move. Even Bakugo stayed quiet. "You're probably wondering when things go back to normal," he continued. "The truth is, they don't." He exhaled, tired. "That's part of being a hero." No one spoke. A few students shifted in their seats. Momo lowered her eyes. Kaminari looked down at his desk, chewing the inside of his cheek. Uraraka was biting her lips so hard it had gone pale. Aizawa stared at them all. The first time I lost someone, I was about your age, he said, and his voice barely rose above a whisper. The air in the room changed. Not shock. Just stillness. Because he never talked about himself. I thought I could have saved them, he went on, tone low, flat. I replayed everything. What I could have done different. What I should have said. How maybe if I'd been just a little faster. His jaw flexed. And that feeling, it doesn't go away. Not really. You just learn to live with it. Several students had their heads down now. Ida's hands were trembling in his lap. Uraraka wiped her face with her sleeve. Izuku felt his own chest ache. Jairu reached over under the desk and squeezed his fingers gently. Aizawa looked up again. I'm not telling you this to scare you. Or to guilt you. I'm telling you because I need you to understand something. He took a breath. When we say this path is dangerous, we're not just talking about you. We're talking about the people beside you. The ones you care about. The ones you might lose. No one blinked. Aizawa's voice softened, just barely. But you're here. You came back. He nodded toward Mineta's desk. For him, and for each other. And for the first time in the entire day, he looked proud. Quietly, devastatingly proud. Let's get to work. The last of the class filtered out quietly, the door shutting with a soft click behind them. Only 3 remained. Izuku, Tsuyu, Aizawa. The silence was thick, heavy, like the air before a storm. Aizawa stepped forward, slow and deliberate, his tired gaze dropping to the floor before flicking back up to meet theirs. His voice cracked just slightly before he steadied it. I wanted to speak with you both. Izuku and Tsuyu looked up, waiting. Neither of them spoke. And then he bowed. Deeply, hands at his sides. Head low, shoulders tense. I'm sorry. The words struck harder than either of them expected. I'm sorry you had to see that, Aizawa continued, still bowed. I'm sorry you had to watch a classmate die. That you had to live through something I failed to prevent. Izuku's breath hitched. Tsuyu's eyes widened. Aizawa slowly straightened, not hiding the way his hands shook slightly at his sides. I swore to protect you all. That's my job. And I couldn't do it. So, I'm sorry. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides. His voice was raw when it came out. Don't apologize. Aizawa blinked, watching him closely. If I was faster, Izuku muttered, jaw tightening, if I hadn't hesitated, if I hadn't blacked out, Mineta would still be here. I should have done more. He grit his teeth, eyes stinging. You moved me out of the way, Midoriya, Aizawa said softly. You saved Tsu. You bought me time. It wasn't enough. Izuku snapped. He still died. You almost. His voice cracked. He choked. I didn't want to watch it happen. Not again. Not ever again. A long silence fell between them. Tsuyu gently reached out, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. We all did what we could, she said quietly. But we're not pro-heroes. Not yet. Aizawa nodded. But you're closer than most adults I've met. You were brave. And you were human. His voice softened one last time. You're allowed to grieve. Aizawa looked between the two of them, between the boy whose knuckles were white from holding back tears, and the girl whose steady calm had kept them both afloat, and he let out a slow, quiet breath. Then, without a word, he stepped forward and wrapped them both in a hug. It wasn't perfect. One arm around each of them, still stiff with bandages, his scarf brushing against Izuku's cheek, the scent of old coffee and antiseptic clinging to his clothes. But it was real. Tsuyu blinked in surprise, her eyes wide. Izuku froze, eyes still glassy. Neither of them expected it. But neither of them moved away. Because somehow, in the stillness of that classroom, with a desk still holding flowers behind them, that simple act said more than anything else could. I'm glad you're both still here, Aizawa said, voice quiet, steady. I mean it. Izuku sniffled once and nodded, biting the inside of his cheek. Me too. They stayed like that for a moment longer, 3 figures frozen in grief and gratitude. Then Aizawa stepped back and cleared his throat, pretending to brush something from his eye. You're dismissed, he muttered, voice rough again. Go eat. The hallway felt too bright. Too clean. The kind of clean that didn't match what either of them was carrying. Izuku and Tsuyu walked side by side, shoes tapping against the tile floor in a slow rhythm. The noise of the other students already at lunch echoed faintly from farther ahead, soft chatter, clinking trays, someone laughing too loudly just to fill the silence. Neither of them spoke at first. They didn't need to. Aizawa's words still clung to them like dust, the warmth of his unexpected hug lingering on their shoulders. Izuku held his hands in front of him, his fingers twitching like they wanted to grab onto something but didn't know what. Tsu kept hers in her pockets. Finally, after a long stretch of quiet, she glanced at him and said, That was surprising. Izuku blinked. What was? She shrugged slightly. The hug. Oh, he muttered, a small dry breath of a laugh escaping him. Yeah. I didn't know he even hugged. Neither did I, she said softly. But I think he meant it. They walked a few more paces. I'm glad he said something, Izuku added, voice low. I needed to hear it. Me too. Another silence. Passed, but this one was lighter somehow. By the time they reached the lunchroom doors, Izuku finally spoke again, just above a whisper. Thank you. For pulling me out of the water. Back then. Sue didn't smile, but her eyes softened. I think you would have done the same. And they stepped into the lunchroom together. Still tired. Still healing. But not alone. The cafeteria buzzed with muted energy, more whispers than laughs, more glances than grins. UA was still recovering. So were they. Izuku and Tsuyu moved through the lunch line side by side, neither speaking much. They both offered polite nods to Lunch Rush, who gave them extra portions with a soft smile and tired eyes. When they turned toward the tables, Izuku spotted them first, Jaya, Mina, Kirishima, and a handful of other Class 1A students gathered at a long table tucked near the far wall. They weren't laughing. Together. Jairu looked up as he and Tsuyu approached. Her face softened instantly, a flicker of warmth breaking through the stillness that had hung around her since that day. Izuku gave her a small nod. She slid over on the bench without a word, making room. Tsuyu sat beside Mina. Izuku took the spot next to Jairu. No one said anything at first. The trays hit the table softly. Food was picked at. Spoons clinked. Water was sipped. Hey, Kirishima finally said, voice a little hoarse. Good to see you guys. Yeah, Mina added, her usual pep dulled but still genuine. It's really good to see everyone. Jairu nudged Izuku gently with her shoulder. Just once. He looked at her. She didn't speak. But she didn't have to. He was here. So was she. So were the others. Not everyone made it back. But those who did? They were holding on. One quiet lunch at a time. The table slowly began to stir with quiet conversation. Nothing loud. Nothing bold. Just voices shared between friends who had been through something too big to put into words. Mina poked at her tray and sighed. My mom didn't want me to come back, she said, voice soft. She cried the entire night after they called us. Said she'd rather homeschool me, transfer me, anything else. Tsuyu sipped from her water carton. My parents were quiet about it, but I could tell. I could feel it in the way they looked at me. Like they wanted to say, no, but didn't want to make it harder. Ida's folks were the same, Kaminari chimed in. Well, at least from what he said. Thought about pulling him out, but he convinced them. Said it was his duty. There was a pause. Then Kirishima set down his chopsticks and leaned forward, eyes steady. My mom freaked out, he admitted. My dad was silent the whole time. I thought they were going to yank me out too. He looked at each of them, his voice firm. But I told them I had to come back. Not because of pride or stubbornness or anything stupid. He balled one hand into a fist. I have to come back because those villains, they can't win. They don't get to take this from us. Not after what happened. Not after my Netta. The table went quiet again. Mina looked down, biting her lip. Jairu's fingers tensed around her fork. Izuku's hand curled slightly, resting on the table beside hers. Kirishima's voice softened just a little. I'm scared. We all are. But I'm not gonna run away. If anything, this just made me more sure. We're gonna be heroes. That's what we signed up for. Mina reached over and nudged him with her shoulder, her smile small but real. You're cheesy as hell, Red Riot. Kirishima grinned. You love it. The tension broke, just a little. And for the first time in a while, some of them smiled. Just a little. The table had just started to relax again. A few soft laughs. The occasional clink of utensils. The kind of peace only found between people who understood each other deeply. And then, my mom wanted to pull me out as well, Izuku said quietly, gaze still fixed on the half-finished rice on his tray. But I have a duty here. His voice wasn't loud. It wasn't meant for attention. But it carried. I have to become a hero. Better than All Might. The words fell out before he realized he'd spoken them. A beat of silence. Eyes turned toward him, soft, surprised. Izuku blinked and looked up, cheeks starting to redden. I didn't mean to say that out loud, he mumbled quickly, scratching the back of his head. Sorry. No, Kirishima said, shaking his head. Don't apologize. Jairu reached over and nudged his leg under the table. You meant it. Mina leaned forward, her expression serious for once. That's one hell of a dream, Midoriya. Tsuyu nodded. But I think you could do it. Izuku stared at them. For a second he didn't know what to say. Then he smiled, small, quiet, but real. Thanks. Did you hear that? My boy wants to surpass All Might. Let's go. Wait, does this mean I become better than All Might too? Because technically I'm... Echo's voice cut off mid-sentence again like something grabbed its metaphorical mouth. Izuku didn't even flinch this time. He just reached for his drink, took a sip, and let himself exist there, at a lunch table surrounded by friends, pain, and purpose. The rest of the lunch period passed in a strange sort of rhythm. Students drifted in and out of conversations. Some ate more than others. Most didn't finish their trays. But the quiet camaraderie remained. No one left the table early. No one wanted to. Eventually, the bell rang again, pulling them out of their moment and into the weight of the rest of the school day. Izuku stood, brushing off his tray with Gyre beside him, her fingers briefly brushing his. But just as he turned to follow the others, a familiar hand landed gently on his shoulder. "Izuku," came a quiet voice. Tired. Familiar. He turned to see All Might in his smaller form, hood up, scarf tight around his face. "Walk with me, my boy. Just for a minute." Izuku blinked, unsure at first, then nodded and followed him out of the cafeteria. They walked in silence through a quieter hallway, past a few empty classrooms and supply closets, until All Might stopped in front of a door marked Staff Only. He opened it with a creak and gestured inside. The teacher's lounge. Izuku had never been in here before. It was warmer than he expected. Comfortable chairs. A small kitchen space. A couch along the back wall. A few mugs stacked in the sink. All Might stepped inside and closed the door behind them. No one else was there. For a moment, neither spoke. All Might moved toward the counter and poured some tea from a thermal pot, setting a second mug down on the table in front of Izuku. He didn't sit. Just stood. Hands wrapped around his cup. Then finally, "I saw the footage." Izuku's heart thudded once. "I saw what you did. What you became." All Might's eyes flicked toward him, sharper than usual but still kind. "Still worried. I saw you disappear, Izuku." The pause. "And for a few terrifying seconds, I thought I'd lost you." Izuku sat down slowly, his hands wrapping around the warm mug but not drinking from it. All Might stayed standing for a moment longer, then quietly moved to sit across from him, elbows on the table, eyes focused. Izuku stared into the tea, watching the faint wisps of steam curl upward. "I think it's part of my other quirk." All Might blinked. "The one you told me about before? The system?" Izuku nodded slowly. "I didn't understand it at first. I still don't. It just appeared after his voice faltered and he swallowed hard. "After I jumped." All Might's expression didn't change, but his fingers curled slightly. Around his cup. Izuku exhaled shakily. "It talks to me sometimes. Guides me. Tracks things. Quests, levels, stats. Like a video game almost. But it's helped." He paused again. "But back at you. Something else happened." All Might's brow furrowed, leaning in slightly. "What do you mean?" "There was a moment where I wasn't in control," Izuku whispered. "I blacked out, I think. I felt it before, something building inside me. And then it just snapped. It activated something." He hesitated, then said it out loud. "Warning. Time limit, 4 minutes." The system's voice echoed in his head again, sharp and emotionless, but now All Might was hearing it secondhand. It was like I became someone else. Everything was faster, clearer. I moved Aizawa-sensei without even thinking. I hit the Nomu and it didn't break my arm. I kept moving even after I should have dropped. He finally looked up, his eyes wide, fearful. "All Might, I think it's connected. To One for All. Or something buried inside it. But Echo, my system, won't tell me everything. I think it's hiding something. Or something's hiding from it." Silence. Only the quiet hum of the lounge lights. And then, All Might placed his cup down with a soft clink, eyes shadowed beneath his brow. "Then it's time we both stop pretending we understand everything about this power," he said quietly. "Because if One for All is reacting to something inside you, we need to find out what." Izuku's hands trembled slightly around the mug. He didn't drink from it. He just stared at it, then looked up, meeting All Might's eyes. "I saw people." All Might's brows lifted slightly, but he stayed quiet, waiting. Izuku swallowed hard. "In my head. The other night. After I passed out? Or maybe I was dreaming. I don't know. But I saw them." He looked away, toward the far wall, like the memory was burned into it. There were 7. Maybe 8. It was hard to tell. But they felt old. Ancient, almost. Like they'd been watching for a long time. All Might sat still. Too still. Izuku's voice dropped. "They all looked at me. Not with anger, at least not toward me. But when they saw Echo." He paused. Then whispered. "They hated him." A silence settled in the room like dust. All Might leaned forward, folding his hands slowly. His expression had changed, not surprised, not panicked, but something deeper. Something dreadful. "You saw them." Izuku blinked. "So you do know who they are?" All Might nodded slowly. "Vestiges," he said softly. "Traces of those who held One for All before you. Their consciousness, what's left of it, lives within the quirk." Izuku sat back, wide-eyed. You mean they're real? They're still there? Yes, All Might said, his voice a whisper now. I've only seen glimpses. Fleeting shapes in the dark. I thought maybe it was just my own guilt. My imagination. He exhaled, deep and tired. But you've spoken to them. Izuku nodded slowly. I couldn't understand most of them. But one woman stood up. She didn't speak. She just stared at Echo and then turned her back. Like he didn't belong. Like I'd done something wrong. All Might's gaze dropped. He doesn't belong. Izuku looked up sharply. I don't know what your system is, my boy, All Might said carefully. But if it isn't part of One for All, then it's something new. Something we don't understand. Izuku's voice was smaller now. But it's helped me. I believe you. A long beat passed between them. I believe it wants to help you, All Might said. But the others, those inside One for All, they see the bigger picture. And they're wary for a reason. Izuku was quiet. His eyes lowered to his tea again. Then what do I do? All Might sighed. You keep learning. You keep growing. And you let me help you shoulder this. Another pause. That's what a teacher's for. Izuku shifted in his seat, voice hesitant but honest. My mom's still kinda wary about you being my teacher. All Might blinked, then smiled, just a bit. Not the proud, booming grin of a stage hero. But a quieter one. Softer. Tired. Still real. I expected that, he said with a chuckle. She's a strong woman. I saw it in her eyes the moment she stepped into Recovery Girl's office. Izuku gave a sheepish nod. She's just scared, you know? About me. Everything. I know, All Might replied gently. She's a mother. Then he leaned back in his chair, arms folding behind his head with exaggerated confidence. But don't worry, my boy. I know how to handle older women. Izuku blinked. What? All Might flashed a tired but exaggerated grin. They all love me. There was a beat of silence. That's kind of weird to say, Asen, Izuku deadpanned, lips twitching. All Might's grin faltered into a breathy laugh. Fair enough. But the moment had done its job. The tension in Izuku's shoulders eased. His smile stayed. They weren't done dealing with the weight of everything yet, not even close. But in that moment, they had each other. And that counted for a lot. All Might reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, slightly crumpled slip of paper. Izuku blinked as the older man held it up between two fingers. I have her number now, All Might said with a crooked smile. We'll talk. I'll explain everything properly. Calm her nerves. He leaned in just a bit, lowering his voice in mock confidence. I'm very good with protective mothers. Izuku rolled his eyes, but the smile stayed this time, small, tired but real. All Might's tone shifted then, softening as he reached over to gently clap a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Now head back to class, my boy, he said. You've missed enough lessons already. Izuku stood, a little straighter now, a little more sure. Yes, sir. He moved toward the door, then paused. Turn back. Thanks, Yagi. All Might gave him a nod. No grin this time. Just pride. You're doing just fine. And with that, Izuku stepped out of the lounge and back into the halls of view, the weight of what he carried still there, but not quite as heavy as before. The classroom buzzed with soft chatter as Izuku slipped back into his seat beside Jairu. She gave him a small, sidelong glance and mouthed, You good? He nodded just once. Before anything else could be said, the door slid open with a familiar click. Aizawa stepped inside, still wrapped in bandages but back on his feet, his tired gaze sweeping across the room. The class fell silent. He stood at the front of the room and let the silence hang for a few long seconds before speaking. All right, everyone. His voice was as gruff and deadpan as ever, but there was something heavier beneath it, something more tired than usual. All of the teachers here at UA, along with several pro-heroes and the police, have been in constant meetings since the incident at the USJ. A few students straightened in their seats. Jairu sat up. Kirishima's hand curled slightly on his desk. And we've made a decision. He paused. Eyes narrowed. The UA Sports Festival will still be happening. The room froze. Mina's head tilted slightly. Kaminari blinked. Ida stiffened like he'd just been rebooted. Aizawa sighed, rubbing at one temple with two fingers. I don't think I've mentioned it until now, so here's your warning. The beat. It's coming. For a few seconds after Aizawa's announcement, no one said a word. And then, what? Kaminari blurted out, wide-eyed. Wait, seriously? You're joking, right? Jairu muttered under her breath, brows furrowed. After everything? I don't get it, Mina said softly, glancing around. Why would they still go through with it? Someone died, Shoji said plainly, his